Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of, What if Deku and Ochako were together? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Ochako Uraraka closed the door to her house as she stepped outside, the sound of her parents arguing in the kitchen still echoing in her ears. She thought to herself that they probably wouldn't even notice she was gone. Feeling a bit hungry, she decided to head to the nearest gas station for a quick snack. Upon entering, she noticed a man in a hoodie arguing with the employee at the counter. He was demanding a discount on a map, insisting it was too expensive. The employee, hands raised defensively, explained that he couldn't lower the price. Frustrated, the man turned his attention to Ochako, and in an instant he grabbed her, pressing a knife against her neck. He warned the employee not to call for help, forcing him to put down the phone as he took the map and led Ochako away. As they reached a car, the man whispered an apology to Ochako, who was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Once inside the vehicle, he quickly drove away from the gas station. Panic surged through her as she realized she had become a hostage. She contemplated using her quirk but hesitated, unsure of what the man might do next. The man, clearly distressed, muttered to himself about how this wasn't supposed to happen and urged Ochako to buckle up. He then expressed his regret for involving her in his predicament, revealing that he was contemplating ending his own life. Ochako was taken aback, trying to process his words. He explained that he wanted to reach a place known for such actions but had lost his way due to a broken GPS. When Ochako pointed out that he was heading in the wrong direction, the man, frustrated, searched for the map. She offered to guide him, and he gratefully accepted her help. As they drove, she found herself observing him closely, noting that he didn't seem like a bad person despite his troubling intentions. As they continued, he referred to her as Navigator, since he didn't know her name. Ochako introduced herself, but he interrupted, saying it wasn't necessary since he wouldn't be around much longer. He shared that his old friends had called him Deku, a name he wore with a hint of embarrassment. The radio suddenly announced a news report about a teenage girl being kidnapped, causing both of them to cringe. Ochako suggested they stop and take a train to continue their journey. After she paid for the tickets, Deku inquired if her parents would be worried about her. Ochako reassured him that they weren't home much and likely wouldn't notice her absence. As they waited, Deku awkwardly patted her head, sensing her distress. When Ochako asked him why he wanted to end his life, he became somber, revealing that he had lost his girlfriend, which had devastated him. He shared that he had been bullied for not having a quirk and that his dreams of becoming a hero had been crushed by those around him. Ochako couldn't help but empathize with his pain, recalling her own family struggles. Her parents often argued about their financial situation, and she remembered a time when they had discussed divorce. When Deku noticed her tears, he apologized, and she realized she had been crying without understanding why. He offered her a paper towel to wipe her tears, and she couldn't help but laugh at the unexpected kindness he showed. In that moment, she realized that Deku was not at all what she had initially thought. Ochako tried to control her laughter as she and Deku boarded the train, where they spent the trip talking and playing games like I Spy and Rock, Paper, Scissors. Deku shared stories about his ex-girlfriend, and as they chatted, Ochako felt a pang of jealousy whenever he mentioned her. As the train arrived at Cape Beauty, Deku exclaimed how excited he was to finally be there. However, Ochako felt a sense of unease as she noticed several signs urging people to turn back, along with numbers for suicide hotlines. Among the signs, she spotted a takoyaki stand. Ochako called out to Deku, urging him to stop and check out the stand. She cheerfully offered to buy some, even though Deku admitted he had no money. Gratefully, he accepted her offer, and they approached the vendor. The man greeted them with a playful comment about their intentions, which caused both of them to blush in embarrassment. He explained that he opened the shop to help change people's minds about suicide, handing them their takoyaki with a hint of hope. After tasting the takoyaki, both Deku and Ochako were taken aback by how terrible it was, spitting it out in unison. Deku joked that the food was so bad it might convince someone to reconsider their choices. They shared a laugh, but Ochako's thoughts turned somber as she realized the weight of Deku's situation. A few minutes later, Deku thanked Ochako for the trip, stating that she was no longer his hostage. Ochako, feeling a surge of determination, asked if she could accompany him to the cliff. He agreed, and as they walked, she reflected on how much fun they had together, despite the circumstances. As they reached the edge of the cliff, Ochako's heart raced with fear. She didn't want Deku to go through with his plan. In a moment of desperation, she reached out and activated her quirk, making him float back to safety just as he was about to step off the edge. She expressed her concern, explaining how his death would leave her with lasting trauma. Deku apologized, and Ochako, overwhelmed with emotion, questioned whether he had truly enjoyed their time together. She urged him to consider falling in love with her, shouting her feelings into the starry night. To her surprise, Deku agreed, expressing that he felt capable of anything when he was with her. They shared a moment of connection, blushing and smiling at each other. In a tender gesture, Deku cupped Ochako's face and leaned in for a soft kiss, which she welcomed wholeheartedly. A few days later, a police officer released Deku, reminding him to stay out of trouble. He spotted Ochako waiting for him and asked why she was there. She reaffirmed her promise to pursue a romantic relationship with him, clutching her school bag nervously. Deku approached her, wrapping his arms around her, and Ochako suggested he tell her his name. They shared another sweet kiss, solidifying their bond and promising to support each other moving forward. Meanwhile, in Class 1A, Mina stood on a chair, rallying their classmates to help bring Deku and Ochako together. Bakugo, annoyed at the late hour, questioned the need for their involvement. Mina explained that the two were clearly in love, citing Ochako's shy glances at Deku in class. The group debated how to facilitate their confession, with some suggesting they simply tell each other how they felt, while others insisted they should let the two figure it out on their own. Momo expressed her reservations, but many agreed that Deku and Ochako needed help. Lita supported the idea, believing it could strengthen their relationship. Eventually, Momo relented, and the class decided to work together to help their friends confess their feelings. Mina went to grab a whiteboard and brought it into the room. Azui asked what it was for, and Mina explained it was for all their ideas. Momo suggested they could simply ask everyone to express their feelings normally, but Mina dismissed it as boring, claiming the readers wouldn't enjoy that. Toru chimed in with a more adventurous idea, suggesting they tie people up and put them in a closet. Mina agreed that Toru had the right idea and started writing it down. Shiro proposed making Midoriya jealous by having someone flirt with Uraraka, which Mina loved. Todoroki suggested setting them up on a mystery date for Soba, and Mina liked that idea too. Kirishima suggested holding them down to force their feelings out, but Toru thought that was a bit too much. Fumikage mentioned being stuck in a very dark elevator, and Mina considered it. Bakugo suggested they just go to sleep and let things unfold naturally, but Toru disagreed. Mina concluded they had enough ideas and started to write down the final thoughts. After a few minutes, Ochako walked alongside Izuku, complimenting the great restaurant they had just visited. Izuku agreed, noting it was nice of Mina to suggest it. Ochako found it odd that Mina had said no one else could join them, but Izuku appreciated their time together, both feeling a bit shy. When they returned to the dorms, they were met with chaos. Students were fighting and using their quirks against one another. A whiteboard had been burned, papers were scattered everywhere, and it looked like a full-blown battle. Ochako, confused, asked what was happening, and Izuku remarked that it looked like an anime ship war. Ochako wondered if they should intervene, but Izuku hesitated, not wanting to anger Mr. Aizawa and doubting they could stop everyone. Instead, Ochako suggested they go to her room and relax together, taking Izuku's hand as they headed upstairs. Suddenly, the fighting came to an abrupt halt. Mina, shocked and holding a fistful of Kaminari's hair, exclaimed that the ship Izuocha had already sailed. Bakugo, surprised, remarked that the nerd had actually gotten a girl. Just then, Aizawa entered the room, demanding to know what had happened. As the chaos settled, Mina welcomed everyone to the ABCs of the number 1 ship, Izuocha, encouraging them to sing along. She began listing letters, each representing something about the ship, from A is for awesome, to Z is for zero, emphasizing the strength of their bond. Meanwhile, Aizawa dismissed the class, and most students left, leaving Ochako and a few classmates behind. Azui and Mina noticed that Ochako seemed distracted. Mina teased her about being upset because Midoriya was sick and unable to concentrate. Ochako insisted he wasn't her boyfriend, but Mina playfully suggested that if he was sick, perhaps she could sneak into his room. Ochako blushed, and Mina laughed at her reaction. Azui urged Mina to leave Ochako alone, and Ochako decided to leave the classroom, grabbing her bag. Mina lamented that everyone had agreed to go out that night, but Ochako headed back to the dorms, stopping by the kitchen first. After preparing some curry and soup, Ochako placed them on a tray and made her way to Izuku's room. She gently knocked on his door and waited for a response, but there was none. Concerned, she called out to him, but still received no answer. Carefully, she opened the door and peeked inside, but the closed curtains and dim lighting made it difficult to see. Setting the tray on the floor, she hurried back to the kitchen to grab a flashlight. Returning to the room, she used the light to guide her to the curtains, which she opened to let the sunlight flood in. Turning around, she found Izuku fast asleep. She brought the tray inside and placed it on a nearby table, watching him as he breathed softly in his sleep. Ochako thought to herself how cute he looked, feeling her cheeks warm up. She shook her head, trying to dismiss the thoughts that crossed her mind. She reminded herself that she was only there to bring him food and decided it was best to leave him alone. However, just as she reached the door, she heard Izuku groan in his sleep. Concerned, she turned back to him. He began to mumble quietly, but his words were too soft for her to understand. Leaning closer, she noticed his discomfort and saw that his face was flushed. Placing her hand on his forehead, she quickly withdrew it, realizing he was burning up. Panicking, she dashed out of the room and into the kitchen, where she grabbed a towel, wet it, and wrung it out before rushing back to Izuku's side. She gently placed the damp towel on his forehead, hoping it would help cool him down. Just then, Izuku's eyes fluttered open. He weakly recognized her presence, and Ochako greeted him with a soft smile. He asked her what she was doing there, and she explained that she had brought him food and wanted to check on him. Izuku realized she was the one who had brought him food the previous day and expressed concern for her well-being, noting that she could have gotten sick too. Ochako reassured him that it would be worth it and encouraged him to eat something. As he slowly sat up, she handed him the soup, which he gratefully accepted. Izuku complimented her cooking, making Ochako blush as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She downplayed her efforts, but he insisted it was special to him because she made it. As they shared a moment, Ochako felt a tickle in her throat and coughed lightly. Izuku noticed and asked if she was alright, to which she replied that she was fine but her throat was sore. He attributed her discomfort to her caring for him, and she insisted she would just sit beside him. Izuku, concerned for her, offered her space on his bed, and despite her initial hesitation, she accepted his invitation. As they settled in, he covered them both with a blanket, and Ochako felt her face heat up, not just from the illness. Meanwhile, Mina was enjoying a candy apple and lamented that Izuku and Ochako hadn't joined them. Kirishima wondered why Ochako hadn't come, and Mineta jokingly suggested that she had snuck into Izuku's room for some mischief, earning a reprimand from Azui. Lida, the class representative, decided it was his responsibility to check on them, racing to Izuku's room only to find the door wide open. Peeking inside, he saw Ochako and Izuku asleep together, with Izuku's arm protectively around her. Realizing they were both resting peacefully, Lida closed the door and stood guard outside for the rest of the day. In another part of the dorm, Aizawa informed the class that he needed to leave and asked them to take care of Eri while he was gone. The students assured him they would look after her. Mina greeted Eri with a bright smile, and Eri responded cheerfully. Kaminari asked if she liked games, and when she expressed her love for Just Dance, they decided to get started. Eri inquired about the whereabouts of Bakugo, Izuku, and Ochako, and Lida informed her they were in their rooms. Eri insisted she wanted them to join, and Lida agreed to fetch them, noting that Eri knew her way around the dorm. Momo urged Eri to hurry. Eri nodded and first went to Ochako's room, but she wasn't there. Perhaps she had gone downstairs without Eri noticing. Next, Eri approached Bakugo's room and knocked on the door. When Bakugo opened it, he looked down at the small child and asked what she wanted. Eri explained that they were playing games downstairs and invited him to join. Bakugo reluctantly agreed, and Eri mentioned she needed to ask Deku next. Bakugo paused, a smile creeping onto his face as he suggested she go ahead. Eri made her way to Izuku's room and knocked, waiting for a response. When there was none, she called out to him. She opened the door slightly and heard a strange noise. Curiosity piqued, she opened the door a bit more and saw Izuku and Ochako sitting close together, their shirts off. Eri thought they must be really hot and was confused by the sight of their mouths pressed together. As she watched, she noticed their lips parting, but their tongues were still intertwined. Eri wondered what they were doing and concluded that they must be too busy to join them. She gently closed the door and returned to the living area. When she arrived, Mina asked where Midoriya and Ochako were. Eri replied that they couldn't come because they were too busy. Bakugo burst into laughter, while the others looked confused. Kirishima asked Eri to clarify what she meant. Eri explained that Izuku and Ochako had their mouths pressed together and their tongues stuck together. This caused most of the class to join Bakugo in laughter, except for Ida, Momo, and Todoroki. Eri, puzzled, asked what was funny. Mina, still chuckling, explained that they weren't actually eating each other. Eri was surprised and asked what they were doing instead. Mina explained that when two people love each other, they kiss to show their affection. Eri processed this information, realizing that Deku and Ochako must love each other. Later that night, Izuku and Ochako both apologized to Eri for the misunderstanding. The next day, everyone was in class when Aizawa stormed in, looking extremely upset. He demanded to know why Eri had put her tongue in Koda's mouth, startling the entire class. Bakugo fell to the floor laughing. Izuku sat on the couch in the dorms, nervously chewing on his fingernails. Earlier, he had been training with All Might but struggled to use his quirk as expected. All Might, in his skinny form, pointed out that Izuku was losing focus. Izuku apologized, admitting he had been distracted lately. All Might suggested they take a break and tossed him a water bottle. As they rested, All Might asked what was bothering Izuku. He hesitated before mentioning Ochako. All Might inquired if he was having trouble dating her, but Izuku clarified that he didn't want to keep his quirk a secret from her. All Might understood, emphasizing the importance of the secret and asking if Izuku trusted her. Izuku replied that he trusted her with his life. All Might encouraged him to decide if he wanted to share the secret, reminding him to explain the dangers involved. Back in the present, Izuku waited for Ochako to meet him after curfew, ensuring everyone else was in their rooms. After a few moments, he felt her arms wrap around his neck and her lips press against his head. She greeted him playfully, and he invited her to sit beside him. Curious, she asked what he wanted to discuss. Izuku hesitated, unsure of how to express himself. Ochako's worried response made him quickly reassure her that he was happy with her. Before he revealed his secret, he asked her to promise not to tell anyone, especially Ida. Ochako agreed, sensing the seriousness of the situation. Taking a deep breath, Izuku began to share his story, explaining everything from being quirkless to receiving his quirk from All Might, including the challenges he faced. Ochako listened intently, processing the weight of his words. When he finished, she expressed her understanding and reassured him that his past didn't change her feelings for him. She emphasized that she loved him for who he was, quirk or no quirk, and recognized the burden he carried. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful for her support and understanding. Izuku had just shared something important, and Ochako teased him about telling his friend before his girlfriend. Izuku defended himself, explaining that they weren't dating at the time. Ochako, genuinely happy that he trusted her enough to share, expressed her curiosity about who had caused him so much suffering. Izuku hesitated, feeling a bit scared, but eventually admitted that it was Bakugo. Ochako, with a determined look in her eyes, connected the dots, recalling Bakugo's anger during a previous incident. As the conversation shifted, Izuku mentioned that he didn't want to be alone that night, and Ochako agreed. They decided to spend the evening together in his room, enjoying each other's company. The next morning, Bakugo woke up on the roof, unaware of the events that had transpired. Today was Izuku's birthday, but Ochako was in a panic. She had forgotten, and it seemed she was the only one. Everyone else had prepared gifts for him, even Bakugo. Overwhelmed with guilt, she screamed into her pillow, berating herself for forgetting her best friend's special day. When Azui knocked on her door, Ochako quickly invited her in. Azui noticed Ochako's distress and asked if she was okay, especially since she had been crying. Ochako confessed her mistake and lamented not having a gift for Izuku. Azui encouraged her to go out and buy something, but Ochako revealed that she had spent her money for the month. Azui then suggested baking something instead, and Ochako excitedly agreed. She rushed to the kitchen, determined to make cookies, but her efforts ended in disaster, requiring Todoroki to help extinguish a small fire. Later, feeling defeated, Ochako expressed her disappointment in not being able to give Izuku anything. Azui, however, returned with some money, offering it as a loan so Ochako could buy a gift. Grateful, Ochako dashed out to find something special for Izuku. Despite her efforts, she struggled to find a gift that was both affordable and meaningful. Frustrated, she recalled a conversation with Mina about confessing her feelings for Izuku. Inspired, she decided to find something that would express her feelings. After some time shopping, Ochako returned to the dorms, only to find everyone gathered in the living room, having just finished watching Izuku open his presents. She learned that he had left to visit his mom for the day. Momo suggested that if she hurried, she might catch him at the bus stop. Determined, Ochako ran out, but as she reached the bus stop, she saw the bus pulling away. Disheartened, she turned to head back, only to bump into Izuku, who had waited for her instead of leaving. Relieved and excited, Ochako wished him a happy birthday and handed him an envelope. Izuku thanked her, surprised by the gesture, but she insisted that she wanted to give it to him. Ochako encouraged Izuku to open the envelope. He complied, tearing it open to reveal a small piece of paper that read, "Your present is in front of you." Confused, he looked up at Ochako, who had placed a small bow on her head. Izuku's confusion deepened as he asked what it meant. Ochako shyly revealed that she was his birthday gift. Surprised, Izuku blushed and inquired further about her meaning. Ochako confessed that she had harbored feelings for him for a long time, struggling to push them away but ultimately accepting her emotions. She expressed her desire to be with him forever. Izuku appeared dazed and embarrassed, overwhelmed by her confession. Ochako worried that she had misread his feelings and apologized, fearing rejection. But Izuku quickly reassured her, admitting that he was simply surprised and that he also had feelings for her. He had been hesitant to share them. Ochako then asked if he accepted her as his gift. With a smile, Izuku took her warm hand and affirmed that she was the best gift he could ever receive. Ochako playfully called him a dummy and pulled him close, sharing a sweet kiss that left them both blushing. They reluctantly parted, both agreeing that the moment was amazing. Izuku then nervously asked if she would accompany him to see his mother. Ochako was surprised but excited, and Izuku assured her that his mother would be happy to know he had a girlfriend. They decided to go, and Ochako requested that he call her by her first name from then on. As they boarded the bus to Izuku's home, Mina, hiding in a bush, remarked about winning a lot of yen. Later, Izuku communicated with Ochako through a walkie-talkie, confirming that everything was set. She responded affirmatively, and they prepared for a heist. Izuku held a toy gun, pretending to intimidate the bank employees while Ochako used her quirk to gather money quickly. Once their bags were filled, Izuku addressed the bank patrons, assuring them that they meant no harm and thanking them for their cooperation. They activated a smoke device and made their escape, leaving the heroes outside puzzled. In a secluded spot, Ochako removed her mask, expressing how thrilling the experience was. Izuku agreed, complimenting her performance. They discussed their newfound wealth and the life they had chosen together, acknowledging that they were in it for the long haul. As they drove past the bank, they felt secure in their anonymity, having taken precautions to conceal their identities. Ochako mentioned needing to send money to her parents, explaining that she had told them about a high-paying job. Izuku admired her cleverness and reassured her of her innocence in his eyes. They contemplated their next heist, agreeing to lay low for a while and check in with their ally, Ida. Although they hadn't yet tracked down Bakugo, Izuku was determined to confront him one day, believing the world would be better without him. Ochako promised they would succeed together. But tonight, Ochako wanted to make Izuku feel special. As he drove toward their hideout, he expressed his excitement. Upon arriving at their house, it appeared ordinary from the outside, and the inside was just as typical, featuring a living room, kitchen, 2 bedrooms, a dining room, and a bathroom. However, beneath the bed and floorboards lay a hidden button that, when pressed, revealed a large cupboard and a stairway leading to their secret hideout, designed by their friend Mei. The hideout wasn't extravagant. It mostly served as storage for the money they had acquired, the weapons they used, and other equipment. Izuku suggested they go out for dinner, taking Ochako's hand as they prepared to leave. Ochako felt proud of Izuku. When they first met, he was a nervous wreck, often stuttering and blushing around her and others. Now, he had gained confidence in his abilities and was no longer so shy. This transformation inspired her to improve herself as well, ultimately giving her the courage to confess her feelings, which he reciprocated. Unfortunately, not everyone understood that he was already taken. After getting ready for school, she waited in the hallway for him. When it became clear he wasn't coming, she decided to head to class without him. Concerned, she thought about whether he was all right as he had promised to meet her. Turning a corner, her heart raced when she spotted Izuku talking to another girl. She hid behind the corner, listening to their conversation. The girl mentioned having watched him during the sports festival and asked if he wanted to go out sometime. Izuku, blushing, politely declined, stating he already had a girlfriend. The girl, undeterred, suggested he should just break up with her. Frustrated, Ochako had enough. She floated behind the girl, lifting her off the ground. Izuku, surprised, called out to her. Ochako took his hand, leading him away and letting the girl drop back to the ground. She expressed her displeasure at the situation, feeling upset that someone had tried to take him away. Izuku reassured her that no one could come between them, and Ochako playfully threatened to send anyone who tried to the sun, sending a shiver down his spine. Later at lunch, Ochako felt her frustration rise as she watched another girl confess her love to Izuku right in front of her. Though Izuku declined again, she was ready to take action. Unexpectedly, she stood on the table, pulling Izuku up with her and demanding everyone's attention. Some classmates reacted with surprise, while others found her jealousy amusing. Ochako declared that Izuku was her boyfriend and warned everyone to back off or face her wrath. Izuku, embarrassed, tried to calm her down, but she insisted on making her feelings known. Before she could kiss him, their teacher Izuocha intervened, asking her to get down. Izuku apologized, but Ochako was determined to prove her claim. Eventually, Izuku carried her away to his room, where he gently laid her on his bed. Feeling guilty, Ochako hugged her knees, admitting that her jealousy had gotten the better of her. Izuku comforted her, assuring her that he would never let anyone take him away from her, just as she wouldn't let anyone take her away from him. They shared a quick kiss, and he reminded her that there were other ways to express their feelings, like holding hands. Ochako smiled, feeling reassured. The next day, they walked into class together, holding hands. Kaminari pointed out a mark on Izuku's neck, causing a stir among their classmates. Some fangirls were visibly upset, realizing that their ship could not sail. Izuku had a small injury on his arm, blood trickling down where his sleeve had been torn. Concerned, Ochako quietly asked if he was all right. He assured her he was fine, but she insisted on taking a look. After examining the wound, she determined it wasn't serious and that he wouldn't lose much blood. Ochako held onto Izuku's arm, expressing relief that he was not in pain. They suddenly heard light footsteps approaching. Toga's voice echoed through the warehouse, calling out for Izuku and threatening to harm him and Ochako. Izuku pointed to a nearby area and motioned for Ochako to follow him. They crouched low, quickly moving to hide behind a pile of wood. Ochako whispered to Izuku, questioning if they could confront Toga. Izuku replied that it might not be wise, as they had no way to call for help with their phones dead. As they crept further into the warehouse, they found the back door locked. Izuku muttered in frustration, realizing that forcing it open would alert Toga. Ochako warned him that Toga was getting closer, and they had no choice but to prepare for a confrontation. Ochako noticed a small broom closet nearby and pointed it out. Izuku hesitated, noting that it was too cramped for both of them. Ochako apologized for what she was about to do, surprising Izuku with her sudden action as she pulled him into the closet, closing the door behind them. In the dim light, Ochako could see the embarrassment and confusion in Izuku's eyes. Toga's voice continued to call out, and they remained still, trying not to make any noise. The heat from their close proximity made them both blush, and Ochako wondered what Izuku was thinking. As they held their breath, Ochako felt a rush of emotions and noticed Izuku's hesitation. He seemed to think she wasn't enjoying their closeness, but when she made a move, he responded without hesitation. They shared a moment that felt surreal, even with the danger outside. Suddenly, the closet door swung open, causing Ochako to stumble backward, with Izuku following her. They ended up on the ground, their moment interrupted by a familiar voice. It was Izuocha, who had come to their rescue after receiving a tip about their situation. Izuocha explained that he had been alerted to their predicament and pointed out Toga, who was caught in his scarf. Izuku thanked Izuocha, who noted that he had suspected something was wrong when they didn't return to the dorms on time. Izuku was shocked to learn how long they had been gone, and Ochako felt a mix of embarrassment and relief. Izuocha commented on their hiding spot, causing both of them to flush with embarrassment as they quickly got to their feet. They explained their decision to hide rather than confront Toga. Izuocha offered to lead them back to the dorms, and as they walked, both Izuku and Ochako hoped he hadn't realized the full extent of what had happened in the closet. They thought they heard Izuocha chuckle softly as they made their way back. Later, Izuku arrived home, exhausted from his duties as the #1 hero. He collapsed onto his couch, reflecting on the day, which had been made worse by breaking up with Ochako. He didn't want to end things, but he believed it was for the best. As he prepared to sleep, his phone rang, interrupting his rest. With a sigh, he answered without checking the caller ID. It was Mina, asking if he was on hero duty. He replied that he had just returned and was about to sleep. Mina insisted she needed his help regarding Ochako, and despite his reluctance, she revealed that Ochako wanted to see him. Izuku was taken aback, questioning if she truly wanted to see him after their breakup. Mina explained that Ochako was drunk and needed him. Izuku found himself at a bar with Mina, who had been talking about Ochako and drinking. Despite his attempts to persuade her to stop, she refused, and he had to leave for work soon. Mina urged him to help Ochako as a friend. Izuku agreed and asked Mina to send him the address. After receiving the location, he got dressed, took his car, and headed to the bar where he met Mina outside. She informed him that Ochako was inside and left him to handle the situation. Upon entering the bar, Izuku approached the bartender, who pointed him toward a booth in the corner. There, he found Ochako, clearly inebriated. He hesitated, correcting himself as he greeted her. She greeted him back in a hazy manner, not fully aware of her surroundings. Izuku tried to explain that he was there to take her home, but she expressed her desire to stay and enjoy her drink. He took the bottle from her, insisting they needed to leave. Ochako playfully challenged him to catch her, but as she stumbled out of the booth, he managed to catch her before she fell. He helped her outside, secured her in the passenger seat of his car, and drove her home. Unfortunately, they discovered that Ochako had lost her keys, leaving Izuku with no choice but to bring her to his apartment. Once inside, he turned on the light in his bedroom and helped her to the bed, tucking her in. He told her to try to sleep while he planned to rest on the couch. However, Ochako called out to him, needing to use the bathroom. He assisted her there, checking if she could manage on her own. After a few moments, she returned, claiming she had handled it well. Izuku helped her back to bed and tucked her in again. As he started to leave, Ochako asked him why he seemed to hate her. He was taken aback, tears forming in his eyes as he approached her. She expressed her confusion over their breakup, and he admitted he should have explained but felt it was irrelevant at that moment since she was intoxicated. Ochako requested he tell her a story, and he shared his fears about being a hero and losing those he cared for. Unexpectedly, she kissed him, but he gently pushed her away, explaining that she was drunk and not in the right state of mind. She insisted that they had grown stronger together and believed they could protect each other. In a moment of vulnerability, Izuku confessed his love for her, and she reciprocated, leaning in for another kiss. This time, he accepted it, feeling a rush of emotions. Despite the taste of alcohol on her breath, he was overwhelmed by how much he missed her. As they shared a tender moment, Ochako made a bold request, which left Izuku blushing and taken aback. He hesitated, explaining that she was still drunk and wouldn't remember anything in the morning. She insisted that if she wanted it too, it wouldn't be taking advantage of her. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku turned off the lights and returned to her side. They shared an NTMT moment, and afterward, Izuku lay beside her, feeling a mix of emotions as she fell asleep. The next morning, Izuku woke up alone, realizing Ochako was gone, along with her clothes. He felt a wave of despair wash over him, thinking he had lost both his girlfriend and his best friend. Just as he was drowning in self-loathing, the smell of bacon wafted through the air. He quickly dressed and rushed to the kitchen, where he found Ochako preparing breakfast. She greeted him cheerfully, and he embraced her tightly, relieved to see her there. Izuku felt tears welling up in his eyes, threatening to overflow. He expressed his regret, saying he was truly sorry. Ochako, embracing him, reassured him that it was all right. He hesitated, unable to meet her gaze, and asked why she was still there after their breakup. Ochako reminded him of the previous night, confirming that she remembered everything. An awkward silence enveloped them as they both spoke at the same time, each calling the other's name. Ochako suggested that he could go first, and Izuku took a deep breath, apologizing again. He revealed that losing his mother years ago made him realize he didn't want to lose anyone else, especially her. Ochako understood and reminded him that they were strong enough to face anything together, gently kissing the top of his head. Izuku pondered their situation, asking where it left them. Ochako thought for a moment before suggesting they were back together, but they should take things slowly, starting with breakfast. Izuku smiled, agreeing with her. They intertwined their fingers as they sat down to eat. Later that evening, some students gathered downstairs. Ochako and Azui were braiding each other's hair while Kirishima and Bakugo were engaged in a heated game of Mario Kart, with Bakugo struggling to keep up. Mineta was up to his usual antics, and Izuku was focused on his studies, while Kaminari attempted to impress Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Mina was concocting plans to bring her favorite pairings to life, a smile spreading across her face as inspiration struck. Mina proposed a game to the group, asking if they wanted to play. Azui inquired about the type of game, and Mina excitedly announced it was a game called 7 Minutes in Heaven. Izuku, curious, asked what it entailed. Mina explained that they would spin a bottle, and whoever it landed on would have to go into the closet with the spinner for 7 minutes, alone. Mineta eagerly supported the idea, while Bakugo vehemently refused, declaring he would not participate. However, after some teasing from Kaminari, Bakugo changed his mind and agreed to play. Azui turned to Ochako, asking if she would join. After a moment of hesitation and a whispered suggestion from Azui that made her blush, Ochako decided to participate. Kaminari, Kirishima, and Jiraiya also agreed to play. Mina then turned to Izuku, who politely declined, preferring to continue studying. Azui teased him, saying that Ochako wouldn't play if he didn't. Embarrassed, Izuku reluctantly agreed to join. The group formed a circle, and Mina, as the one who suggested the game, spun the bottle first. Mineta eagerly wished for it to point at him. When the bottle finally stopped, it pointed at Kirishima. Mina tossed Izuku a stopwatch to time them as she and Kirishima entered the closet. Izuku wondered what would happen inside, while Mineta jokingly suggested they would be NTMT. Izuku was taken aback, but Azui clarified that they could do whatever they wanted or simply sit until time was up. After 7 minutes, Izuku called for them to come out, and Mina and Kirishima emerged, their clothes slightly wrinkled. Bakugo, eager to take his turn, spun the bottle with fervor. Izuku silently hoped it wouldn't land on Ochako, but when it pointed at Azui, she got up and walked to the closet with Bakugo. They emerged shortly after, seemingly unscathed. Next was Izuku's turn. He spun the bottle, mentally calculating the odds of it landing on Ochako. To his surprise, it initially pointed at Jiraiya but then shifted to Ochako. Mina and Kirishima quickly pushed them into the closet and locked the door from the outside, leaving Izuku protesting. Inside the closet, Ochako quietly called out to him. Izuku turned to her, but it was too dark to see. She expressed her concern about not being able to see anything, and as Izuku searched for a light, he stumbled and accidentally bumped into her. He quickly apologized, feeling embarrassed when he realized where his hand had landed. Ochako reassured him that it was all right, and he removed his hand, feeling flustered. Ochako giggled, telling him he didn't need to apologize for everything. Izuku, still flustered, tried to change the subject, expressing his surprise at being forced into this situation. They shared a moment of laughter, both feeling the tension ease as they continued to talk in the dim light of the closet. But anyway, they probably didn't have long left. Ochako acknowledged this, and Izuku agreed. She pointed out that he was still on top of her, prompting him to lift himself off. However, he felt a force keeping him down. He hesitated, saying he couldn't get up, to which Ochako replied that she didn't want him to. Confused and blushing, Izuku asked why not. Ochako confessed her feelings, stammering that she liked him. Izuku was taken aback, struggling to comprehend her words. She repeated her confession, and he was still in disbelief, asking if she really meant it. When she confirmed her feelings, he blushed even more, realizing the depth of the moment. Ochako, feeling a mix of emotions, began to cry, thinking he didn't like her back. Izuku quickly reassured her that he did, but he was just shocked by her admission. He hadn't expected such a confession, especially from her. Ochako smiled, reminding him that it was her who had spoken those words. As the tension hung in the air, Ochako leaned closer, and Izuku instinctively moved in as well. Just as they were about to share a kiss, Mina burst in, interrupting the moment. They both looked back at her, blushing furiously. Mina apologized for the interruption and closed the door again, leaving them in an awkward silence. Izuku lamented the interruption, but Ochako suggested they try again. With newfound determination, he leaned in and kissed her, marking a significant moment in their relationship. After leaving the closet, Ochako winked at Mina, who gave her a thumbs up in encouragement. In another part of town, Toshinori Comics was the only bookstore within a 20-mile radius, making it a popular destination for comic lovers. The owner, Toshinori, was known for his kindness, and the employees were friendly. As closing time approached, Izuku's friend Ida checked in on him, ensuring he was ready to close up for the night. Izuku assured him he would manage, as there wasn't much to do besides locking up and cleaning. After Ida left, Izuku finished tidying up just as the clock signaled closing time. He turned off the lights and locked the back door, preparing to secure the front when a voice called out to him. A girl with brown hair, looking about his age, rushed towards him, breathless and apologetic for arriving late. Izuku informed her that they had just closed, but feeling sympathetic, he offered to reopen the store for a few minutes. The girl hesitated, not wanting to cause trouble, but Izuku insisted it was fine. He unlocked the door and turned on the lights, inviting her inside. She introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka, and Izuku introduced himself in return, feeling a bit shy. As she browsed the shelves, Izuku asked if she was looking for anything specific. She mentioned wanting the latest issues of the All Might series, which happened to be his favorite. Izuku went to the back and retrieved a few new issues, bringing them to the counter. Ochako was excited to see one of the issues she hadn't known was released yet. Izuku explained that the owner had connections with the series creator, allowing them to get new issues early. After deciding to purchase all 3 issues, Ochako paid the exact amount, and Izuku placed the books in a bag for her. He also offered her a cappuccino, which she initially declined, feeling she had already taken up enough of his time. However, when he insisted, she agreed, and he prepared the drink while they chatted. Curious about her education, Izuku asked if she was in college. She responded affirmatively, and they continued their conversation, both feeling a connection growing between them. Izuku asked about Ochako's day, and she excitedly shared that she had just finished studying and wanted to take a break to read some comics. They speculated about possibly having classes together, which would be cool. After a few minutes of conversation, Izuku remembered the cappuccino he had prepared. He poured it into a cup, topped it with whipped cream and caramel, and handed it to Ochako. He presented the drink to her, and she took a sip, her face lighting up with happiness. She exclaimed that it was really good, and Izuku admitted that he wasn't used to making them since his coworker usually handled that task. Ochako then reached into her purse to pay for it, but Izuku insisted it was free this time. She hesitated, feeling she couldn't accept such kindness without offering something in return. After a moment, she turned away and placed some yen on the counter, suggesting it was a tip. Izuku agreed, appreciating her gesture. As she prepared to leave, she assured him she would come back to visit. Izuku felt his heart race at her words and smiled as she exited the store. He noticed a piece of paper hidden under the yen, which turned out to be a note from her expressing a desire to see him again, along with her phone number. Blushing, he closed the shop for the day and walked home, feeling elated. Later, Ochako was watching TV when her phone rang. She paused the show and noticed it was Izuku calling. Concerned, she wondered if he was finally off hero duty. When she answered, however, the voice on the other end was unfamiliar and alarming. The caller informed her that her husband was in the hospital and requested her to come immediately. In the waiting room, Ochako sat with her head in her hands, anxiety overwhelming her. A nurse approached and reassured her that Izuku would be fine, having only sustained minor injuries. She led Ochako to his room, where he lay in a hospital bed. Although it was becoming a familiar sight, it still filled her with worry. Izuku greeted her, apologizing for the scare he had caused. He explained that he had gotten into a fight and things had escalated. The nurse informed them they could leave, and Izuku smiled, relieved. After being transferred to a wheelchair and then to the car, Izuku attempted to engage Ochako in conversation, mentioning he had been told to take the next day off due to the incident. Ochako remained quiet, her expression blank, which Izuku noticed. He asked her how her night had been, and she simply replied it was all right. Concerned, he pressed further, asking if she was okay. She assured him she was fine, but he sensed something was off. Once they arrived home, Ochako exited the car without a word and unlocked the door. Izuku followed her, asking what was wrong, but she insisted it was nothing. He pressed her, stating that something clearly was bothering her. Frustrated, she snapped, expressing her anger about his repeated injuries. She raised her voice, revealing how each time he got hurt, it caused her immense stress and fear. Izuku listened quietly, absorbing her words. Ochako continued, sharing her feelings of helplessness every time she received a call about him. She expressed her frustration about his selflessness, emphasizing that while she understood his role as a hero, it often came at the expense of their family and her peace of mind. As she cried, Izuku felt the weight of her words. After a while, Ochako decided she needed space and went to their room, shutting the door behind her. Izuku felt regret for the situation and waited half an hour before checking on her. To his surprise, the door was unlocked. He called out to her but received no response. Choosing not to turn on the lights, he crawled into bed beside her. He apologized for the stress his job caused and acknowledged that he had been selfish, not considering how his actions affected her. He expressed his own worries for her well-being, hoping she would understand. Izuku primarily focused on rescue work, but as a hero he still faced the disdain of villains, which worried him. Whenever they worked together on missions, he felt reassured knowing they could protect each other. Ochako sighed deeply, expressing her feelings for him. She confessed her love and her concern for his safety, admitting it was difficult for her to see him get hurt. Izuku apologized, wishing he had known sooner, and Ochako acknowledged that she should have spoken up earlier. She asked him to promise to be more careful, and he agreed, seeking her forgiveness, which she granted. Izuku felt Ochako wrap her arms around him from behind, and he smiled, turning to embrace her in return. He declared his love for her, and she reciprocated, sharing a tender moment. Izuku kept his promise, avoiding the hospital for years, until the day Ochako was giving birth. Late one night, after finishing his writing, Izuku felt uncertain about the quality of his work, likely due to fatigue. The school day ended with the bell ringing, prompting most students to leave as Izuocha settled into his sleeping bag. As Izuku packed his bags, Ochako approached him, seeking help with her studies since her grades had been slipping. He readily agreed to assist her and suggested they include their classmate Ida, but Ochako preferred it to be just the two of them. They headed to her room, where she unlocked the door, explaining that she kept it locked due to Mineta's behavior. Izuku disapproved of Mineta's habits, knowing he could be a decent person when not acting inappropriately. The thought of anyone peeking at Ochako made him uneasy, even if he was curious about her himself. Once inside her room, he noticed its simplicity and felt a pang of sympathy for her. Ochako asked if something was wrong, but Izuku reassured her that everything was fine and suggested they start studying. She mentioned needing help with math, specifically fractions, and he agreed to help her. They sat side by side on her bed, and Izuku began explaining the concepts. As they worked through the problems, he noticed her improvement and praised her efforts. After a while, Ochako suggested they take a break, and she went downstairs to fetch sodas. Upon returning, she handed him a can, and they both expressed their appreciation for each other's company. Izuku wondered why she had chosen him for help instead of someone else, and Ochako shyly admitted that he was her best friend and one of the smartest people she knew. She also hinted that she wanted to spend time with him. When Izuku asked her to repeat what she said, she flustered and changed the subject, trying to mask her embarrassment. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Ochako admitted that she had lied about needing help with her studies. She just wanted to spend time with him. Izuku was surprised but reassured her that they could always hang out as friends. He acknowledged that while he might not understand everything she wanted to talk about, he was willing to listen. Ochako smiled, appreciating his openness and honesty. She felt comfortable sharing things with him that she hadn't told anyone else, and she found him genuinely interesting. Izuku felt a bit self-conscious about his appearance and mentioned that he thought he was plain. Ochako quickly reassured him, saying he was actually quite cute. This surprised Izuku, and he asked if she really meant it. Ochako, blushing, realized she had spoken her thoughts aloud. Izuku confirmed her words, and Ochako admitted it was true, making Izuku feel embarrassed yet grateful. As the evening progressed, Izuku noted that it was getting late and suggested he should head to his room. Ochako agreed but expressed her gratitude for the time they spent together. Izuku then proposed they go out and do something fun the next day, suggesting they meet in front of the dorms at 5. Ochako enthusiastically accepted, calling it a date. An awkward silence followed, and both of their faces turned red as they processed what had just been said. Ochako suddenly panicked, exclaiming that she didn't mean to say that, and hurried away, despite being in her own room. Izuku was left surprised by her reaction. Later, Ochako and Izuku were having a study date. They occasionally shared brief kisses before returning to their work. Izuku was helping Ochako with math problems, but she was distracted, lost in thought about a conversation she had earlier. Izuku explained a math concept, and Ochako responded absent-mindedly. Noticing her distraction, he flicked her forehead to bring her back to reality. She protested, asking why he did that, and he expressed concern about her spacing out. Ochako then revealed that she had been thinking about their relationship. Izuku's heart sank at the thought of a breakup, but Ochako quickly reassured him that wasn't what she meant. She shared that she had talked to Mina earlier, who had asked about their relationship in a rather personal way. Ochako felt embarrassed as she recounted the conversation, where Mina had pressed for details about their romantic experiences. Ochako admitted they had only shared light kisses and held hands when alone, which led Mina to label their relationship as vanilla. This made Ochako question if they should explore new experiences together. Izuku listened intently, feeling a mix of emotions. Ochako suggested they try something new, and Izuku eagerly agreed, wanting to make her happy. She proposed they start by kissing longer. Izuku, feeling shy but willing, agreed. Ochako gently brought him closer, assuring him that it was okay to stop if he wanted. As their lips connected, they shared a sweet moment that felt soft and warm. After a brief kiss, Ochako pulled back, still holding on to him, and asked how he felt. Izuku expressed his enjoyment, and Ochako felt the same. She suggested they try something else, like holding hands. They decided to take a walk to the park. As they walked outside, Izuku carefully intertwined his fingers with Ochako's, avoiding her pinky to prevent her from floating. He worried about how she felt about holding hands in public, given the scars on his own. Ochako stopped and turned to him, insisting that his hands were not ugly. She took both of his hands and explained that they represented his journey and growth, making her proud to hold them. This heartfelt moment brought tears to Izuku's eyes, and he embraced her tightly, grateful for her support and understanding. That meant a lot to Izuku. Ochako returned the hug, and they walked to the park before heading back to the dorms. They tried out various activities, including cuddling, Ochako wearing his shirts, and sharing affectionate moments. From that point on, their relationship was no longer simple. Ochako slowly woke up, immediately realizing she wasn't in her dorm room and that she had HNDCFFS on. She looked around and saw that the room resembled a dungeon. There were 2 lights on opposite walls, a small, worn mattress, a clock, a first aid kit, and a locked door. She approached the door and kicked it with her foot, shouting for help. After several attempts with no response, she sat down on the mattress to think. She recalled going to sleep in her dorm after training with Ida and wondered what day it was. Surely someone must have noticed her absence by now. Suddenly, she heard the door creak open, and a man with a mask and green hair stepped inside. As he approached, Ochako backed up against the wall, feeling a surge of fear. She asked who he was, and he introduced himself as Deku. Deku mentioned that he had been mentioned by Bakugo and asked if he was going to harm her. He explained that it depended on her response and warned her not to try using her quirk, as she was wearing quirk-resistant HNDCFFS. When she inquired about his intentions, he revealed that he wanted information about the students at her school. Ochako firmly refused, stating she wouldn't cooperate no matter what he did. Deku then told her she should be grateful, as another villain named Toga had wanted to harm her. He claimed that she could have been in a much worse situation. When Ochako asked what he planned to do instead, he suggested they just talk. She expressed her disdain for villains, but he pressed her about her experiences fighting them. Deku grabbed her neck and pressed her against the wall, asserting that he was being nice and wanted her to talk. When he noticed her face changing color, he released her, allowing her to fall to the ground. She coughed and struggled to catch her breath. He asked again if she had ever fought a villain, and after a moment, she admitted that she had during an incident at UA where villains tried to lure out All Might. Deku acknowledged that he had heard about that event but was not part of that league at the time. He apologized for any harm that may have come to her. When she questioned his apology, he explained that not all villains were heartless and some acted out of necessity. His phone vibrated, interrupting their conversation, and he silenced it. When Ochako asked about it, he explained it was an alarm set by Tamura, his boss, who only wanted him to speak with her briefly. He stood up, prepared to leave, and expressed that he enjoyed their conversation. As he opened the door, she asked if he would return, to which he confirmed he would. After he left, Ochako lay down, reflecting on their interaction. Despite the circumstances, she found herself thinking that he seemed decent, aside from the choking incident. It would be difficult to sleep with the HNDCFFS on. The next day, Ochako heard the door open again, and Deku entered with a plate of food. He asked if she was hungry, and she admitted she was, as no one had brought her anything the previous day. He offered to unlock her HNDCFFS if she promised not to fight, warning her that there were guards outside. Once she agreed, he unlocked her HNDCFFS and set them aside. She stretched her arms, feeling a bit more freedom. Deku reminded her to behave, and she pointed out that she was still a hostage. He encouraged her to survive and revealed that he had brought her bread and water. As she took a bite of the bread, she expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that it wasn't a 5-star meal. Deku explained that the others had wanted to give her nothing until she talked, but he convinced them that it was better to keep her alive for the information she held. He then asked her about her life at school, wanting to know what it was like to have friends and be a hero. Ochako shared that she had made many friends, except for a few, and that she missed her life at UA. Deku listened intently, and as it was almost time for him to leave, he placed the HNDCFFS back on her. Before exiting, he revealed that he had done research on every student, prompting Ochako to ask about her favorite food. Deku did not respond and instead opened and closed the door, locking it once more. As he walked through the hallways, he found himself face to face with Toga, who was sharpening her knife. She greeted him with a playful yet intense gaze. He acknowledged her but continued walking past. Toga, undeterred, followed closely behind, her curiosity piqued. She inquired about his recent activities with the prisoner, speculating about the methods he might have used. Deku, now in the kitchen, simply stated that he had tortured her in a special way. Toga's excitement was palpable as she expressed her eagerness to have a turn, brandishing her knife playfully. Deku reminded her that Tamura had instructed them all to leave the prisoner to him. Toga then mentioned that Tamura wanted to speak with Deku, causing him to tense up and wonder what it was about. The next day, Ochako was whistling to herself as she awaited Deku's arrival, feeling an unexpected concern for him. After a few moments, the door opened, and Deku entered with another plate. As he stepped into the light, Ochako's heart sank at the sight of his battered face, particularly his injured eye. Deku reassured her that he had brought Machi, downplaying his injury. Ochako insisted on helping him, pointing out the first aid kit on the wall. Despite his initial reluctance, he allowed her to assist him. She opened the kit and gathered supplies, apologizing as she prepared to clean his wound. Deku winced at the sting but encouraged her to continue. She carefully wrapped his head, securing the towel in place. After finishing, Ochako expressed her limitations in medical knowledge, and Deku thanked her. Their conversation turned to quirks, with Ochako revealing that she lifted her pinky to avoid activating hers. Deku acknowledged her quirk and shared his own struggles, explaining that he had been punished for not making progress with her. He reassured her that he would not harm her anymore, despite being a villain. Ochako was confused by his kindness, questioning why he would spare her. Deku revealed that she was the first person to show him kindness since his mother. He shared his feelings of being trapped in his current situation, unable to escape or change his fate. Ochako encouraged him, believing he could still be a hero despite lacking a quirk. Her words touched him deeply, and he left the room silently after locking her back in. The following day, Deku gently woke Ochako, informing her that he was no longer in charge of her care. Another would take over, and he expressed his regret about the situation. Ochako pleaded with him not to give up, suggesting they could escape together. His heart ached at her desperation, and he stopped, lifting her chin to meet her gaze. In that moment, he leaned in and shared a brief, tender kiss with her, a silent promise lingering between them. Deku placed his hand gently around her head and deepened the kiss, savoring her warmth. After a few moments, he released her and stood up. He expressed his regret, stating that everyone was going out on a mission and that they would return for her later. As he walked out of the room, Ochako remained behind, tears streaming down her face, feeling a sense of despair. She thought about how she had kissed him and enjoyed it, yet he was still a villain. She braced herself for the torment that she believed was to come. In her peripheral vision, something sparkled, catching her attention. Crawling over, she discovered a key wrapped around a piece of paper. Unlocking herself, she unfolded the paper to find a map with several notes. To her surprise, the door was unlocked. She realized he hadn't even secured it. Examining the map, she made a decision. A few hours later, Tamura commended Deku for his work but noted that it didn't make up for his lack of progress with Ochako. Deku admitted that she was tough to deal with. Tamura expressed confidence that Toga would handle her without issue, but warned that she should not kill another hostage like before. Suddenly, a villain rushed up to them, announcing that Ochako had escaped. Tamura was incredulous, demanding to know how that was possible. The villain explained that she must have slipped away while they were gone. Tamura turned to Deku, questioning whether he had anything to do with it. Deku insisted that he had been with Tamura the entire time. Tamura ordered everyone to search the area for her, instructing them not to let her escape again. Deku raised a concern about losing the opportunity to gather intelligence if they killed her, but Tamura dismissed the risk, stating that she might already know too much. He mentioned that their spy was already gathering information at UA as they spoke. Deku watched Tamura disappear into the shadows, realizing he needed to secure the area. He walked for a while, passing several villains before entering a room and shutting the door behind him. He noticed that a cabinet had been moved, revealing a small hole that led to a passageway. He thought to himself that she must have already passed through here. As he began to push the cabinet back into place, a familiar voice called out to him. Deku was startled to find Ochako there. She explained that she had been waiting for him and wanted him to come with her. He hesitated, explaining that it was too dangerous for them both. Ochako insisted that staying would only lead to trouble for him as well. She reached out her hand, urging him to join her. Just then, a villain outside the door announced that they hadn't searched the room yet, prompting another to run off to get Tamura. As Ochako continued to hold out her hand, Deku contemplated his options. He made his decision, and moments later, Tamura burst into the room, scanning for any sign of them. Finding nothing, he ordered the search to continue. Meanwhile, Deku and Ochako had already made it halfway through the tunnel. Ochako asked if Izuku was his real name, to which he replied that it was. As they approached a bright light at the end of the tunnel, Izuku felt a sense of hope. With Ochako by his side, he was ready to start anew. In another part of the story, Lita addressed the class, explaining that they were required to stay in the dorms except for special circumstances. He outlined the rules, emphasizing that any necessary exits must be reported to him or Momo, and that masks were to be worn outside their rooms. Bakugo expressed his frustration with the lengthy list of rules, but Lita continued to read through them. Despite Lita's instructions, the students decided to ignore the rules and went about their own business. Izuku felt a tap on his shoulder while talking to Kaminari and Mineta, turning to see Ochako. She invited him to watch a movie in his room that evening, and he agreed. As she left to join her friends, Kaminari teased Izuku about the implications of their movie night, but Izuku was embarrassed, insisting they were just watching a film. Later, as Izuku sat on his couch waiting for Ochako, she entered the room and snuggled against him, greeting him softly. Izuku smiled, expressing how much he had missed Ochako. She responded with a gentle gesture, leaning close to him. He invited her to sit beside him, and she happily accepted, settling down next to him. They shared a moment, gazing deeply into each other's eyes, and were about to share a kiss when suddenly Ida burst into the room, startling them. Ida questioned what they were doing, and Ochako, blushing with embarrassment, insisted they wanted some privacy. Ida, however, was not easily deterred and demanded to know what was happening. Izuku tried to calm him down, explaining they were just about to watch a movie. Ida, however, stated that he could not allow that. Confused, Ochako asked why not, and Ida reminded them of rule number 27, which prohibited visitors in each other's rooms for the time being. He produced a list of rules, unfolding it dramatically. Ochako protested, claiming that no one was paying attention to the rules, but Ida had made copies for everyone, handing one to both Izuku and Ochako. Ida insisted that Ochako leave, stating they could only speak in the hallways while wearing masks or keeping a safe distance. Izuku expressed his frustration, noting they were trying to have a date night and had no symptoms. Ida remained firm, stating the rules were for their own good, and reminded them to wear their masks. He then excused himself to deal with Bakugo, who was likely breaking another rule. As Ochako donned her mask, she lamented how the situation had ruined their night. However, Izuku saw a potential loophole in the rules. After putting on his mask, he quickly reviewed the list, and they prepared to watch their movie. An hour later, Ida walked through the hallway, contemplating whether everyone would follow the rules, though he had his doubts. Suddenly, he spotted Ochako and Izuku sitting on the couch outside Izuku's room, with the door open, allowing them to watch the movie on the TV inside. Ida approached them, questioning what they were doing. Izuku paused the movie, wrapping his arm around Ochako, who was snuggled against him. Ida reiterated his earlier warning, but Ochako defended their actions, explaining they were not breaking any rules since they were in the hallway, as permitted. Izuku added that as long as they wore their masks, they could be close. Ida, taken aback, stammered that he understood and walked away, clearly defeated. Ochako giggled at the sight, and Izuku squeezed her hand, ready to resume their movie. Nothing, not even a virus, would stop their time together. Izuku Midoriya walked past several posters hanging on the stone walls and stalls, feeling a sharp pang in his heart, yet his body refused to succumb to despair. Today marked the marriage of Princess Ochako from his village to Prince Bakugo from a neighboring one. The two had been arranged to marry years ago by their parents, who were close friends, without consulting their children first. Izuku harbored a secret that, if discovered, could lead to his banishment or worse. He was in love with the princess and desperately wished for her not to marry someone else. However, the decision had already been made, and there was nothing he could do. With a heavy sigh, he opened the door to his modest home, where he lived alone. His father, a knight, had been killed in battle when Izuku was just a baby, and his mother had passed away from illness 2 years prior. With no other family, he found solace only in tending to his garden. He stepped into the backyard where his garden thrived and began to care for it. As he worked, memories of the day he first met the princess flooded his mind. 10 years ago, in their garden, Inko, his mother, had explained the importance of their plants. She had emphasized that the garden was their source of sustenance. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Inko, wiping her hands on her apron, went inside to see who it was. She opened the door to find the king and queen of the village standing before her. Inko was taken aback, bowing deeply as she recognized them. The king greeted her warmly, expressing their delight in visiting her renowned garden. Inko invited them inside, and the queen mentioned they had brought their daughter, the princess, along. Inko looked behind the royal couple and spotted a small girl with hair reminiscent of her mother's, her cheeks flushed with shyness. When the girl saw Inko, she hid behind her parents' legs. The king gently encouraged her to be brave, reminding her that she would need to show herself if she wished to be an excellent queen one day. Slowly, Ochako emerged, still clinging to her mother's leg. Inko found the little girl adorable and welcomed the royal family to explore her garden. As they stepped outside, the queen marveled at the beauty of the flowers and plants. Inko offered to show them around, while the king allowed Ochako to wander a bit on her own. As Ochako explored, Izuku appeared unexpectedly, causing her to stumble and fall into the dirt. He quickly apologized, concerned that he had frightened her. Izuku ran up to Ochako, concern etched on his face. He looked directly at her and extended his hand, asking if she was all right. Ochako looked up, hesitating for a moment before taking his hand and allowing him to help her up. Izuku apologized, realizing he should have been more careful. Ochako reassured him that she was fine, and he felt relieved. Curious, he asked her name, to which she replied, introducing herself as Ochako. He introduced himself as Izuku, extending his hand, though it was covered in dirt. Ochako hesitated, looking at his dirty hand. Izuku noticed her silence and inquired if something was wrong. She explained that her parents told her a princess shouldn't get dirty. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, and he expressed that being a princess must be fun, but quickly withdrew his hand, feeling embarrassed. Ochako shared that while being a princess had its perks, her parents made it difficult for her. She had to learn a lot and rarely had time to play. Izuku sympathized, suggesting they play together, and Ochako agreed. As they wandered through the forest, Izuku heard her stomach growl. He asked if she was hungry, and she explained that her parents enforced a strict food schedule, insisting a princess must stay slim and forbidding sweets. Izuku thought for a moment before leading her to a tree. He climbed up, plucked an apple and returned to her, presenting it with a smile. Although it wasn't a sweet, he assured her it was still good, and he had helped grow it. Ochako took the shiny apple, took a small bite, and her eyes lit up with delight as she devoured it quickly. Izuku felt happy to see her enjoyment and declared that they were now friends. Ochako, surprised, admitted she had never had a friend before due to her busy life. Izuku expressed that it was a shame, emphasizing the importance of friendship to avoid boredom. Ochako agreed, happily accepting his offer of friendship. Curious, she pointed out a hole in the wall, and Izuku explained that a baby bear had broken in years ago, and it had never been fixed. When she asked why, he explained that they were poor peasants living in a humble home. Ochako contrasted this by mentioning her giant, lonely castle. Izuku suggested he could visit her someday, but Ochako hesitated, revealing her parents were not fond of visitors. She then proposed that she would come to see him whenever she had free time. Izuku was excited by the idea, and they shared a smile. As time passed, Ochako found ways to escape and visit Izuku through the hole. They explored the woods together, enjoying their freedom. However, as the years went by, her visits became less frequent, turning from weeks to months, until he hadn't seen her for half a year. One day, while planting seeds, Izuku heard strange noises near the fence, specifically near the hole. His instincts told him to run, but he grabbed a garden tool and cautiously approached the hole. He called out, wondering if someone was there, and dropped his tool in shock when he saw Ochako's familiar face. She greeted him cheerfully, and he was surprised to see her. She jumped over the fence, landing gracefully in front of him. Ochako reminded him not to call her princess, explaining that she had come to see him. Izuku was concerned about her impending marriage to Prince Bakugo, but Ochako dismissed the idea, expressing her disdain for the prince. She declared that she would rather run away than marry him, and to Izuku's astonishment, she proposed they escape together. Izuku was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Ochako insisted she didn't want to be separated from him, revealing her feelings for him. She expressed her love, and Izuku, blushing, struggled to comprehend her words. Despite his initial hesitation, he confessed that he felt miserable at the thought of her marrying someone else. Ochako, encouraged by his response, kissed him briefly before suggesting they run away together. Izuku worried about the consequences, but Ochako reassured him, taking out a knife and cutting her hair short. She asked how she looked, and he complimented her, noting she was different yet beautiful. Ochako wished she could change her clothes, and Izuku had an idea. He rushed inside his house and returned with a box. He handed it to her, and she opened it to find his mother's old clothes. She questioned if it was really okay, and Izuku assured her that his mother would want him to be happy. Izuku turned away, allowing Ochako to change. She asked how she looked, and when he turned back he saw her in his mother's old dress, her new haircut framing her face beautifully. He blushed and complimented her, and she returned the sentiment, both of them feeling the warmth of the moment. They leaned in for a kiss but were interrupted by the sound of the village bells. Ochako suggested they leave, taking Izuku's hand as they ventured into the woods, disappearing from the village's sight. It was nearly 2 a.m., and Izuku had finally finished writing. He had been asked to create a part 2, but this story would explore a different scenario where Izuku and Ochako's roles were reversed. A royal guard addressed Prince Izuku, urging him to find a bride soon. His mother, Queen Inko, echoed the sentiment, reminding him that she and the king, Hisashi, would not be around forever. Hisashi emphasized that without a wife, Izuku could not become king and continue the royal bloodline. Izuku felt overwhelmed, admitting he lacked experience and had been too busy with royal duties to interact with girls. Hisashi proposed hosting a party that evening, inviting everyone from the kingdom. Izuku slouched in his chair, uncertain about the idea. His parents reassured him that he would have the freedom to choose without pressure. Reluctantly, he agreed, and Hisashi instructed his squire to spread the news throughout the kingdom. As his parents discussed the party, Izuku thought about how many would want to marry him for his title, wishing instead for someone who liked him for who he was. Meanwhile, Ochako's mother called for her to feed the pigs. Ochako hurried to fill a bucket with food and brought it outside, wiping her forehead after finishing. Her mother thanked her, and then asked her to answer the door when someone knocked. Ochako opened the door to find a messenger who delivered a scroll announcing a party at the castle in honor of the prince, urging everyone to attend. Curious, her mother entered the room and Ochako shared the news. Her mother was excited about the invitation, but Ochako expressed concern over their lack of nice clothes. Her mother reassured her that they would go and enjoy themselves, suggesting Ochako might even make some friends. Despite her worries, Ochako agreed to attend. Later that night, they arrived at the castle in their worn clothes, feeling out of place as they entered the grand hall filled with food and music. Ochako marveled at the feast, and her mother encouraged her to eat as much as she wanted. Meanwhile, Prince Izuku was urged by his trusted squire, Lida, to engage with the guests. Izuku felt overwhelmed by the girls around him, none standing out to him. Lida went to find suitable matches and returned with 3 girls, Mina, Momo, and Toru. They greeted the prince, and Izuku stammered a response, feeling flustered. Lida noticed his discomfort and whispered that it was understandable given his lack of experience. The girls began to express their interest in becoming the future queen, each trying to outdo the other. Izuku sighed at the commotion, feeling more hungry than interested in the competition. He asked Lida to hold his crown while he stepped away, preferring to find some solitude. Izuku walked away toward the feast tables, while Ida observed him. He thought to himself that he needed to put a stop to the fighting he witnessed between the girls. Meanwhile, Izuku pondered how once again, people were vying for his attention, wanting to marry him just to gain access to the castle. He wished he could talk to someone without them knowing who he was. Every month, a pair of students from Class 1A had to go out and purchase various items, including food and personal necessities. The school provided each student with an allowance for these purchases, but if anyone wanted something beyond their budget, they would have to pay out of their own pockets. Today, the fortunate pair chosen for this task was Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Ida handed Izuku a list, reminding him to get everything on it and nothing more. Izuku acknowledged the instruction, and Ochako suggested they hurry back before curfew. As they waved goodbye to Ida and left, Ochako expressed her happiness about being chosen to go together, seeing it as a chance to spend time together. Izuku agreed but mentioned he wished Ida could have joined them too. Ochako pointed out that sometimes it was nice to have some time alone. They needed to go to the mall for their shopping. Ochako recalled the same mall where a villain had once threatened Izuku, feeling guilty for having left him alone during that encounter. Izuku reassured her that it was alright and that if she had been there, she could have been in danger as well. They arrived at the mall and began to shop from store to store. Ochako confirmed they had everything from one store, and Izuku noted they only had a few more to visit. She asked if he was getting anything special, to which he replied he was looking for some new hero merchandise. When she questioned whether he had enough All Might items, he clarified that it wasn't All Might related. He preferred to keep the details a secret for now. Changing the subject, Izuku asked Ochako if she was getting anything today. She hesitated, feeling embarrassed, but eventually admitted she had something in mind. Izuku assured her that she didn't have to share if she didn't want to, but she insisted he would find out eventually. They decided to split up to make their shopping faster. As Ochako reviewed her list, she realized she only needed to pick up some food and drinks. Meanwhile, Izuku found himself overwhelmed by the array of personal items in one store. After completing their shopping, they met back in the middle of the mall. Ochako confirmed she had everything on her list, while Izuku blushed as he admitted he had also completed his shopping. Ochako mentioned she hadn't gotten what she needed yet, and Izuku suggested they get some candy for Bakugo before heading back to the dorms. He noticed Ochako seemed flustered and offered that she could wait and return another day if she wanted. However, she insisted she needed to get it today and walked ahead, with Izuku following her. They stopped in front of a store that made Izuku turn red. He felt awkward as he realized what kind of items Ochako was going in to buy. He told her it was alright for her to go in while he waited outside. After a few minutes, Ochako emerged from the store, looking even more embarrassed than before, holding a bag. As they walked back to the dorms in silence, Izuku broke the quiet by asking if the items were for someone special. Ochako quickly denied it, and Izuku apologized for asking. She explained that it was difficult to wear regular underwear with her hero suit, which made Izuku understand her situation better. They soon reached the dorms, where everyone was waiting for them. Ida praised their efforts as he went through the items they had collected, while Bakugo demanded to know where his candy was, tearing open a bag in frustration. Izuku had been through a lot in his life. Diagnosed quirkless at a young age, he had faced countless villains with strange abilities. However, this was something entirely different. He found himself in a fight with a villain who could turn people into objects, and it did not end well for him. Now, he was stuck in the middle of an alleyway, transformed into a doll. He thought to himself, unable to move or speak, just hoping someone had seen his message in the group chat. Desperately, he tried to move using all his strength, but he remained still. Soon, he heard a familiar voice approaching. It was Uraraka, calling out for him. He recognized her voice and wished she would see him. As she stepped into the dark alleyway, he felt a soft pressure under her foot. He realized he couldn't feel anything either. Uraraka bent down to inspect the doll, lifting it with both hands. Izuku felt a glimmer of hope as she noticed him, wishing she would understand that it was him. Uraraka concluded that he must have left the doll as a message, completely misunderstanding the situation. Izuku internally protested, desperate for her to realize the truth. Uraraka decided to keep searching for him, taking the doll along as a clue. As she carried him, Izuku felt frustrated, wishing he could communicate. After searching for a while, she returned to school and informed Izuocha, who promised they would find him. Later, she made her way to her room, still holding the doll. Once inside, she sat down with it, commenting on how much it resembled him. Izuku wished he could express his frustration at being mistaken for a mere toy. As Uraraka played with the doll, he felt a mix of emotions, realizing she had touched him in a way that made him feel flustered. She placed the doll against the wall on her bed and left the room, leaving Izuku alone but able to see most of her surroundings. He thought about how he was stuck in this form and hoped that by morning he would return to normal. He couldn't help but imagine how Kaken would react if he were the doll. After a few minutes, he heard footsteps and realized Uraraka was returning. However, he quickly noticed something alarming. Her hair was wet, and she was only wrapped in a towel. He tried to look away, but it was futile. He watched as her towel slipped to the ground, feeling embarrassed for her. As she dressed, Izuku felt like he was invading her privacy. Once she finished, she plugged in a hairdryer and began to dry her hair while he continued to watch. He thought about how he would never reveal what he had seen if he returned to normal. After drying her hair, she lay back down on her bed, holding the doll. She began to practice expressing her feelings, blushing as she spoke to it. Izuku was taken aback, realizing she was confessing her feelings for him, even though he was trapped in doll form. Uraraka expressed her worries about their schoolwork and goals, fearing they wouldn't have time for a relationship. Izuku felt a rush of emotions, realizing she had just revealed her feelings. She continued to talk to the doll, saying she would tell him how she felt when they found him, determined to have no regrets. As she brought the doll closer to her face, Izuku wondered what she was doing. Uraraka pressed her lips against the doll, and he felt a surge of energy around him. Suddenly, he transformed back into his human form, and they found themselves face to face, both blushing in shock. The room fell silent as they processed the moment, and Uraraka pulled away, surprised to see him. They exchanged words, both embarrassed by the situation. Izuku admitted that he had heard everything, leaving Uraraka mortified. Ochako covered her face with her hands, feeling overwhelmed. Izuku, sensing her distress, expressed his concern, saying he would just leave. Ochako reassured him that it was all right and that it was her fault. Despite her words, Izuku still felt guilty. She admitted that she didn't want to reveal her feelings in such a manner, and he responded honestly, admitting he liked her too but never expected her to feel the same way. Was taken aback by his confession and felt a flicker of hope. Izuku suggested they discuss it further the next day, as he was feeling embarrassed after their conversation. Ochako eagerly agreed, and as he walked to the door, she asked if he had seen anything. Izuku, keeping his face turned away, assured her he hadn't seen anything, only heard. She sighed in relief and bid him goodbye, while he left to gather his thoughts. The week had been tumultuous for anime fans. The arrest of the Act Age author had shocked many, and now there were troubling rumors surrounding Horikoshi. Ochako had finally achieved her dream of becoming a hero, primarily motivated by the desire for financial stability. Just months after graduating from UA, she joined a hero agency. While she mostly focused on rescue work, her training had prepared her to handle herself in tough situations. Remarkably, she had climbed to the number 4 spot in the hero rankings. Her old classmates, Todoroki and Bakugo, held the number 3 and number 2 spots, respectively, with Bakugo often expressing his dissatisfaction with his ranking. The number 1 hero, however, was her best friend and crush, Izuku, also known as Deku. Ochako had developed feelings for him shortly after they met, but as time passed, those feelings became one-sided. She had never pursued them, choosing instead to focus on her hero career, yet her feelings lingered. Now, Ochako faced a new challenge. Holding a magazine, she exclaimed in disbelief to her friend Azui that the news was claiming she and Deku were a couple. Azui, munching on cake, expressed her surprise but noted that such rumors were common. Ochako insisted it was ridiculous, feeling the weight of public perception. Azui teased her about overreacting and Ochako, feeling a mix of frustration and affection, prepared to leave for an interview. As she headed to the studio, she received a text from Izuku, inviting her to meet at a cafe later. She felt a rush of happiness as she replied, agreeing to meet after her interview. Even after all this time, he still made her heart flutter, and she wished she had acted differently regarding her feelings. Upon arriving at the studio, a staff member greeted her and led her to the stage. The host introduced her to the audience, and she stepped forward, smiling as she took her seat. The host thanked her for joining and began asking questions. When asked about her motivation to become a hero, Ochako shared her desire to support her parents, who had worked hard despite their financial struggles. The audience responded with applause. The host then inquired about her feelings on being the number 4 hero. Ochako explained that while she appreciated the recognition, her focus was on helping her family rather than seeking fame. The conversation took a surprising turn when the host asked about her relationship with Deku, referencing the rumors. Ochako was taken aback, denying any truth to the claims and wondering why anyone would think that. Ochako felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she listened to the man speak. He mentioned evidence of her and Izuku facing villains and rescuing people together, along with reports of them attending the same school. It certainly seemed like a relationship was plausible. Feeling embarrassed on live TV, Ochako decided she had enough. She declared the interview over and quickly stood up, rushing off the stage and out of the building. She ran several streets away before stopping to catch her breath. Thoughts raced through her mind, and she slapped her forehead in shame, realizing that Izuku had said he would be watching the interview. Determined to meet him at the cafe where they had planned to see each other, she reminded herself that he had taken his first day off in a while just to spend time with her. She felt it wouldn't be right to cancel on him, and she needed to explain that she hadn't known she would be asked such a question. After a few minutes, she arrived at the cafe and spotted her green-haired friend. However, before she could approach him, she found herself face to face with 2 men in black suits and sunglasses. Izuku assured them that she was a friend, and they stepped aside, allowing her to take a seat in front of him. Curious, Ochako asked about the bodyguards, and Izuku explained that he couldn't go anywhere without being recognized. While he appreciated the support from fans, it could be overwhelming at times. Ochako understood his situation but expressed her desire to talk to him privately. Izuku asked his bodyguards to wait outside, and they complied. He then offered her something to drink, but she declined, wanting to know if he had seen her interview. She noticed his freckled smile fade into a frown as he admitted he had. Ochako quickly clarified that she had no idea she would be asked such a question and felt embarrassed by it. Izuku acknowledged her feelings, having assumed she was embarrassed when she ran out. Relieved that he understood, she relaxed into her chair. Izuku mused about how being rumored to date him might not be ideal for her. Ochako stammered, trying to deny it, but he continued, suggesting it might have been better if the rumors involved someone else. Frustrated, she interrupted him, explaining that her embarrassment stemmed from her true feelings for him. She admitted that she liked him a lot, and the sudden speculation made things more complicated. Izuku was taken aback, blushing as he processed her confession. Ochako realized she had indeed said that and confirmed it. She explained that if she didn't like him, she wouldn't have felt the need to run away. She just wanted to avoid any false rumors. Izuku then posed a question that caught her off guard. What if they made the rumors true? Ochako asked for clarification, and he confessed that he liked her too. Shocked, she asked when he had developed those feelings. He mentioned it was probably since she had stopped him from falling. Ochako reflected that her feelings had developed sometime after that moment, though she hadn't acknowledged them because she wanted to focus on her hero career. Izuku admitted he had kept quiet because he thought he wasn't good enough for her and feared rejection. Ochako reassured him that she might have rejected him, not because of a lack of feelings, but due to their hero aspirations. Now that they were heroes, Izuku proposed they put the rumors to rest. Ochako reached across the table for his hand, agreeing with a smile. The next day, she returned to the studio to announce her relationship with the number 1 hero, Deku. Years later, she would share the news of their marriage and her plans to take time off to welcome a new life into the world. Meanwhile, Kaminari approached Izuku, who was studying on the couch, asking for help. He explained that he was going on a date with Jairu but was feeling anxious since it was his first date. Izuku tried to calm him down, but Kaminari's nerves only escalated as he worried about messing things up. Izuku reassured him that it wasn't a big deal, but Kaminari insisted it was important. He needed Izuku to ensure everything went smoothly. However, Izuku pointed out that it would be strange for him to just hang around without a reason. Kaminari revealed that he had told Jairu it would be a double date with Izuku and Ochako, leaving Izuku shocked and scattering his papers. Despite his frustration, Kaminari pleaded for his help, claiming he had set Izuku up with Ochako and that he should be grateful. Izuku felt overwhelmed by the situation, realizing he couldn't just go along with Kaminari's plans without his consent. Jiraiya meant a lot to Kaminari, and he wanted everything to go well. He was on his knees, pleading with Izuku for assistance. Izuku sighed, agreeing to help Kaminari, albeit reluctantly. Kaminari was ecstatic, assuring Izuku that he had already spoken to Uraraka, who had agreed to join them. Izuku asked if Kaminari had explained that it was to help Jiraiya, to which Kaminari simply confirmed they would meet the next day at 6. The following day, Izuku waited in the living room for the others to arrive, feeling anxious. He wondered why Kaminari had asked him for help, especially since he had never been on a date before. Uraraka arrived, looking surprisingly well-dressed. Izuku complimented her, feeling underdressed in comparison. Uraraka expressed her surprise that Kaminari had convinced Izuku to join them for a double date. Before Izuku could explain, Kaminari arrived with Jiraiya by his side. They exchanged greetings, and Kaminari suggested they head to the restaurant. At their table, Izuku pulled out Uraraka's chair like a gentleman, while Kaminari attempted to do the same, but Jiraiya simply took her seat, leaving Kaminari feeling disappointed. A waiter came by, handing them menus and allowing them time to decide. Uraraka showed Izuku something on the menu, while Kaminari tried to get Jiraiya's attention, but she seemed uninterested, focused on her phone. Feeling frustrated, Kaminari excused himself and motioned for Izuku to follow him to the bathroom. He expressed his irritation at how well Izuku and Uraraka were getting along compared to his struggles with Jiraiya. Izuku reminded him that Uraraka genuinely liked him, and Kaminari sought advice on how to connect with Jiraiya. Izuku suggested that Kaminari should just be himself, but to avoid making any rude comments. Kaminari lamented that Jiraiya wasn't engaging with him, so Izuku encouraged him to talk about something she liked. Returning to the table, Kaminari asked Jiraiya about her music preferences. She replied that anything but rock and roll was her favorite. Kaminari inquired about her favorite bands, and she mentioned the Rolling Stones, AC/DC, and the Beatles. As they continued their conversation, Kaminari felt a sense of progress. They talked for a while until the waiter returned to take their orders. The discussion about music continued even after they finished eating. Uraraka noted that Kaminari and Jiraiya seemed to be hitting it off, which surprised Izuku given Jiraiya's earlier demeanor. Uraraka revealed that Jiraiya had asked her for dating advice while the boys were away. Izuku was taken aback, realizing that Kaminari had set this up as a double date without fully informing him. Uraraka expressed disappointment upon learning that Izuku was primarily there to help Kaminari, but Izuku reassured her that he genuinely wanted to be there with her. They both agreed to make it an official double date, and Izuku took her hand under the table, feeling its softness. Just as he was about to call out to Kaminari and Jiraiya, he noticed they had left a note behind, stating they had decided to split and attend a concert together. Izuku and Uraraka found themselves alone, realizing that Kaminari and Jiraiya had left without paying their share. As Izuku woke up the next day, he felt a throbbing headache and an unfamiliar taste in his mouth. He looked around, noticing that he was in a room that was not his own, and many of his belongings were missing. The room felt vaguely familiar, but his headache made it difficult to remember why. Izuku thought about the situation he found himself in. As he attempted to rise, he felt the blankets shift beside him, realizing he was not alone. To his left, he noticed someone else was beneath the covers. His heart raced as he threw off the blankets, revealing his best friend, Ochako Uraraka, completely exposed. In a panic, Izuku quickly covered her again and buried his face in the pillow to suppress a scream. He glanced back to see if she had woken up, but fortunately she remained asleep. Confusion filled his mind as he wondered why Ochako was in such a state. He checked the blanket he was under and felt a wave of dread wash over him. Why was he in her room? He needed to piece together the events of the previous night. Last night had started with a loud declaration from Bakugo, who announced a drinking contest, brandishing several bottles. Momo expressed concern about drinking, reminding everyone they were still students, but Mina was excited about the party atmosphere. Izuku hesitated, stating he had never drunk before, a sentiment echoed by Ochako and Azui. However, Kirishima encouraged everyone to join in, and Bakugo insisted they all participate. As the night progressed, the atmosphere grew more lively. Izuku nervously opened a bottle, gagging at the strong smell. Ochako noticed and asked if he was alright, to which he replied he could handle it. He took a sip, feeling the burn as the liquid went down. Seeing everyone else drink, Ochako decided to join in, inspired by Izuku's bravery. After several rounds, only Izuku, Ochako, and Bakugo remained. Bakugo, now tipsy, complained about the situation, while Ochako felt lightheaded, joking about her ability to float. Izuku, also feeling the effects of the drinks, pointed out that Bakugo had passed out after finishing his last bottle. This left just him and Ochako, both determined to win. They both took a final drink and Ochako declared herself the winner, though Izuku argued it was a tie. Feeling exhausted, They decided to head to bed, with Ochako suggesting they go to her room since it was closer. As they made their way, they leaned on each other for support, both slightly disoriented. Once inside, they collapsed onto her bed, with Izuku inadvertently resting on top of her. They exchanged sleepy remarks about comfort, and after a moment, they decided to remove their clothes, feeling uncomfortable in them. After some time, they settled under the covers, wishing each other good night before drifting off to sleep. Back in the present, Izuku felt a wave of relief that nothing more had happened, though he couldn't shake the embarrassment of the situation. He needed to find a way out of this awkward moment when a knock on the door startled him. A voice called out, asking if Ochako was all right. Panic set in as he watched Ochako stir and peek out from the blankets. She exclaimed Izuku's name in surprise, causing him to blush. The voice outside insisted on coming in, prompting Ochako to quickly assure them she needed a moment. Turning to Izuku, she demanded to know what was happening. He confessed he didn't remember anything, leaving them both in a state of confusion about the events of the previous night. Ochako remembered the drinking contest and realized she couldn't recall anything after the third bottle, which explained her headache as she rubbed her head. Izuku, feeling panicked, pointed out that someone was outside the room and that they were both in a vulnerable situation. Ochako, blushing and embarrassed, suggested that he put on his pants and hide in her closet, promising not to look. Izuku agreed and quickly got dressed, trying to ignore the numbness in his legs. As Ochako covered her eyes, Izuku jumped off the bed and dressed as quickly as he could. He turned away while Ochako put on her underwear and pants. Once he was hidden in the closet, Ochako opened the door to find Momo standing there. Momo stepped into the room and asked why Ochako had screamed. Ochako, trying to cover up the situation, claimed it was just a spider that had startled her. Momo, however, noticed something on the ground and froze, causing Ochako to look past her and gasp in horror at the sight of Izuku's shirt lying there. Momo quickly excused herself, saying she had come to check on Ochako after last night and needed to see how everyone else was doing. Once Momo left, Ochako told Izuku he could come out. He stepped out of the closet, confused about what had just happened. Ochako explained that he had forgotten his shirt, and Izuku apologized as he picked it up and put it on. Ochako reassured him that it was fine and that they just needed to explain to Momo that it was an accident. Izuku bowed to her, expressing his regret for the situation. Ochako insisted it wasn't his fault since they had both been drunk, and she was glad it had happened with him. Izuku was surprised to hear that Ochako had a crush on him, and she admitted that this wasn't how she wanted him to find out. He confessed that he felt the same way, and they both smiled shyly at each other. Izuku then suggested they go on a date, to which Ochako happily agreed. They decided to find Momo first to explain everything. As they ran out of the room holding hands, they both felt a sense of excitement about what was to come. The next day, Izuku stood in front of the building where he would take the exam to enroll at UA Bakugo brushed past him, annoyed, but Izuku tried to shake off the encounter and focus on the exam. Just as he took a step forward, he tripped but found himself halted mid-fall. A girl with brown hair appeared, helping him regain his balance. She apologized for using her quirk on him, explaining that it would be bad luck if he fell. Izuku, flustered, struggled to respond as she wished him luck and started to walk away. Gathering his courage, he shouted his thanks, and she turned around to wave at him. Curious, Izuku asked if she was there for the exams, but she explained she was just passing by. She introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka before continuing on her way. Izuku watched her leave, feeling that she was the nicest girl he had ever met, before heading inside for the exam. Later, after the exam, Izuku found himself alone in an unfamiliar place. He realized he needed to get back to help his classmates. Suddenly, a small figure approached him, and he cautiously prepared for a confrontation. The figure, dressed in a black suit and helmet, drew a knife, prompting Izuku to steel himself for what was to come. Izuku focused intently, activating his quirk at just 5%. He observed as the figure charged toward him, swinging a knife aimed at his head. With a quick duck, he evaded the attack and attempted to strike their arm, but the assailant leaped back just in time. Confused, Izuku wondered what the person was doing as they touched their clothes and shoes. As the figure approached again, Izuku activated his quirk at 5% once more. The knife swung toward him again, and he ducked, feeling a slight sting as it grazed his cheek. He retaliated with a punch, but the opponent jumped back even faster this time, leaving him bewildered by their agility. The villain suddenly produced a second knife and charged at him. Izuku escalated his quirk to 10%, deftly dodging each of their attempts. He thought that perhaps 15% would be enough to knock them out. He took a step back, charged his quirk, and prepared to deliver a decisive blow. However, just as he lunged, the villain touched his chest, causing him to feel weightless and begin to float. Realizing this was the villain's quirk, Izuku felt an unsettling familiarity. Before he could react, the villain seized his leg and hurled him to the ground, slamming him against some nearby rocks. Afterward, the villain checked on Izuku, seeing him unconscious. A smile crept beneath their helmet as they deactivated their quirk and began to drag him away, believing they had won. But Izuku was far from defeated. He activated 15% of his quirk in his leg, delivering a powerful kick to the villain's back, sending them crashing against the wall. He thought that might have been too much force. Rushing over, he rolled the villain onto their back and yanked off their helmet, revealing a familiar face. In shock, Izuku recognized the girl who had saved him from falling during the exam. He checked her pulse, relieved to find she was alive but unconscious. He couldn't comprehend why she had turned to villainy. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. It was All Might, approaching in his weakened form. Izuku expressed concern for his mentor's injuries, but All Might reassured him that the other teachers had evacuated the students and that everyone was safe, aside from Izuocha, who would recover. Izuku explained the situation, detailing how he had been teleported and had to fight the girl. All Might listened, then stated that as a villain, she would need to be taken to the authorities. Izuku pleaded to speak with her first, insisting that he knew her. All Might was surprised by Izuku's request, having never expected his successor to want to converse with a villain. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed but insisted that she be placed in a secure room with HNDCFFS for safety. Grateful, Izuku thanked All Might, urging him to seek medical attention. Hours later, the brown-haired villain began to regain consciousness. She sat up, realizing her hands were cuffed. Confused, she looked around the empty room until Izuku entered with a tray of food. She demanded to know what he had done to her. Izuku explained that he had merely knocked her out, but she pressed further, wanting to know what had happened while she was unconscious. Flustered, he assured her he hadn't done anything inappropriate. Ochako, the girl he had fought, questioned whether she was in jail. Izuku clarified that she was in a secret room at UA and that he only wanted to talk. He set the tray down, offering her some bread. Skeptical, she asked if it was poisoned. He insisted it wasn't, claiming he was a hero, not a villain. To prove his sincerity, he took a piece of the bread and ate it, waiting a moment before offering it to her. After hesitating, she accepted it and took a bite, tears welling in her eyes as she admitted it was good. Izuku asked if Ochako remembered who he was. She responded that he was the plain-looking boy who nearly fell on his face. Izuku expressed his surprise that she had turned out to be a villain. Ochako admitted she never thought she would be one either, and as she finished her bread, she inquired why he thought that. Izuku explained it was because she had saved him from falling. Ochako dismissed the significance of one act of kindness, but Izuku insisted it meant a lot to him. She stared at him for a moment before chuckling and calling him a weird person. Curious, Izuku asked why she had become a villain. Ochako revealed that not everyone was lucky enough to have amazing, flashy quirks. She explained that while her ability allowed her to float anything, it came with limits. If she overused it or tried to lift something too heavy, she would become ill. This made her feel that her quirk was not very useful. Izuku still thought her quirk was impressive and encouraged her to improve. Ochako shared her struggles, explaining that her family was very poor, and she had once aspired to be a hero to help them. However, she felt that pursuing that dream was selfish without a useful quirk. When offered a position as a villain, she accepted out of necessity. Izuku insisted she could have still been a hero, but Ochako felt useless without a strong quirk. She resigned herself to the idea that he would be sending her to jail. Instead, Izuku offered to help her, suggesting he could talk to the staff to see if they might let her go. Ochako was surprised and questioned why he would do that for her after everything she had done. Izuku explained that he had once felt useless too, but someone had helped him, and he wanted to do the same for her. He even mentioned he could forgive her for her actions. Ochako clarified that she had not intended to kill anyone, she had only tried to kidnap him. Izuku pressed her on why she had chosen him specifically, to which she explained that she had been instructed to kidnap a student, and he was the closest. Izuku reminded her that she had swung a knife at him, but she reassured him that it had not been sharp enough to cause serious harm and apologized. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, and Ochako expressed her gratitude for his understanding. She asked if he really thought he could convince the staff to let her go. Izuku replied that he did not know, but he was determined to try. Just then, the door opened, and All Might entered in his less imposing form, covered in bandages. Izuku asked All Might what he was doing there, and Ochako remarked on how deflated he looked. All Might interrupted, stating that their time to talk was up, as she was to be transported to a prison cell. Izuku protested, insisting that she was not a bad person, just misguided. All Might asked what he suggested they do, explaining that they could not simply let her go. Izuku proposed that they enroll her in the school so she could learn to be a hero. Ochako was taken aback by this suggestion. All Might pointed out that it was asking for too much, as they did not know what she might do. Izuku, however, declared he would take responsibility for her actions, offering to face any consequences if she caused harm. He pleaded for a chance for her, even offering to give up his quirk if necessary. Ochako watched in shock as Izuku defended her, and All Might was equally surprised. He questioned why Izuku would go to such lengths for her. Izuku explained that he understood her feelings of uselessness and believed she deserved a chance to become a hero just as he had. He insisted that if they did not enroll her, they would need to find someone else to be All Might's successor. Ochako, moved to tears, asked if he truly meant it, and Izuku confirmed that he did. All Might agreed to see what could be done, though he made no promises. He informed them that she would have to stay for now and that he would discuss the matter with Nizu the following day. The next day, Nizu informed them that they could make an exception for Ochako. Izuku and All Might were thrilled by this news. Nizu instructed Izuku to bring Ochako in, and when he opened the door he excitedly told her the good news. Ochako, still in HNDCFFS, asked about them, and Izuku unlocked them, reminding her that this was her only chance. In a moment of gratitude, Ochako hugged Izuku tightly, thanking him profusely as she cried. Embarrassed but touched, Izuku returned the hug, assuring her it was no trouble. After they separated, he led her into Nizu's office, where All Might welcomed her and confirmed that Izuku had shared the news. Nizu explained the rules, stating that Ochako would be under Izuku's care and would be in his class. He also revealed that they would be having dorms for everyone, and that they would share a room. Things had gone from bad to worse. Izuku and Ochako were out with the rest of the class on a scavenger hunt when they ended up getting lost. As they approached a cliff, Ochako's foot slipped, and she began to fall. Without hesitation, Izuku jumped after her. Fortunately, he was able to activate his quirk, saving both of them. Izuku looked at Ochako with concern, wondering if she was all right. She reassured him that she was fine but mentioned that she could have used her quirk to save herself. Izuku apologized, explaining that he panicked when he saw her fall. They both gazed up at the towering cliff, realizing how high it was. Izuku asked if she thought she could float all the way up, but Ochako replied that she would start to feel sick before reaching halfway. He then took out her phone to call for help, but there was no signal. Ochako, feeling frustrated, admitted she had left her phone back at the bus. Izuku comforted her, saying that everyone would notice they were missing and come looking for them soon. Ochako agreed, suggesting they look around a bit to see what they could find. Izuku proposed they stay together and not wander too far, as they were unfamiliar with the area. Ochako thought it was a good idea. As they walked, Izuku picked up some rocks and placed them behind him. After a few minutes, it became clear that there was nothing around, and Izuku sighed deeply, suggesting they head back. Ochako suggested gathering some sticks in case it got cold, so they could start a fire. They collected as much as they could and returned to their original spot, piling the sticks together. Izuku sat down on the ground, stating that all they could do was wait. Ochako tried to lift his spirits, reminding him that at least they had each other and it would be worse if they were alone. Izuku smiled, grateful for her support. She then asked if he had any music on his phone, to which he replied that he did. When she asked to play some, Izuku hesitated, requesting her promise not to laugh. Ochako assured him she wouldn't, and he handed her his phone, providing his password. As she browsed through his songs, she laughed in surprise at finding rap among his selections. Izuku playfully scolded her for laughing, but she explained it was just unexpected. Eventually, Ochako found a song she loved and began to sing along. Izuku admired her voice, thinking she sounded like an angel. They sang together, enjoying the moment and forgetting their worries for a while. When Ochako paused the song, she complimented Izuku on his singing. He thanked her, feeling a bit shy, and they shared a moment of appreciation for each other's talents. Noticing that Ochako seemed cold, Izuku asked if she was shivering. She admitted she was a little chilly, prompting him to try and start a fire. He gathered the sticks and began to rub them together quickly, hoping to create a spark. After some effort, he finally succeeded, igniting the sticks and creating a small fire. Just as they celebrated, thunder rumbled in the distance, and heavy rain began to pour, extinguishing the fire. Izuku expressed his frustration, realizing they could catch a cold if they got wet. He quickly stacked the remaining sticks to create a small shelter, though it had many gaps. Feeling concerned for Ochako, who was shivering more now, Izuku suggested they share body heat to stay warm. He felt embarrassed but knew it was necessary. Ochako, blushing, agreed, explaining that they needed to stay healthy since they might be there for a while. Surprised but relieved, Izuku nodded. As Ochako scooted closer, their shoulders brushed against each other, sending Izuku's heart racing. He awkwardly asked how they should proceed, and she encouraged him to take the lead. He wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close, and reassured her that she could let him know if she felt uncomfortable. Ochako nestled her face into his shoulder, feeling safe and warm. Izuku felt a warm blush spread across his cheeks as he sat beside Ochako. They lingered in a moment of awkward silence before he finally broke it. He asked if she still felt cold, to which she replied that she didn't anymore, thanks to him. As he looked at her, he couldn't help but admire her beauty, thinking to himself how cute she was and wishing they could be together. Ochako, noticing his gaze, pointed out that he had spoken his thoughts aloud. Flustered, Izuku apologized, his face turning an even deeper shade of red. Ochako reassured him it was alright but asked if she could pose a question. He agreed, albeit nervously. She explained that although he had helped her a lot, she was still feeling cold in one specific area and requested his help to warm her up. Izuku, completely clueless, asked where. With a blush, she pointed to her lips. His heart raced as he processed her request. After a moment of hesitation, he unwrapped his arms from around her and leaned in, their lips meeting softly. Izuku was surprised by how warm they felt, and he thought they felt amazing. Ochako was equally surprised that he had gone through with it and decided to make the most of the moment. As they kissed, Izuku gently deepened the connection, and Ochako ran her fingers through his hair. He took a bold step, seeking permission to explore further, and to his delight, she welcomed him. Their kiss grew more passionate, and after a while, they pulled back to catch their breath, only to lean in again. Meanwhile, their classmates at the top of the cliff were unsure whether to intervene or let the moment unfold. However, they decided to act when they noticed Ochako's shirt fly through the air. In a different scene, Ochako shouted in frustration at Izuku, demanding he not call her by her first name. He retaliated, insisting she not call him by his nickname either. Their classmates observed the familiar bickering, with Todoroki commenting on their antics and Bakugo dismissing it as something they would tire of eventually. Mina suggested they would be cute together if they stopped fighting, while Lita considered fetching a teacher to intervene. Momo pointed out that the teacher was already aware and seemed indifferent. Lita approached them, inquiring about the issue. Both Izuku and Ochako pointed fingers at each other, claiming the other had filled their lockers with water. They explained the back and forth of pranks, leading Lita to assign them animal duty for the day, much to their shock. Later, while feeding the rabbits, Izuku expressed his frustration at having to do this with Ochako. She mirrored his sentiment, wanting to finish quickly so she could forget about him. As they worked, Izuku couldn't help but think about how infuriating she was, even as he noticed she wasn't too bad to look at when she was quiet. Ochako snapped at him, calling him a pervert for staring, prompting him to dismiss the thought. After finishing their duties, they headed toward the exit, only to find it pouring rain outside. Izuku lamented not bringing an umbrella, while Ochako teased him before opening hers and walking outside. When lightning struck nearby, she quickly retreated back inside, and Izuku couldn't resist taunting her about it. They both decided to text their parents for a ride home, sitting against the wall as they waited. Ochako pulled out some chips, and Izuku took out his homework, teasing her for being a nerd. As she munched on the chips, he reminded her that her grades would suffer if she didn't focus on her studies. Reluctantly, she began her homework, but Izuku pointed out her mistakes, helping her correct them. Just as he was about to finish his own work, his stomach growled, reminding him he hadn't packed a snack. Feeling a bit guilty, Ochako offered him some of her chips, showing a rare moment of camaraderie between them. Just this once, Ochako handed Izuku the bag of chips. He accepted it with a stammer of thanks and began to munch on some. After a few minutes, Ochako's mom arrived to pick her up. Ochako expressed her relief, glad that her time with Izuku had come to an end, and Izuku echoed her sentiment, feeling the same way. They both declared that they never wanted to be paired up again, each insisting on their own name. The next day, the teacher made an announcement about Bakugo being suspended for drawing inappropriate pictures in the bathroom, which elicited laughter from most of the class. Then, the teacher announced that Izuku and Ochako had performed so well the previous day that they would be assigned animal duty for the rest of the year. Both of them protested loudly, not wanting to be paired together again. Momo observed the situation and remarked that these two would never change. Izuku had been stuck in his room for the last 2 weeks, only leaving to use the bathroom. Ochako was worried. The man she had married was usually full of energy and selflessness, but everything changed after All Might's death. He had died a true hero, saving his successor at a great cost, and it had deeply affected Izuku. The pain felt unbearable, as if he were being repeatedly stabbed in the heart, yet he continued to endure. Ochako understood that Izuku would be sad. She herself was devastated, but his grief was far greater. She knew she had to do something. Lightly knocking on the door, she called out to him while holding a plate of freshly made dinner. When there was no response, she opened the door to find Izuku lying under the blankets, facing the wall. She gently informed him that she had brought him dinner, but he remained silent. Placing the plate on the side table, she noticed the untouched breakfast still there. She urged him to eat, expressing concern for his health. Finally, he weakly promised to try. A small smile formed on Ochako's lips, pleased that he had said something new. She kissed his forehead and left the room, reminding him that she was there for him. 2 hours later, Ochako slipped into their shared bed and saw that Izuku had eaten about half of the dinner. She cuddled up to him and whispered her love, to which he softly replied that he loved her too. The next day, while making lunch, Ochako spoke on the phone with Azui, expressing her worries about Izuku. Although he had made some progress, it could take months for him to return to his old self. Azui conveyed that everyone at the agency missed him, even Bakugo, who felt frustrated about holding the #1 hero spot without Izuku to compete against. Ochako hoped that Izuku would soon be back to challenge Bakugo again and decided to bring him lunch to cheer him up. After ending the call, she carried the plate to the bedroom and called out to Izuku, but received no response. Stepping inside, she discovered he was not in bed or even in the room. Panic set in as she searched the house for him. Looking outside at the snow, she quickly grabbed her shoes and a blanket before running out. Meanwhile, Izuku sat in front of All Might's grave, surrounded by flowers and cards. Overwhelmed with emotion, he buried his face in his hands, apologizing for not being strong enough to save him. Tears streamed down his face as he lamented his perceived failures. Suddenly, he felt a blanket wrap around him. It was Ochako, who reminded him that he would catch a cold without proper clothing. She sat beside him in the snow and explained that she had come looking for him after he had disappeared from their home. Izuku insisted that she could go home, but Ochako expressed her pain at seeing him hurt and urged him to talk to her. Izuku acknowledged her concern but felt that his pain was far worse. Ochako reassured him that she wanted him to be the happy person she fell in love with, not the sad version he had become. He confessed that he felt responsible for All Might's death, believing that if he had been stronger, things would have been different. Ochako held him close, assuring him that it was not his fault. All Might had sacrificed himself willingly to save him. She encouraged Izuku to move forward and grow stronger, emphasizing the importance of protecting those who were still with him. He gave his life for you. You can't waste that sacrifice by just moping around, Ochako reminded Izuku. He acknowledged her words, admitting that it still hurt. Ochako understood and reassured him that he was not alone in this. He would grow stronger and always protect those he cared about, including her. Then, Ochako revealed some news she had been waiting to share under better circumstances. She was PR'd, and they were going to have a baby. Izuku's eyes lit up with excitement at the thought of becoming a dad. Ochako confirmed the news, and he couldn't contain his joy, lifting her into a tight hug. He was truly going to be a father, and Ochako believed he would be amazing at it. Izuku even joked about naming the baby All Might Jr., but Ochako quickly dismissed the idea. The couple was perfect together, often referred to as Izuocha. One day, while on a date, Ochako spotted an arcade and tugged on Izuku's shirt sleeve to get his attention. She suggested they check it out, even though she was low on money. Izuku agreed, excited to explore the arcade with her. Inside, they were surrounded by various games and booze. Ochako expressed her amazement, revealing that she hadn't been to an arcade since she was a child. Izuku promised to take her back someday. As they wandered, Ochako pointed out a stuffed animal on a shelf, expressing her desire to have it. Izuku noted that he would find a way to get it for her. After spending some time together, they returned to the dorms, and Ochako went to her room. Izuku, determined to make her happy, grabbed his wallet and headed back to the arcade. He spent everything he had and acquired a card loaded with 10,579 yen. He approached the prize stand and discovered that the stuffed animal was worth 1,500 tickets. It was a lot, but he was determined to win it. He navigated the arcade, avoiding spills on the floor, and found a game where he could spin a wheel for tickets. After a few attempts, he managed to accumulate a decent amount of tickets. However, as time passed, he began to panic. He had 1,000 tickets but only 1,057 yen left. He needed to find a game that would give him a lot of tickets for a small investment. Eventually, he found a game where he could throw ball into a jug. Each successful shot would earn him 50 tickets, just what he needed. With determination, he played the game, sinking the ball one after another. As he approached his final throw, he felt the pressure. Unfortunately, a child bumped into him at the last moment, causing him to miss. Frustrated, he walked over to the prize stand, realizing he was 50 tickets short of the stuffed animal. Feeling defeated, he noticed something else on the wall and traded his tickets for it before heading back to the dorms. He gently knocked on Ochako's door, and she greeted him with a smile, her hair still wet from a shower. Izuku asked if she was busy, and she invited him in. He presented her with a box containing a picture frame, explaining that he had wanted to win her the stuffed animal but could only manage to get 1,450 tickets. Ochako was touched by his effort and asked why he did it. Izuku expressed his love for her and his desire to give her something nice. After a moment, Ochako had an idea. She suggested they return to the arcade after she brushed her hair. Once ready, she took Izuku's hand and led him back to the arcade, pointing out a photo booth as they entered. They stepped inside, ready to capture a moment together. Ochako took Izuku's card and swiped it, the screen announcing they had 10 seconds to pick a pose. She suggested he kiss her, and despite feeling a bit shy, Izuku agreed. They pressed their lips together, both closing their eyes. Moments later, the booth made a sound indicating a photo had been taken. They pulled apart, and Ochako took the picture that emerged, slipping it into a frame. She expressed her gratitude, saying it was much better than a stuffed animal. Izuku smiled, happy to have made her day. Curious, Ochako asked what he had spent the other 450 tickets on. He proudly revealed an all-might yo-yo and demonstrated a trick. Izuku reminisced about the old days of arcades when games only cost a couple of coins. Now, it felt like a small fortune just to play for a few minutes. Today was a significant day at UA High School. If the team won, they would advance to the playoffs. The captain was in the locker room, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. He noticed Ochako in her cheerleader outfit and hesitated, wondering if it was too much. She reassured him that it was just a cheerleader outfit and not revealing at all. Izuku blushed at her enthusiasm, especially with her shirt that read, "Go Deku," and her green pom-poms. Ochako insisted she wanted to cheer him on and would make sure he won. When Izuku expressed concern about what others might think, she confidently stated that she only cared about his opinion. She asked how she looked, playfully purring like a cat. Izuku found her adorable, his cheeks turning red. Suddenly, Bakugo yelled for Izuku to come out, prompting him to quickly put on his cleats. Ochako grabbed his arm, pulling him in for a quick peck on the cheek for good luck. She whispered a playful promise of a reward if he performed well, leaving Izuku flustered yet excited. As Izuku rushed out to the field, Bakugo expressed his impatience. Todoroki inquired about what had taken so long, and Izuku simply mentioned warm-ups. Lita informed everyone that the coach wanted to speak with them. They gathered around Coach Toshinori, who reminded them of their positions and encouraged them to give their all. Bakugo added his own spirited encouragement, and they all counted down together before taking the field. Mina, providing commentary, introduced the game alongside Kirishima, who shared his cautious optimism. The whistle blew, signaling the start of the match. Bakugo quickly made an impact, earning a red card almost immediately. Mina and Kirishima exchanged remarks about his fiery nature, noting that he might be the next big star if he could channel his energy better. As the game progressed, Yue intercepted a free kick, and Todoroki passed to Lita, who then passed to Izuku. He broke through the defense and took a shot, scoring a goal that sent the UA fans into a frenzy. Mina compared Izuku's performance to that of legendary players, highlighting Ochako's energetic support from the sidelines. As the match neared its end, the score was close, with the opposing team leading. Izuku, feeling the pressure, focused on the game. He glanced at Ochako, who cheered him on, giving him the motivation he needed. With determination, he made a strategic play, dribbling past opponents and aiming for the goal. He took a shot, but the ball hit the post and bounced out of bounds just as the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the game. The final score was 2-3, and UA was out of the playoffs. Despite the disappointment, the team rallied around Izuku, offering him encouragement for the next season. To be honest, Bakugo shouldn't be blamed. He was the one who received the red card, Mina noted. Bakugo's voice boomed in response, expressing his frustration. Mina complained about the broken mute button, her irritation evident. 10 minutes later, Izuku sat alone in the locker room, feeling terrible for missing the winning shot. Ochako entered, greeting him. She noticed his distress and sat beside him, asking what was wrong. Izuku admitted that he felt he had lost the game for their team. Ochako offered him comfort, reassuring him that he had done his best despite the challenges he faced. She encouraged him, reminding him that he was determined and would succeed next time. Izuku felt a surge of motivation and resolved to train harder. As they prepared to leave, Izuku mentioned needing a shower, but Ochako playfully suggested it would be a waste of time since they would just get dirty again. Izuku hesitated, feeling uncertain about his performance, but Ochako reminded him that winning wasn't everything, what mattered was doing his best. Tears streamed down Ochako's face as she looked at the ground, where Izuku lay motionless, a knife embedded in his side. She called out to him, her heart breaking. They had planned to enjoy a date at the fair, and now everything had changed. Earlier at the festival, Ochako had been excited, marveling at the vibrant atmosphere. Izuku had taken her arm, happy to share the experience. They explored various booths, trying their luck at games. Izuku won a coupon for cotton candy, while Ochako humorously lamented her luck after winning a black permanent marker. They moved on to a fish-catching game, where Ochako scooped up 5 fish, while Izuku managed 4. She expressed concern about what to do with the fish, and Izuku suggested buying a fishbowl the next day to keep them safe. Next, they tried a ring toss game. Ochako focused intently, and after a few attempts, she successfully landed the rings around the bottles, winning an all-might fan book. She insisted that Izuku take the prize, and he reluctantly accepted, grateful for her thoughtfulness. As they continued to enjoy the festival, the crowd thickened. Izuku noticed the growing number of people, and in a moment of distraction, Ochako lost sight of him. Panic set in as she called out for him, pushing through the throng of festival-goers until she spotted him at a stall. Relieved, she approached him, and they discussed stargazing on a nearby hill. They made their way outside the festival, where the night sky unfolded above them. Ochako admired the view, but suddenly, she realized Izuku's voice had changed. Turning around, she found herself face to face with Toga, who had a sinister smile. Before Ochako could react, Toga struck her down and handcuffed her hands behind her back. Toga taunted her, claiming Izuku was fine but not revealing his whereabouts. She explained that she had been ordered to bring back one of them as a hostage, and they would wait for Izuku to arrive. Ochako's anger flared, and she vowed to make Toga regret any harm done to him. Ochako expressed her concern, but Toga reassured her that she wouldn't harm Izuku. Instead, she intended to give him a choice. Toga pulled out her phone, showing a picture of Izuku and Ochako together, commenting that it would look better with some blood. Ochako, using her legs for support, attempted to kick Toga but was easily overpowered and sent back to the ground. Toga threatened them, warning that if Ochako didn't behave, she would take drastic measures. She then texted Izuku, informing him that she was in danger and needed him to come to the hill alone. Toga waited patiently, and soon enough, Izuku appeared just a few yards away. Toga greeted him playfully, but Izuku demanded that she let Ochako go. Toga refused, lifting Ochako by her hair and placing a knife against her throat. Izuku was furious, calling Toga names. Toga then tossed a knife at Izuku's feet, telling him that only one of them could survive. He had to choose between stabbing himself or watching her harm Ochako. Ochako urged Izuku to leave and get help, but he hesitated, torn between his feelings for her and the threat to her life. Toga smiled sadistically, explaining that she was instructed to bring Ochako back unharmed, but if Izuku chose to live, he would be taken back instead. Despite Ochako's pleas, Izuku expressed his love for her and aimed the knife at his own stomach. Ochako screamed in horror as Izuku plunged the knife into himself and collapsed. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out for him. Toga, amused by the situation, let go of Ochako to clap in delight. Ochako, still in shock, threatened Toga, vowing revenge for what she had done. Toga, unfazed, blindfolded Ochako, claiming it was to prevent her from knowing the way back. She picked her up and carried her away, assuring her that she would love everyone there. Just then, a voice called out, and Izuku unleashed a powerful attack, knocking Toga out and freeing Ochako. As the BLNDFLD fell away, Ochako saw Izuku was still alive. She rushed to him, relieved beyond measure. Izuku assured her he was okay and retrieved the key to unlock her HNDCFFS. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ochako tackled him, expressing her joy and disbelief that he had survived. Izuku revealed that he had used a book to protect himself from the knife. They shared a heartfelt moment, and Ochako begged him never to choose her over himself again. Izuku smiled and tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, contemplating their next steps. They decided to call for help, and as they prepared to deal with Toga, Ochako wanted to take action first. Later, President Mike and Aizawa arrived at the scene, questioning the unusual sight of Toga, who had a marker drawing on her forehead. Meanwhile, a news reporter was covering the incident, highlighting the escape of the villain Uravity and the involvement of the #1 hero, Deku. Despite the backlash from fans, Izuku remained determined to catch Uravity, acknowledging her unique abilities. He quickly left to meet someone important, hoping his outfit was stylish enough for the occasion. As he walked down an empty street, Uravity appeared beside him, reminding him to keep their relationship private. They both agreed to maintain their professionalism, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. "Is this a good place?" Izuku asked as they stood in another alleyway. It's pretty dark, and it looks like nobody would come here with all this trash around." "It's perfect," Uraraka replied. Izuku and Uraraka walked deeper into the alley. "I'm pretty upset with you. You really got to me earlier," Uraraka said, her frustration evident. "You still got away, and you hurt me too." Izuku shot back, their eyes locking with intensity that quickly shifted from anger to something more charged. They leaned in, their lips meeting in a forceful kiss. Izuku lifted her, pressing her against the wall while Uraraka wrapped her legs around him, their kiss becoming more fervent. Each time they paused to catch their breath, a thin string of saliva connected their mouths. Izuku supported her leg, and Uraraka's hands tangled in his messy green hair. He pressed her further against the wall, kissing her lips with determination. After a moment, Uraraka broke the kiss, teasingly scolding him for bruising her lips. "Well, it's your fault. Seeing you earlier all sweaty in your villain costume got me riled up." Izuku retorted. "Pervert," Uraraka replied with a playful tone. "Like you weren't looking at me?" he countered. "I'll never admit that." "So, what are you going to do about this?" she asked, gesturing to her swollen lips. "I can still do this," Izuku said, leaning down to place soft kisses along her neck, trailing down to her collarbone. Uraraka gasped, a surprised sound escaping her lips. "Looks like I found your weakness," he teased. "Not like you can do this in an open battle. Now give me more attention," she insisted. "Yes, ma'am," he complied, returning to her collarbone and kissing his way back up her neck. Suddenly, Izuku's phone rang, interrupting the moment. "Hey, your phone is going off." "Deku? I said your phone is ringing." Uraraka exclaimed, but Izuku was too focused on her to respond. Rolling her eyes, she reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and answered it. "Hello," she said. "Oh, sorry, I think I have the wrong number. I was looking for Midoriya," the voice on the other end said. "No, this is him. I'm just his girlfriend," Uraraka replied, a hint of pride in her voice. "That's strange. He never mentioned that. Anyway, can I speak to him? My name is Tashinori," the voice continued. Sorry, he currently has his hands full," Uraraka said, thinking to herself. "His mouth as well." "Well, can you please tell him to call me back later?" Tashinori asked. "Yes, I'll be sure to Uraraka suddenly cried out as Izuku continued kissing her neck. Are you alright?" Tashinori asked, concerned. "Why, something just bit me is all," she replied, playfully smacking Izuku on the head. "Okay, just please tell him to call me later," Tashinori said. "Sure thing," Uraraka said, slipping the phone back into Izuku's pocket after hanging up. "Are you stupid? What was that? We could have been in trouble," she yelled, clearly annoyed. "I was just playing," Izuku said, shrugging. "You better give me 2 rounds." Uraraka insisted. "Geez, is that all you're in this for?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Nope. There's definitely much more than that," she said, running her hands through his hair. "Care to tell me what exactly is there?" he asked, intrigued. "You've got to earn it first," she replied with a smirk. "It would be much easier if you just turned good, then we could be public," Izuku suggested. "Funny. Not a chance," she said, shaking her head. "I'm serious, Ochako. I will have to take you down if you don't," he warned. "First off, who gave you permission to use my first name? And second, you know full well that you could have today. But you love me too much to do that," she said confidently. "I can't keep doing this. Just please be good, and we can be happy together," Izuku pleaded. "Ugh, fine. I'll think about it," Ochako replied, relenting slightly. "Thank you," he said, relief washing over him. "Now, how about we start tearing clothes?" she suggested playfully. "Hey, these cost a lot." Izuku protested as she began to tug at his clothes. "Quit whining. You're the #1 hero, so you can afford it," she shot back. "We were supposed to have dinner after this," he reminded her. "We'll go back to your place to change," she said, unbuckling his belt. As they continued, a few passers-by glanced their way, puzzled by the commotion, thinking it was just some strange noise coming from the alley. Later, Ochako gently set the boxes down in one of the rooms in her house. "Ochako, please don't push yourself," Izuku said, walking in with 3 boxes in each hand. "You're one to talk," she replied, watching him set them on the couch. "Good point," he conceded, placing the boxes down. "Now we just have to unpack everything," she said, looking around. "At least our furniture is already in place. Soon we will have fully moved in," Izuku said, smiling. "This kind of reminds me of UA. Remember when we lived in the dorms? I still remember the day we moved in, although back then I didn't have as much stuff," Uraraka reminisced as she sat down on the couch. "And we all lived in separate rooms in the same building. It seems like it was only yesterday," Izuku said, sitting beside her. "It's been a whole year. I still can't believe we are finally living together. It's like a dream come true," she said, her eyes sparkling. "It does seem unreal. I just wish I could have gotten you a better place," he admitted. "What's wrong with this house?" she asked, curious. "Well, for one, the walls have a lot of paint scratched off, and there's only a living room, kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom. Not much space," he explained. "It doesn't have to be perfect, Deku," she reassured him. "I want it to be perfect for you," he replied earnestly. Deku expressed his desire to give Ochako many things, acknowledging their humble beginnings. Ochako, however, reassured him that they were still learning the ropes of being professional heroes and didn't need extravagant things. Her main wish was to support her parents and create a space for them to be together. Deku insisted that she deserved good things too, encouraging her to be a little selfish. Ochako playfully reminded him of his past tendencies to break bones during their training at UA. Deku defended his actions, stating he did it to protect others. With dinner time approaching after hours of unpacking, Ochako suggested she would cook while Deku continued to unpack. 15 minutes later, Deku had finished unpacking his All Might merchandise but still had much to do. He thought about checking on Ochako after finishing one last box. He picked up a box labeled bedroom and carried it to their queen-sized bed. As he opened it, he discovered a photo from their graduation day, a cherished memory they had kept. Feeling emotional, tears fell onto the photo. Ochako, standing at the door, noticed his tears and teased him about being a crybaby. Deku wiped his eyes and acknowledged that he had matured a bit. Ochako reminded him that he was still the same person she had fallen in love with, and he expressed gratitude for her presence in his life. As they prepared to leave the room, Deku leaned in and kissed her, momentarily silencing her. He gently lifted her and pressed her against the wall, continuing to kiss her as she playfully reminded him about the food getting cold. Meanwhile, Ochako had been feeling down after her defeat against Bakugo. She had given it her all but ultimately fell short. When Deku entered the room, she put on a brave face, though it was clear she was upset. Deku noticed her bandaged face and asked if she was hurt. Ochako explained that she had seen Recovery Girl, who had treated her minor injuries. Despite her bravado, Deku could sense her disappointment. He encouraged her, reminding her that winning wasn't everything and that she had performed admirably against Bakugo. Ochako insisted she didn't like losing but urged Deku to focus on his upcoming match. Deku expressed concern for her feelings, and Ochako admitted she didn't want anyone to pity her. They shared a moment of understanding, with Deku affirming their friendship and how much he valued her. He reassured her that she had surprised everyone, including Bakugo, with her skills. Ochako felt a bit better after hearing Deku's words of encouragement. She realized they still had future opportunities to compete in the sports festival. However, she felt guilty for not being able to keep her promise to face Deku in the finals. But I guess that won't happen now, Ochako thought. If it makes you feel any better, we could just spare some other time, Izuku suggested. Ochako smiled slightly and declared that she would still win. Izuku expressed his desire for her to go all out like she did against Kaken. Ochako replied that she wouldn't do it any other way and then asked if he thought her parents were proud of her. Izuku assured her that they were, and he would be too. The announcement echoed through the arena, declaring that Kirishima had won and the lineup for the second round was complete. Izuku realized his match was next. Feeling guilty, Ochako apologized for taking up his time to prepare. Izuku reassured her that he would be fine and turned to leave. Ochako stood up from her chair and hugged him from behind, thanking him. Izuku blushed, stammering that it was no problem. Good luck, Ochako wished him as he left the room. Sitting back down, she pulled out her phone and clicked on a contact. She greeted her dad with a smile, feeling confident. Meanwhile, outside, Izuku was too preoccupied to notice Endeavor trying to get his attention. He was caught up in a flurry of thoughts about the hug he had just received. In his college room, Izuku expressed uncertainty about online dating to his roommates, Kaminari and Kirishima. Kaminari reassured him that it was normal and that many people did it. Izuku voiced his concerns about it being dangerous and admitted he didn't know how to talk to girls. Kirishima showed him his dating profile, which listed his interests, and Izuku felt embarrassed, thinking he sounded like a nerd. Kaminari pointed out that many girls like nerdy boys, and Kirishima encouraged Izuku to try dating, suggesting he might surprise himself. Reluctantly, Izuku agreed to look around on the app. Kaminari took the laptop and found a profile that caught his eye. He pointed out that the girl, Ochako Uraraka, shared similar interests with Izuku. Kirishima urged Izuku to go for it, emphasizing that she was pretty and lived in the same area. With some hesitation, Izuku typed a message introducing himself. Kaminari and Kirishima encouraged him, and soon Izuku was back to studying, but his friends left him alone, hoping he wouldn't give up. Izuku felt nervous but was determined to keep chatting. Ochako responded, sharing that her friends thought she spent too much time studying and not enough time on relationships. Izuku found it amusing that his friends were saying the same about him. As they continued to chat, they discovered they had a lot in common, including their favorite manga and anime. Izuku mentioned that his favorite manga was also One Piece, while he preferred Attack on Titan for anime. Ochako revealed that she studied at UA College as well, and they wondered if they had crossed paths before. Izuku asked if she was comfortable with their conversation, and Ochako admitted she was initially hesitant but was now interested. A week later, Izuku shared a funny story about Kaken breaking a table in anger during a training session. They had been chatting every day, and Izuku had even downloaded the dating app on his phone to stay connected. Ochako responded with laughter, and then she asked if he was doing anything tomorrow. Izuku replied that he was free. Izuku asked why Ochako wanted to meet up. She explained that they had been talking for a week and suggested they finally meet in person. Izuku, feeling a rush of warmth at the thought, wondered if it could be considered a date. Ochako confirmed that she would love to talk to him face to face, as he seemed like a really nice guy. After a moment of hesitation, Izuku agreed to meet her at the park the next day around 3 p.m. He closed his laptop with a sigh of relief. Kaminari and Kirishima entered the room, and Kaminari inquired about how things were going. Izuku shared the news that Ochako wanted to meet him at the park. Kaminari cheered, excited for his friend. In a distant village, there existed a group of women known as the Amazons. They lived apart from men and had their own customs, which some found unconventional. One of the women, Ochako, felt conflicted about these traditions. The tribe leader insisted that she participate in their customs, explaining that it was vital for their survival. Despite her protests, the elder warned her that refusal would lead to banishment. Feeling frustrated, Ochako left the hut, thinking about how unfair it was. Mina, one of the other girls, asked if she was ready, and Ochako confirmed she was. The group had scouted a nearby ship and learned there were only a few men aboard. Momo, the leader, reminded everyone to be prepared for the long journey ahead. Meanwhile, on the ship, Bakugo, the captain, was barking orders at Izuku, who was busy with his chores. Bakugo's harshness made Izuku nervous, and his friends commented on the captain's treatment of him. Suddenly, Kaminari shouted that there were women approaching the ship. Bakugo, intrigued and annoyed, went to confront them. The women introduced themselves and expressed their desire to keep the men company. Momo, in a bold move, encouraged Bakugo to let them aboard. After some reluctance, Bakugo agreed, and the women boarded the ship, eager to interact with the men. As the atmosphere shifted, Ochako felt out of place, watching her friends pair off with the men. Momo reassured her that they would have to share. Bakugo, teasingly, suggested that Ochako could find Izuku, who was below. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and curiosity, Ochako descended into the ship. The cold air made her shiver, and she felt exposed. Suddenly, she heard a noise and turned to see Izuku, who was startled and fainted at the sight of her. Rushing to his side, she splashed some water on him to wake him up. Izuku, flustered and blushing, was taken aback by her state of undress. Ochako, equally embarrassed, explained her situation, revealing her tribe's customs. She expressed her discomfort about the circumstances, while Izuku, maintaining his principles, stated that he believed in waiting for marriage. Ochako admired his nobility, feeling a mix of embarrassment and respect for his values. Izuku asked if Ochako was alone, to which she replied that she had others out there causing trouble for his friends. He clarified that they weren't his friends, as they didn't treat him well. Ochako shared that her village didn't treat her well either, viewing her merely as a means to an end. She expressed a desire to leave but feared she wouldn't survive on her own. Izuku suggested that she come with them, surprising Ochako. He explained that if she hated her situation so much, there was no reason for her to stay. Ochako pondered why he would help her, and Izuku revealed that he understood what it was like to be hated. Although he didn't have a home and his job didn't pay well, he wanted to help. In a moment of gratitude, Ochako hugged him tightly, causing Izuku to feel overwhelmed. When she realized he was struggling to breathe, she quickly released him, apologizing. As he regained his composure, his face flushed with embarrassment. Ochako introduced herself, and Izuku shared his name. She mentioned that she didn't have a last name as it wasn't important in her village, but she would gladly take his. Excitedly, she suggested they could marry and start a family, which left Izuku even more embarrassed. He pointed out that relationships typically involve getting to know each other first, but Ochako, unfamiliar with such concepts, agreed to follow his lead. Suddenly, they heard a voice calling for Ochako. In a panic, she pulled Izuku into a closet to hide him. When her friends entered, she fabricated a story about finishing with him, claiming he was dead. As they questioned her, she nervously maintained her lie, saying she had disposed of his body to make it seem like the ship was abandoned. Her friends decided to leave, and once they were gone, Ochako checked on Izuku, who was still in shock. Izuku expressed confusion about her earlier claim, and Ochako explained that it was customary in her culture to mate and then eliminate the partner afterward. She admitted she couldn't go through with it. Izuku, though saddened by the fate of others, reassured her that he didn't have any strong feelings for them and understood her predicament. They discussed their next steps, with Ochako revealing her limited knowledge of the area, while Izuku mentioned a nearby civilization. He offered to steer the boat, explaining that it was a necessary skill for his job. He then suggested they address her clothing situation, leading her to his small room where he gathered materials to make her new clothes. After an awkward measuring session, he crafted a set of clothes for her. When Ochako tried them on, she looked beautiful, and Izuku was momentarily entranced. With their preparations complete, they set sail, with Izuku teaching her the basics of sailing. After a few hours, they docked at a port. Izuku explained that the ship belonged to a deceased captain, and they could leave it behind. As they walked through the bustling dock, Izuku realized they had no money. He explained the concept of money to Ochako, emphasizing the need to earn some to survive. She thought for a moment and then exclaimed that she had an idea. Ochako pulled out a knife, ready for the task ahead. Later, she leaped from the top of a tree onto a young buck, skillfully bringing it down. With determination, she exclaimed that she had succeeded. Izuku, impressed, noted that they could now tan the hide and sell it. Ochako confidently took charge, using her knife to expertly skin the deer while Izuku watched, trying to maintain his composure. After finishing their work, Izuku and Ochako headed into town, where they sold the skin and received a decent amount of money in return. Ochako marveled at the money in her hands, realizing it was a new experience for her. Izuku explained that they could afford a hotel room and, if they continued this way, perhaps even a house. The thought of living together excited Ochako. Later that night, Izuku soaked in the bathtub, reflecting on how nice it felt after nearly 2 weeks without a proper bath. He thought about Ochako, recognizing her naivety in big cities and relationships. Though he didn't love her yet, he considered the possibility that he might in the future. After his bath, Izuku entered the hotel room to find Ochako asleep on the bed, her head resting on a pillow. He noted her size, realizing that she was quite tall for a woman. As he lay down, he felt the bed was cramped, especially when Ochako in her sleep pulled him close like a teddy bear. The next day, Ochako eagerly asked what their plans were. Izuku, having just woken up, suggested they start with breakfast. Ochako's stomach growled as she playfully asked if they were having squished bugs or small game. Izuku clarified that they needed to do some shopping first. They dressed and left the hotel, with Izuku holding Ochako's hand to keep her from wandering off. After some cooking, Izuku served Ochako her breakfast. She was curious and a bit hesitant at first, poking the eggs with her fork. Izuku encouraged her to try them, and after some effort, she tasted the dish and was delighted by how amazing it was. Izuku shared his plan for her to continue hunting while he sold the skins to buy supplies for making clothes. Ochako was enthusiastic about the idea and excitedly mentioned marriage. Izuku, however, felt it was too soon and suggested they take things slowly, proposing that she could be his girlfriend instead. After a thorough explanation, Ochako agreed, thrilled by the new title. Izuku then asked her to come closer, and he unexpectedly kissed her. Surprised, Ochako asked what it was, and Izuku explained that it was a kiss, a way for two people who care for each other to express their feelings. Ochako found it nice and asked if they could do it again. Izuku agreed, and they shared another kiss. As time passed, Izuku eventually agreed to marry Ochako, and they welcomed 2 children into their lives. In another scene, several friends gathered in the living room, where Mina suggested they play a game of truth or dare. Jairu questioned the idea, but Mina insisted it would be fun. Kirishima and Bakugo quickly expressed their willingness to join, while Lita hesitated. Mina encouraged him not to be a buzzkill, and Lita finally agreed, setting rules to ensure no one was forced into anything inappropriate or harmful. With everyone settled in a circle, Mina declared she would go first, choosing Bakugo for her challenge. Bakugo accepted the dare, which was to refrain from cursing for the rest of the game. He confidently agreed, and then it was his turn to challenge Izuku. Bakugo asked him to reveal whether he was wearing All Might-themed boxers, causing Izuku to blush and nod, eliciting laughter from the group, though Ochako and Lita remained sympathetic towards him. Ochako defended Izuku, feeling Bakugo's question was a bit mean, but Momo pointed out that Bakugo was following the agreed-upon rules. Mina moved on to the next player, ready for more fun. Izuku asked what everyone wanted to play. The group decided on truth or dare. When it was his turn, he chose truth. Curious, he asked what his favorite food was. Bakugo, unable to contain himself, shouted that it was weak. Todoroki answered with a simple, soba, glancing at Momo. Momo, feeling a bit shy, responded to Todoroki's question about truth or dare by choosing dare. Todoroki dared her to switch places with Ida, and she complied, moving next to him. Next, Momo turned to Azui and asked her to choose. Azui picked truth, revealing her greatest fear, the thought of her family dying in front of her. Mina then turned to Azui, asking her to choose truth or dare. Mina's dare was bold. She challenged Mina to kiss anyone in the room. Mina confidently walked over to Kirishima, kissed him, and returned to her seat with a triumphant smile. Mina then turned to Toru, who eagerly chose dare. Mina dared her to sneak into Ojiro's room and pet his tail. Toru, blushing but determined, agreed, knowing the alternative punishment could be worse. Mina, holding a camera, followed her to Ojiro's room. As Toru opened the door and tiptoed inside, she felt a mix of excitement and embarrassment. She reached for Ojiro's bushy tail and began to slide it gently, hearing Mina snap a picture behind her. Just as she was about to stop, Ojiro mumbled in his sleep, asking her to continue. Startled, Toru quickly exited the room, passing Mina, who was laughing uncontrollably. Once back in the living room, Mina announced that Toru had completed the dare but had quit. She then turned to Kaminari, asking him to choose. After what he had witnessed, Kaminari opted for truth. Mina playfully asked him what the last thing he had searched online was. Kaminari sheepishly admitted that his phone had autocorrected to sextant. Azui inquired about what a sextant was, and Izuku explained that it was a navigational tool. Bakugo interrupted, calling Izuku a nerd, while Ochako defended him. Mina then pressed Kaminari about what he had originally intended to search for, but he protested, claiming he had already answered one question. Kaminari then turned to Mei, asking her to choose truth or dare. She confidently opted for dare. Kaminari presented her with a choice, either destroy one of her inventions or kiss Ida. Ida protested, insisting that Mei shouldn't have to do either. Mei surprised everyone by leaning in and kissing Ida on the cheek, leaving him flustered. Mina cheered her on, while Ida expressed his surprise. Mei shrugged it off, claiming it wasn't a big deal. Then she turned to Uraraka, asking her to choose truth or dare. Uraraka chose dare, and Mei dared her to sit on Izuku's lap for a minute. The room buzzed with excitement, while Izuku and Ochako exchanged nervous glances. Ida reminded everyone that the rules were against anything inappropriate, but Mei insisted it was harmless. Both Izuku and Ochako felt a shiver of apprehension, unsure whether the dare or the punishment would be worse. They reluctantly agreed to go through with it, and Izuku sat down with his legs crossed, allowing Ochako to sit on his lap. As the timer started, they both felt their faces heat up, trying to ignore the awkwardness of the situation. Ochako let out a small sound, prompting Jair to check if she was alright. She assured everyone she was fine, though Izuku felt embarrassed. When the timer went off, Ochako quickly jumped off and ran away, leaving Izuku to chase after her. Meanwhile, Mina turned to Todoroki, asking him to choose truth or dare. Outside, Izuku knocked on Ochako's door, checking if she was okay. She invited him in, and he found her sitting on her bed, her face hidden in her hands. He sat beside her, apologizing for the situation. Ochako reassured him that it was her choice to sit on him, and they both acknowledged the awkwardness they had faced. As they talked, Izuku admitted that it wasn't all bad, but he quickly backtracked when Ochako asked for clarification. She smiled, saying she felt better now and suggested they return to the group. When they rejoined everyone, Kaminari noticed their return and asked what had happened. Mina explained that Bakugo had failed his dare and faced the consequences. Izuku Midoriya was a 27-year-old man with a stable job, known for being healthy and responsible. However, he had managed to break his arm while jumping a fence with some friends, which led him to the doctor's office. A nurse entered the room, greeting him warmly. She informed him that she had heard about his injury and asked how it had happened. Izuku explained that he had landed awkwardly while jumping the fence. The nurse proceeded to check his temperature and heart rate before leaving him alone in the room. As he waited, Izuku felt a stiffness in his arm and hoped he wouldn't have to stay long or return for another visit. A few minutes later, a doctor with brown hair entered, introducing herself as Dr. Uraraka. Izuku was taken aback by her youth and beauty. Concerned about his reddening face, Uraraka asked if he was all right. He quickly assured her that he was fine, attributing his blush to a possible fever. She noted that his earlier temperature was normal and offered to check it again, but he declined, eager to focus on his arm. Uraraka asked if she could examine his injury, and he readily agreed, rolling up his sleeve. After putting on gloves, she examined his arm and complimented his muscle tone, causing him to blush in response. She confirmed that the arm appeared fine on the outside but asked if he could move it. Izuku admitted he hadn't tried much. As Uraraka gently moved his arm, he winced in pain, prompting her to apologize profusely. He reassured her that it was all right, but she expressed her discomfort with causing pain to her patients. Curious about her experience, Izuku learned that she was new to the practice, having just started a couple of weeks ago. He mentioned how often he visited the clinic, recalling how his mother would take him for even minor issues. Uraraka noted how much she cared for him, and Izuku felt a twinge of guilt for needing to come in so frequently. She encouraged him to take better care of himself, and they discussed his arm further. After an X-ray, Uraraka confirmed that it was indeed broken and estimated a healing time of about 2 months, during which he would need to wear a cast. Izuku expressed concern about how this would affect his job as a kindergarten teacher, but Uraraka offered to provide an official letter for time off. After retrieving the cast, Uraraka returned with a green one, explaining it matched his hair. Izuku felt warmth in his cheeks again as she prepared to put it on. He assured her he would be fine, even though he felt some discomfort during the process. Once the cast was fitted, Uraraka asked how it felt, and he replied that it was fine. She instructed him to return in 2 months for a follow-up and to come back immediately if anything went wrong. Izuku thanked her, and she encouraged him to call her Uraraka instead of Dr. Uraraka. Before he left, she inquired if he had someone to take him home. Realizing he hadn't thought about it, he mentioned he could call his mother. Uraraka offered for him to wait in the waiting room, and she escorted him there. 2 months later, Uraraka welcomed him back, asking how his arm was doing. Izuku reported that it was healing well and that he had tried not to move it much. She noticed some signatures on the cast, indicating that friends had left their marks during his recovery. A few friends and family were gathered when Izuku asked if Ochako would like to sign his cast. She smiled and eagerly took the pen, writing her name, Ochako Uraraka, with a small heart beside it. Izuku thanked her, and she assured him it was no problem. After some time, Ochako informed him that his arm seemed to be healed and that she would remove the cast, asking him to let her know if he felt any pain. Izuku expressed his trust in her carefulness as she gently took off the cast and set it aside. Ochako offered him the cast to keep, and Izuku asked if it was all right to move his arm. She encouraged him to try, as long as he didn't feel any pain. He moved his arm in circles, relieved to find it felt much better. Ochako then told him he could return to work but reminded him to be cautious. Izuku hopped off the table, wishing her a good day. Blushing, he hesitantly asked if she might want to go out sometime. Ochako, looking apologetic, explained that she didn't date her patients. Izuku understood and felt a bit disheartened as she left the room. After a few minutes, she returned, no longer in her doctor's uniform. She explained that since her shift was over, they could now date. Izuku felt a wave of happiness wash over him, relieved that he hadn't creeped her out. Ochako playfully remarked that he was more cute than creepy, and they left together. Meanwhile, Kirishima, one of Izuku's friends, watched as Ochako chased Izuku around the village. He commented on how sweet it was that Ochako loved him, though he felt disappointed that he was supposed to spar with Izuku that day. As Izuku ran, he wondered why she kept pursuing him. Unfortunately, he wasn't paying attention and tripped over a rock, giving Ochako the perfect opportunity to leap onto him, showering him with kisses while hearts seemed to float around them. Izuku, accustomed to her affection, tried to get her to stop, explaining that she didn't have his consent. Ochako insisted that love didn't require consent, and he rolled his eyes as she continued. She then suggested they go roam together for a date, but Izuku took the chance to escape. Ochako was about to chase after him when she heard some men calling for her, leaving Izuku for later. Back at home, Izuku took a moment to catch his breath, thinking he had finally lost her and could focus on his training. He ventured into the forest, seeking solitude to meditate. However, some ninjas who often bothered him appeared for a surprise attack. One of them threw a shuriken, which Izuku caught effortlessly and tossed aside. He recognized Bakugo, his rival, who declared he was there to finally defeat him. As the other ninjas rushed at Izuku, he stood up and skillfully took them down one by one. Bakugo, frustrated with his fallen comrades, confronted Izuku, and they engaged in a fierce duel, their swords clashing in midair. Bakugo claimed he had figured out Izuku's weakness, but Izuku confidently asserted that he had no weaknesses. Bakugo then pointed behind Izuku, claiming Ochako was there. Distracted, Izuku turned to look, and Bakugo seized the opportunity to throw shurikens at him, pinning him against a tree. Bakugo smugly declared that Izuku's affection for Ochako was his weakness. Izuku protested, insisting she wasn't his girlfriend, but Bakugo was undeterred, raising his sword to finish the fight. Suddenly, a loud rumbling interrupted them, and they both turned to see something fast approaching. Before they could react, Bakugo was sent flying by a powerful kick from Ochako, who had come to Izuku's rescue. She looked fierce but softened as she turned to Izuku, quickly freeing him from the shurikens and showering him with kisses. Concerned, she asked if he had been hurt, and Izuku, feeling her warmth, asked how she knew he was in trouble. Ochako explained that her Izuku meter had gone off, sensing he needed her. It was how Ochako always found Izuku, and today was no different. She leaned in and kissed him gently on the lips. No matter how many times they shared this moment, Izuku would always blush and wipe his face afterward. But today, since she had just saved him, he didn't mind at all. In fact, a small part of him enjoyed it. The summer of 1991 was a simpler time, back when newspapers still held significance. Izuku Midoriya had taken a job as a paperboy a few months ago. It didn't pay much, but it was better than nothing. He was currently on his route with only one more stop left to go. He parked his bike next to the mailbox and placed the bundle of newspapers inside. As he stood there, the door of the house in front of him opened, and a girl with brown hair stepped outside. Izuku smiled and she waved back. His heart raced as she walked toward him. Uraraka approached him with a cheerful smile. She greeted him warmly, and Izuku, feeling a blush creeping onto his cheeks, stumbled over his words. She reminded him that he could use her first name, and he complied, albeit nervously. They exchanged pleasantries, and Ochako asked if he was almost done with his paper route. When he confirmed that she was his last stop, she invited him inside for a drink, explaining that it was quite hot outside. Izuku hesitated, concerned about her parents, but she reassured him that they weren't home. Reluctantly, he agreed and followed her into the house. She led him to the kitchen and poured him some orange juice, handing him the glass with a bright smile. Izuku thanked her and took a sip, feeling a mix of warmth and nervousness. Ochako then asked him why her house was his last stop, given that it was in the middle of the street. Izuku felt a blush rise again as he explained that, since she was his best friend, he saved the best for last. Ochako found his answer sweet, and they shared a moment of silence, both feeling a little shy. After finishing his juice, Izuku realized he needed to head home. Ochako watched him leave, her heart fluttering as she thought about how adorable he was. She wondered if he felt the same way about her and contemplated confessing her feelings, though she worried it might ruin their friendship. That night, she decided she would tell him how she felt. To make her confession special, she spent 3 hours baking a cake with help from her parents, who playfully teased her about her crush. As she finished, she realized it was almost time for Deku to arrive. She grabbed the cake and waited at her door, but as time passed, her excitement turned to worry when he didn't show up. After waiting for half an hour, she decided to check on him. She grabbed the cake and headed to his house, finding his bike parked outside. As she approached, a man stepped out of the house and brushed past her, nearly causing her to drop the cake. Confused and concerned, she entered the house, only to be met with a shocking sight. Glass lay scattered on the floor, and her heart sank as she called out for Izuku. Hearing groans from the corner, she rushed over and found him in pain, blood on his arms. She was alarmed and immediately asked what had happened. Izuku, though in distress, insisted he was all right and revealed that it was his father who had hurt him. Ochako was shocked and furious, demanding to know if he had a first aid kit. She quickly found it and began to treat his wounds, doing her best despite her inexperience. Izuku reassured her that she was doing well, and together they faced the difficult situation, their bond growing stronger amidst the chaos. Izuku smiled at Ochako, expressing his gratitude. She asked how long his situation had been going on, and he explained that his father had started drinking after his mother passed away 2 years ago. The abuse began a few months later, and since his father barely worked, Izuku had taken on a paper route job to help make ends meet. The insurance money was nearly depleted. Ochako urged him to seek help, expressing concern for his well-being. Izuku admitted he was scared of his father and felt uncertain about what to do. Ochako then suggested he come live with her, but Izuku hesitated, worried about being a burden to her family, who were already struggling financially. Ochako insisted, determined to help him. Feeling a mix of emotions, Ochako revealed that she had come to express her feelings for him. Izuku was taken aback, his face turning red as she confessed her long-standing crush. He reciprocated her feelings, admitting that he often visited her home in hopes of seeing her. Ochako found his honesty sweet, and Izuku felt relieved. As they stood close, Ochako asked if she could kiss him. Surprised but excited, Izuku agreed, and they shared a brief, innocent kiss that left them both blushing. However, Ochako quickly remembered the urgency of the situation and suggested they call for help. Izuku agreed, and she contacted an ambulance and the police, who arrested his father. Afterward, Ochako helped Izuku pack his belongings, and they explained everything to her parents, who welcomed him into their home. However, they faced a challenge due to their limited space. Ochako mentioned they would have to share her room, which made Izuku nervous. She insisted he wouldn't sleep on the couch and led him to her room, which was mostly empty except for a bed and a few other items. Izuku felt uncertain about staying in her room, but Ochako reassured him that it would make the space feel more complete. They unpacked his things, transforming the room to reflect both of their personalities. When it came time to sleep, Ochako noted that her bed was small, and they would have to make do. Izuku was surprised at the idea of sharing a bed, but Ochako was firm in her decision. As they settled in, Izuku faced away from her, feeling a mix of disbelief and comfort. Ochako encouraged him to turn around so they could see each other. When he did, they exchanged shy smiles, both feeling a warmth between them. Ochako reassured him that it was okay if he felt uncomfortable, but Izuku expressed his gratitude for her kindness and promised to help out more. They shared a brief moment of closeness, and Ochako mentioned that she would hug him if it didn't hurt his arms. Izuku assured her that he would be fine, and they discussed their feelings for each other, both expressing a desire to be together. They shared another quick kiss before drifting off to sleep, feeling safe and happy in each other's presence. Years later, they reminisced about their childhood and the playful idea of getting married at a young age. Ochako showed Izuku a book of her parents' wedding photos, explaining what a wedding meant. She asked if he considered her special, to which he readily agreed, affirming their friendship. Ochako proposed that they get married, believing it would mean they would always be together. Excited by the thought, Izuku eagerly agreed, sealing their bond with a promise of forever. Izuku smiled back at Ochako as they continued their planning for their wedding. They decided to hold the ceremony in Ochako's room, arranging chairs in 2 lines opposite each other and placing stuffed animals on them. Next, they needed attire. Ochako wrapped a white tablecloth around her body, while Izuku borrowed one of her dad's oversized black shirts. Izuku mentioned that they were supposed to have rings, prompting Ochako to come up with an idea. She went downstairs, opened a pack of ring pops, and brought 2 of them back upstairs. Izuku suggested that they should put the candy rings on each other's left-hand ring fingers. He took her hand and slipped the ring onto her finger, and Ochako did the same for him. With their makeshift altar created by bringing 2 high chairs together and draping a blanket over them, they stood underneath it. Izuku asked what came next, and Ochako explained that being married meant he was her husband and she was his wife. They needed to agree to this, so she asked if he agreed to marry her. He responded affirmatively, and she echoed the sentiment, feeling joy at the thought of spending her life with him. Izuku then noticed there was one more page in the book they were using. Curious, Ochako leaned in to see what it was. It was a picture of her parents kissing, and both of them reacted with disgust, exclaiming how gross it was. However, Ochako pointed out that they couldn't be married without a kiss, which led to a discussion about alternatives. Izuku suggested they could kiss on their faces instead. Though still not thrilled about it, Ochako agreed, feeling it was worth it to be with him forever. Izuku went first, giving her a quick peck beside her nose, and Ochako followed with a peck on his cheek. They declared themselves officially married and wondered what to do next. Izuku suggested checking for hero news on the TV, and Ochako enthusiastically agreed. They left the altar together, now married. Fast forward 15 years, and they would have to do it all over again. Class 3A had finally graduated after several long years filled with joy and sorrow. All the students were ready to start their careers as heroes, but Izuku would be leaving his classmates behind. Ochako was acutely aware of this reality. 2 months earlier, Izuku had told her about his plans to go to America to further his hero career after graduation. He appeared unhappy about it, and so was she. Despite her desire to cry and express her emotions, she held back, wanting to support him instead. When he revealed he would leave shortly after graduation, Ochako forced a smile and wished him well, even though it broke her heart to think of him leaving. Now that graduation had come, she felt the weight of his impending departure. Her parents arrived to celebrate, and although she put on a brave face, she was struggling inside. Her father reassured her that they would celebrate despite their financial issues, emphasizing that it was a special day for her. Ochako felt grateful for her supportive parents, knowing she wanted to become a hero for them. Spotting a flash of green hair in the crowd, she excused herself from her parents to find Izuku. When she reached him, her smile was genuine. Izuku greeted her, and his father mistakenly assumed she was his girlfriend, causing both to blush. Izuku quickly clarified that she was just a friend, and they exchanged polite introductions. As his parents stepped away to give them privacy, Ochako and Izuku shared a moment of reflection on their graduation. They expressed their happiness and excitement about pursuing their dreams, though Ochako admitted she was unsure of her next steps. Izuku reminded her that graduating from UA opened many doors for her, and she felt a sense of possibility ahead. Ochako decided to look around and make a choice. Izuku, blushing, suggested that she help him pack, hoping to spend a few more days together. Ochako happily agreed, grateful for the extra time with him. The next day, while cleaning out his closet, Izuku thanked Ochako for her help. His father had returned to work, leaving his mother to manage on her own. All students were required to bring their belongings home a few days before graduation, and Izuku had not had the chance to pack everything earlier. Curious, Ochako asked where Izuku's father worked. He explained that his father worked overseas and that once he started earning money, his father could stop working and his mother wouldn't feel lonely anymore. Ochako empathized, acknowledging how hard it must be for Izuku to see his father so infrequently. Izuku reassured her that it would be all right since his father would be with his mother soon. Ochako inquired about Izuku's plans in America. He shared that All Might had a plan to assist him with his hero career, involving Melissa and her father as well. The mention of Melissa stirred jealousy in Ochako, who worried about what would happen when Izuku returned and if Melissa would be close to him. Unbeknownst to her, in her moment of jealousy, Ochako accidentally snapped a broom. Embarrassed, she apologized, realizing her strength. Izuku reassured her that they were almost finished packing and expressed his gratitude, making her heart flutter. He then suggested they go out for lunch as a thank you, and although Ochako hesitated because she didn't want him to pay, she knew he wouldn't take no for an answer. She agreed but asked when he would be leaving. Izuku's frown mirrored hers as he revealed he would be leaving in 3 days. Ochako was not ready to say goodbye. That night, she reflected on their time together, from their first meeting to the late nights spent thinking about his departure. She regretted not expressing her feelings sooner, fearing it would hold him back. Yet she didn't want to see him with someone else either. In a moment of determination, she had an idea. She retrieved a jar filled with money she had saved since childhood, totaling 39,627.48 yen. Quietly, she tiptoed downstairs and used her family's computer to search for something special. A smile spread across her face when she found what she was looking for. 2 days later, at the airport, Izuku was surrounded by his parents, classmates, and teachers, all there to say goodbye. His mother was emotional, while his father encouraged him to do his best. Bakugo declared he would still aim to be the #1 hero, and Lito wished him good luck. As everyone offered their farewells, Izuku noticed Ochako was missing. He asked if anyone had seen her, but no one had. Despite feeling sad, he assured everyone he would miss them and promised to return. After hugging his parents, he walked toward his gate, waving goodbye. As he passed through security and took his seat on the plane, he let his tears fall, regretting that he hadn't had the chance to say goodbye to Ochako. Just then, a woman asked if the seat next to him was taken. He absent-mindedly replied that it wasn't, still lost in thought. When he looked up, he was shocked to see Ochako sitting beside him. She smiled and greeted him, and he was surprised that she had come to say goodbye. She revealed that she wouldn't let him leave without a proper farewell, and instead of saying goodbye, she pulled out her ticket. Ochako was going to America too. Izuku was taken aback and asked why she would do that. With a blush, she confessed her feelings for him, saying she loved him and had for years. She had held back her feelings, thinking it would distract them from their hero training, but the thought of him leaving made her realize she couldn't be apart from him. Izuku felt overwhelmed, wanting to respond but allowing her to continue. Ochako expressed her desire to be by his side, to be heroes together, and to find happiness together. She was determined to stay with him, no matter what. What do you say? Ochako asked, her heart racing. Izuku looked as if he were lost in thought, struggling to process everything. Did he not feel the same way? Did she mess up? Ochako wondered anxiously. She stood up, feeling a wave of uncertainty wash over her. If he didn't share her feelings, she could still leave. Please stay. Izuku exclaimed, reaching out to grab her arm, urging her to sit back down. Uraraka, that makes me really happy to hear from you. I love you too. I have for a long time. I just don't have much experience with these feelings. I wanted to tell you, but when you didn't show up, I thought I missed my chance. But now that you're here, I feel like I can do anything. I want you to come with me, Ochako Uraraka, Izuku said, a smile breaking across his face. Tears of joy streamed down Ochako's cheeks as she felt a rush of happiness. Izuku's eyes glistened with emotion as he joined her in tears. Ochako made the first move, leaning in to share a gentle kiss with him, a moment they would both cherish forever. I love you, I love you so much, she said, still overwhelmed with emotion. I love you too, Izuku started, but Ochako interrupted. Please keep saying Ochako. It makes me really happy, she insisted. Okay, Ochako, Izuku replied, causing her heart to flutter once more. Wait, what about saying goodbye to everyone else? He asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Actually, I told everyone 2 days ago and said my goodbyes, including to my parents, Ochako explained, wiping her face. Are you sure you want this, Ochako? I know how much your family means to you, Izuku said, his tone serious. I will miss them. But they always told me to follow my dreams. And well, what can I say? You're my dream boy, Deku, Ochako replied, a shy smile spreading across her face. Izuku blushed more than he already was, but happiness filled his heart. Together, they were on their way to America, ready to become heroes. A girl ran as fast as she could through the rain, her bare feet splashing in the puddles. Stop! A police officer yelled, chasing after her. Gotta hide. The young girl thought frantically. She turned a corner and collided with a boy who had messy green hair. Ow, the boy exclaimed. Sorry. The girl apologized, quickly picking up the bread she had dropped. Do you have somewhere I can hide? She asked, her eyes pleading for help. The boy replied, confused. Please, I'll explain later. The girl insisted, desperation in her voice. The boy thought for a moment before responding. Alright, come with me, he said. Thank you. The girl exclaimed, relief washing over her. Through here. The boy said, pointing down an alleyway. He led her into the shadows, and they both crouched behind some trash cans. They watched as the police officer peered into the alley but eventually moved on. Phew. That was close. Thank you so much, the girl said, standing up. What was that about? The boy asked, curiosity evident in his eyes. I may have taken this, she admitted, holding up the bread. Took? The boy stammered. I know it's wrong. But I'm just so hungry, she confessed, her stomach growling in agreement. Why not ask your parents to buy it? The boy suggested. They're gone, the girl replied, her voice heavy with sorrow. I'm sorry, the boy said, his expression turning sympathetic. It's all right. I've been really poor since then. I was put in an orphanage, but they did awful things to us, so I ran away. Now I'm all alone, the girl explained. What's your name? The boy asked gently. Ochako Uraraka. What's yours? She replied. That's a nice name. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he said, causing Ochako to blush slightly. Thank you. Anyway, I should go. If I get caught, I don't want you to get in trouble, Ochako said, glancing nervously around. But maybe I can help you. I can take you to my house, Izuku offered. Ochako smiled but shook her head. You've already helped me enough. I don't want to be a bother to you anymore, she said. You won't be, Izuku insisted. But I'm really dirty, Ochako replied, looking down at her clothes. You can take a shower, he suggested. My clothes are ruined, she said, feeling embarrassed. You can wear some of mine. If you're okay with boy clothes for now, Izuku offered. Ochako wasn't going to be picky about her clothes as long as they were better than what she had on. But I'm pretty hurt in some areas, like my feet, she admitted, raising her bruised foot. Izuku immediately took off his shoes. They look like the same size as mine, and I recently cleaned them, he said, offering them to her. Midoriya. I can't. I would owe you too much, Ochako said, her eyes welling up with gratitude. Who said anything about owing anything? I just want to help you, Izuku replied, shaking his shoes a little to encourage her to take them. Reluctantly, she accepted and slipped them on. They fit perfectly. Thank you, Midoriya. You're one of the few people who have been nice to me, she said, her voice filled with emotion. It's not a problem. I would feel awful if I were in your situation. I'll take you to my house, but first, you have to return the bread, Izuku said firmly. We have plenty of food at my house, so don't worry. Let's just return it, okay? Hirged. Okay, Ochako agreed. Izuku opened his umbrella and held it over their heads as they walked back to the store. Fortunately, the owner was kind enough to forgive her, and after returning the bread, Izuku led her to his home. Here it is. It's nothing special, just so. You know, he said as they arrived. It's wonderful, Ochako said, her eyes lighting up. Come on in. Just to warn you, the only other person here is my mom, and when she sees you, she will most likely overreact, Izuku said, a hint of apprehension in his voice. It can't be that bad, Ochako replied, trying to reassure him. Izuku unlocked the door and swung it open. Ma, I'm home. He called out. Hey honey. Inko replied from another room. Mom, I brought over a friend. Is that all right? Izuku asked, glancing back at Ochako. A friend? That's wonderful. Come in here so I can see who it is. I bet it's Bakugo. Inko exclaimed. A friend? Ochako thought, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. She realized it felt too soon to consider herself Izuku's friend, especially since they had only known each other for an hour. But if he thinks she will gladly agree. Izuku noted that she was really energetic. Ochako followed his lead as they made their way to the room where Inko was waiting. Inko greeted them, but stopped when she realized it wasn't Bakugo. Instead, it was a girl. Her son had brought home a girl for the first time ever, and the realization overwhelmed her, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Ochako, noticing Inko's tears, asked if she was all right. Inko exclaimed with joy, expressing her happiness and pulling both Izuku and Ochako into a tight hug, nearly squeezing the breath out of them. She declared that she always knew her son wouldn't be alone forever and would have a girlfriend someday. Ochako felt her cheeks flush at the mention of being a girlfriend, realizing things were moving too quickly. Izuku, equally embarrassed, urged his mother to let go before they suffocated. Inko immediately released them, allowing them to breathe again. Izuku introduced Ochako, and Inko welcomed her warmly, inviting her to call her Inko. Despite Ochako's initial hesitation about being dirty, Inko reassured her that it was fine. Izuku then explained that he had met Uraraka while out and asked if she could stay with them. Ochako expressed her hope that it wouldn't be too much trouble. Inko happily agreed, saying Ochako was welcome to stay as long as she needed. She instructed Izuku to get the air mattress and set it up in his room while she prepared dinner. Izuku blushed at the thought of having Ochako in his room, but Inko insisted he go on. He led Ochako down the hallway, opening a closet to retrieve a box. As he carried it into his room, Ochako admired the many posters adorning the walls, mostly of the same person. Izuku felt embarrassed, thinking it made him look nerdy, but Ochako found it cool. They began to set up the mattress, and Izuku offered Ochako the chance to take a shower if she wanted. She realized it had been a long time since she had one, and the beach hadn't exactly been a suitable option. Grateful for the opportunity, she thanked him and mentioned she wouldn't stay long. Izuku insisted she was staying with them now, pointing out that she had nowhere else to go. With no argument left to make, Ochako accepted her situation. She asked where to leave her clothes, and Izuku directed her to a laundry basket. After leaving his room, Ochako locked herself in the bathroom, turned on the water, and stepped into the shower, letting the hot water soothe her skin. Though her feet stung from bruises, she felt grateful for the kindness she had received. As she washed her hair, she thought about how cute Izuku was but reminded herself that it was too early for anything romantic. After cleaning up, she turned off the water, wrapped herself in a towel, and looked in the mirror, noting that she could use a haircut. She opened the bathroom door cautiously, ensuring no one was around, and knocked on Izuku's bedroom door. When he didn't answer, she opened it slightly and found it empty. Stepping inside, she closed the door behind her, wondering where he had gone. Suddenly, the door opened behind her, and she turned to find Izuku standing there, his face turning red as he realized she was only in a towel. He quickly apologized and shut the door, feeling embarrassed. Ochako reassured him that it was all right, understanding it was an accident. Izuku felt relieved that she didn't think poorly of him. He explained that he had come to bring her some old clothes his mother had found that might fit her. After leaving the clothes, he went to help Inko in the kitchen. Ochako opened the door to find a neat stack of fresh clothes. She changed into them and admired her reflection in the mirror, feeling grateful for the kindness she had received. When she heard a knock on the door, she opened it, smiling at Izuku, who greeted her back. Izuku complimented Ochako on how great she looked in her clothes, causing both of them to blush. Ochako felt a warm, new feeling inside her as she thanked him. Izuku informed her that dinner was ready, and she eagerly replied that it sounded good since she hadn't eaten in 2 days. As they walked into the hallway, Ochako began to feel pain in her feet and exclaimed in discomfort. Izuku noticed and turned to her, asking what was wrong. She brushed it off, saying her feet were just a little sore. Concerned, Izuku offered to take a look at them, to which Ochako hesitantly agreed, trusting him not to judge her. They returned to Izuku's room, where Ochako sat on her bed and lifted her feet for him to see. Her feet bore cuts, bruises, and missing pieces of skin, and her toenails looked as if they had been damaged. She admitted it hurt every time she stepped. Izuku, looking at her feet, asked how long she had been without shoes. Ochako revealed that she had been walking barefoot for years. Izuku quickly left the room and returned a few minutes later with a plate of food in one hand and a first aid kit in the other. He set the food down on a table and approached her with the kit, asking if he could touch her feet. Ochako encouraged him to go ahead. Izuku opened the first aid kit and carefully wrapped her feet, apologizing for not being a doctor but assuring her that at least they weren't infected. Ochako expressed her gratitude, and Izuku suggested she should rest her feet for the next few days while she enjoyed her dinner. He asked if he could stay and eat with her, to which she smiled and agreed. After handing her the plate, he went to the kitchen to get his own meal. When he returned, he found that Ochako had already finished. She explained that she was very hungry since she hadn't eaten in days. Izuku offered her seconds, and she eagerly accepted. He returned with more food and some water, reminding her to eat slowly to avoid choking. After she finished her meal, Izuku brought her some mochi, which she had never tried before. After taking a bite, she fell in love with the treat and quickly ate the whole thing. Izuku smiled, pleased that she enjoyed it, and promised to bring her more later. After dinner, he provided her with a new toothbrush for her dental hygiene, noting that she would need to visit a dentist soon. As bedtime approached, Izuku handed her some pajamas and instructed her to lay down while he turned off the lights. Ochako settled onto the air mattress, resting her head on the pillow. After turning off the lights, Izuku lay down on his bed. He wished her good night but soon heard her quietly crying. Concerned, he sat up and called out to her, asking if she was all right. Ochako explained that she was overwhelmed with happiness, having not felt at home for so long. Despite being a stranger earlier that day, Izuku had shown her more kindness than anyone else had in years. She then asked if she could hug him, and after a moment of surprise, he agreed. He rolled off his bed onto the air mattress, where she snuggled against him. As he turned to face her, he noticed she had already fallen asleep. Izuku felt his heart race as he watched her sleeping form, thinking how cute she looked. He was relieved that she couldn't see his flushed face. However, he soon realized he was stuck, as Ochako had a surprisingly strong grip on him even in her sleep. He decided that at least she was happy. In another scene, the entire class was focused on the scoreboard, where Izuku Midoriya found himself in last place. Izawa, with his usual sleepy demeanor, announced that Izuku would be expelled, shocking everyone. Momo expressed her disbelief, while Kirishima reacted with surprise. Izuku felt a wave of depression wash over him, reflecting on all the hard work he had put in over the past year, including training with all might, only to feel it was all for nothing. He turned to walk away, but a girl with brown hair, Ochako, suddenly shouted in protest, demanding to know how Izawa could expel him. She passionately defended Izuku, stating that he was already a hero in her eyes for saving her when others had run away. Ochako pointed at Bakugo, expressing her frustration. Bakugo responded with a sharp warning, telling her to watch her tone. Izawa intervened, suggesting that Ochako should reconsider her attitude or she would also be leaving. Ochako, feeling defiant, declared that she would leave, gesturing dismissively at Izawa before walking over to Izuku. As they walked away from the school, Ochako insisted that they didn't have to endure this situation. Izuku, concerned, expressed that he didn't want her to jeopardize her hero career because of him. Ochako firmly stated that if the school didn't want someone like Izuku, then she wanted no part of it. She was determined to leave if he couldn't stay, and together they exited the campus, leaving their classmates in stunned silence while Izawa remained expressionless. Lita noted that they had taken their gym uniforms with them. As they walked, Izuku hesitantly asked if Ochako really meant what she said about him being her hero. She confirmed it, mentioning that he had saved her. She also recalled Bakugo yelling his name, asking if it was Deku Midoriya. Izuku explained that Bakugo used it as an insult, meaning useless. Ochako, however, found it encouraging, interpreting it as, "You can do it." This made Izuku blush with appreciation. Ochako introduced herself, expressing her gratitude for his help. Izuku modestly downplayed his actions, but Ochako insisted it was significant to her. She explained that it was her reason for leaving. She couldn't support a school that would dismiss a hero like him. Her heartfelt thanks made Izuku feel elated, as she was one of the kindest people he had encountered in a long time. Izuku, feeling a mix of emotions, asked what they should do next. Ochako suggested they would figure something out, noting that her parents might not be thrilled but would support her. Izuku thought his mom would be more upset with the school than with him and decided he should tell her about the situation. Ochako asked if she could accompany him, admitting she didn't want to be alone. He agreed, leading her to his house, feeling nervous about having a girl over. He worried about his room and his nerdy interests potentially scaring her away. Upon entering, Izuku called out to his mom, who was surprised to see him home early. She noticed Ochako and complimented her, causing Ochako to blush. Normally, Inko would be overwhelmed by her son bringing home a girl, but sensing something was off, she held back her excitement for the moment. Izuku introduced Ochako as his friend, which made him happy. Inko, however, quickly demanded to know why he was home instead of at UA. Izuku explained that he had been expelled for coming last in an exercise. Inko embraced him, tears in her eyes, expressing her anger at the school but reassuring him of her support. Ochako explained that she had left on her own accord, wanting to stand by Izuku after he saved her during the entrance exam. Inko, touched by her words, pulled Ochako into a group hug, expressing her gratitude. Ochako was surprised by Inko's emotional response but felt welcomed. Inko insisted they stay for lunch and encouraged Izuku to show Ochako around while she prepared the meal. Ochako asked if she could call her family, and Izuku encouraged her to do so. He noticed her flip phone but didn't pry into it as she stepped away for privacy. As Izuku contemplated his own challenges, he wondered what All Might would say and feared losing his quirk. Despite feeling overwhelmed, he reminded himself that he wasn't alone in this situation. Turning the corner, he found Ochako still on the phone. She signaled for him to join her, introducing him to her mother. Izuku nervously greeted her, and Ochako's mom playfully asked if he was the cute boy her daughter had mentioned, prompting a flustered reaction from both Ochako and Izuku. Her mother expressed gratitude for saving Ochako, assuring them that her family would support whatever path they chose moving forward. Ochako's mother mentioned that Izuku was her hero, which made him feel a bit shy about receiving such praise. After a brief conversation, Ochako's mother said goodbye, expressing her love for her daughter. Once the call ended, Ochako shared with Izuku that her mom seemed to like him. Izuku felt pleased and shifted the conversation to their future as heroes. Just then, Inko called from the kitchen, announcing that lunch was ready. Ochako, feeling hungry, suggested they discuss their plans over lunch, and Izuku agreed, relieved that they would face their challenges together. 6 months had passed since Ochako, an Amazon woman, found Izuku on a ship, and they had quickly started a life together, even dating soon after. As Izuku closed the shop for the day, he was suddenly lifted off the ground by Ochako, who was eager to spend time with him. He asked what she wanted to do, and she brought up a topic he had mentioned before but never fully explained. Curious, she suggested they try it out. Izuku, feeling nervous yet excited, agreed. As they entered their room, Ochako laid down on the bed, which was a bit small for her. She tilted her head, asking how he knew about the activity if he had never done it before. He explained that he had overheard discussions on the ship, which piqued her interest. They decided to start with a simple kiss, and Ochako leaned in, pressing her lips to his for a brief moment, both of them blushing. Izuku explained that making out involved longer kisses and even using their tongues. Ochako, intrigued, considered the idea, recalling her past experiences with animals. Despite her initial hesitation, she expressed her willingness to try it out. They faced each other, and Izuku nervously suggested they kiss again. Ochako eagerly complied, and as their lips met, she felt a rush of warmth. As they explored this new experience, Ochako took charge, playfully rolling on top of Izuku. They shared a passionate moment, and after a while, they paused to catch their breath, a string of saliva connecting their lips. Ochako exclaimed how amazing it was, while Izuku noted that she had been a bit rough. She apologized, feeling guilty, but he reassured her that they were learning together. Then, Ochako asked if he wanted to take their relationship further. Izuku hesitated, reminding her that he preferred to wait until marriage. She acknowledged this, and he took a moment to retrieve something from his jacket. He returned with a small black box and knelt down, revealing a shiny ring. He proposed, and without hesitation, Ochako accepted, her heart filled with joy. Izuku explained that the ring symbolized love and commitment, slipping it onto her finger. She admired its beauty, and he felt relieved that she liked it. However, they both realized they still needed to have a proper ceremony to be officially married. Ochako eagerly asked when that would happen. A month later, the day of their wedding arrived. In the church, the priest declared they could kiss, and Ochako leaned down to share a sweet kiss with Izuku, sealing their marriage with a moment of joy. Izuku looked into Ochako's eyes and smiled, expressing his happiness at the thought of her taking his last name. They held hands as they exited the church, returning to their room alone for their wedding without family or friends. Ochako, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness, wondered if this meant they could take their relationship to the next level. She had never been comfortable with seducing men, but with Izuku, it felt different. She hoped to start a family with someone she loved. Izuku, however, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He was inexperienced and unsure of himself. Ochako reassured him, saying he would be fine and that they could wait if he wasn't ready. Despite his nerves, Izuku decided he was ready to take the leap. Weeks later, Ochako called out for Izuku in distress. He rushed to her side, finding her looking unwell with signs of sickness around her. Concerned, he knelt beside her and comforted her as she explained her symptoms. After recalling their NTMT moment from weeks prior, Izuku hesitantly suggested the possibility of her being pregnant. Ochako was taken aback by the thought, and Izuku suggested they would have to wait and see. As time passed, Ochako's baby bump began to show, confirming Izuku's suspicions. Overjoyed, Ochako lifted Izuku into a tight embrace, celebrating the news that they would soon be parents. Months later, Ochako was in labor, experiencing intense pain. Izuku stayed by her side, holding her hand and offering encouragement. The doctor urged her to give one final push, and with all her strength, she did. Moments later, the doctor announced the arrival of their baby boy, who was whisked away for a quick checkup. Ochako, exhausted, asked where their baby was being taken. Izuku reassured her that it was just a routine procedure. Despite her fatigue, she insisted on seeing their child. Izuku gently encouraged her to rest, knowing she needed it. 2 hours later, Ochako stirred awake to find Izuku holding a small blanket. He introduced her to their baby, and as she looked at him, she noticed he had Izuku's hair color. Tears of joy filled their eyes as they marveled at their beautiful child, feeling a sense of perfection in their new family. In a different world, Ochako found herself in Winterhold, a desolate place in Skyrim. Surrounded by snow and ruins, she longed for adventure beyond the confines of her family's inn. With her parents away, she felt the weight of boredom until a customer entered the inn. Welcoming the man, she noticed his armor and sword. He requested a room, and after paying, she led him to the largest accommodation. After ensuring he was settled, she returned to the bar, wishing for more visitors and a bard to liven the atmosphere. Moments later, the adventurer emerged in casual clothing and took a seat at the bar. Ochako offered him food and drinks, hoping to make his stay enjoyable. The man brought out some more gold to pay. Ochako took the gold and began preparing the pie. She asked if he needed anything else while he waited, but he declined. As she continued with the pie, she mentioned that there was a store next door, although it didn't sell much due to the difficulty of getting supplies in the area. The man expressed his sympathy for the situation and inquired why she didn't leave. Ochako replied that if she had the means, she would gladly take her whole family away. Curiosity piqued, she asked what brought him to such a remote town. He explained that he had heard about the college but needed to perform a certain spell to gain entry. Ochako's interest was sparked. She had tried magic herself but had never succeeded, and no one would teach her. The man, introducing himself as Izuku, offered to show her a spell. Excited, Ochako nodded in agreement. Izuku stood up and activated a blue spell, which seemed to absorb into his body. Ochako asked what it did, and he explained it was called muffle, making his movements quieter. She remarked that it didn't seem very useful, but he noted it helped with sneaking around. Curious about his name, she introduced herself as Ochako and mentioned it sounded familiar. Izuku explained he was the Dragonborn, which made her laugh. She found it hard to believe someone so legendary would be in such a small town. Izuku, sensing her disbelief, demonstrated his power with a shout that pushed her back. He laughed at her reaction, and after she recovered from the shock, she served him the apple pie, providing him with a fork and knife. He thanked her and dug into the pie, and they continued to chat. Izuku mentioned he had just returned from collecting a bounty on some bandits and didn't have a place to go. Ochako assured him he was welcome to stay as long as he continued to pay. After finishing his pie, Izuku decided to retire for the night, leaving Ochako curious about his presence in the town. The next morning, she noticed no customers had come in, and Izuku had left but still had some belongings in his rented room. She thought he wouldn't be gone long, considering there wasn't much to do in the area. She found herself blushing at the thought of how cute he was, shaking her head to dispel the notion. When Izuku returned, she greeted him and asked where he had gone. He mentioned he visited the store and found a spell book for flames, which he already knew. To her surprise, he offered it to her, saying he would help her learn. Ochako was taken aback but agreed, smiling at the kind gesture. They went outside, and she read through the book thoroughly. As snow fell, Izuku asked if she understood the spell. Ochako focused hard and tried to activate it, but nothing happened. Disappointed, she felt like giving up. Izuku encouraged her not to quit, sharing that he too had been a nobody before discovering his abilities. He reassured her that with practice, she could learn. Taking a deep breath, Ochako tried again, successfully sending out flames. Overjoyed, she jumped in excitement, and Izuku praised her progress. She spent the rest of the day practicing her new spell, gradually improving. Izuku watched her with a smile, proud of her determination. The next day, as he finished his apple pie, Ochako realized he was leaving. She felt a pang of sadness and asked when he would return. Izuku replied that he didn't have a home and traveled wherever he could, leaving her hopeful for their paths to cross again. Usually, people had work for Izuku, but there wasn't much to do at the moment, so he decided to check in with the Jarl before leaving. He stepped out of the inn without another word. Ochako quickly gathered all the coins Izuku had spent over the past few days. She opened the door to his rented room, found his coin purse, and returned all the coins. It didn't feel right to her that Izuku had helped her with magic, even buying her a book, and then she charged him for a few pies and a room for a few days. She waited patiently for Izuku to return, and after a few minutes, the door opened. Ochako's parents entered the inn, carrying several sacks of supplies. They had just returned from their long trip. Ochako greeted them warmly, asking if they had managed well during their absence. Her mother inquired if anyone had come by, and Ochako hesitated, realizing she had something important to share with them. Meanwhile, Izuku stepped out of the Jarl's keep, having found no work. He thought he would have to look for opportunities in the next city as he headed back to the inn. To his surprise, he saw Ochako coming out of the inn with the belongings he had left behind. He acknowledged her kindness, but she had more to say. Ochako expressed her desire to join him on his adventures, insisting that she could handle it and even learn to fight. She demonstrated her magic by activating her flames, showcasing her abilities. Izuku hesitated, concerned about the dangers of his adventures, but Ochako was determined. She argued that if she went alone, she could be in danger, but if she accompanied him, they could look out for each other. Izuku asked about her family, and Ochako explained that they had returned while he was away. She had discussed her plans with them, and they had given their approval, knowing she would be safe with him. After some contemplation, Izuku agreed to let her join him, but he warned her that their next destination was far away and they would need to walk. Ochako was undeterred, believing it couldn't be that far. When Izuku revealed they were headed to Markarth, she realized it would be quite a journey, as it was on the opposite side of the map. As the story shifted, Izuku Midoriya was introduced as a shy but intelligent student with high grades but little social interaction. As a senior in high school, it was embarrassing for him to admit he had never had a girlfriend. He sat at the back of the classroom, mostly alone, except for a girl named Jairu, who was always listening to music. The teacher announced a new student, Ochako Uraraka, who introduced herself with a smile, hoping to make friends. Many boys found her attractive, including Izuku, who quickly dismissed any hopes of pursuing her. Ochako chose a seat next to Izuku and greeted him, causing him to blush. She noticed his reaction and pointed it out, but he quickly tried to focus on class. When she asked for his name, he introduced himself, surprised by her interest in him. Ochako expressed a desire to get to know him better, which flustered Izuku. The teacher interrupted, but Ochako suggested they talk more at lunch, and Izuku agreed. Later, Izuku waited at their lunch table, anxious for Ochako's arrival. When she finally sat down beside him, she apologized for being late. Izuku noticed she hadn't brought any food, and she explained she wasn't hungry. As they talked, Ochako asked about his interests, and Izuku shared that he studied a lot and read manga. She complimented him on his intelligence and suggested they study together. When she revealed her family had moved to a cheap house on 32 North Street, Izuku realized it was his street too. Excitedly, Ochako proposed they walk home together after school, which made Izuku nervous but happy. At the end of the school day, Ochako expressed her enjoyment of their first day together, leaving Izuku feeling hopeful about their budding friendship. Ochako expressed her happiness about being friends as they walked home. Ochako quietly remarked to Izuku that Bakugo had dressed as a villain again this year. Bakugo, overhearing her, expressed his frustration with a fierce glare. Izuku, not wanting to escalate the situation, suggested they find another way to pass the time, knowing they were outnumbered. Bakugo, however, proposed a game, a mummy wrap contest. The first team to completely wrap their partner in toilet paper would win. If they won, they could pass freely. If they lost, they would have to pay. Izuku and Ochako agreed to the challenge, deciding that Ochako would be the one to get wrapped since she was shorter. Bakugo tossed a roll of toilet paper to Izuku, who fumbled but eventually caught it. Bakugo instructed his teammate to stay still, confident in his ability to wrap quickly. Ochako encouraged Izuku, causing him to blush slightly. As the game began, Izuku hurried to wrap Ochako's legs, trying to keep pace with Bakugo, who was already ahead. However, when it came time to wrap Ochako's chest, Izuku hesitated, feeling flustered. Ochako reassured him that it was just a game and urged him to continue. With a deep breath, Izuku wrapped her chest and moved up to her neck, feeling the pressure of time as he worked quickly. In the end, it was announced that Izuku had won the challenge. He celebrated with a mummified Ochako, who expressed her pride in him. Bakugo, frustrated by his loss, blamed his teammate for being too slow and stormed off, leaving Izuku and Ochako to enjoy their victory. As they walked down the street, collecting candy from houses, they eventually returned to Izuku's home to sort through their haul. Ochako excitedly declared it their biggest collection yet. They engaged in their annual tradition of trading candy, with Izuku offering a blow pop for 2 Tootsie Rolls, which Ochako accepted. Their playful banter continued, and when Ochako playfully suggested a trade involving a kiss, Izuku was momentarily confused but quickly understood when she leaned in for a quick peck. Feeling a mix of emotions, Izuku reflected on how this Halloween would be their last together for a while. Ochako reassured him that they would have future adventures, perhaps even with children of their own one day. The thought made Izuku blush, and he realized he was not quite ready for that yet. As they said their goodbyes, Ochako expressed her affection for him, leaving Izuku feeling warm and sweetened by the moment. Later, in a different scenario, Izuku found himself on a spaceship with a group of 10 people, although there were supposed to be only 8. He knew that 2 imposters were among them, one of whom was Bakugo. Their mission was to eliminate everyone on board, as rival agents sought to be the first to discover new life. Izuku felt a mix of anxiety and determination, especially when a girl in a pink spacesuit sat beside him and asked if he was nervous. After introducing themselves, they learned that communications were down and the imposters had some control over the ship. With problems arising, they were instructed to complete their tasks while staying vigilant. Izuku knew he had to keep his composure and navigate the challenges ahead, all while grappling with the weight of his secret mission. If they followed the plan, everything would be fine. The captain, Lida, explained that whoever was the imposter should hope they wouldn't be discovered. He handed everyone a clipboard with their assigned tasks. Izuku Midoriya met Ochako Uraraka and felt a sense of camaraderie. They both hoped to see each other again as they navigated the challenges ahead. As Izuku reviewed his task, he realized he had no idea how to complete any of them. He had been told he would need to fake tasks, but he was unsure how to go about it. The captain instructed everyone to take a walkie-talkie and report anything important. He also pointed out an emergency button on the table, wishing everyone good luck as they dispersed. Izuku wandered through the ship, exploring the various rooms and hallways. He noticed several people but never had the chance to approach anyone alone. Eventually, he arrived at his first fake task in the electrical room, where he found Ochako working on her own task. She greeted him cheerfully while fixing some wires. Izuku approached her, curious about her work. She explained that she was fixing wires and asked what his task was. He replied that he also needed to fix wires. Ochako assured him she would be done shortly. Suddenly, a loud noise startled Izuku as the door behind him slammed shut. He jumped in surprise, and Ochako calmly suggested that the imposters must have shut it, as they had control of the ship. Izuku felt conflicted. He saw this as an opportunity but hesitated because Ochako was kind and innocent. She noticed his unease and asked if he was scared. Izuku admitted he was a little frightened, and Ochako reassured him that they would get through this together. Her comforting words touched him, but he struggled with the task he was supposed to complete. After a moment, the door opened again. Ochako encouraged him to continue with his task while she moved on to hers. Just then, their walkie-talkies crackled to life, announcing that a body had been found and everyone needed to return to the starting point immediately or risk being voted off. Ochako urged Izuku to follow her back to the cafeteria, where everyone else was gathering. A guy in a yellow suit asked where the body had been found, and a guy in a purple suit revealed it was the captain's body, discovered in admin. When a girl in a white suit inquired about the culprit, the purple-suited guy admitted there hadn't been anyone nearby. Bakugo, wearing a scowl, accused the purple-suited guy of self-reporting, suggesting it was a tactic to deflect suspicion. The purple-suited guy protested, but Bakugo's accusations seemed to sway the others. As everyone voted using the tablet on the table, Izuku felt uneasy and chose to skip the vote. Ochako noticed and smiled, also opting to skip because she felt uncertain about the situation. The votes were tallied, and the purple-suited guy received the most votes. The floor beneath him opened, and he was sent into space. Izuku was horrified, watching as the purple-suited guy floated away into the void. Bakugo announced that everyone should return to their tasks, reminding them that there was still one imposter among them. Concerned, Ochako approached Izuku, noticing he hadn't moved. He expressed his worry about the possibility that the purple-suited guy might have been innocent. Ochako offered him a reassuring pat on the back, encouraging him that they would face this together. They made their way to admin, where Ochako completed her task by swiping her card. Izuku checked his own list and realized he needed a card to complete his task, but he didn't have one. Ochako, ever helpful, offered her card for him to use. As he swiped the card, Izuku learned that this wasn't Ochako's first time doing this task. She mentioned it was her third time, and Izuku felt a mix of admiration and guilt. She then asked if he wanted to accompany her for her last task, clearly enjoying his company. Feeling the weight of his secret, Izuku hesitated and decided to ask her something important. He wanted to know why she trusted him so much, considering he could be the imposter. Ochako simply replied that she believed he was a nice person and didn't think he could be a murderer. Izuku wanted to confess everything to her, knowing she deserved the truth, but he couldn't risk their safety. Instead, he expressed his gratitude for her trust, feeling a genuine connection with her despite the mission he was supposed to complete. Determined to protect her, Izuku resolved not to let anything happen to Ochako. He thought that if he could come clean, perhaps she would help him and Bakugo. Just as he was about to speak, he paused, gathering his thoughts before stepping out of the admin room. The door suddenly closed in their faces before Izuku could finish his sentence. Ochako banged on the door, calling out to him. Izuku felt a sense of dread, fearing that Bakugo was behind it. He turned around and saw Bakugo crawling out of the vent. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that Bakugo's presence meant Ochako was safe. However, that relief quickly turned to concern as Bakugo confronted him with anger. He accused Izuku of ruining their mission, having seen him enter the room with Ochako. Bakugo was furious that she was still alive. Izuku stammered, trying to explain himself, but Bakugo cut him off. He insisted that they needed to eliminate Ochako to succeed in their task. The threat in Bakugo's voice made Izuku nod in agreement, fear gripping him. Bakugo left through the vent, leaving Izuku alone. The door opened again, and Ochako rushed in, hugging Izuku tightly. She expressed her fear, thinking one of them might not make it out alive. Izuku reassured her that they were both fine, though he felt a pang of guilt knowing what he had to do next. As they made their way to the storage room to report the body, Ochako shared her theory that whoever arrived next must be the imposter. Izuku agreed, and they waited for Bakugo to enter the room. When he did, Ochako immediately voted for him, and he returned the favor. Bakugo taunted them, trying to deflect the accusations. Ochako insisted they knew he was the imposter, pointing out that it was just the three of them left. Bakugo questioned why Izuku wasn't the one to blame, which led to a revelation about their connection. Ochako began to piece together the truth, realizing that Izuku was also involved. The betrayal hit her hard, and she cried out in disbelief. Izuku, overwhelmed with guilt, apologized. Bakugo reveled in the situation, confirming that everyone they had voted out was innocent. Ochako pleaded with Izuku, asking if he could really go through with voting her out after everything they had been through together. Bakugo pressured Izuku, reminding him of the consequences if he didn't act. Izuku felt trapped, torn between his loyalty to Ochako and the threat looming over him. Despite her desperate pleas, he pressed the vote button, watching as Bakugo was ejected into space. Afterward, Ochako stood behind him, questioning what he would do next. Izuku, feeling the weight of his actions, threw away his weapons, unable to harm her. He confessed that he hadn't killed anyone, placing the blame solely on Bakugo. Ochako, sitting beside him, offered her belief in his innocence, which surprised Izuku. She explained that he had the chance to eliminate her but hadn't taken it. Her trust in him meant everything and he felt grateful. As they discussed their situation, Ochako mentioned her last task in the oxygen room. She helped him up and they walked together. Once in the oxygen room, Ochako worked on fixing the wires, restoring the air supply. She removed her helmet, enjoying the fresh air, and Izuku couldn't help but admire her. When she asked him why he hadn't taken off his helmet, he realized he had been distracted by her presence. After removing his helmet, Ochako complimented his green hair, making him blush. She announced her intention to take a shower and told him to wait for her in the med bay. As she walked away, Izuku felt a rush of emotions. He was undeniably in love. Tonight was a favorite holiday for many kids, second only to Christmas. The entire UA school was hosting a party, and Izuku was fast asleep on the couch. That was until he felt something resting on him, stirring him from his slumber. Ochako, his girlfriend, was perched on top of him, looking adorable. She had seen him sleeping and couldn't resist the urge to snuggle close. Izuku gently stroked her hair and asked why she wasn't at the party with everyone else. Ochako explained that the party wasn't enjoyable, Bakugo was being loud, Mienta was acting inappropriately, and some girls were wearing costumes that made her uncomfortable. Instead, she chose to be in Izuku's arms. Suddenly, they heard a voice clear its throat. Aizawa stood nearby, and both Izuku and Ochako blushed at being caught in such a cozy position. Aizawa, while thinking they looked cute, would never admit it. He informed them that he needed them to take Eri trick-or-treating since he had promised her they would go. Eri stepped out from behind Aizawa's leg, dressed in a costume resembling Izuku's hero outfit. Her excitement made Izuku emotional, feeling like he had a true fan. Aizawa left for the party, reminding them to check Eri's candy afterward. Ochako knelt to Eri's level, asking where she got her costume. Eri revealed that Aunt Momo had made it as a surprise, and she eagerly awaited Izuku's approval. He expressed his love for the costume, feeling touched by her admiration. With a sense of purpose, Ochako asked if Eri was ready to go, and Eri enthusiastically agreed. The three of them left the dorms and approached their first house on the street. Eri hesitated at the porch, feeling scared. Izuku and Ochako took her hands, reassuring her as they rang the doorbell. A man answered, holding a basket of candy, and Eri excitedly shouted, "Trick or treat," as she held out her bag. The man smiled and placed several pieces of candy inside. As they walked away, Ochako asked what Eri received. Eri shared her haul, but her expression turned slightly disappointed when she realized it wasn't much. Izuku, wanting her to have a great Halloween, reassured her that they still had many houses to visit. Eri's spirits lifted at the prospect of more candy. They continued their adventure, visiting house after house. Eri was frightened by some of the scarier costumes, but Izuku and Ochako comforted her, explaining that they were just costumes and not real. Eri was thrilled with her growing collection of candy. However, Izuku reminded her that they needed to check the candy for safety before she could enjoy it. As they made their way back, they stumbled upon a Halloween fair that was still in full swing. Eri's eyes lit up with excitement, and Ochako quickly agreed to go, checking the time to ensure they wouldn't be out too late. They bought tickets and enjoyed various rides and games together. Eri held onto their hands during some of the rides, especially the haunted house, but she was having a blast. To make up for her earlier disappointment, Izuku presented her with a shiny candy apple. Eri's face lit up with joy as she accepted it and took a big bite. Ochako complimented Izuku on how well he was handling Eri, imagining how great he would be with their future children. Izuku blushed at the thought, feeling a mix of surprise and warmth at her teasing. But it was also true that Izuku would be a good dad. Ochako gave him a quick kiss, which he accepted. Eri, witnessing the kiss, exclaimed in surprise. Izuku asked Eri if she thought it was gross, knowing that one day she wouldn't feel that way. Eri confirmed her opinion, turning back to finish her apple. Izuku and Ochako chuckled to themselves as they returned to the dorms. They entered the living room where Izawa was already waiting. He asked Eri how her day went, and she excitedly shared that it was amazing, mentioning how nice Deku and Ms. Uraraka were and how she received lots of candy. Izawa thanked Izuku and Ochako for their kindness. Ochako expressed her desire to do this again next year, and Izuku agreed, saying it was fun. Izawa then took Eri's hand, preparing to leave. Eri waved goodbye to Deku and Ms. Uraraka, her smile warming their hearts. Once Eri left with Izawa, it was just Izuku and Ochako. Izuku wondered what they should do now that everyone else was in their rooms. Ochako suggested watching a scary movie. Izuku teased that she might pretend to be scared just to have an excuse to hold on to him, which he wouldn't mind. Ochako admitted he knew her well, and they settled in to watch the movie together, with her playfully pretending to be scared. This was it. Izuku's friend Ochako had just turned 16, which meant they were both finally old enough to get their first Pokemon. They had decided to wait until they were both the right age. Izuku was already dressed in his trainer outfit, dreaming of one day becoming the Pokemon champion of the region. He knew he would likely have to face Ochako first. He went downstairs to say goodbye to his mother. She wished him luck, reminding him to be careful and to come back to rest sometimes. She loved him and knew she would have to let him go one day, but she would always be proud of him, no matter how far he went. Izuku hugged his mom before leaving the house, where he found Ochako waiting impatiently. She complained about him being late, and he sheepishly explained he had been playing his game. Ochako urged him to hurry before there were no more Pokemon left. She wanted one more than anything, though there was something else she desired even more that she wasn't ready to share with Izuku yet. They made their way to the town's professor, which was a short walk in their small town. Upon entering, Ochako announced their arrival, and the professor welcomed them, presuming they were there for their very own Pokemon. The professor opened a briefcase and revealed 2 Pokeballs. The first was an Eevee, which Ochako immediately found adorable. The second was a Riol. Izuku decided to take the Riolu since Ochako was already smitten with the Eevee. The professor provided them with some Pokeballs and a Pokédex, reminding them to study their Pokemon's moves before heading out. After thanking the professor, they put their Pokemon back into their Pokeballs and stepped outside to let them out again. Izuku asked Ochako about her Pokemon, and she shared its details. In turn, she asked about his Riolu, and he explained its moves. They decided to head to Route 1 together to see if they could capture more Pokemon. However, at the beginning of the route, they encountered a boy their age, flanked by a lackey. He challenged them, demanding to know where they were going. Izuku explained they were heading out on Route 1 with their new Pokemon. The boy, Bakugo, insisted they would have to get past him first. He threw a Pokeball, summoning a Nosepass. Ochako protested that it wasn't fair since Bakugo was older and had more training. Bakugo's lackey snatched Ochako's Pokeball from her hand and tossed it to Bakugo, who said he would return it if Izuku could defeat him in a Pokemon battle. Izuku assured Ochako he would get her Pokeball back and released Riolu to face Bakugo. Bakugo commanded his Nosepass to use Rock Throw. The attack hit Riolu, but it didn't do much damage, surprising Bakugo. Izuku pointed out that his Riolu had the advantage since it was a fighting type. He instructed Riolu to use Rock Smash. Riolu's aura glowed as it jumped in front of Bakugo's Nosepass and delivered a powerful blow, knocking it out instantly. Izuku felt a rush of triumph as he prepared for what would come next. Izuku celebrated his first victory with excitement. Ochako, caught up in the moment, gave him a victory hug, causing both of them to blush. Realizing what she had done, she quickly let go and apologized, feeling a bit embarrassed. Izuku reassured her that it was all right, though he secretly wished she hadn't let go. Bakugo, frustrated by his loss, grumbled about being the next champion and put his Nosepass back into its Pokeball. Ochako pointed out that he didn't even understand the type advantage between his Pokemon and Izuku's. She demanded he return her Pokemon, and Bakugo reluctantly tossed the ball back to her, dismissing Eevee as useless. Izuku, always the peacemaker, suggested that Bakugo should be nicer and that they could all travel together. Bakugo scoffed at the idea, insisting he would not team up with them and warned them not to get in his way if they wanted to avoid regret. He then led his friends away down the route. Concerned for Ochako's EV, Izuku asked if it was alright. She assured him that it was thanks to his help, and mentioned that they would soon reach a town where they could heal their Pokemon. Ochako was hopeful about catching a bug Pokemon next, and they both agreed that it would be a good opportunity for experience. As they walked through the grass, a fletchling appeared. Ochako excitedly called dibs on it and sent out her EV. Izuku cheered her on as she commanded EV to use Tackle. The attack connected, and Ochako quickly threw a Pokeball. After a few tense moments, the ball clicked, signaling a successful catch. Overjoyed, Ochako celebrated her second Pokemon of the day, and Izuku praised her before they continued on their journey. They soon arrived at Osaka Town, where Ochako declared their first stop would be the Pokemon Center. The town was familiar and easy to navigate. At the center, Nurse Joy greeted them and offered to heal their Pokemon. After handing over their Pokeball, Ochako inquired about the healing time. Nurse Joy assured them it would only take a few minutes, inviting them to relax while they waited. As they sat, Ochako expressed her frustration with Bakugo, acknowledging that they would likely face him again. Izuku agreed, noting Bakugo's determination to become the Pokemon champion. Ochako voiced her concerns about possibly having to battle each other for the title, but Izuku reassured her that they had been preparing for this moment for years and were ready to earn their gym badges. Nurse Joy returned with their healed Pokemon, and they thanked her before leaving the center. Once outside, Izuku suggested moving on to the next route, but Ochako proposed they grab something to eat first, as the previous route had been longer than expected. Excited by the idea, Izuku felt his stomach rumble in agreement. They found a cafe that served food for both humans and Pokemon. The waiter greeted them cheerfully, causing them both to blush as he mistakenly referred to them as a couple. After correcting himself, he took their orders, and they both felt a bit embarrassed by the mix-up. Once their food arrived, they shared their meals with their Pokemon, feeding them Poke Puffs and enjoying each other's company while discussing their plans for the adventure ahead. They lost track of time, and as the sun began to set, Ochako remarked on how much fun they had. Realizing it was time to find a place to stay for the night, they headed to the nearest hotel. Unfortunately, they discovered they didn't have enough money for 2 rooms, so they had to share. Luckily, there were 2 beds, allowing them to maintain some privacy. After letting their Pokemon out for the night, Izuku brushed his teeth and climbed into bed, while Ochako settled in with her diary, writing about their day. Izuku's Real jumped onto his bed, curling up at his feet, while Ochako's Fletchling and Eevee nestled beside her. As Ochako drifted off to sleep, she wished Izuku good night, and he returned the sentiment before turning off the lamp. With dreams of their adventure ahead, they both fell asleep, ready for whatever awaited them in the morning. Izuku felt a wave of concern wash over him as everyone bombarded Izawa with questions about Ochako. He was particularly worried since she was his best friend. Mina's voice rang out next, asking if Ochako was hurt, followed by Ilda, who, despite his usual adherence to rules, voiced his concern loudly. Izawa, clearly exhausted, urged everyone to quiet down so he could explain. Once silence fell, he informed them that Uraraka had been hit by a quirk but was currently being examined by Recovery Girl. He reassured them that she had no physical injuries and that they were just trying to determine the nature of the villain's quirk. This news brought some relief to the group. Just then, the classroom door opened, and Recovery Girl entered with Ochako. The students were eager to ask her questions but held back, wanting to hear Recovery Girl's assessment first. Izawa inquired about Ochako's condition and whether she could continue with lessons. Recovery Girl confirmed that she had no memory loss and appeared to be acting normally. She mentioned that it would take a few hours for the test results to come back but that Ochako could continue as long as they monitored her activities. Izawa instructed Ochako to return to her seat, and she complied without hesitation. Recovery Girl wished her good luck as she left the room. However, Izuku remained anxious, still worried about what the villain's quirk could have done to her. After school, the other students bombarded Ochako with questions, and once she had answered them all, they gradually dispersed, leaving only her and Izuku in the classroom, aside from Izawa, who was asleep. Ochako smiled at Izuku, who greeted her with concern, relieved that she was physically okay. She reassured him that she was just a bit shaken and invited him to walk back to the dorms together. Meanwhile, Recovery Girl held an envelope, anxious to see the results. Upon reading the paper, she discovered that the quirk caused the victim's hormones to become erratic. If the victim was near someone they loved for too long, they would become bold and express their feelings, doing anything to get to that person. The effects would only last for a day and would begin shortly after the victim experienced a headache. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Recovery Girl decided to call Izawa immediately. Back at the dorms, Izuku and Ochako entered the living room, where several students were engaged in a game of Mario Kart, and Ilda was studying. Mina, noticing Ochako, asked if she was feeling alright while teasing Bakugo, who was struggling in the game. Ochako admitted to having a slight headache and decided to get some water from the kitchen. Izuku offered to fetch her some medicine, but she declined, insisting she would be fine. Mina playfully teased Izuku about having a crush on Ochako, which made him blush. Ilda, without looking up from his studies, chimed in, agreeing with Mina. Momo also noted how obvious it was, especially since Izuku only allowed Ochako to call him Deku. As the banter continued, Izawa entered the building, prompting Ilda to ask if something was wrong. Izawa inquired about who Ochako had a crush on, causing Izuku to blush. Even more, Mina and Momo confirmed their suspicions, while Izuku vehemently denied it. Izawa then revealed that they had discovered what the quirk did to Ochako and needed to find her immediately. He instructed Ilda to take Izuku to his room for safety while the others searched the dorms. Izawa's serious tone left no room for argument, and everyone complied. Ilda led Izuku to his room, but he protested, wanting to help Ochako. Ilda reassured him that everything would be alright and locked the door behind them. As Izuku sat on his bed, he suddenly heard a knock on his window. Turning to see Ochako standing there, he panicked, realizing he had forgotten about the window. Before he could call for Ilda, Ochako slipped inside and placed a hand over his mouth, calming him with a gentle assurance that she meant no harm. Ochako whispered to Izuku, asking him to be quiet as she prepared to take her hand away from his mouth. He hummed in agreement, relieved that she wasn't going to hurt him. Once she removed her hand, Izuku asked her what was going on and why Izawa was looking for her. Ochako boldly confessed that she thought he was attractive, causing Izuku to blush in surprise. He stammered that she had never told him that before. She insisted that she really did think so and suddenly grabbed his shoulders, playfully pushing him onto his bed. As he fell back, he was momentarily distracted when her shirt brushed against his face, revealing a glimpse of her green bra. He felt flustered, nearly overwhelmed by the sight. Ochako teasingly asked if he liked it, and Izuku could only stutter in response. She continued, explaining that green had become her favorite color since meeting him, hinting that it wasn't the only green item she was wearing. As she leaned closer, whispering in his ear, Izuku felt a mix of confusion and excitement. He tried to protest, reminding her that she was under the influence of a villain's quirk, and he couldn't take advantage of her feelings. Ochako reassured him, saying that she had always loved him even before the incident. Izuku was taken aback by her confession, struggling to process her words. She explained that the quirk had only given her the courage to confess and heightened her emotions. In a moment of vulnerability, Izuku confessed his feelings for her as well, causing tears of joy to stream down Ochako's face. She expressed her happiness, relieved that he felt the same way. Just as she reached for his zipper, the door swung open, and it was too late to turn back. The scene shifted to a Halloween movie trip for Class 1A, where most students had taken the day off to enjoy the outing. Ilda, assigned by the teachers to supervise, reminded everyone to stick with their partners. Mineta complained about not being paired with a girl, while Jiru silently fumed about not being in the top 3 of attractiveness. Ilda explained that the pairings were random and urged Mineta to stop complaining. After confirming that everyone had their tickets, he led the group to the movie room. Ochako raised her hand, asking if she could grab some snacks before the movie, and Ilda agreed, provided Izuku accompanied her. As they walked to the concession stand, Ochako asked Izuku to carry her ticket since her pants had no pockets. He gladly accepted, but in his clumsiness, he bumped into another couple, causing both their tickets to fall. After apologizing and returning the tickets, Ochako teased him about his clumsiness, which made him feel embarrassed. She bought popcorn and a soda for both of them, insisting that it was fine since they would earn money as heroes in the future. Izuku reluctantly accepted the soda, thinking she was too cute to deny. Once they entered the theater, they quickly realized something was off. Scanning the room, Izuku noted that their classmates were nowhere to be seen. They discovered they had entered a horror movie instead of the action film they intended to watch. Ochako, not fond of horror films, suggested leaving, but Izuku pointed out that they might not be allowed into the correct movie if they did. He proposed staying for this one, not wanting her money to go to waste. They found seats at the back and settled in. As the movie started, Ochako felt her heart race, enjoying the unexpected time alone with Izuku. She thought to herself that it felt like a date, even if it was accidental. Meanwhile, Izuku was grateful for the darkness, which hid his blush as he focused on the film, trying to ignore the fluttering feelings in his chest. Izuku thought to himself to calm down and enjoy the moment. He reached into the popcorn bucket that Ochako had in her lap. Unfortunately, her hand was in there as well, and their hands touched, with Izuku's on top of hers. He immediately pulled away, feeling embarrassed and apologizing profusely. Ochako, equally embarrassed, reassured him that it was fine. They both felt relieved when the movie finally started to play. For the first 10 minutes, the film didn't seem scary at all. In fact, it hardly felt like a horror movie. But then, two characters were suddenly attacked on screen, one by a chainsaw and another by an arrow followed by a knife. Ochako instinctively closed her eyes from the fright, her body reacting without her conscious thought. She grabbed the nearest thing to her, which happened to be Izuku. She didn't realize what she had done until she opened her eyes and saw Izuku blushing, though the darkness of the theater made it hard to tell. Izuku whispered her name, trying not to disturb the other viewers. Ochako quickly apologized while letting go, even though she didn't want to. Izuku reassured her that it was fine and suggested they focus on the movie. They kept their eyes on the screen for a while until a strange noise caught Izuku's attention. He initially thought it was part of the movie, but as he looked around he noticed many teens in the theater were mimicking the film's romantic scenes. Izuku felt a blush creep onto his cheeks as he wondered why everyone was kissing during a scary movie. He turned to Ochako, who had also noticed the activity around them. She pointed out the situation, and Izuku agreed it was odd. Then, without meaning to, he asked if she wanted to join them, immediately regretting his words. Ochako blushed deeply, and Izuku turned away in embarrassment, scolding himself in his mind. She called out to him, and when he turned back, she was leaning closer. Izuku's heart raced at the thought that she might actually want to kiss him. Meanwhile, Ochako was battling her own thoughts, trying to resist the urge to lean in further. As they inched closer, just as they were about to make contact, a loud scream from the movie startled them, causing their heads to bump together instead of sharing a kiss. They both exclaimed in surprise, and Izuku checked if she was okay. Ochako assured him she was just startled, and they both felt relieved. After a few more minutes, the movie ended, and the audience began to leave. Izuku and Ochako exited the theater, their faces still flushed. Their classmates quickly spotted them, and Mina called out, drawing everyone's attention. Ilda, visibly upset, confronted them about being late and breaking the rules. Kirishima pointed out that they seemed distracted and not paying attention to the lecture. Ilda insisted that their embarrassment showed they understood the seriousness of the situation. Mina chimed in, suggesting they might have been kissing, which made Ilda question why they were so red. Izuku spoke up, saying it was something personal, and Ochako agreed as they walked past their classmates. As they moved away, Ilda wondered aloud about what had happened, while Mina speculated about the possibility of them sharing a romantic moment during the movie. Ochako reflected on her feelings for Izuku. Although she was still in middle school, she understood what love was, and she was realizing her affection for him. She sighed, thinking he might never feel the same way about her. Just then, a ball hit her in the face, causing it to roll down a hill into the woods. Bakugo yelled at her for not paying attention, and Ochako rubbed her face, feeling annoyed but trying to maintain her composure. Azui, one of her friends, checked on her, and Ochako assured her she was fine. Bakugo continued to berate her, insisting she retrieve the ball since it was her fault. Reluctantly, she made her way down the hill into the woods, searching for the lost ball. Just as she was about to give up, she noticed a glimmer in her peripheral vision. She approached the source of the light and discovered an old, dusty lamp, wondering where it had come from. Ochako placed her hand on the lamp and rubbed it gently. Suddenly, purple smoke billowed out, causing her to drop the lamp in surprise and step back, watching the smoke swirl and rise. As the smoke cleared, a blue figure with a ghostly tail and a beanie appeared before her. The mysterious figure greeted her with enthusiasm, introducing himself as a genie. He explained that he was there to grant her 3 wishes, raising 3 fingers to emphasize his offer. Skeptical, Ochako questioned the existence of a genie, thinking she might be hallucinating from a recent bump on her head. She turned to leave, but the genie blocked her path, urging her to make a wish that wouldn't count against her 3. Curious, Ochako decided to test him. She wished for some of the best mochi to appear in her hands. With a snap of his fingers, the genie fulfilled her request, and she was amazed when the delicious treat materialized. After savoring the mochi, she realized the genie was indeed real. Excited, she contemplated her first wish. The genie offered her anything she desired: money, fame, good health, everlasting life, or love. When he mentioned love, Ochako's heart raced as she thought of Izuku Midoriya, a boy from her class whom she had developed feelings for. She wished for him to love her as much as she loved him, blushing as she spoke. The genie snapped his fingers again, assuring her that she would know if her wish had come true the next time she saw him. With a sense of urgency, Ochako realized she needed to return to school. The genie suggested she take the lamp with her and rub it when she was ready for her next wish. Back at school, Bakugo noticed her return and inquired about a missing ball, but Ochako brushed it off. Azui approached her, curious about the lamp. Ochako excitedly explained that it was a genie lamp and shared her wish about Izuku. Azui expressed skepticism, questioning whether it was right to wish for someone's love. Just then, Izuku approached her, looking shy. Ochako felt a rush of excitement as he began to speak about their friendship. He hesitated, turning red as he asked if she would like to date him. Overjoyed, Ochako accepted, suggesting they walk home together after school, adding that they could hold hands this time. Their relationship blossomed over the next month, filled with sweet moments and affection. However, during a conversation with Azui, Ochako began to doubt the nature of her wish. Azui pointed out that if she had wished for Izuku to love her, it might not be genuine. This realization struck Ochako hard, making her feel guilty. Determined to make things right, she retrieved the lamp from her bag and decided to speak to the genie again. After asking her teacher for a hall pass, she locked herself in a stall and rubbed the lamp, calling for the genie to appear. Ochako reflected on her past mistake with her wish, feeling a deep sense of shame as she stared at the floor. The genie, who had seen many wishes come and go, noted her regret. She expressed her desire to undo her first wish, hoping to correct her error. The genie acknowledged her request and snapped his fingers, signaling that it was done. He then inquired if she was ready for her final wish. Ochako, still burdened by guilt, replied that she didn't deserve another wish and felt she was finished with the whole ordeal. The genie, understanding her decision, requested to be returned to the place where she found him, hinting that he would then be free. Sighing, Ochako picked up the lamp, contemplating the possibility of earning Deku's love the right way. If that didn't happen, she hoped he would find happiness with someone else. A tear rolled down her cheek, hitting the floor just as the school bell rang, signaling recess. Exiting the bathroom, she hurried outside and found herself alone. She made her way to the woods, marking a tree with a knife to remember the spot. Holding the lamp tightly, she expressed her gratitude to the genie for the experience, wiping away her tear. Suddenly, she heard a voice calling her name. Turning around, she saw Izuku running toward her. He seemed concerned, having noticed her absence from the classroom. Ochako felt a mix of confusion and happiness that he cared enough to look for her. She explained that she was just returning the lamp and urged him to go back to the playground. Izuku, ever thoughtful, reminded her to be careful. In an unexpected moment, he leaned in and kissed her. Ochako froze, taken aback by the surprise. He seemed uncertain, questioning if something was wrong. She asked him why he had done that, and he reminded her that they were dating. In disbelief, Ochako asked if he still loved her. Izuku confirmed his feelings, checking if she was all right. Flustered, she urged him to return to school, promising to join him shortly. As soon as he left, she rubbed the lamp, summoning the genie once more. Frustrated, she exclaimed that her second wish hadn't worked since Izuku still loved her. The genie reassured her that it had worked, explaining that while she wished for him to love her as much as she loved him, he had already loved her before. The genie clarified that he had only altered the depth of his feelings, not erased them. Ochako felt her cheeks heat up as she processed this revelation. The genie urged her to place him back in the lamp, but she suddenly had an idea for her final wish. After a brief moment, she approached Izuku, hiding something behind her back. Concerned, he asked what she was holding. With a playful smile, she encouraged him to take it. As they walked to the swings together, they passed Bakugo, who was still frustrated about his missing ball. Ochako playfully warned him, causing Bakugo to get hit in the face with the ball as she and Izuku continued on their way. Later, Izuku opened his locker, only to be sprayed by a squirt gun, leaving him slightly wet. He heard a familiar chuckle and called out to Ochako, who appeared around the corner, laughing. She handed him a towel, showing that it was all in good fun. He promised to get her back even harder, wiping his face with the towel. Ochako teased him about the score of their pranks, noting that he was too nice. As they bantered, she playfully swiped her finger across his nose, causing him to fall for her trick. They both laughed, and as they made their way to class, Izuku contemplated how to make her admit defeat in their playful rivalry, determined to find a way that was just enough to win. Ochako felt confident, having a lead of 5 points. She smiled at Izuku, knowing he shouldn't have made the bet. Despite her crush on him, she was determined not to go easy. The bell rang, marking the start of their prank war, which could last from the beginning of school until curfew. Izuku and Ochako had plenty of time to strategize. Unfortunately, Izuku struggled to come up with a good prank. He attempted the classic water on the slightly open door trick, but Ochako anticipated it easily. As they walked toward the dorms, Izuku asked how she was so skilled at pranking. Ochako explained that she knew him well and that he was too nice to go too far. She teased him about having a special prank plan for the next day, sending a chill down his spine. Izuku wondered if he should be worried. Ochako reassured him that it wasn't even a prank directed at him, encouraging him to catch up. They parted ways at the dorms, and Izuku pondered how to approach her feelings. He recalled something from a manga that sparked an idea, and he decided to execute it the following day at school. The next day, Izuku had mentally prepared himself all night. Though nervous, he was determined to give his all in the prank war, knowing it was all in good fun. He was already downstairs when he noticed that most of his classmates had left for school, except for Bakugo, Kirishima, and Kaminari. When Ochako arrived in her school uniform, she greeted him. Izuku stammered a response, trying to hide his nervousness. Ochako sensed he had something planned, but he feigned ignorance, feeling a bit guilty about it. As they entered the main school building, Izuku suddenly stopped, causing Ochako to call out to him. In an unexpected move, Izuku leaned against the wall beside her, placing his hand next to her head. Ochako blushed at his boldness, while Izuku felt his face heat up. He leaned in closer, causing her to panic slightly. Although she wanted to kiss him, it wasn't under the circumstances of a prank war. Izuku, feeling the tension, got even closer. Realizing he was serious, Ochako felt trapped and conceded defeat, admitting he had won. Relieved, Izuku pushed himself away, but just then, a student rushed by and accidentally bumped into him, causing him to stumble toward Ochako. In a split second, their lips met. Both of them turned bright red, and after a moment, Izuku regained control and pulled away, surprised by what had happened. Ochako, wanting to continue, kissed him again, and he responded, their heads leaning against the wall as they shared a gentle kiss. It was a sweet moment, filled with emotion, but they soon needed to breathe and pulled apart, gasping for air. That was incredible, Ochako remarked, still catching her breath. Izuku expressed his surprise at how it had all unfolded. Ochako smiled, saying that even though it wasn't planned, he had won something significant. Confused, Izuku asked what she meant, and she revealed that he now had a girlfriend, making them both blush even more. Just then, the homeroom bell rang, signaling they were late. Ochako worried about Aizawa's reaction, but Izuku took her hand, encouraging her to face it together. They headed to their classroom, unaware that they weren't the only ones running late. Meanwhile, Kirishima was trying to convince Bakugo to join them for a team activity, with Kaminari recording the exchange. Bakugo yelled in frustration, but eventually agreed to come out, albeit with a sharp retort. When he stepped out, his head was completely shaven, causing both Kirishima and Kaminari to burst into laughter. Bakugo's anger only intensified, but the playful banter continued as they all prepared for the day ahead. Class 1A had been working hard, and their efforts were about to pay off in more ways than one. It seemed like they wouldn't be getting a break anytime soon. Luckily, they had a 3-day weekend. Unfortunately, the dorms were mostly empty as most students went home to their families. Only a handful remained, including Izuku, who wanted to stay and train his quirk, Ochako, whose parents were busy with work, Bakugo, who preferred to avoid his mom, and Todoroki, who wanted to steer clear of his dad. Todoroki and Bakugo mostly stayed in their rooms, while Izuku was outside training. After a while, he decided it was time for a break and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a small towel. He turned to see Ochako watching him. She greeted him and tossed him a water bottle, which he drank from eagerly. Ochako raised an eyebrow, surprised at how long he had been out in the heat. Izuku admitted he had been training since 7 a.m., and Ochako teased him about it being both impressive and a bit reckless. Izuku acknowledged that he was tired and mentioned that All Might had advised him to rest whenever possible. As they walked back to the dorms together, Ochako pointed out how close he was to All Might. Izuku explained that All Might was his favorite hero and a great mentor. He then changed the subject, asking what she planned to do next. Ochako mentioned she was hungry, and Izuku admitted he hadn't had breakfast. She suggested they have a picnic, which excited Izuku as he hadn't been on one in a while. Ochako led him to the kitchen, where they washed their hands and began preparing food. They made sandwiches with bread, turkey, mayo, tomato, and lettuce. Izuku helped by cutting the tomatoes while Ochako assembled the sandwiches. After packing the sandwiches into containers, Izuku found 2 Dr. Peppers in the fridge, which he had saved with his name on them. Ochako added cookies to their basket, and they headed outside. Following Ochako, they arrived at a secluded tree near the dorms, which Izuku thought looked lovely. They settled down under the tree, opened the basket, and shared their food while chatting about class and their aspirations to become heroes. However, Ochako had a different motive for bringing him out there. She hesitated before asking if she could inquire about his feelings. Izuku, curious, encouraged her to go ahead. Ochako asked if he liked anyone, and a blush crept onto her face. Izuku responded that he liked many people, including her, which surprised her. Ochako was taken aback and pressed him for more details, wanting to know if he had a crush on anyone. Izuku blushed and admitted he might have feelings for someone. When she asked who it was, he hesitated, worried about her judgment. Ochako assured him that she wouldn't think less of him and encouraged him to share. Gathering his courage, Izuku whispered that it was her. Ochako leaned in closer, asking him to repeat himself. He admitted it louder, and her face turned bright red. She asked why he had a crush on her, and Izuku explained that she was kind and had been a significant part of his life since they arrived at the academy. Ochako listened intently, and after a moment of contemplation, she asked if she could kiss him. Izuku, flustered, was taken aback by her boldness. Ochako had been harboring feelings for Izuku for a long time, and she finally felt brave enough to express them. She was curious about his feelings too. Izuku, feeling the same way, agreed to share a kiss with her. They were both shy at first, and during their initial attempts, they accidentally bumped noses. However, after a few tries, they managed to connect their lips. The moment was brief but felt perfect to both of them, leaving them blushing. Afterward, Ochako released Izuku and thanked him for the meal, having enjoyed their time together. Izuku, still getting used to the experience, rubbed his neck where she had playfully nibbled. He noted that it was fortunate it was winter, allowing him to wear a scarf to cover his neck. Ochako remarked on how good his blood tasted, better than the last time she had some, as they made their way off the school roof. As they descended the stairs, Ochako asked if he had any friends in their class. Izuku admitted he didn't have many and reassured her that she wasn't keeping him from anyone. They were the first to arrive in the classroom, where the teacher ignored them. Ochako then suggested they walk home together, and Izuku happily agreed. Later, they stood outside Ochako's house, and she thanked him for walking with her. As Izuku turned to leave, she invited him inside, catching him off guard. He had never been invited into a girl's home before and felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Ochako explained that since he was interested in vampires, it would be a good opportunity for him to see how she lived. Izuku hesitated, wondering if her parents would be okay with it, but Ochako reassured him that they were at work. Once inside, Izuku took off his shoes and looked around the living room, noting it looked like a typical family home. Ochako noticed his curiosity and asked if he was looking for something. He explained that he was just comparing it to human homes. She admitted she hadn't seen many human houses and led him to her room, which felt a bit empty. Izuku asked if she was still unpacking, and Ochako explained that it was difficult for her family to find work as vampires. They had come from a place where they didn't need much money, and the transition had been challenging. She revealed that they had been on the run from vampire hunters and had to escape quickly, leaving her uncertain about the fate of others from her village. Izuku, sensing her sadness, quickly changed the subject by complimenting her bed. Ochako sat on it and invited him to join her. She shared her struggles with adjusting to a regular bed, having been used to a coffin. Izuku explained that many humans experienced similar challenges with sleep. Curious about human experiences, Ochako asked how they could tolerate garlic, which she found unbearable. Izuku admitted he wasn't a fan either, but it wasn't as bad for him. As their time together came to an end, Izuku had to leave for dinner, promising they would see each other at school. Ochako watched him go, feeling a rush of excitement from having had a boy in her room. A few days later, Izuku tried to open the door to the roof, only to find it locked. Ochako wondered why it was secured, and Izuku explained that the school had locked it due to the rain, wanting to prevent any accidents. Izuku had witnessed this situation unfold a few times before. Ochako, feeling anxious, asked what they were going to do. She hadn't eaten anything all day because it was the day Izuku had shared some of his blood with her, and she was starting to feel restless. The heat in her veins was becoming unbearable. Izuku suggested that since nobody ever came this way, it would be fine to proceed there. He took off his scarf, and Ochako thanked him, moving closer. She gently bit into his neck, drinking his blood. Izuku felt a slight sting, but he was accustomed to it by now. He mentioned that she might want to take a little more since the weekend was approaching, and she seemed to acknowledge his suggestion. Suddenly, a noise caught Izuku's attention, and he looked up, his eyes widening in surprise. Someone else was there, one of his classmates, Mina. Before he could explain, Mina dashed away. Frustrated, Izuku exclaimed in dismay. Ochako pulled back, curious about what had happened. Izuku informed her that one of their classmates had seen them, and if she told anyone, it could expose her secret. Ochako panicked at the thought of being forced to leave. Determined, Izuku insisted they catch up to Mina and come up with an excuse to convince her that things weren't as they seemed. They hurried after her and found her entering the classroom. Izuku hoped no one else was inside. As they opened the door, they found Mina already recounting her story to the rest of the class. The class turned their attention to Izuku and Ochako as they entered. Bakugo, another classmate, asked if the rumors were true. Mina followed up, questioning why Ochako had been biting him. Izuku felt sweat bead on his forehead, realizing he had no good explanation. He sensed Ochako's hand on his back, offering support. Ochako reassured him, expressing gratitude for his efforts. Despite the situation, Izuku couldn't let it end like this. He decided to take a leap and claimed they were dating, wrapping an arm around her. Both of them blushed at the sudden declaration. The class seemed to accept this explanation, with Mina commenting that it made sense, and another classmate joking about the vampire notion. Once the class moved on, Ochako confronted Izuku outside the school, clearly upset with his decision. He explained that he couldn't think of anything else, but at least they had managed to convince everyone. Ochako sighed, realizing they would have to pretend to be a couple to protect her secret. Izuku apologized, wanting to keep her safe. She acknowledged his intentions but suggested they could simply tell everyone they had broken up later. Izuku pointed out that it might raise suspicion if they did that too soon, so it was best to maintain the act for a while. As they approached her house, Ochako complimented his cleverness, causing him to blush. She unlocked her front door and mentioned that she had never been in a relationship before, so he would need to explain things to her. Izuku admitted he hadn't been in one either, surprising her. As they discussed their lack of experience, Ochako asked for a favor. She reminded him that she hadn't finished her meal earlier, prompting Izuku to sigh as he took off his scarf and entered her house, with Ochako closing the door behind them. Izuku felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It was his first night of college, and it was also the first day for his girlfriend. Unfortunately, they had been accepted to different colleges on opposite sides of the city, making it difficult to see each other. Ochako had promised to text him after her jog with friends, but he hadn't received any message yet. He wondered if she had forgotten about him, resting his head on his desk in sorrow. Feeling anxious, he picked up a piece of paper and began to write a note to her. He expressed his concern about not hearing from her and hoped she would reply soon. After finishing, he folded the paper into a paper airplane and threw it out of his window, watching it soar. He doubted it would go far, likely ending up on the ground. Closing the window, he turned on the TV in his room, unaware of where the paper airplane would land. It was a windy night, and a gust of wind carried a paper airplane far away. Eventually, it got stuck in a small opening of a car window without the driver noticing. After driving around for a while, the car made a sharp turn, forcing the paper airplane out, and it landed on the street, resting quietly. A little girl spotted the airplane and exclaimed to her mother, urging her to look. The mother, concerned about the litter, scolded her daughter, advising her not to pick up things from the street. She took the airplane from her daughter and tossed it away, letting it fly over a wall. It landed in a yard in front of a house. The yard keeper grumbled to himself as he picked up the airplane, adding it to his bag of trash. He continued collecting litter and headed to the street to dispose of the bag. Meanwhile, a dog in the yard broke free from its leash and rushed over, playfully tugging at the bag. The yard keeper struggled to pull the bag away from the dog, unaware of the hole it had made. The airplane slipped out and fell to the ground just as the yard keeper placed the bag into the garbage can and returned the dog to the yard. A few minutes later, the garbage collectors arrived. One of them opened the garbage can and tossed the bag into the back of the truck. Noticing the airplane on the ground, the garbage man picked it up and added it to the collection before driving off with his partner. They drove around for a bit, gathering more trash before heading to the opposite side of the city. As they turned a corner too quickly, the airplane flew out of the back, catching the wind and soaring higher. It glided through the air, narrowly avoiding trees, telephone poles, and pedestrians. The strong wind propelled it forward, and it headed toward a house with a closed window. Just as it approached, a woman opened the window and noticed the airplane coming through. She watched in wonder as it flew over an air vent, gaining altitude and heading up the stairs into another room. A boy was startled when he opened his bedroom door and saw the airplane zoom past him. He watched as it flew straight through his room and out the window. Curious, he looked outside and saw the airplane heading toward a college until it disappeared from view. Gradually, the airplane began to lose its speed and descended slowly. It was heading for an open window on the lower floor, and it was going to be close. Just then, another yard keeper was blowing leaves and accidentally aimed the leaves at the airplane as it flew low. The sudden gust gave the airplane a boost, allowing it to slip into the window. It landed softly on a dresser in the room. The occupant noticed the airplane and approached it, wondering how it had arrived. She opened it and read the note inside, smiling at the words. She thought about how her friend had been trying to reach her. Checking her phone, she saw it had just enough charge to turn on. Excitedly, she texted him, knowing he would be amazed that the paper airplane had traveled so far. It was the night before Christmas, and children all around were tucked in bed, resting. Except for one child who couldn't sleep. 9-year-old Izuku Midoriya gazed out the window in his living room. A voice called to him from behind. It was his friend, Ochako, awake in her sleeping bag after being stirred by his movements. She crawled up to the couch to join him, asking what time it was. Izuku replied that it was about 3:35 a.m. Ochako inquired why he was still awake, and he shared that he wanted to see if he could catch a glimpse of Santa. Ochako reminded him that Santa wouldn't come if they were awake. Izuku, undeterred, expressed his desire to see Santa. After a moment of silence, he admitted he couldn't sleep because he was nervous about whether Santa would bring him what he truly wanted. When Ochako asked what that was, Izuku hesitated, revealing that he wanted a quirk. Ochako was surprised but reassured him that it was not a silly wish, but rather sweet to ask for something he truly desired. Izuku felt a bit embarrassed but appreciated her support. Ochako then decided to give him something special. She got out of her sleeping bag and went behind the Christmas tree, returning with a present. She encouraged him to open it, explaining that it was already Christmas for them. Izuku hesitated, knowing they were supposed to wait, but Ochako insisted he could open this one now. As he unwrapped the gift, he found a card inside. Opening it, he read the heartfelt message that acknowledged the challenges they had faced together at school and the struggles of not having a quirk. It was a reminder of their friendship and the support they offered each other during tough times. Izuku felt a wave of emotion as he read the note from his best friend, Ochako. Her words reassured him that he would always have her support, even without a quirk. As he finished reading, he felt tears welling up in his eyes. Ochako noticed Izuku's reaction and felt him pull her into a hug, causing her to blush at the unexpected closeness. He expressed his gratitude, saying it was the best gift ever, and hugged her tighter. Ochako smiled and returned the embrace, playfully mentioning that her other gift for him the next day would be even better. After a moment, they released each other, and Izuku suggested they get some sleep, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ochako agreed with a smile, and they settled into their sleeping bags, both content in the warmth of their friendship. Even though Ochako hinted at a better gift, Izuku already felt he had received the greatest gift of all her presents in his life. As the holiday season approached, Ochako hummed cheerfully while preparing dinner, eagerly awaiting the return of her husband, the #1 hero. They had established a routine. If one stayed home, that person would cook. If both were home, they would cook together, and if they were both on duty, they would dine out. Just as she finished dinner, the door opened, and she called out to Izuku, welcoming him home. However, her cheerful demeanor shifted when she noticed blood on his shirt. Panic surged through her as she rushed to check for injuries, asking if it was his blood. He reassured her that it wasn't, explaining it belonged to a civilian he had helped. Ochako's concern deepened as she inquired about the civilian's condition, and Izuku informed her they were alive and had been taken to the hospital. She then turned her attention to him, asking if he was all right. He insisted he was fine, but she could see through his facade. After changing into fresh clothes, they sat down for dinner. Izuku forced a smile, but Ochako could tell something was bothering him. She filled the silence with conversation, while he responded with short phrases, clearly distracted. Once they finished eating, Ochako suggested watching TV together, but Izuku opted to go to bed instead. Concerned, she urged him to take a bath first, noting he smelled like the UA locker rooms. He agreed and headed to the bathroom while she cleaned up. As Izuku soaked in the warm water, he felt the tension in his body begin to ease, but a headache lingered. He thought about taking some medicine when he heard the bathroom door open. Ochako entered, wrapping her arms around him from behind. She joined him in the bath, and he welcomed her presence. As she settled beside him, she expressed how nice the hot water felt. Then, she turned to face him, sitting in his lap while making sure to be gentle. Izuku felt a rush of warmth as she wrapped her arms around him again, and he asked what she was doing. Ochako playfully responded that she was there to help him de-stress. Despite his denial of being stressed, she knew better. She reminded him that she could tell when something was wrong, and he finally admitted that the day had been tough. He shared how close he had come to losing someone, and how grateful he was that help arrived just in time. Ochako reassured him that it was moments like these that made him a great hero. She understood the pressures he faced and had experienced similar challenges herself. They exchanged gentle kisses, and Izuku felt the weight of his worries begin to lift. In that moment, he realized that their connection was a source of strength, and he cherished every moment spent with her. He loved her with all his heart, and she always made him feel better. Ochako broke the kiss after a few more seconds, allowing them both to breathe. She mentioned that they had been in the bathroom for quite a while, and Izuku was surprised to see how late it had gotten. Ochako reminded him that they should get to sleep soon since they both had the next day off and could sleep in. After finishing their shower, they crawled into bed together. Izuku expressed his gratitude for her support, and Ochako playfully winked at him, suggesting they could spend more time de-stressing the next day before turning off the bedside lamp. Izuku found it a bit difficult to fall asleep, but it wasn't due to stress. On the first day of Christmas, the fandom sent him a death threat for not agreeing with their ship. The bell rang around the school, signaling the end of classes and the beginning of Christmas break. Izuocha rolled into his sleeping bag and landed on the floor, urging everyone to leave. The students hurried back to the dorms to discuss their plans for the holiday. Mina asked what everyone would be doing, and Kaminari was the first to say he would be staying. Kirishima suggested they have a Christmas party, and most of the class enthusiastically agreed. However, Ilda, as the class representative, stated that he had to decline the idea unless they followed certain rules, including adhering to curfew and avoiding inappropriate activities. The class cheered at the unexpected twist. Ochako asked Izuku if he would attend the party, but he explained that he would be leaving in a few days to visit his mom, as he didn't see her often since moving into the dorms. He also mentioned that his dad would be home for a few days, which added to his reasons for going home. Ochako shared that she would also be traveling to see her family, although she had to take a train. Mina overheard and expressed disappointment that Ochako wouldn't be around, but Ochako reassured her that she would return a few days before the break ended. A few days later, Azui asked Ochako if she would be alright traveling in the heavy snow. Ochako confidently stated that a little snow wouldn't stop her. Just before she left, Izuku approached her with a small wrapped gift, which made Mina tease them both, causing them to blush. Izuku insisted it was just a friendly gift and asked her to open it later. Ochako thanked him and promised to bring him something when she returned. Mina whispered a playful comment about it being a love confession, which further embarrassed them. Eager to leave before the teasing escalated, Ochako quickly exited the dorm. As she left, her phone rang and she answered it, speaking to her mother. Meanwhile, Siro asked Izuku when he would be leaving, and Izuku replied that he wanted to give Ochako her gift before preparing to go. Just then, Ochako returned to the main room, looking upset. She explained that she couldn't go home due to the snow blocking the tracks and that it would continue snowing for the entire week. Mina and the others expressed their sympathy, while Bakugo left to buy a new controller after breaking one. Ochako reassured her friends that it was fine and that there would always be next year or summer break. She decided to head to her room to unpack since she wouldn't be with her family. Mina, feeling sorry for her friend, suggested that someone should talk to her. Kirishima proposed that Izuku should go, as he was her best friend and would know how to cheer her up. Mina playfully pushed Izuku toward Ochako's room, encouraging him to do whatever it took to make her happy. Izuku knocked softly on Ochako's door, and her voice, sounding like she had been crying, asked who it was. He identified himself, hoping to comfort her. Izuku stood outside Ochako's door, asking if he could come in. After a brief moment, she invited him inside. As he entered, he noticed a pillow covered by a blanket and Ochako's slightly red eyes. He took a seat on her bed and asked how he could help her. Ochako insisted she was fine, but Izuku could see through her facade. He pointed out her red eyes and the hidden pillow, realizing she had been crying. After a moment of hesitation, Ochako admitted her feelings, expressing her desire not to be seen upset. Izuku offered his support, suggesting that talking about it might help. Ochako smiled at his kindness and decided to retrieve the gift he had given her earlier. She asked if she could open it since no one else was around, and Izuku agreed, wanting to see her happy. As she tore through the wrapping paper, she uncovered a framed photo of the two of them on the couch from a previous time. She asked how he had gotten it, and he revealed that Mina had helped him. Ochako expressed her fondness for the gift, and Izuku felt relieved that she liked it. She felt a bit guilty for not having a gift for him in return, but he reassured her that it was unnecessary. While Izuku was busy with the wrapping paper, Ochako noticed Mina standing in the hallway with a smug expression. Mina had hung mistletoe in the doorway, winked at Ochako, and left without saying a word. Izuku turned to see Ochako blushing and asked if she was alright, but she insisted she was fine. Izuku then invited her to join his family, emphasizing that it would make his parents happy. After some initial reluctance, Ochako agreed to go with him. As he prepared to leave, she called out to him, pointing up at the mistletoe. Izuku followed her gaze and turned bright red. In a moment of surprise, as Ochako leaned in to kiss his cheek, their lips accidentally met instead. They both froze, caught off guard by the unexpected connection. After a few seconds, Ochako stepped back, her face flushed. She suggested she should get dressed, and Izuku agreed, slowly exiting her room and closing the door behind him. Once alone, Ochako laid on her bed, burying her face in her pillow and squealing with excitement. She felt overjoyed, thinking about how this was the best Christmas gift ever, a kiss from her crush, even if it had been an accident. Later, Ochako felt a wave of panic as she realized she had accidentally sent a picture to Izuku that she had intended for Mina. It was a mistake during a class exercise, and now she was left wondering how he would react. With her heart racing, she paced her room, feeling embarrassed and anxious about his potential response. Just as she was about to lose hope, her phone vibrated, and she saw a message from Izuku. "What is this?" Izuku texted Ochako, feeling confused. Ochako had a lot of explaining to do. She quickly typed a response, apologizing profusely. She explained that she had gotten hurt during class, and in an attempt to comfort Mina, she accidentally sent a picture to Izuku instead. After a few minutes, Izuku replied, reassuring her that he understood it was an accident and had already deleted the image. He emphasized that he wasn't the type to keep such things, unlike some of their classmates. Ochako felt relieved and responded that she trusted him, acknowledging that the situation was a bit awkward but manageable. Izuku suggested they could talk later to clear the air, and she agreed, hoping to forget the incident. As they exchanged goodnight messages, a daring thought crossed Ochako's mind. She decided to take a risk and texted Izuku, asking if they could discuss something over the phone. She felt a surge of courage and needed to know his thoughts. Izuku called her, and she answered quickly, her voice trembling with nerves. He sounded equally anxious as he asked what she wanted to discuss. Ochako hesitated but finally asked for his honest opinion about what he had seen. Izuku, already aware of what she meant, sought clarification to avoid sounding inappropriate. She pressed on, asking what he thought about the image. After a moment of silence, he admitted that he thought it was nice, leaving Ochako elated. She felt a rush of happiness knowing that he found her attractive. Encouraged by his response, she asked if she could see him without a shirt. Izuku reminded her of the potential consequences, but she insisted that she was feeling bold and wasn't forcing him. A moment later, Izuku sent her a picture of himself without a shirt, his face flushed with embarrassment. Ochako noticed the scars on his body, a reminder of his selflessness, which only deepened her feelings for him. When he asked for her opinion, she confidently told him he looked great. His reaction was one of increased embarrassment, and he turned on a fan to cool down. Feeling emboldened, Ochako asked if he wanted to see more. Izuku admitted he did, and she took a deep breath, deciding to reciprocate. She stood up, removed her shirt, and snapped a picture of herself in her bra and shorts, sending it to him with a flutter of nerves. Izuku's reaction was immediate, and he mentioned having a nosebleed, which worried Ochako. She asked if he was okay, and he confirmed he was, albeit a bit flustered. She insisted he call her by her first name if they were going this far, and he complied, making her feel even more special. With a newfound confidence, she prompted him to share a picture in return. Before doing so, Izuku asked why she wanted to see him, wondering if she preferred someone else. Ochako took a deep breath and confessed her feelings for him, stating that she liked him a lot, not just because of the pictures. Izuku interrupted her, affirming that he felt the same way. He revealed that his feelings had developed since their first meeting and asked if she would be his girlfriend. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ochako quietly cried tears of joy and accepted his proposal. Izuku felt relieved and sent her a picture of himself in just his boxers, wanting to share more with her. Ochako looked at the image, feeling a rush of excitement and admiration. When he asked for her thoughts, she playfully remarked that he was incredibly attractive, enough to rival Todoroki's ice powers. Izuku blushed at her compliment, feeling grateful for their connection. "Do you want to see everything?" Ochako had a plan to tease him. "Only if you are okay with it," Izuku replied over the phone. "Well, not tonight. I think we've both seen enough. Maybe another day. I don't want this relationship to have us see each other completely naked before we even have a date," Ochako explained. "Good point. We should also delete these pictures as well," Izuku suggested. "Yes, but tell you what. Just for tonight, you can use them," Ochako teased, making Izuku nearly have a heart attack. "You as well, Ochako," Izuku gave her permission. "I will definitely use these," Ochako thought, looking at the pictures. "Well, good night, Ochako," Izuku said. "Good night. Bye, Deku." Ochako hung up. Seeing him tomorrow was going to be very awkward. "But for now, I have some work to do," Ochako thought, looking at the pictures. Today was Ochako Uraraka's birthday. On any other day of her life, she would be with her parents, spending the day together. But now that she was a hero in training, she would be spending it at her school. Her parents couldn't visit because they had found some work, but they promised to send a gift. That didn't mean it was a bad thing. All her friends gave her gifts, which made her very happy. And now she would be getting the best gift that she specifically asked for. Izuku, her boyfriend, to spend the rest of the day with her in her room. He was more than happy to oblige. "I brought some hot chocolate for you, Ochako," Izuku said as he entered the room with 2 mugs. Ochako placed her Nintendo Switch, which she got from Momo, onto the bedside table and took one of the mugs from him. "Thank you, But what took you so long? And why do you have some snow on your shoulders?" Ochako asked, noticing his long absence and the snow on his shoulder. "Look outside the window," Izuku pointed at her bedroom window. Ochako got up from her bed to look outside, and she was surprised by what she saw. Outside, in the piled-up snow, were the words written, "Happy birthday to the best girlfriend in the world." "Did you do that?" Ochako asked, still looking outside, feeling touched. Of course, Izuku stood beside her, looking out. "You're very sweet," Ochako said, giving him a small kiss and placing her mug on the bedside table, getting ready for some affection from her boyfriend. "It's nothing much. It will melt away anyway." Izuku wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her closer. "I still love it. And you didn't have to get me a present for both Christmas and my birthday. One would have been enough. I would have been alright if you were just with me." In fact, Ochako smiled into his eyes. "You deserve it. You are amazing and very kind. You'll be a great hero, and I would have gotten you more stuff if I could have afforded it." Izuku leaned in and gave Ochako a kiss. "I know, and I love that you're really sweet. Can we cuddle, please?" Ochako asked. "You don't even have to ask that," Izuku said, taking hold of her and laying her down on her bed, joining her. Ochako laid her head on the pillow and wrapped herself around Izuku, feeling his warmth. Izuku wrapped himself around her with one arm and used his other to place a blanket around them. "I love you," Ochako told him how she felt. "I love you too," Izuku replied, feeling a bit nervous. Ochako seemed like a pro at expressing her feelings, while he had trouble despite the fact they had been saying it for about 2 months now. "You don't have to be nervous, Deku. I'm not going to bite. Unless you want that," Ochako teased. "I'm good. It's hard to be calm when I'm near a beautiful girl like you," Izuku said, turning her a bit red at his words. "You flatter me too much, Deku," Ochako said, loving how he could go from a stuttering mess to making her heart melt. "Well, what do you want to do now?" Izuku asked her. "I just want to lay here," Ochako said, taking her head off the pillow and placing it against Izuku's chest. "Comfortable?" Izuku asked. He himself was always comfortable whenever she was around. I can hear your heartbeat. It sounds wonderful. It makes me feel really safe and loved. Ochako closed her eyes as she listened to the sound of his heart. I'm glad you feel safe, Izuku said, blushing from her words. The couple stayed like this, clinging to one another for a few minutes. Hey Ochako? Izuku spoke. She didn't answer. Ochako? Izuku spoke again. Again she didn't respond. Izuku looked at her and saw that her eyes were shut. He listened carefully and realized she was snoring, meaning that she had fallen asleep. So cute, Izuku thought, making one of his so-called ugly faces because she was just amazing. Izuku himself felt tired, and the day was almost over, so he figured they should call it a day. He put his other arm around his lover, soon joining her in sleep. Izuku was on the ground with a minor injury, and his friend was trying to help him. How does it feel, Deku? Ochako asked, putting her hand on his shoulder to apply some pressure. Not too much. I can move on my own, so that's a good thing, Izuku said with a smile to reassure her. Suddenly, they heard sirens approaching. Good thing you can. Come on, let's get out of here before the heroes and police get here, she said, stretching her hand out to him, which he accepted, helping him get off the ground. Watch your step, she said as they walked past the villains on the ground and left through the back of the building. Later, Ochako opened her apartment door, helping Izuku inside. I really can move on my own, Uraraka, Izuku reminded her. I know, but I don't want you to strain yourself and make it worse until we know it's not serious. We are almost there anyway, she continued to help him move. They made it to her couch, with Ochako helping him sit down. She instructed him to remove the top of his suit. Izuku felt nervous about taking off his shirt in front of someone, especially Ochako, but he complied and tossed it to the ground. Normally, Ochako would have been flustered seeing him like this, but her concern for his health took precedence. She caught herself glancing at areas she shouldn't have and silently reprimanded herself. As she inspected his wound, she noted that it didn't seem deep, and he hadn't lost nearly enough blood to warrant alarm. She reminded him to be cautious, explaining that if they needed to go to the hospital and their identities were discovered, they could face serious consequences. She went into the kitchen to fetch a first aid kit. Returning with gauze, she placed it against his wound and asked him to hold it in place. Izuku complied, keeping his hands steady while she wrapped bandages around his shoulder to secure the gauze. She thanked him as she finished. Izuku felt grateful to her for taking care of him and mentioned that she should be the one receiving thanks. When Ochako noticed blood on his shirt, she offered to wash it. He suggested he could clean it at his house, but she pointed out that it was getting late and he might forget to do it, leaving him with blood-stained clothes. She then offered to wash the rest of his clothes, but he hesitated, admitting he had nothing to change into. Both felt a bit embarrassed at the realization, and Ochako quickly suggested just washing his mask instead. He agreed, and as he removed it, she took it to the laundry room, adding her own mask and some bleach before starting the wash cycle. Returning to the living room, she sat beside him on the couch. She apologized, explaining it would take a while for the laundry to finish and then dry. Izuku reassured her that it was fine, suggesting they watch TV to pass the time. Ochako grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. They were both aware of their financial struggles as vigilantes, but they supported each other and their families. A news report caught their attention, discussing how two vigilantes had thwarted villains before the professionals arrived. The reporter noted that while their identities remained a mystery, the vigilantes had managed to prevent any serious harm or theft. Ochako and Izuku exchanged glances, realizing they were finally being acknowledged, though they weren't in it for the recognition. Izuku expressed doubt that all the professionals would agree with the report, prompting Ochako to check for other channels. She landed on a classic cartoon, and Izuku chuckled, prompting her to pout in response. When he questioned their choice of show, she playfully remarked that as long as it was from the earlier seasons, it was still enjoyable, teasing him about going home without a shirt if he didn't like it. Izuku settled in, sharing that this episode was his favorite, while Ochako revealed hers. They watched a few episodes together until the sound of the washer interrupted them. Ochako excused herself to tend to the laundry, giving Izuku a moment to look around her living room. Although he visited regularly, he had never truly taken in his surroundings. His gaze landed on a picture hanging on the wall, capturing the day they decided to become vigilantes. It featured just their heads without masks, a precaution in case anyone else visited. The words, "Our first day," were written on it, and Izuku smiled at the memories they shared, the good and the challenging moments, including their rejection from UA. Izuku recalled how he had tried to help Ochako during the exam but felt powerless without a quirk. Despite the setbacks, their bond had only grown stronger as they navigated their paths together. Ochako's voice brought him back to the present as she waved her hand in front of him, checking if he was all right. He shook his head, assuring her he was fine, though she was sitting closer than usual, their shoulders nearly touching. She asked if he wanted to continue watching, but he declined, watching her turn off the TV and place the remote on the table. Ochako noted it would be another half hour before the laundry was done, and Izuku chuckled, mentioning how his mother would have reacted if he weren't living alone. Then, with a hint of hesitation, she offered for him to stay the night. Izuku was taken aback, asking if it was really alright. Ochako reassured him that as friends and adults, it was perfectly fine, expressing her trust in him. The nervous Ochako expressed her feelings, unsure of how to proceed. Izuku, feeling the tension, agreed to stay a little longer. Ochako mentioned that the couch could be used for sleeping whenever he was ready. However, Izuku hesitated, wanting to talk before she left. Ochako sat back down, curious about what he wanted to discuss. Izuku admitted that he just didn't want her to leave yet. This made Ochako blush slightly, and she playfully teased him, wondering if he was trying to flirt. Izuku quickly denied it, insisting he simply wanted her company. Her blush deepened at his words. As they exchanged glances, the atmosphere shifted, and they found themselves leaning closer together. When their lips finally met, it was brief, but it ignited a spark between them. They shared another kiss, this time lingering longer, with Izuku gently placing his hand on her face. Ochako, feeling bold, shifted to sit in his lap, careful not to hurt him. After a moment, they paused to catch their breath. Ochako playfully remarked that they might not need the couch after all. Izuku responded with a cheeky comment that made her smile, and she was delighted by his newfound confidence. Ochako playfully challenged Izuku, teasing him to catch her as she stepped back, just out of his reach. He tried to close the distance, but she continued to evade him with a grin. Finally, she opened her door and stepped inside, inviting him to follow. Meanwhile, in a different setting, the king pleaded with his daughter, Ochako, who had barricaded herself in her chambers. She vehemently refused to consider an arranged marriage. The queen tried to reason with her, reminding her that her own marriage had been arranged, but Ochako felt differently. She expressed her frustration, not wanting to marry someone she didn't know. The king revealed the name of her future husband, Izuku Midoriya, hoping to reassure her. However, Ochako questioned how they could be sure he was a good person. The queen mentioned knowing his mother, but Ochako felt that assumptions were not enough. After a moment of silence, the queen suggested they give Ochako some space. Alone, she let her emotions out, feeling trapped by the impending marriage to a stranger. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts, and she recognized the voice of a servant, Azui. Azui entered with a basket, offering to help and bringing fresh bedsheets. Ochako, still upset, tried to brush off her concerns. Azui noticed her distress and inquired if it was related to the arranged marriage. Surprised that Azui knew, Ochako learned that the announcement had been made to many in the castle, and a feast was planned for after the prince's arrival. Declining the invitation to the feast, Ochako remained lost in her thoughts, grappling with the weight of her situation. Azui, curious, asked Ochako why she did not want to get married. Ochako expressed that it wasn't that she didn't want to marry, she just didn't want to marry someone she didn't know. Frustration bubbled within her as she felt she had no choice in the matter. Azui inquired if Ochako had someone else in mind, to which Ochako replied that she wished she did, as it would at least mean she knew the person. Azui informed her that Prince Midoriya was on his way, albeit late, and suggested that perhaps Ochako should get to know him when he arrived. Ochako dismissed the idea, believing that with their wedding less than a month away, it was impossible to fall in love that quickly. Understanding her feelings, Azui excused herself, leaving Ochako alone in her room. Ochako continued to gaze out the window, contemplating her forced marriage. She thought it was unfair. This was her life, and she should have the right to choose whom to marry. She felt trapped, realizing that escaping might be her only option. With determination, she devised a plan. After changing out of her princess uniform into something more casual, she recalled that the guards were at the feast, leaving her with a chance to slip away unnoticed. She grabbed the bed sheets and tied them together, securing one end to her bed before throwing the other end out the window. Packing a few essentials into a bag, she prepared to make her escape. As she climbed down the sheets, she noticed a tear forming near the top. Panic set in as she hurried her descent, but the tear worsened, eventually snapping and sending her plummeting. Just as she thought she would hit the ground, someone caught her in midair. Confused, Ochako looked up to see a boy with green hair, possibly a bit older than her, holding her. She thought he looked plain yet somehow cute. He asked if she was alright, and she stammered that she was, feeling a blush rise to her cheeks from being held by a boy for the first time. He released her, and she thanked him for saving her. The boy questioned why she was climbing out of the castle instead of taking a safer route. Ochako explained that she was being forced into a marriage she did not want, prompting him to suggest that she should talk it out instead of running away. She shared her thoughts on her family's stubbornness regarding the marriage and admitted her lack of a solid plan. The boy pointed out that running away didn't seem wise, and she agreed, realizing her idea was not well thought out. Just then, the sound of ringing echoed, indicating that her absence had been noticed. She stood up, ready to return, while the boy mentioned he also had someone important to meet. Curious, she asked for his name, but before he could respond, Azui appeared, worried and scolding Ochako for being out there. She explained that the knights had searched her room after discovering she was missing. Ochako nervously lied, saying she was just taking a walk. Azui insisted that they return to the castle, leading her away. As Ochako looked back, she noticed the boy had vanished. Azui hurried her back inside, emphasizing that Prince Midoriya would be arriving soon. With help from Azui and the handmaidens, Ochako changed back into her princess attire. Azui complimented her beauty, saying Prince Midoriya was a lucky guy. Ochako sighed, hoping she would end up with someone who wasn't a complete JRK. Once her outfit was complete, Azui informed her that everyone was waiting. Prince Midoriya was in his dressing room, finishing up as Azui began to tidy the space. Ochako stepped down from her stool and walked out into the castle hallways, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves as she approached the main hall. As she opened the doors, she felt the weight of many eyes on her. Her mother waved her over to the 3 thrones, and Ochako walked to her designated seat, settling down. Her father expressed his pride in her decision to embrace her royal duties. Ochako sighed and rolled her eyes, feeling the pressure of the moment. The squire announced the arrival of the royal family, and the doors opened to reveal the king, queen, and their son, Midoriya, accompanied by handmaidens. Ochako scanned the room and was taken aback to see the prince was the same man who had saved her earlier. Noticing her surprise, her mother asked if something was wrong. Ochako hesitated but managed to say that he was cuter than she had expected. The queen acknowledged this with a smile, while Izuku, the prince, was equally surprised by Ochako's beauty. His mother noticed his reaction and inquired about it, prompting him to admit that she was prettier than he had anticipated. After a lengthy discussion about the future couple, the feast began, with Izuku and Ochako seated together. Wanting some privacy, Ochako requested a small table for just the 2 of them, which was quickly arranged. Ochako, still in shock, asked if he was indeed Izuku Midoriya. He confirmed it, adding that he would have recognized her if she had been in her princess attire. She replied that she would have recognized him too if he had been in his uniform. The conversation turned awkward as Izuku struggled to find words, and Ochako expressed her relief at not being paired with someone unpleasant. Izuku was curious if she thought he was a nice guy, to which she replied that his heroic act was enough to earn her approval. He thanked her and then asked if she truly did not want to get married. Ochako explained that it wasn't the idea of marriage itself that bothered her, but rather the lack of choice in whom she would marry. Izuku offered to speak to his parents about ending the arrangement if she had someone else in mind, but she reassured him that she was not involved with anyone. She expressed a desire to get to know her future husband better, and Izuku suggested they take the month leading up to their wedding to do just that. Ochako stood and invited him to follow her. After speaking briefly with her parents, she took Izuku's hand and led him to the castle garden. Izuku admired the beauty of the garden, noting that his own castle's garden was not as impressive. Ochako shared that she often sought privacy in the garden or her room, as guards were always present elsewhere. Curious about each other's lives, they discussed siblings and relationships, revealing that neither had experienced a romantic relationship before. Ochako proposed showing him something special, and he agreed. She took his hand and led him up some stairs to the castle's highest point, where they could see the entire village below, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Izuku marveled at the view, and Ochako explained how it helped her unwind from her royal responsibilities. They contemplated where they would live after their marriage, with Ochako suggesting her castle was more spacious. However, they both acknowledged that the decision was not theirs to make. Realizing it was time to return for their farewell speech about their upcoming marriage, Ochako turned to leave but tripped over her own feet. Izuku instinctively reached out to catch her, but they both ended up on the ground, their faces just inches apart. They locked eyes and blushed, momentarily frozen in the moment. Azui appeared, interrupting them with a teasing remark about their close proximity. Ochako, flustered, protested and wondered why Azui was there. Azui explained she was checking on her and, with a knowing smile, left them alone. Izuku helped Ochako to her feet, apologizing for the mishap. She reassured him that he didn't need to apologize for being a gentleman. Ochako brushed some dirt off her dress, acknowledging that things hadn't gone as she had hoped. Izuku also brushed off some dirt, trying to shake off the awkwardness of the moment. Ochako, still blushing from Azui's playful comments, expressed that it was all right, although her best handmaiden seemed to have misunderstood the situation. They weren't even married yet, and it felt too soon to be discussing children. Izuku, having regained his composure, extended his hand to her and asked if they should head back inside. Ochako gladly accepted his hand, and he led her back into the castle. After delivering their final speech to the townsfolk for the day, it was time for Prince Izuku to return to his own castle, leaving his future wife behind. Ochako turned to her parents and asked when they would see each other again. Izuku's father replied that they might meet again tomorrow since they would be staying in a nearby inn, allowing the two to become better acquainted. Ochako's mother suggested they stay at the castle instead, but Izuku's mother explained that they already had reservations and it would only be for a month. With a gentle nudge, she encouraged Izuku to say goodbye. Izuku bowed respectfully to Ochako and her family, bidding farewell. Ochako returned the gesture, watching as the Midoriya family departed. As the door to the castle closed behind them, she thought that perhaps this arranged marriage wouldn't be so bad after all. Later, Ochako stood outside the train, speaking to her husband, Izuku, who was seated inside. She expressed her distress about the war, insisting it wasn't fair. Izuku understood her feelings but explained that Japan was running out of troops and he had to go. Ochako pleaded with him to return safely, placing a hand on her belly. He promised her that he would. As the train began to move, Ochako started to walk alongside it, then broke into a run as it picked up speed. Izuku called out that he would write to her every day, and she assured him she would respond, always thinking of him. He watched her fade into the distance, her face streaked with tears, and sighed as he sank into his seat. Reaching into his shirt pocket, he pulled out a picture of the two of them, where Ochako had her hand on her belly, with the words, "The three of us," written on it. A single tear fell onto the picture as a man with red hair, Kirishima, patted him on the shoulder, trying to offer comfort. Izuku questioned how things could be all right, and Kirishima introduced himself, sharing that the war was nearing its end, despite the odds. Another man in front warned Kirishima not to speak so freely, as it could lead to dire consequences. Kirishima acknowledged the risk but remained optimistic that they might return home sooner than expected. He then asked Izuku about the picture, to which Izuku replied that Ochako was Prgnant and he wished he could be with her during this time. Overwhelmed with emotion, he began to cry again. Kirishima revealed that he also had someone waiting for him, and they all shared a common hope for their loved ones. Izuku tucked the picture back into his pocket, vowing to Ochako that he would return to her no matter what. Days later, Sergeant Izawa entered the barracks, announcing that gifts from their families had arrived. Private Ilda began sorting through the boxes, tossing items to the others. When he reached Izuku, he handed him a letter from his parents, but Izuku felt disappointment as he realized it wasn't from Ochako. As the days passed without any letters or gifts from her, he became increasingly anxious, wondering if she thought he was dead or if something had happened to her. Just then, Sergeant Izawa returned with another box, and Ilda sorted through it. When he called out Izuku's name, Izuku jumped off his bed, hoping for a letter from Ochako. To his surprise, it was indeed from her. Overwhelmed with emotion, he realized that there were several letters addressed to him, all from Ochako. He took the crate to his bed and began sorting through the contents, finding that most of the items were from her. The oldest letter began with her expressing how cold her side of the bed felt without him and her longing for him to return home, even as she acknowledged the needs of their country. Izuku felt a mix of pride and sorrow as he read the letters from Ochako. Each one was filled with her love and updates about her life, including the joyful moment when she felt their baby kick. However, the last letter brought a wave of worry, as she expressed her fears about the war and her longing for his response. Tear stains marked the paper, revealing her deep emotions. In the days that followed, Ochako anxiously watched the news, hoping for any information about Izuku. One day, the doorbell rang, and she opened the door to find the mailman delivering letters. Among them was one from Izuku, apologizing for his silence and assuring her of his love. He promised to write back whenever he could, and her heart swelled with hope. A few days later, while Izuku was reading another of Ochako's letters, Sergeant Izawa burst into the room, calling for the soldiers to prepare for immediate deployment. The atmosphere shifted from calm to chaos as everyone scrambled to get ready. Hours later, Izuku found himself hiding behind a tree, bullets whizzing past him. He could hear Lieutenant Bakugo shouting orders to keep firing. Taking a deep breath, Izuku aimed at an enemy and fired, feeling a mix of reluctance and necessity. He hated the violence but knew he had to survive. Suddenly, he was caught off guard. An enemy shot him in the leg, and he fell to the ground, struggling to apply pressure to the wound. He called out for help, but the battlefield was eerily silent. As he looked around, he saw his comrades fallen, and despair washed over him. When American soldiers approached, they discussed the situation, deciding to move on, leaving Izuku behind. He felt himself slipping away, clutching a picture of Ochako and whispering an apology before darkness enveloped him. Minutes later, Sergeant Izawa arrived at the scene, surveying the aftermath. He ordered the soldiers to collect dog tags and tend to the fallen. One soldier, Todoroki, discovered that Izuku was still alive and called for a medic. A doctor quickly assessed Izuku's condition, revealing that while he was unconscious, he had stopped bleeding. However, there were concerns about his recovery. With urgency, they transported Izuku back to the base, where he was placed in a medical tent. He remained in a coma, and Ochako, not receiving any letters, began to fear the worst. 3 months later, Izuku's eyes slowly opened to bright light. As he adjusted, he sat up and was greeted by a soldier who rushed to inform Sergeant Izawa of his awakening. Izawa entered the tent, offering Izuku water and sharing the news that he was lucky to be alive and that the war was over. The Americans had won, and many soldiers were returning home. Relief washed over Izuku as he processed the information. Izawa then presented him with several crates, leaving Izuku feeling overwhelmed. A few days later he stood in front of his house, clutching a bag at his side. It had been months since he had seen Ochako, and he was eager to surprise her. Taking a deep breath, he rang the doorbell and waited. When the door opened, Ochako stood there, her expression a mix of shock and joy, causing the plate in her hands to shatter on the floor. Ochako's eyes widened as she saw Izuku, whom she had thought was gone forever. "Hey Ochako. I'm home." Izuku didn't finish his sentence before being tackled to the ground. You're alive. You're really alive," Ochako exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Izuku wrapped his arms around her, feeling her warmth as she cried. "I'm home, Ochako," he said, lifting her off the ground. "I'm so happy and—" "Hey, did you get stronger?" Ochako asked, feeling his muscles. "Sure did, since we did a lot of exercises," Izuku replied. "Deku," was all she could manage to say. "Yeah. I haven't seen you in about 4 months. I've been really lonely. And you come back to me looking like this," Ochako pointed out, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "So?" Izuku was confused. Ochako jumped back into his arms, a determined look on her face. "Bed. Now," she commanded. Izuku smiled, happy to oblige. In Class 1A, Izuku and Ochako were the couple everyone wanted to see together. While Mineta had his own reasons, and Bakugo didn't care about Izuku's love life, the rest of the class fully supported them. Some thought they would be adorable together, like Momo, Todoroki, and Kirishima, while others, like Mina and Toru, were a bit more persistent. To Ochako, they were quite annoying. At the cafeteria, Mina and Toru approached Ochako. "Please," they begged. "No," Ochako replied, enjoying her mochi. "Pretty please. You can't refuse that." Mina insisted, thinking she had a solid argument. "I can and I will." "No," Ochako said, her patience wearing thin. "Girls, stop. She doesn't want to ask Midoriya out, and that's perfectly fine," Momo interjected, standing up for Ochako, who appreciated the support. "But she has a crush on him." Toru whined. "I never said that. We are just friends and nothing more." "Now please drop it," Ochako said calmly. "Okay, fine." Mina and Toru pouted as the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. Everyone began to throw away their trash and head to class. "I'll be there in a second. I think I forgot something back at the cafeteria," Ochako told the girls, backtracking. Mina, however, decided to follow her. "What are you doing?" Azui asked, noticing Mina trailing behind Ochako. "I just want to check something," Mina replied, keeping her distance as she watched Ochako turn the corner. After counting to 5, Mina peeked around the corner and saw Ochako with Izuku. "Oh, okay, nothing strange," Mina thought, turning back toward the classroom. "Wait a minute," she suddenly yelled, running back around the corner, but Ochako was alone now. "Mina? I heard you yell. Is something wrong?" Ochako asked. Sorry about that." "Carry on," Mina said, rubbing her eyes as she walked back to class. "There's no way Midoriya could have gotten away in time. Maybe I've been overthinking their relationship," Mina pondered as she walked, unaware that Ochako was still behind. Once she was sure Mina was gone, Ochako pressed her hands together and whispered a release. Izuku fell from the air into her arms. "Did she see us?" he asked. "Nope. Now back to where we were," Ochako said, leaning in closer. Izuku placed his hat on his head and peeked out of his dorm room, ensuring no one was around before stepping out. He walked to a certain girl's room. "Did anyone see you?" Ochako asked, watching him remove his trench coat. "Nope. We are all alone," Izuku smiled, taking off his hat. However, unbeknownst to him, someone had seen him slip into the room and caught a glimpse of his green hair. "That Deku," Bakugo muttered, crushing a soda can in his hand. He threw it down and pressed his ear to the door to listen. "Please, Deku?" Bakugo heard Ochako say from the other side. I don't know if I can," Izuku replied, sounding shy. "Come on, Dad. You can't keep it to yourself. I want a kiss." Ochako insisted. "Oh, maybe just one," Izuku agreed. "That nerd has a girlfriend. No way he gives up his first kiss before me." Bakugo thought angrily. He stepped back and kicked the door open. "What the hell is going on in here?" Bakugo yelled. Ochako and Izuku jumped in surprise, landing on the bed. Bakugo noticed Izuku holding a bag of Hershey Kisses. "Kaken!" Izuku exclaimed, startled. "I would appreciate it if you could have at least knocked," Ochako said, annoyed by Bakugo's sudden entrance. "What's going on here? I heard you asking for a kiss from this nerd." Bakugo pointed at her. "Why, a Hershey Kiss." Izuku blushed, embarrassed. "And Deku was being selfish and didn't want to share with me," Ochako pouted. "Only because I only have 7 left. And I just agreed to give you one," Izuku said, reaching into the bag to hand her a single Hershey Kiss. "Thank you. Now do you need anything else?" Ochako asked Bakugo, unwrapping the candy. No, Bakugo replied, leaving and slamming the door behind him. Geez, so aggressive, Ochako said, eating the candy. So, do you want to do what you actually meant by a kiss? Izuku asked her. Of course, Ochako smiled. She got up to lock the door, then sat in Izuku's lap, wrapping her arms around him as they shared a passionate kiss. Later, Bakugo was growing impatient. Where the hell are those two? He muttered, glancing at the time on his phone. Who knows? Maybe they aren't coming, Kirishima suggested. I don't think so. Ochako texted me she would come earlier, Mina chimed in. Midoriya told me the same, Ida added, looking worried. Well, I say we just start, and they may turn up later, Kaminari said. I'll get the game from the closet, Momo said, getting up from the couch and walking over to the closet. Momo yelled when she opened it. What's wrong? Everyone asked, turning to her. They all gasped when they saw Izuku and Ochako in the closet, sharing a kiss. Holy cow! Kaminari exclaimed, shocked. What are you doing, you two? Ida rushed over. It took a moment for Izuku and Ochako to realize they had been discovered. They pulled away, looking at their classmates in surprise. Izuku fabricated a very obvious lie that nobody believed, claiming he was checking for cavities. Mina expressed her shock and happiness upon discovering that Ochako and Izuku had been dating the entire time. Bakugo, pointing at the two, exclaimed that he knew they had been kissing. Ochako, puffing up at him, retorted that it was not like they would tell him the truth after he had kicked down the door. Ida scolded them, stating that the closet was an inappropriate place for such activities. Izuku scratched his head in embarrassment, explaining that they had been on the couch and panicked when they heard people coming. Momo questioned why they hadn't shared this news with their friends, to which Ochako confessed that she thought some of them would overreact about their relationship. Ida was appalled at the thought of such behavior. Mina, distracted by her phone, seemed to agree with the sentiment. Kirishima congratulated Izuku, patting him on the back and commenting that he had finally become a real man. Kaminari chuckled at the thought of Mineta's reaction when he found out Ochako was taken. Momo assured Ochako that she understood why they hadn't wanted to share the news after playfully bonking Mina on the head. Grateful, Ochako suggested they play a game, and everyone eagerly agreed. That's how the entire school and anyone who followed Mina found out about Izuku and Ochako. On a Saturday night, Mina had an idea to bring one of her dream pairings together. She suggested a game to the few students gathered in the main room. Momo, sitting next to Ochako on the couch, expressed her apprehension about where this was headed. Mina excitedly revealed it would be a Pocky game, explaining the rules. One person would place a stick in their mouth, and the other would do the same, trying to eat the stick without breaking it. Ochako blushed at the thought of kissing Izuku, while Mina confirmed that it would indeed lead to a kiss. She reassured everyone that no one would be forced to participate and that they could back out at any time. Ida, initially objecting, sat down in silence after Mina dismissed his concerns. Mina proposed drawing names to decide the pairs, stating that if anyone drew the same gender, they would simply redraw. After preparing the names, she announced the first pairing, herself and Kirishima. They sat facing each other, and as they took turns eating the Pocky, their lips made brief contact. Mina pulled back, declaring it easy as she swallowed her piece, while Kirishima enjoyed his chocolate. Mina reached back into the hat and pulled out the next two names, chuckling as she announced that it was Izuku and Ochako. Ochako was taken aback, feeling a mix of disbelief and luck. Momo suspected foul play, but Mina insisted it was fair, crossing her fingers behind her back. Ida reminded them that it was just a game, and Izuku, noticing Ochako's struggle, reassured her that they didn't have to participate. However, Ochako surprisingly agreed, reasoning that it was only fair since Mina and Kirishima had done it. Izuku, blushing, was taken aback but agreed as well. As they moved to the floor, Ochako took a Pocky stick and placed one end in her mouth, with Izuku doing the same. Their eyes met, and they could feel the heat of their blushes. Momo whispered to Mina that the only ones left were herself and Ida, revealing her interest in Todoroki. Mina assured her that after this round, Ochako and Izuku would be so embarrassed that the game wouldn't need to continue. Encouraging them, Mina urged them to at least make an effort. The two, caught up in their embarrassing position, began to chew the stick in sync. They moved closer, their blushes intensifying as they silently agreed to proceed. As they took the last bit of Pocky, their lips made contact, igniting a spark of realization in their minds. Something they were holding back was set free. They swallowed the bit of Pocky in their mouths and deepened the kiss. Kirishima was surprised by their actions. Mina cheered for them, excited that they were finally taking a step forward. But suddenly, they heard something unexpected. Ochako exclaimed in surprise as the kiss broke, and they dove back in. Ida scolded them for their language, but they didn't heed his words. They were feeling bold. Mina requested Momo to make some HNDCFFs, and Momo complied, curious about the reason behind the request. Mina took the HNDCFFs without elaborating. Ochako felt Izuku's kisses become more intense as he gently kissed and nibbled on her neck. He asked if she wanted him to stop, but she begged him not to. Ida, determined to intervene, got off the couch. In a flash, Mina tackled Ida to the ground and handcuffed his hands behind his back, apologizing as she secured him. Mina looked at the two, noticing that both their shirts were off, and Izuku was getting a bit too familiar with Ochako. She asked if they wanted to take things back to her room, and Izuku eagerly agreed. He took her hand, and she led him to her room, feeling victorious about her matchmaking. At a young age, Izuku Midoriya learned a harsh truth. Not everyone is created equal. Diagnosed as quirkless, he faced bullying from his peers, who turned their backs on him, taunting him and pushing him to the brink. His mother and heroes were the only bright spots in his life. He aspired to be like his idol, All Might, despite knowing the odds were against him. As time passed, the bullying intensified, especially from an old friend who seemed to take pleasure in his suffering. Izuku never imagined that someone could be hurt because of him. In middle school, the teacher introduced a new student to the class, a girl named Ochako Uraraka, who had just moved to the city. She hoped to make friends, but many of her classmates were indifferent. The teacher directed her to the only empty seat, which happened to be next to Izuku. He was focused on his notebook and didn't acknowledge her presence. Ochako thought he looked plain but decided to reach out. When she asked for his name, he nervously introduced himself as Midoriya. It seemed to her that this was his first interaction with a girl. She introduced herself again, but a girl behind her warned her to stay away from him, leaving Ochako confused. Despite the warning, Ochako felt a pull to understand Izuku better. She noticed he seemed unfazed by the girl's comment, as if he had heard it before. Determined to keep an eye on him, she focused on her studies, reminding herself that she was there to become a hero. After school, while switching her shoes at her locker, she spotted Izuku leaving the building. Curiosity got the better of her, and she followed him. To her shock, she found him pressed against the school wall, visibly in pain. She rushed to his side, concerned when she saw blood on his face. Izuku calmly stated that it was nothing, but Ochako insisted he was hurt and needed help. He questioned why she was helping him, and she replied, confused, that it was only natural to assist someone in need. After a moment, he managed to get to his feet, trying to stop the bleeding. Izuku was not accustomed to receiving help from anyone, but he assured Ochako that he was fine after he discarded the tissue once the bleeding had stopped. Ochako offered to walk him home, but he declined, feeling embarrassed at the thought of being seen with a girl. As he walked away towards his house, Ochako felt a mix of concern and curiosity about what had happened to him. The next day, Ochako found herself contemplating the idea of following Izuku. Though she was not fond of the notion, she felt it was necessary and decided to do it just once. After school, she trailed behind him as he took a different route than the day before, which made her suspect he was trying to avoid someone. Soon, Izuku encountered 3 boys, one of whom had an intimidating demeanor. They exchanged words, but Ochako kept her distance, not wanting to be seen. Her instincts were confirmed when she witnessed the blonde boy strike Izuku, causing him to fall to the ground. The boy began to unleash his quirk, and Ochako knew she had to intervene. She stepped out from her hiding place and shouted for them to leave Izuku alone. The boys turned to look at her, and one of them remarked on her appearance inappropriately. Ignoring the comment, Ochako confronted them, demanding to know why they were attacking Izuku, who had done nothing wrong. The blonde boy dismissed her and kicked Izuku while he was down, which ignited her anger. Determined to help, she helped Izuku to his feet and warned the boys to leave him alone. When the blonde boy taunted her, she stared him down, and after a tense moment, he decided to walk away, followed by his companions. Once they were gone, Ochako turned to Izuku, asking if those were the same boys responsible for his earlier incident. He confirmed that they were, still wincing from the pain. Ochako suggested they report the bullying to the principal, feeling it was necessary to take action. After explaining the situation to the principal, he assured them he would look into it and told them they could go home for the day. Ochako insisted on walking Izuku home, not wanting to take any chances with his safety. The following day, Izuku's mother hugged him goodbye as he left for school. To his surprise, Ochako was waiting for him outside, ready to ensure he made it to school safely. She smiled at him, causing him to blush, and when he expressed concern for her safety, she reassured him that she doubted anyone would hurt a girl. However, Izuku reminded her that Bakugo, the blonde boy, was not one to care about such things. Ochako's laughter faded as she realized the seriousness of the situation. They decided to walk to school together, and during their conversation, Izuku shyly asked if she could be his friend. Ochako found his shyness endearing and agreed, suggesting that he introduce her to his other friends. Izuku admitted that she was his first and only friend, which surprised Ochako. He explained that he had once had a very special friend, but that was long ago, and the memory still pained him. Ochako encouraged him not to worry, assuring him that she would be all he needed. They set off for school, but their cheerful mood was short-lived. Upon entering their classroom, they discovered that Ochako's desk had been vandalized with hurtful words. Izuku was horrified and felt guilty, believing he was responsible for what had happened to her. Ochako, however, reassured him that it was not his fault and went to the bathroom to fetch some wet towels to clean the mess. When she returned, she was surprised to find that all the words had been erased, and Izuku was holding a rag and some cleaning spray. He explained that he had found some cleaning supplies in the classroom. Grateful for his help, Ochako thanked him for fixing her desk. Ochako began cleaning the chalkboard in the classroom, focused on her task. Izuku stood beside her, complimenting her kindness. She shrugged it off, stating that she was simply doing the right thing. Throughout the day, she noticed that Izuku kept his bag on his desk, but she chose not to inquire about it. A few days later, Ochako was filled with frustration after reporting an incident to the principal only to see no changes. To make matters worse, a teacher had witnessed the event but failed to intervene. Izuku, sensing her anger, expressed his own disappointment, sharing that he had tried to speak up before but felt ignored. Just then, a classmate unexpectedly sprayed Izuku with a water gun, soaking his shirt before running away. Concerned, Ochako asked if he was alright, to which Izuku replied that he was just a bit wet. Ochako, noticing the chilly weather, insisted that he should take off his wet shirt to avoid catching a cold. Izuku, feeling embarrassed, hesitated, claiming he was fine. However, Ochako pressed him, asking if there was something he was hiding. When he avoided her gaze, she demanded to see what was wrong. Reluctantly, Izuku lifted his shirt, revealing scars from various injuries. Ochako gasped in shock, unable to comprehend the extent of his wounds. Izuku explained that the scars were from years of bullying, primarily from a classmate named Kaken, though some were from others as well. He shared that he had managed to keep this hidden from his family, initially because the marks faded quickly, but things had escalated over the past year. Ochako was furious, insisting he should have told his mother. Izuku explained that he didn't want her to worry about him. As Ochako questioned why anyone would treat him this way, Izuku revealed that he was quirkless, which had made him a target for bullying. Ochako was taken aback, struggling to understand how someone so kind could be treated so poorly. Izuku reassured her that he had grown accustomed to the bullying and that it wouldn't deter him from his dream of becoming a hero. Ochako admired his determination and insisted that being a hero required more than just a quirk. She believed that anyone, including him, could achieve that goal. Overwhelmed with emotion, Izuku shed tears, grateful for her support. He apologized for his outburst, but Ochako reassured him it was alright. Izuku shared that no one had ever encouraged him to be a hero before, not even his family. As they prepared to leave, Ochako decided to check something inside the school first. Izuku, nervous, followed her, unsure of what she was looking for. Upon reaching their desks, Ochako noticed that Izuku had switched the names on their desks, revealing hurtful words written on his. Izuku explained that the words were insults from Kaken, which made him feel worthless. Ochako, however, interpreted the name differently, seeing it as a source of encouragement. Izuku, surprised by her perspective, felt a sense of relief. He admitted that he had switched their desks to protect her from being bullied as well, fearing that she might leave him after everything. Ochako reassured him that she wasn't going anywhere and that they would find a way to stand up to Kaken together. Ochako smiled mischievously as she approached a storage closet. Izuku watched her, unsure of her intentions. She opened the door, which was slightly ajar, and retrieved a camera. A few days later, Ochako presented evidence to the police that showed Bakugo bullying Izuku consistently. She had placed several cameras around the school, all set to record. It took most of the month for her to save up for the equipment, but in the end, it was worth it. Once the news broke, the school's reputation plummeted, and many parents chose not to send their children there anymore. Ochako turned off the TV, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The best part was that Bakugo was forbidden from attending UA or any other school for the next 3 years. She hadn't intended for it to happen that way, but his behavior had warranted it. As she enjoyed the mochi that Izuku had shared with her, she reflected on the end of her bullying. Izuku expressed his gratitude, relieved that he no longer had to endure harassment. Ochako assured him that it was nothing, happy to help. He then vowed to become stronger so that he wouldn't need her protection in the future. Ochako looked forward to that day and playfully mentioned that Izuku's mother had mentioned an All Might collection in his room. Embarrassed, Izuku tried to downplay it, but Ochako was already sprinting toward his room, teasing him as she went. He chased after her, knowing he could forgive her antics after all she had done for him. In a different moment, Ochako held a notebook close to her chest, the only memento she had of Izuku before he left for good. Piles of tissues, soaked from her tears, were scattered across the floor, and the trash can overflowed with them. There was a knock at her door, and Ida's voice came from the other side, asking if he could come in. Ochako responded weakly, setting the notebook down on her bedside table as he entered. He approached her, and she inquired about any updates. Ida shook his head, signaling that there was none. She pulled her knees to her face, continuing to sob. Ida expressed his sympathy, explaining that everyone was still processing the situation. Bakugo had been unusually quiet, lacking his typical outbursts. He took a seat beside her bed, trying to offer comfort. Ochako, feeling overwhelmed, questioned how she was supposed to move on after discovering that Izuku was a traitor. Ida understood her pain, acknowledging that even the teachers were on edge. He reminded her that being a hero was never easy and that they would face loss again in the future. As he stood to leave, he promised to check on her the next day and offered his condolences. Ochako felt the weight of her heartbreak, knowing she was one of the most affected by Izuku's departure. After Ida left, she heard thunder rumbling outside. Looking out her window, she saw dark clouds rolling in, and soon the rain began to pour heavily against the glass. Realizing it was late, she decided to prepare for bed, putting Izuku's notebook away. 3 days earlier, Ochako had watched in disbelief as the portal closed, the last sight of Izuku's back turning away from her and the crowd. Kaminari broke the silence, shocked to learn that Midoriya was the traitor. Izuocha quickly ordered Ida to get the rest of the students out of the area. Despite their shock, Ida managed to rally them back to the classroom. Mina placed a comforting hand on Ochako's shoulder, sensing her turmoil. Refusing to accept the reality, Ochako insisted that it couldn't be true, that it must have been Toga disguised as Izuku. Mina, understanding her pain, gently reminded her that Toga had been right beside him when they left. Overwhelmed, Ochako buried her face in Mina's shoulder, sobbing loudly as her friend comforted her. Ida, still mindful of the situation, reminded them that they needed to leave. Mina gently guided Ochako inside, but Ochako suddenly stopped. Her gaze fell to the ground near the portal, where she spotted a small book lying there. She bent down to pick it up, examining it closely. It was Deku's book, and she realized he must have dropped it on his way out, though she couldn't tell if it was accidental or intentional. She decided to take it with her as their class passed All Might, who was present during the incident. He had no idea that Izuku was a traitor, and the thought of what a villain could do with one for all troubled him deeply. He wiped away a tear, feeling the weight of his misplaced trust. At that moment, Ochako woke up screaming, having had the same dream for the 3rd night in a row, where Izuku was revealed as the traitor. A knock at her door interrupted her thoughts. Ajui's voice called out, asking if she was all right after hearing her scream. Ochako lied, saying the lightning had startled her. Ajui offered to stay and talk, but Ochako politely declined, saying she just needed to go back to sleep. After Ajui left, Ochako leaned her forehead against the door, feeling the urge to bang her head against it but refraining, not wanting to disturb anyone. Suddenly, a cool breeze brushed against her, and a splash of water hit her skin. She turned to see her window wide open. Confused, she walked over to close it, and just then, the lights in her room flicked on. Her heart sank as she saw Izuku standing there, the UA traitor himself. She could hardly believe her eyes. Part of her wanted to confront him about his betrayal, while another part longed to understand why he had done this. Overwhelmed with emotion, she rushed forward and hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face as she whispered that he was really there. Izuku returned the embrace for a moment before she quickly pulled away, letting her anger take over. With a swift motion, she slapped him across the face, the sound echoing in the room. He rubbed his cheek, acknowledging that he deserved it. Ochako demanded to know why he had become a villain and why he had betrayed UA and their friends. Her voice softened as she quietly asked why he had left her. Izuku replied that it was complicated and promised to explain one day. When she asked if he had come to harm her, he assured her that he was there to take her away from the situation. When he reached out to her, she smacked his hand away, firmly stating that she would never go with a villain. Izuku sighed, understanding her feelings. He insisted he wasn't going to kidnap her and asked if there was anything he could say to make her feel better, which only angered her more. She expressed her hurt over his departure, revealing how much she had loved him and how she had envisioned a future together. The mention of his name struck him harder than the slap had. Ochako interrupted him, demanding he not use her first name and ordering him to leave before she called for help. He hesitated but ultimately agreed, walking over to the window and opening it. He sat on the ledge, asking if she still loved him, claiming he could tell because she was letting him go. She turned her back to him, refusing to answer. Izuku confessed that while much of his time had been an act, the moments they shared had been real and genuine. Ochako felt her heart race, torn between wanting to push him out the window and the undeniable love she still felt for him. In a moment of weakness, she rushed to him and kissed him, feeling a mix of love and frustration. It had only been a week since their last kiss, but it felt like an eternity. Izuku leaned into the kiss, revealing that he had missed her just as much as she had missed him. After a few seconds, Ochako pulled away, her emotions swirling. She told him to leave and never return, warning him to stay away from her friends and family. She would not report him this time, remembering how he had saved her life, but she made it clear that she never wanted to see him again. If he did come back, she would treat him like any other villain. Izuku understood and said goodbye before jumping down from the window. Ochako closed it, placing a hand on her lips as the reality of her situation sank in. She resolved that the next time she saw him, she would take him down. As Izuku walked away in the rain and darkness, he pulled his hoodie over his head, whispering an apology to Ochako. But maybe one day he would understand why he had made those choices, he thought as he continued on his path. Ochako Uraraka stood on a platform leading to the town hall, gazing over her town. As the new mayor, she felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. It hadn't been her plan to take on this role so soon, her father was supposed to guide her through the process. But then, darkness had descended upon them. Even when it seemed like all hope was lost, she never wavered. She believed that their creator would intervene, and he did. He sent a hero to save them, driving the darkness from their village and rescuing every Ropeza, ultimately stopping Wilfer. Now, peace had returned, but not everything was as it should be. Someone called her name, gently shaking her from her thoughts. Ropeza with green hair looked at her with concern. She blinked, momentarily disoriented. "Are you all right? You seemed lost in thought," he said. Ochako felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Being mayor was more challenging than she had anticipated. "Yes, sorry. I just spaced out for a moment, Deku," she replied. Izuku, feeling nervous, hesitated before speaking again. "I have something important to tell you." "What is it?" Ochako asked, sensing the gravity in his tone. "I'm leaving the village," he confessed. Ochako's heart sank. "Leaving? What do you mean you're leaving?" she asked, struggling to comprehend his words. "Pirate Beard is going on an adventure, and he offered me a spot on his crew." "I accepted," Izuku explained. She turned away, not wanting him to see her expression. "How long will you be gone?" she asked, sadness creeping into her voice. "Months, possibly even a year," he admitted, knowing how difficult this was for her. He didn't want to leave anyone behind, but this was a dream come true for him. "I see," she said, fighting back tears. She had to be strong. Izuku had always been adventurous, and if this was what he wanted, she had to support him. "It won't be forever. I promise I'll come back," Izuku reassured her. "When do you leave?" she asked. "A week from now. I want you to be there when I go." "Can you do that?" he requested. "Of course I will. If that's what you want to do, then I'm happy for you," she said, though a part of her felt conflicted. Izuku smiled at her. "Thank you, Ochako. We should get to sleep soon, it's already nighttime," he said, glancing up at the stars and the moon that the creator had drawn for them. "Good idea," Ochako agreed as they hopped off the platform and began walking to her house. "Have you seen the hero lately?" "I haven't seen him since he defeated Wilfer," Izuku said, admiration evident in his voice. The hero had inspired his dreams. "He's been exploring the lands beyond the gates. Even after saving everyone, he seems to enjoy traveling," Ochako explained. They soon arrived at her home. "Thanks for walking me home, Deku," she said. "It's no problem. I should head back now. Eri doesn't like being left alone for too long," Izuku replied, mentioning the young girl he cared for, who had been rescued by the hero. He started to walk away when Ochako called out to him. "Wait, Deku." Her voice made him stop and turn around. "Yes?" he asked, curious about what she wanted. "Just, please be careful, all right?" she requested. The last thing she wanted was to lose her best friend. She wished she could express her feelings, but now that he had a dream, she didn't want to hold him back. Izuku offered her a small smile. "You too," he said before continuing on his way home. Ochako watched him fade from view before stepping inside her own house. A week later, she was jolted awake by a gentle knocking on her door. Quickly, she threw on some clothes after getting out of her pajamas. When she opened the door, she found Eri standing there, her half-gray face partially shadowed. "What are you doing here, Eri?" Tako asked, surprised. Eri didn't respond verbally. Instead, she took Ochako's hand and began leading her away from the house. They passed the flame that kept the darkness at bay and soon arrived at the public beach area. It was crowded, but no one was swimming or building sandcastles. Everyone had gathered to see Izuku off. "Oh no. I overslept. That's why you brought me here," Ochako realized, glancing at Eri, who nodded in agreement. They made their way to the front of the crowd to speak to Izuku. "Ochako," he exclaimed upon spotting her. "Hey, Deku," she replied, feeling the weight of the moment. A week had passed so quickly, and she wasn't ready for this. "About time. We were supposed to leave about 10 minutes ago. Go ahead and say your goodbyes. I'll be on the ship waiting for you scallywags," Pirate Beard called out as he entered the ship. "So this is it, huh?" Ochako said, gazing at the ship docked at the pier. "Yeah, it is. The hero is here." Izuku noticed the hero waving at him. "Don't forget about us, Deku," Ochako said, a tear slipping down her cheek. "Of course I won't. Hero, please take care of Ochako, Eri, and the rest of the village," Izuku requested, and the hero nodded in acknowledgement. Ochako watched as Izuku grabbed his bag and headed toward the ship. Just then she felt Eri loosen her grip on her hand, and to her surprise, Eri ran and hugged Izuku's legs from behind. He turned around, kneeling down to embrace her as she cried. If only Eri could speak, she would beg him to stay. After a moment, he released her, and Ochako stepped forward to prevent Eri from chasing him again. As the ship began to move away, Ochako felt overwhelmed. She handed Eri over to the hero and ran away, tears streaming down her face. She passed by the well where she and Izuku had played as children, memories flooding her mind. Ochako still had 2 of the 5 coins Izuku had earned from throwing just one in. She arrived at her secret beach area, a place where she, Izuku, Eri, and the hero would spend time together. Sitting down in the sand, she cried as she gazed over the ocean. After a few minutes, she spotted a ship leaving the island, uncertainty filling her as she wondered when he would return. She wished he hadn't left. She longed for him to be sitting right next to her, being his silly self. She wouldn't even mind scolding him again for venturing off on his own to get a gift for her, despite the dangers involved. She looked up at the sky, wiping her tears, and whispered a heartfelt plea to the Creator, wishing for a way to see him again. Just then, a voice behind her startled her. It was a voice she recognized. Turning around, she saw Izuku standing there. Ochako felt a rush of happiness and confusion. She embraced him tightly, crying into his chest as she expressed her disbelief that he had returned. Izuku reassured her that he would never leave, that his place was right there with her. They held hands, their fingers intertwining, as Ochako expressed her concern for his dreams of adventure. She didn't want him to abandon them. Izuku, with a playful smirk, reminded her that the hero could take him on adventures anytime, and he couldn't just leave her to manage everything alone. Ochako playfully called him a JRK, and they shared a moment, gazing into each other's eyes before leaning in to share a gentle kiss. Unbeknownst to them, the ghost of her father watched from a nearby cliff, smiling with pride before quietly departing. Tako was feeling exhausted. She had grown accustomed to waking up early for training or early classes at UA. However, tonight, it seemed increasingly likely that she wouldn't get any sleep. It was already past 1 a.m., and she still had homework to finish. She wondered if anyone else was awake. Doubting that Momo, Ida, or Izuku were still up, she turned the page of her textbook, realizing she had been studying for far too long. She desperately needed sleep, but the work had to be completed. Being a student at UA was no easy task. Reaching for her pink mug, she discovered it was empty. Without her coffee, she would have fallen asleep hours ago. With a sigh, she stood up and left her chair, checking the hallway to ensure it was clear. It was well past curfew, and she didn't want to face Ida's reprimand. Once she confirmed that no one else was around, she quietly made her way to the kitchen. Finding it empty, she approached the shared coffee machine. It was nice and quiet, but also slow, meaning it would take a bit of time to brew. She placed her mug down and pressed a few buttons, leaning against the counter while rubbing her tired eyes. She would likely need more than 1 cup to stay awake. Suddenly, she heard a noise. Turning her head, she peered into the darkness, trying to discern if someone was there. She called out hesitantly, and to her surprise, a familiar voice responded. It was Izuku. As he stepped into the moonlight streaming through the windows, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. He asked her what she was doing up so late, and she explained her quest for coffee. Izuku pointed out that it was quite late for that, and she admitted she needed to stay awake to finish their homework. When he reminded her that the assignments weren't due until the next day, Ochako slapped her forehead in realization, embarrassed that she had lost track of time. Izuku suggested she should get some sleep and finish her work later. She agreed, dumping her coffee down the sink now that it was no longer necessary. He offered to walk her back to her room, and she felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks, though fatigue kept it from fully blooming. As they walked side by side, she asked him what had kept him up so late. Izuku confessed he had been training outside and lost track of time. Ochako felt a mix of concern and frustration, reminding him that he needed to let his body rest. He acknowledged his recklessness, feeling a bit ashamed. She decided to forgive him this time, playfully sticking her tongue out at him. They soon reached her room, and she thanked him for walking with her. He waved goodbye, but just as he was about to leave, something unexpected happened. Overcome by a mix of exhaustion and her growing feelings for him, she impulsively kissed his cheek, an action she hadn't intended but felt compelled to do. Not that she didn't want to or anything. She was just fortunate that it was too dark for him to see her blush, which also meant she couldn't see his reaction either. Izuku held his cheek where she had just kissed him, clearly surprised. Ochako couldn't find the words to explain herself. What does one say after unexpectedly kissing someone? He asked her why she did it, waiting for an explanation. She stammered that it might have been instinct. Ochako felt embarrassed and wished she could disappear. Izuku seemed confused by her response, but he nodded, wanting to move past the awkwardness that hung between them. The silence was thick, and neither knew how to break it. Finally, Ochako blurted out a hasty goodnight, throwing her door open and shutting it behind her. She slid down to the ground, covering her face with her hands, berating herself for her impulsiveness. Izuku, on the other side of the door, wished her a good night as well. Ochako didn't feel at ease until she heard his footsteps fade away, signaling that he had left. She returned to her schoolwork, but soon closed her books and pens, laying down on her bed. She was relieved that she didn't have school the next day, giving her time to process what had just happened. She touched her lips, recalling the kiss. A smile crept onto her face as she thought about using the same excuse to kiss him again before drifting off to sleep, pulling the blankets over her. At Talon Ranch, a young hero was riding his horse, Epona, around the pen. A magic fairy named Navi called out to him, reminding him that it was time to see Princess Ochako. Izuku was grateful for the reminder and urged Epona to leave the ranch. As he rode by, a girl named Melissa, who worked at the ranch with her father, waved goodbye to him. Izuku promised to return the next day and hurried towards the castle. It wasn't far, and soon he arrived at the drawbridge, hopping off Epona and tying her to a nearby post. He reached into his satchel, pulling out a carrot to feed her, praising her as she munched happily. Entering the castle, he was recognized by several people. After all, he was a hero. He made his way through the town until he stood before Hyrule Castle. It wasn't his first visit, and he remembered sneaking past the guards during his first encounter with the princess. Now, after saving Hyrule, he was welcomed anytime. He had received a message from Princess Ochako, requesting to speak with him. The main guard saw him approaching and ordered the gate to be opened. As he passed through, he nodded to the guard. A servant informed Princess Ochako of his arrival while she tended to her flowers in the garden. She instructed the servant to escort him to her immediately, her thoughts filled with anticipation about seeing him again after a month apart. As she heard the familiar sound of her lullaby being played, Ochako smiled. When Izuku entered, he greeted her with a bow. She invited him to follow her into her bedroom, closing the door behind them. Izuku looked around, noting the simplicity of the room, which contained only a bed, a table, 2 chairs, and a shelf with some books. Ochako explained that she rarely spent time there outside of sleeping and changing clothes. She changed out of her princess uniform into more casual attire, causing a slight blush to appear on her face when she mentioned wanting to spend time together. Izuku noticed her blush but didn't understand its cause. He suggested they leave the castle, but Ochako hesitated, knowing it could lead to trouble. However, she ultimately agreed, revealing that she had a secret escape route. They successfully made their way outside, standing in front of the town near the drawbridge. Izuku untied Epona and mounted her, inviting Ochako to join him. Navi cautioned them about the potential consequences if they were caught, but Izuku reassured her that they wouldn't be gone long. He encouraged Ochako to hop on, even though she admitted she had never ridden a horse before. He assured her it would be fun, telling her all she had to do was hold on. Izuku informed her that it was time to go. Ochako hopped onto Epona, sitting right behind him, and felt a rush of excitement as they took off. The sudden burst of speed startled her, causing her to cling tightly to Izuku. He checked on her, asking if she was all right, and she admitted to being a bit scared but was quickly getting used to it. To help her feel more comfortable, Izuku slowed Epona down, encouraging her to open her eyes. As she did, she was captivated by the beautiful fields of Hyrule surrounding them. Ochako reflected on how rare it was for her to see anything outside the castle, especially after the troubling events involving Ganon. She felt grateful that he was no longer a threat. Izuku pointed out that aside from the occasional monsters, the area was quite lovely. He offered her the chance to take control of Epona, and she eagerly accepted. They stopped, switched places, and Ochako took the reins, unsure of how to guide the horse. Izuku patiently instructed her on how to use the reins, ensuring she understood the importance of not overdoing it to avoid upsetting Epona. With Izuku's guidance, Ochako began to gain confidence, gradually increasing her speed. She felt exhilarated, embracing the feeling of freedom as the sunset warmed her face. Izuku expressed his happiness for her but reminded her that they needed to return before nightfall, as monsters would soon be on the prowl. Ochako playfully teased him, asking if he would protect her, which made him blush slightly. They switched places again, and Izuku rode Epona back to the drawbridge. Once inside the castle, Ochako led him through a secret entrance to her room. She changed into her princess uniform and thanked him for the wonderful day, wishing they could have more adventures like that. Izuku suggested visiting more often, and she expressed her surprise, mentioning how busy he always was with his quests. Izuku explained that he often took on small errands and didn't explore as much as people thought. He had left after defeating Ganon to find Navi, but his journey had turned out differently than expected. Ochako agreed to his visits, and Izuku's face lit up with joy. As the evening progressed, she offered him a place to rest in one of the castle rooms, and he accepted. After signaling for a servant to escort him, Ochako wished him good night, bowing respectfully. As he turned to leave, she felt a sudden urge to act on a long-held desire. She hurried down the steps and planted a quick kiss on his cheek, leaving him stunned and blushing while Navi chuckled nearby. Ochako thanked him for everything, sending him off with a smile. The scene shifted to the sports festival, where the crowd roared in anticipation for the finals. Izuka Midoriya vs Ochako Uraraka. Kaminari expressed his surprise at their victories over strong opponents, while Mina commented on how close they had become in such a short time. The excitement grew as Izuku made the first move, activating his quirk and declaring that he wouldn't hold back. Ochako took a defensive stance, ready to counter his attack. She had studied his previous matches closely, determined to learn his strategies. Izuku aimed to finish the match quickly, using his quirk to close the distance between them. He flicked a finger at her, attempting to push her off balance, but she skillfully dodged, using her quirk to lift debris and hide behind it. Izuku found himself surrounded by rubble, trying to eliminate each piece but growing fatigued. Seizing the opportunity, Ochako peeked from her hiding spot, noticing his back was turned. With determination, she leaped from behind the debris, aiming to touch him and secure her victory. Just as she thought she had the upper hand, Izuku turned around and caught her arm, swinging her out of bounds and winning the match. Confused, Ochako questioned how he had known her position, and he explained that his quirk had left a trail, revealing her location. Izuku explained that he had known his opponent's strategy all along. He stood up from the couch, controller in hand, and held up a peace sign, celebrating his victory with a cheerful exclamation of triumph. Ochako, frustrated at losing to her boyfriend, expressed her disappointment. Kaminari, watching from behind the couch, remarked on how he thought Ochako would win. Ida praised both players for their bravery and skill in the game. Bakugo, still annoyed from his earlier loss, dismissed the game as trivial. Izuku, with a smile, reminded Ochako of their agreement that he would choose where to eat that night. Ochako insisted that she wanted to pay this time, leading to a playful argument between them. Ochako then suggested one more round to determine the final outcome, and Izuku eagerly accepted. As they resumed their study date, Ochako admired many things about Izuku. He was kind-hearted and selfless, and she found him cute despite his plain appearance. She noticed the small green hairs on his chin and asked him about them. Izuku explained that he was trying to grow a beard and was curious about how it would look. Ochako, surprised, rubbed his facial hair and admitted she had never considered him growing one before. Izuku suggested they take a break to cuddle, and Ochako eagerly agreed. However, she soon discovered the prickly sensation of his beard against her cheek, which caused her discomfort. When she exclaimed in pain, Izuku looked down at her with concern. She humorously compared the sensation to being rubbed by a cactus, and Izuku reassured her that it would get better as it grew out. A couple of weeks later, Izuku proudly sported a full green beard. He cuddled with Ochako again, but she found it itchy and pointed out that beards could collect dirt. Izuku assured her that he washed it regularly, but Ochako still insisted he shave it off, arguing that it made kissing difficult and that hair was falling onto the couch. Izuku firmly refused, crossing his arms and standing his ground. Ochako playfully challenged him, lifting her shirt slightly, which made Izuku nervous. She then pretended to need water, spilling it on herself, and teasingly suggested that he could do anything he wanted if he agreed to shave his beard. In a moment of weakness, Izuku dashed to the bathroom and returned less than a minute later, clean-shaven. Meanwhile, Ochako was in the elevator, feeling anxious as she pressed the button for the third floor. Izuku had been injured on duty and taken to the hospital. Unlike previous injuries, this one felt different, especially with reports of fatalities. She was worried about the extent of his injuries. After what felt like an eternity, a nurse finally approached her. She informed Ochako that Izuku was ready to be seen. Following the nurse, she asked about his condition. The nurse reassured her that he was not seriously hurt and would be discharged soon. When Ochako entered the room, she found Izuku lying on the bed in patient attire. He greeted her warmly, and she rushed to hug him, tears falling onto him. He embraced her back, feeling only a slight discomfort. After their heartfelt hug, Ochako settled back into her chair, relieved to see him safe. She asked how he was feeling and he responded that he felt just fine. It was quite unsettling what had happened, Izuku reflected as he lay back down. Ochako, curious, asked for more details since the news had been vague. Izuku explained that initially, it seemed like a petty villain had taken a few hostages, and he was the closest hero available. However, the situation escalated when he discovered the villain possessed an explosive quirk. Fortunately, the quirk required some time to charge, allowing him to rescue the hostages before the explosion occurred. Although he didn't manage to get far enough away to avoid the blast entirely, he felt a sense of relief knowing he had saved them. Ochako, concerned for Izuku, thought to herself that it was better not to mention the casualties, not wanting to upset him further. Izuku noticed her tears and asked if everything was all right. She wiped her eyes and expressed her relief that he was safe, admitting that for a moment, she feared she might lose him. The thought of him getting hurt was unbearable for her. Izuku, seeking reassurance, asked if she was angry with him. Ochako blinked a few times before responding that she could never be mad at him for doing what he was meant to do, being a hero. She acknowledged the risks involved, recalling the times he had been injured during their training at UA school. However, she confessed that she hated seeing him hurt and didn't want him to stop being a hero. She posed a question about how he would feel if their roles were reversed. Izuku responded that he would be a mess, overwhelmed with gratitude that she was alive, even though they both understood the risks of being heroes. Ochako nodded, acknowledging the harsh reality of their lives. Yet, she expressed pride in him for his bravery and leaned over to give him a gentle kiss on the cheek, leaving him flustered. He thanked her, feeling a warmth spread through him. A few minutes later, a nurse entered the room, informing Izuku that he could go home. Ochako helped him out of the hospital, ensuring he was alright, and drove him home. As they traveled, she asked him to promise her something. She wanted him to do everything he could to return to her, no matter what happened. Izuku agreed, reassuring her as they continued their journey home. Valentine's Day had arrived in Japan, a day when girls often gave chocolate to their crushes or friends. Ochako held a small box of chocolate meant for Izuku, her heart racing with nervousness. Her legs felt unsteady, trembling with both fear and excitement. Encouraged by her friend Mina, who urged her to go for it, Ochako struggled to move. Azui, another friend, tried to support her, knowing she needed a little push. Just then, Mina took matters into her own hands, literally moving Ochako's feet forward until she stood in front of Izuku, who was at his locker. Gathering her courage, Ochako managed to ask Izuku if he had a moment. With a bright blush on her cheeks, she revealed that she had made him chocolate for Valentine's Day and handed him the box. Izuku's face lit up with surprise and gratitude as he thanked her, taking a piece of chocolate and savoring it. His smile made her heart flutter. However, Izuku mentioned that she was the 7th girl to give him chocolate that day, causing Ochako's expression to change drastically. She felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as she realized he had received chocolates from other girls. Izuku showed her the boxes he had received, but none were from their class. He hadn't expected so many gifts, and as he zipped up his bag, he noticed Ochako running away, tears streaming down her face. Confused, he wondered why she was upset. Mina, furious, scolded Izuku for his obliviousness, while Azui shared a disapproving look with him. The two girls chased after Ochako, finding her in the bathroom, crying at the sink. Azui offered her a paper towel, asking if she was okay. Ochako, still upset, expressed her frustration about mustering the courage to give Izuku chocolate only to find out he had received gifts from others. Mina suggested that some of the chocolates might have been friendly gestures, but she still felt angry at Izuku for not realizing the difference. Azui agreed, noting that Izuku likely didn't understand the significance of the love chocolates. Ochako sighed, wishing things had gone differently, as she finished drying her tears. A month later, it was White Day. This meant all the boys who received chocolates had to give some back, whether it was romantic or for friendship. Pretty much all the girls got chocolates, and each of them received one from Mineta, but they had Todoroki burn it all for them. Sato also made special treats for everyone using his quirk, which everyone enjoyed. Yes, everyone was having a wonderful White Day, all except Mineta, who faced rejection, Bakugo, who was still annoyed that no girls had given him anything on Valentine's Day, and Ochako, who felt like she might be friend-zoned. She had her head down for most of the class, still not over how her Valentine's Day went. She barely spoke to Izuku, so she never found out if he had accepted any chocolates from girls, and for the most part, she didn't want to know. Fate had other plans, though, as a small paper airplane landed on her desk. She unfolded it and saw that it asked her to meet in the classroom half an hour after school. It didn't specify who it was from. One school day and half an hour after school later, Ochako sat on top of her desk, playing with the end of her skirt as she waited. She had no idea who could possibly want to see her this late. She thought to herself that if it was Mineta, she would stuff him in Bakugo's locker, only half serious. Looking at her phone, she noticed it was already 4 minutes past the scheduled time. She quietly sighed to herself, wondering if it was just a prank and if someone was messing with her. Just as she was getting down from her desk, the door opened, and in walked Izuku. Deku was nervous all of a sudden, and he wanted to talk to her. Ochako was confused but then realized he was the one who had sent the note. He had his hands behind his back, and she quickly dismissed the ideas that popped into her head. He finally revealed a small plastic bag filled with chocolates. Ochako took the chocolate, hoping it was what she thought it was. Izuku explained that since she had given him chocolates on Valentine's Day, he wanted to return the gesture for White Day. He turned red with each word. When she asked if it was friendship chocolate, her heart raced when he shook his head. It was romantic chocolate, and he couldn't even look her in the eye. Ochako was overjoyed and interrupted him, confirming that the chocolates she had given him were indeed romantic. Izuku, relieved, asked if she wanted to go somewhere to eat with him. Without a second thought, she agreed. They took each other's hands and left the school, leaving 6 other girls feeling heartbroken and one boy feeling the same way for Ochako. Another year passed, filled with loneliness. Class had just started with Izuocha reviewing material for an upcoming test. Ochako listened carefully, taking notes for later. However, she turned her head to get a good look at Izuku, sketching him in her notebook with great detail. By the time she realized what she was doing, it was too late to write down any more notes, as Izuocha had moved on. Later, Mina was telling the girls a story when she noticed Ochako staring off into space, not listening at all. She tried to get her attention, but Ochako didn't respond. Azui shook her gently to snap her out of it. When Ochako finally came to, Mina was not pleased. She accused her of not paying attention, and Jiraiya chimed in, pointing out that Ochako had been looking at Midoriya again. Ochako denied it, but her friends didn't believe her. Mina and Toru began teasing her, singing a playful rhyme that made her blush even more. Momo defended her, but she knew that Ochako was hopelessly in love. It seemed that Ochako had developed more than just a crush on the boy she admired. Azui, rummaging through Ochako's drawer for clothes to borrow, noticed it was filled with green underwear and bras. When she asked about it, Ochako nervously claimed that green was her favorite color. Feeling uncomfortable, Azui decided not to take anything. Ida called for Ochako from the other room, announcing that dinner was ready. As she sat down with the rest of the students, she stared at her plate. Ida noticed her distraction and asked what was wrong. Ochako quickly replied that it was nothing, picked up her fork, and began to eat. After most of the others finished and left, Ochako was still at the table, finishing her meal. She thanked Ida for the delicious dinner, but he pointed out that she hadn't touched her broccoli. Ochako nervously laughed, claiming she was just full, and slipped away immediately. Momo, one of the few left, noticed her odd behavior. Later, Jiraiya was on her way to get Ochako for a girls' night when she overheard something she didn't expect. Ochako could be heard on the other side of the door, expressing her admiration for Deku in a way that made Jiraiya blush. Curiosity piqued, Jiraiya opened the door slightly to peek inside without being noticed. What she saw shocked her. Ochako had a large body pillow of Izuku and was practicing with it, pretending to make out. Ochako playfully commented on how good a kisser someone was, before kissing a pillow once again. Jiraiya quickly closed the door to avoid witnessing any further embarrassment. She hurried back to her room, where the other girls noticed her flushed face filled with discomfort. Momo, sitting cross-legged on the floor, asked what had happened. Jiraiya explained that Ochako's crush was spiraling out of control, revealing that she had just seen her making out with a body pillow of Midoriya. Azui chimed in, recalling how Ochako had told her that her favorite color was green and that she had a drawer full of green underwear and bras. The thought made her shudder. Momo added that Ochako had even refused to eat broccoli, which was unusual for her. Mina suggested that the best course of action would be to encourage Ochako to confess her feelings, hoping it would help her calm down. However, Toru reminded them of Ochako's shyness and denial, stating that there was no way she could confess directly to Midoriya. Mina then proposed that perhaps she didn't have to confess face-to-face. The next day, Mina dragged Ochako outside, asking her where they were going. After a bit of suspense, Mina removed Ochako's blndfld, revealing that all the other girls were there. Ochako was confused and asked what was happening. Mina casually mentioned that it was just a small convention about her crush on Midoriya. Ochako's face turned a light shade of red as she denied having a crush. Jiraiya, frustrated, corrected her, saying it was more like an obsession. The girls expressed their concern, highlighting the body pillow and other signs of her infatuation. Ochako was mortified to learn that they had seen her with the pillow. Azui placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, explaining that they were worried her crush was getting out of hand and that it would be best for her to tell Midoriya. Ochako panicked at the thought, feeling too shy to confront him. Just then, Toru called out from behind a tree, prompting Izuku to appear, his face red with embarrassment. Kirishima stood beside him, ensuring he wouldn't run away. He pointed out that Izuku had been brave enough to listen and mentioned that he had written down various things about Ochako in his notebook, including her likes and dislikes, which made both of them blush even more. Mina suggested they leave the two alone to sort things out, and the girls agreed, stepping away. Ochako nervously asked Izuku if he really wrote about her, to which he confirmed, equally flustered. Izuku then took her hand and suggested that perhaps now she could have the real thing instead of just the body pillow. Ochako smiled at this, feeling a mix of embarrassment and happiness. The following morning, Ochako woke up feeling terrible, unsure of what had happened the night before. She peeked under the blankets, only to quickly cover her face in embarrassment. After getting dressed, she prepared for school, her mind racing with thoughts of the previous night. When she arrived at school, she was so distracted that she didn't greet anyone and even sat in the wrong seat initially. Azui noticed something was off and approached her, asking if everything was all right. Ochako put on a cheerful facade, but Azui pointed out that both Mina and Toru had said hello without a response from her. She then mentioned that Izuku seemed more nervous than usual, which made Ochako sweat with anxiety. Azui asked if they had done anything together the night before, and Ochako quickly denied it, her face flushing. Azui reassured her that she wasn't trying to make fun of them but advised her to be more discreet to avoid drawing attention from their teachers. Determined to keep things under wraps, Ochako accepted the advice. Throughout class, she glanced at Izuku, who seemed to be less anxious. When their eyes met, he smiled at her before turning back to listen to their teacher. Ochako hoped everything would be okay between them, wondering if Izuku truly meant what he had suggested about showing her more later. She realized that she would also have to share her own feelings with him. Izuku felt a wave of guilt wash over him, but fortunately, no one seemed to notice. Once school ended, he and Ochako caught up with each other as they walked toward the dorms. Ochako greeted him with a shy smile, and he returned the gesture. She asked how he was doing and he replied that he was good, inquiring about her as well. Their conversation was brief, and an awkward silence settled between them. After a moment, Izuku hesitantly brought up the events of the previous night, wondering if they should discuss it. Ochako admitted she had enjoyed it but found it a bit embarrassing to think about. She suggested they leave it for later. Surprised, Izuku asked if she still wanted to go through with it, to which she eagerly confirmed. They decided to talk about other things until the time came. Once they reached the dorms, they parted ways to prepare for curfew. Izuku settled into his bed, his fingers trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. He hoped this was all normal for someone in their final year of school, both being 18. He texted Ochako to see if she was ready. She quickly replied that she was in her room and asked if he wanted to go first. Feeling nervous, he suggested they warm up by showing each other their underwear first. She agreed, and they both prepared to send pictures. Izuku removed his shorts and shirt, while Ochako took off her shirt and skirt. They exchanged pictures, each feeling a rush of emotions. Izuku admired her beauty, while Ochako found herself blushing at his image. They complimented each other, both feeling a mix of shyness and excitement. As they continued, they each took a deep breath and sent another set of pictures. Izuku felt a rush of adrenaline, and Ochako was equally nervous. They both felt a sense of thrill, despite the embarrassment. They agreed to delete the pictures afterward and decided to keep their conversation brief since it was getting late. After saying goodnight, both of them resolved to delete the pictures after using them to help each other out. Ochako barely slept that night, troubled by thoughts of her ex, who had recently turned into a villain and visited her dorm. She felt guilty for not turning him in, but it was too late for that now. The next day at school, she arrived in her uniform and placed her head down on her desk, ignoring everyone around her. Mina noticed her behavior and approached with concern, asking if she was all right. Ochako, feeling irritable, snapped at her, causing everyone in the room to turn their attention to her outburst. Izawa intervened, asking what was going on. Ochako admitted she was not in a good mood, feeling ashamed for her reaction. Izawa decided to start class, and as it dragged on, Ochako couldn't focus. She felt guilty for snapping at Mina, who was only trying to help. Meanwhile, Izuku sat on his bed, lost in thoughts of Ochako. He missed everyone, but she was at the forefront of his mind. Just then, the door to his room opened, and Toga entered, a mischievous grin on her face as she sat beside him. Izuku felt uneasy, knowing she was one of the villains he found most unsettling. She taunted him about not being able to get the girl he liked to come to him, adding to his discomfort. Toga put her knife away and mentioned the risk of death during their raid on Yue. Izuku looked down, feeling a surge of anger. Toga continued, reminding him that he was fortunate this was his own mission. If he had failed one of Tamura's orders, another hostage would have suffered. Izuku felt a tear fall from his eye, splashing onto the ground. He expressed his fear of losing someone important to him. Toga reassured him that everything would be alright, but Izuku couldn't tell if she was being serious. He leaned his head back against the wall, overwhelmed with guilt. He thought about Ochako and how she must hate him now. He wished he could explain his actions to her, but he knew it would only put her in danger. He apologized silently to her, his mother, All Might, and everyone else as he cried into his hands while Toga sharpened her knife beside him. Toga then reminded him that Tamura had changed the date of their attack. Their spy had uncovered new information, and it would take another week before they moved forward. With a skip in her step, she left the room, pressing a button that locked the door behind her. Izuku knew he could easily break out with his quirk, but he felt he could never take on all the villains alone. Instead, he sat on his bed, pulling his legs close, and continued to cry. Meanwhile, Ochako was unaware of her own tears until Izawa pointed it out during class. He noticed her distress and asked her to step outside. He warned the rest of the class that anyone who listened in would face consequences. Once outside, Izawa inquired about her well-being, noting her lack of sleep and recent outbursts. Ochako hesitated but admitted her struggle with her feelings for Izuku. Izawa understood her pain but reminded her that she needed to move on. He emphasized that Izuku was now a villain, and as a hero in training, she might face him one day. Ochako wiped her tears, acknowledging the difficulty of her situation. Izawa suggested she take the day to rest and relax, and he returned to class while she went to grab her bag. Once in her room, Ochako changed out of her school uniform and into comfortable clothes. She lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling, but all she could see was Izuku's face. She reminded herself that she needed to move on, despite the pain. Being unable to go out due to financial constraints and with everyone else at school, she felt isolated and frustrated. Determined to channel her anger, she headed to the training room. She lifted weights without using her quirk, reminding herself that she needed to strengthen her body as well. She engaged in various exercises, including running and practicing her quirk. She even punched a training dummy, nearly destroying it in the process. Feeling accomplished, she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Meanwhile, Izuku was training with some villains. Tamura announced the start of the session, timing how long it took Izuku to take down 3 opponents. They were not the weakest, but they were far from the strongest. After 2 minutes, Tamura acknowledged Izuku's progress. Feeling exhausted after 5 hours of training, Izuku asked how much longer it would continue. Tamura informed him that he had one more opponent to face, calling Dabi into the ring. Dabi, eager for a challenge, jumped in. Despite Izuku's efforts, he was quickly overpowered, his fatigue working against him. Toga complained that it was unfair, but Dabi dismissed her concerns, confident in his abilities. Tamura instructed Toga to help Izuku back to his room. As she assisted him, she collected a sample of his blood, savoring the moment. After closing the door behind her, Izuku was left alone, feeling a mix of pain and exhaustion. Unbeknownst to him, Ochako sensed his struggle, feeling a connection to his pain. The sun shone brightly through the dorm windows, and Class 1A enjoyed a day off. Most students were out, leaving Ochako with nothing to do. An idea sparked in her mind, and she took out her phone to message Izuku, wondering if he had any plans. He replied that he was on his way back from training and would be home soon. Ochako expressed her concern about interrupting his rest, but Izuku insisted it was fine. He just needed to shower before they could hang out. Excited, she told him to meet her outside her room once he was ready. As she walked to her room, she passed Azui, who asked about her plans. Ochako smiled, revealing that she was preparing to spend time with Izuku. Azui teased her, suggesting it sounded like a date. She asked not in a teasing way like Mina would, but Ochako still blushed regardless. Ochako felt defensive as she insisted it was just a friendly hangout, nothing more. Azui wished her to have fun and left. Once in her room, Ochako rummaged through her clothes and settled on a plain pink shirt and blue jeans. She didn't have a lot, but her friends had given her some nice gifts. After getting ready, she started reading a book until she heard a soft knock on her door. It was Izuku. He greeted her, wearing his typical green shirt and black shorts. Ochako asked if he was ready to go, but then paused, noticing something. Izuku asked if something was the matter, and she mentioned smelling cologne. Taking a deeper sniff, she learned it was a new scent he had tried at Kaminari's suggestion. She smiled, and it warmed his heart. Izuku then asked where they were going, and Ochako realized she hadn't thought about it. She suggested they find somewhere to eat, confirming he hadn't eaten yet. They left the dorms together, unsure of where to go. As they walked, Ochako pointed to a restaurant she had never tried before. Izuku recalled visiting it once with his parents but didn't remember much. They agreed to check it out. Inside, the restaurant looked like any other, and an employee asked if they wanted a table for 2, which they nodded to. The employee led them to the back, where Izuku noted there were many empty seats, but he decided to ignore it. They noticed several pairs of boys and girls at different tables, and their menus were decorated in a romantic style with heart-shaped pancakes, milkshakes with 2 straws, and classic spaghetti meant for sharing. Ochako and Izuku felt embarrassed. Izuku attempted to clarify the situation with the employee, but she had already left, leaving them alone in their embarrassment. Ochako hid behind her menu, trying to conceal her blush, while Izuku apologized for the awkwardness. She reassured him that it wasn't his fault and suggested they try to enjoy the meal, reminding him they didn't have to do anything special. Izuku pointed out that the prices were cheaper for couples, and Ochako liked the idea of a less expensive meal. They decided to pretend to be dating, agreeing it was fine since the mistake had already been made. Ochako noted that she wouldn't have enough to cover the meal anyway. They ordered pancakes and 2 milkshakes, avoiding the need to share. As they ate, Ochako couldn't help but glance at Izuku across the table, feeling a small blush creep onto her face as she thought about how she wouldn't mind if this wasn't just pretend. Izuku, not fully understanding her thoughts, asked if she had said something. Flustered, she denied it, relieved he hadn't caught on. After finishing their meal, they prepared to leave, but the employee stopped them. She explained that they needed to prove they were a couple due to previous attempts at deception for cheaper meals. Izuku asked how they could do that, and the employee suggested a quick kiss. Both Ochako and Izuku were taken aback, their faces turning redder. He whispered to her, asking if it was all right, and she agreed, feeling nervous yet excited. They faced each other, moving closer, trembling with a mix of emotions. Their lips touched for a brief moment before they pulled away, secretly wishing it could have lasted longer. The employee teased them, calling them lovebirds as they left, both feeling lightheaded. They talked about what had just happened, leading to a heartfelt confession between them. Suddenly, a pink-skinned girl popped up from behind the desk, thanking them for the perfect performance. In a world where colorblindness was a common affliction, people lived their lives without ever seeing color. This condition remained largely unknown until much later in human history. Eventually, a solution emerged. To cure colorblindness, one must look into the eyes of their soulmate. However, many would live their entire lives without ever finding their soulmate, a fate that was feared by all. If one reached the age of 18 without meeting their soulmate, the future seemed bleak. Izuocha Midoriya was about to turn 18 in just a few days, and he had yet to meet his soulmate. As he poured himself a bowl of cereal, he reassured his mother that it wasn't a big deal. His mother, however, was concerned. She didn't want him to be alone and colorblind for the rest of his life. She urged him to try dating, but Izuocha insisted that destiny couldn't be forced. If he didn't have a soulmate, he would be fine living his life as he was. His mother, determined, grabbed his arm and led him toward the door. She made him a deal. If he tried to find his soulmate and still couldn't by the end of the day, she would give up on the idea. Reluctantly, he agreed, hoping to put the subject to rest, and set off in search of his soulmate. With no specific destination in mind, he wandered around the city, looking into the eyes of various girls. He felt a bit awkward but remembered his promise to his mother. He visited parks, restaurants, a video game store, a movie theater, and even a hospital, all while wearing a mask. Yet, despite his efforts, he still saw only shades of black and white. Just as he was about to give up, he remembered a coffee shop he frequented. It was usually quiet, but it was worth a shot. He hopped on his bike, a birthday gift from his mother, and rode to the cafe. Upon arriving, he locked his bike and narrowly avoided a dodgeball thrown by his former friend, Katsuki Bakugo, who was sitting with a girl. Bakugo taunted Izuocha about still being soulmateless, boasting about his own luck in love. Izuocha brushed it off, feeling indifferent. He entered the cafe, where he found it mostly empty, save for an elderly man reading a newspaper. As he approached the counter to order, he failed to notice a girl in line behind him. She was holding a hot cup of coffee and, distracted, bumped into him, spilling the drink all over his shirt. The sudden heat made him yelp in surprise. The girl quickly apologized, handing him napkins to clean up the mess. As he looked up to respond, their eyes met, and in that moment, something extraordinary happened. He saw color for the first time, the hues of his own skin, the floor, and even the girl's hair. In awe, Izuocha thought about how cute she was, even as he felt the sting of the coffee. The girl, rubbing her eyes in disbelief, exclaimed that she could see color too. They both realized that this meant they were soulmates, a revelation that surprised Izuocha. After a moment of excitement, she suggested they talk. Izuocha, still flustered, asked for a moment to clean himself up. She graciously agreed, and he hurried to the restroom to tidy himself as best as he could. Fortunately, the burn was minor, leaving only a red mark. Once he returned, he sat down across from her, eager to introduce themselves. The girl, still apologetic for the accident, reiterated her regret for spilling coffee on him. Izuocha reassured her that it was partly his fault for not paying attention. With a smile, she introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka, suggesting they use their first names since they were soulmates. Izuocha, feeling a mix of nerves and excitement, introduced himself as well. He really wasn't expecting to find his soulmate today. He noticed that she was constantly looking around. He asked his soulmate if something was wrong. She apologized, explaining that she never thought she had a soulmate, and now that she did, she found color to be amazing. It made her feel happy to see color and realize that the world was truly beautiful. Izuocha felt his heart warm at her smile. He suggested they go see the world together, eager to experience it with their own eyes. Excitedly, they left the coffee shop and first stopped by an art museum. As they walked through the museum, Izuocha expressed surprise at Ochako's interest in art. She revealed that she wanted to be an artist, sharing a childhood promise to herself that if she ever saw color, that would be her path. Curious, she asked Izuocha what he wanted to be. He admitted he hadn't thought much about it, prompting a chuckle from Ochako. She teased him, saying that when she first saw him, he seemed plain, but now she thought he was even more plain. He questioned if that was a bad thing, to which she replied that being plain was special in its own way. She was sure there was something interesting about him, so she asked if he had anything to share. After a moment of thought, he mentioned his love for reading comics, which she found interesting since many colorblind people don't read them. Her compliment made him blush. He returned the compliment, saying she was interesting too. She asked what he found interesting about her, and he mentioned her aspiration to be an artist and that he thought she was cute. Realizing he had spoken his thoughts aloud, he felt embarrassed. Ochako blushed and turned away, happy at the compliment. Being the kind gentleman he was, Izuocha walked her home. She expressed her gratitude, saying he didn't have to pay for the museum tickets or walk her home, especially after she spilled coffee on him. He insisted he wanted to and suggested she could pay next time. As he prepared to leave, Ochako asked if he wanted her phone number. He realized he had left his phone at home, so she offered to write her number on his arm with a marker, instructing him to text her when he got home. After saying their goodnights, Izuku watched her enter her house, feeling genuinely happy about having found his soulmate. He made a mental note to pick up a mop on his way home to help with the coffee spill when he told his mom. Later, in class, Izuku laid his head down as his classmate giggled beside him. She teased him, saying he made the best faces, which he protested was unfair. She found it fun to tease him, claiming his reactions were the best. He confidently promised to get back at her someday, but she just laughed, saying she would be waiting for that day. Once school ended, they began their usual walk home together. Ochako tried to get his attention, asking if he wanted to go somewhere in a few hours. When he asked why, she simply said it was to spend time together. They stopped at a vending machine where Izuku bought coffee, and Ochako chose juice. He agreed to her plan, and she playfully suggested it was a date. Startled, he spat out his coffee and dropped the can, feeling embarrassed. Ochako laughed at his reaction, apologizing for teasing him. He thought about how he had lost his drink and she offered him some of her juice, but he declined, feeling a blush creep onto his face. She teased him about being afraid of an indirect kiss, finishing her juice and tossing the can into a nearby garbage can. As they reached their usual parting point, she promised to text him about when to meet. He waved goodbye, watching her walk away before heading home. A few hours later, he lay on his bed, reading a new issue of the All Might magazine, feeling excited about the next one. He thought as he finished reading the entire thing in one sitting, completely absorbed. Of course, that meant he lost track of time, and when he glanced at his phone, he realized his meeting with Uraraka was in 5 minutes. Frantically, he raced to put on some better clothes. Unsure of their destination, he opted for blue jeans, a casual green shirt that matched his hair, and his signature shoes. After grabbing some yen, he dashed downstairs. His mother noticed his hurried pace and asked where he was going. He replied that he had to meet a friend and rushed past her. She called out, suggesting he should bring Uraraka over sometime, which made him blush. He quickly dismissed the idea, insisting it was impossible as he left the house and hurried to their meeting spot, arriving just 2 minutes late. Uraraka pointed out that he was out of breath as he bent over, hands on his knees, taking deep breaths. He apologized for being late, explaining that he got distracted. She guessed he had been reading a new issue of his All Might magazine, which was spot on. He looked up at her, surprised by her insight, and couldn't help but notice how beautiful she looked in her outfit. She encouraged him to come along as they walked, and when he asked where they were going, she simply replied that she didn't know. He was taken aback, asking what they would do. She suggested they could just walk and do whatever he wanted. As they entered a mall, he looked around at the various stands, stores, and the food court, but nothing caught his attention until he spotted a comic book store. Uraraka noticed his interest and asked if he wanted to go inside. He hesitated but, with her encouragement, stepped into the store. He hadn't expected her to join him, and he felt a bit uneasy about a particular shoujo manga he wanted, knowing it was aimed at girls. Uraraka followed him around the mostly empty store and asked if he was looking for anything specific. He stammered that he hadn't thought she would come in with him. She playfully teased him, making him sweat with embarrassment. Flustered, he suggested they leave the store, and she followed him out, amused. Since Midoriya didn't want to go anywhere else, Uraraka led them to various places she wanted to visit. Unfortunately, she was on a budget, so she mostly browsed, purchasing only a bottle of perfume and a clearance purse that didn't hold much. She smiled at him, expressing that she had a good time, which made his face turn red, even though she wasn't trying to tease him. As they walked toward the exit, she excused herself to use the bathroom. Midoriya waited for about 5 minutes before she returned, and they left the mall together, heading home. Instead of parting ways at their usual spot, he offered to walk her the rest of the way to her house to ensure she got home safely, which she gladly accepted. She thanked him for walking her home, saying he didn't have to do that, but she thought she knew how to repay him. As she reached into her purse, he replied that he cared about her a lot, and it was only natural for him to walk with her. This took her by surprise. She handed him a manga, saying a single word before disappearing into her house and shutting the door behind her, leaving Midoriya confused outside. He shrugged it off and headed home, still unaware of the significance of what he had said. Meanwhile, Uraraka let out the blush she had been holding in. In class the next day, Midnight announced a special weekend project, pairing students to research the history of heroes in a certain country. Izuku noticed he had been paired with Bakugo, which didn't bother him too much, but Bakugo was clearly unhappy about it. He complained loudly, expressing his frustration. Midnight quickly switched the pairings, and Izuku found himself partnered with Uraraka instead. Mina whispered to Ochako that she had been saved, and Uraraka nodded in agreement, excited to work with someone she had a secret crush on. Izuku was equally pleased with the pairing, and once class ended, Uraraka caught him in the hallway. She expressed her excitement about working together, and he suggested they meet at the library. However, she proposed they do the project at his room instead, leaving him surprised. He stuttered at her suggestion, hoping he hadn't upset her. He knew how embarrassed he could get with all his All Might merchandise. He agreed to her proposal but mentioned needing a few minutes to get ready. She suggested meeting in 20 minutes, to which he happily agreed. Without thinking, she exclaimed that it was a date. The atmosphere was quiet, with only the sound of the wind rustling the trees, and both of their faces turned red. She quickly apologized, waving her hands and running away from him. He was left in shock, unable to call after her as she disappeared. Izuocha shook off the moment and headed straight to his room. He tossed his bag onto the bed and began organizing his space. He discarded an opened pack of All Might cards, put away his clothes, dusted off his shelf, and swept the floor, finishing just in time. A blush crept onto his face as he thought about the word, date. He hoped she would still come after that awkward moment. After a few minutes, he heard a soft knock on his bedroom door. He called for the person to come inside. Ochako entered, holding a few books and notes. She wore a pink shirt and a skirt, looking really cute to Izuocha. She chuckled as she glanced at him, pointing out that he was still in his school uniform. Embarrassed, he scratched his neck and admitted he had been too busy getting ready to notice. Ochako offered him a minute to change, but he declined, inviting her to take a seat instead. They discussed their project, and he was relieved to find they were covering Japan, which made things easier. He retrieved some notebooks from his closet and brought them back to her. She joked about his extensive notes, and he explained that while he had some information on other countries, he had focused more on Japan since it was their home. She suggested starting at the beginning of his notebook, and as she flipped through the pages, she expressed her surprise at the heroes he had researched from her childhood. He wondered if that was a bad thing, but she reassured him that it made him unique. They worked together diligently, and time flew by until it was almost curfew. Ochako realized it was time to return to her room, noting their progress on the project. He asked if she wanted to continue at her place the next day, and she eagerly agreed. Then she hesitated and asked if they could go somewhere after finishing the project. He enthusiastically accepted, unaware that she had essentially asked him on a date. She smiled and closed the door behind her. The next day, they finalized their project by adding their names. Izuocha noted that it had taken longer than expected, and they only had about 15 minutes until curfew, which disappointed Ochako. Feeling guilty for the lengthy descriptions he had written, he had an idea to cheer her up. He asked her to follow him outside, and without question, she did. Once outside, he requested her to float them to the rooftop. When they arrived, they were greeted by a sky full of stars and a bright full moon, even catching sight of a shooting star. She urged him to make a wish, and they both did so silently. Curious, he asked her what she wished for, but she playfully refused to share, believing it wouldn't come true if she did. She smiled brightly at the moon, and the moonlight illuminated her face, which Izuocha found breathtaking. She commented on how beautiful and calm the night was, saying it felt more special because she was with him. He agreed, and they shared a moment of silence, gazing at the sky together. After a while, they returned to their rooms for the night, and the next day, they received an A for their project. Ochako in a swimsuit was something Izuocha hadn't planned on seeing, but he certainly didn't mind it, even if it made his face turn red. With the school year nearing its end, the students were given a day for a mini vacation. While some suggested a NDE beach, which meant Mineta and Kaminari had to stay with Ida at all times, the majority voted for a regular beach. Once they arrived, everyone changed into their swimwear. Izuocha stepped out of the changing station and spotted Ochako talking to Azui just a few yards away. He couldn't help but notice her pink bikini. He had never imagined she would wear something so revealing, but part of him was glad she did. Not wanting to be seen as inappropriate, he quickly looked away and approached Ida. At that moment, Ochako glanced over at Izuocha, feeling an urge to leap toward him. She had noticed his well-defined muscles. His abs were impressively toned. She couldn't help but admire his physique, especially his legs and arms. A guy with such a plain face shouldn't have such a remarkable body. Not wanting to seem creepy, she turned back to continue her conversation with Azui. Kirishima called out for everyone to gather, holding a volleyball, and everyone raced to the beach, leaving only Ochako and Izuocha behind. Izuocha stuttered a greeting, and Ochako asked if he was excited. He replied that he hadn't been to the beach in a while, not since the cleanup event in the city. Ochako shared that she enjoyed going to the beach, as it was one of the few activities her family could afford. She suggested they catch up with everyone. They walked together toward the beach, where some classmates were already in the water while others lounged on the sand. Ida reminded everyone to follow safety rules, emphasizing that it was still a public area. Kaminari called Ida over, and the three of them plotted to bury Ida in the sand as part of their tradition. Ida agreed, honored to participate. Mineta and Kirishima dug a hole, and soon Ida was sitting in it while they covered him with sand, leaving only his head exposed. Ida soon felt the sand pressing against his neck and asked to be freed. However, Mineta and Kaminari were too distracted by the sight of the girls in swimsuits to help him. They placed a bucket over his head and promised to return later, leaving Ida behind. Later, Kaminari ended up with a poke in both eyes, while Mineta had a run-in with a jellyfish and had to visit the infirmary. Meanwhile, Ochako laid out her blanket on the sand and settled down. A few minutes later, Izuku approached her and asked if he could sit beside her. She welcomed him, and he joined her on the sand. As the sun beat down, Ochako remembered she needed sunscreen. She rummaged through her bag and pulled out a spray bottle. Izuku admitted he had forgotten to bring any. She offered hers, and after spraying himself, he asked if she needed help with her back. She agreed, and as she stood up, he sprayed sunscreen on her back, arms, and legs. When it was Izuku's turn to apply sunscreen to Ochako, he realized the bottle was a squeeze type, meaning he would have to rub it on her skin. Feeling nervous about the situation, he asked for her permission. Ochako, wanting to avoid a sunburn, agreed and lay back down on her stomach. As he applied the cream, Izuku felt embarrassed but focused on helping her. Despite his nerves, he found that applying the sunscreen was less awkward than he had anticipated. Ochako appreciated his efforts, and once he finished, she thanked him. She expressed her gratitude to her crush for his help. He hoped for another opportunity to assist her in the future. Once that was settled, Kirishima, Bakugo, Mina, Todoroki, Jairu, and Shiro were busy setting up a net when Ochako and Izuku approached them. Izuku, curious about their activity, asked what they were doing. Kirishima enthusiastically invited them to join a game of volleyball, claiming it would be quite manly. Ochako was excited by the idea, and Izuku agreed to participate as well. The teams were formed. On one side, Izuku wore All Might-themed swim trunks, standing alongside a delighted Ochako. Kirishima, wearing Crocs even on the sand, took the center position, with Todoroki in the back. On the opposite side, Mina stood up front, eager to be near her dream pairing. Jairu and Shiro were in the back, with Shiro contemplating using his quirk until they remembered the no-quirks rule. Bakugo seemed to wander wherever he pleased. Izuku's team served first. Todoroki sent the ball over the net to Bakugo, who swiftly returned it. The ball reached Ochako, who sent it upward to Izuku, allowing him to spike it back over the net. Mina barely managed to keep the ball in play, sending it to Shiro, who passed it to Jairu. She lightly tapped it to Bakugo, who sent it flying toward Kirishima. Kirishima returned the ball to the other side, setting up Todoroki for another play. As the ball approached Jairu, she instinctively stepped aside to avoid being hit, allowing the ball to land in bounds and score a point for Izuku's team. Bakugo shouted in frustration at Jairu while Izuku's team celebrated their point. Jairu rolled her eyes, explaining her decision to move out of the way. The game continued, ending with a score of 21-17 in favor of Izuku's team. Ochako cheered for Izuku, who had made the winning shot. In the excitement, they briefly hugged, feeling the warmth of skin against skin, which made them both blush. They quickly apologized and let go, embarrassed. Momo called out to them, announcing that the grill was about to be fired up, urging them to hurry. They made their way up the hill to where the bus was parked, joining their classmates and teachers, Izawa and Midnight. If Mineta hadn't been stung by a jellyfish, he would have been in awe of Midnight in her swimsuit. Midnight and Izawa had prepared a feast, encouraging everyone to grab a plate and dig in. The spread included chips, soda, hot dogs, burgers, and other beach favorites. Mina complimented Midnight and Izawa on the delicious food, to which Midnight praised Izawa's surprising cooking skills. Izawa, rubbing his tired eyes, mentioned he planned to sleep on the bus after eating. Once everyone finished their meal, they returned to the beach to continue their fun. Eventually, the day came to an end, and it was time for the class to head home. Everyone boarded the bus with their belongings, taking their seats, except for Mineta, who would be staying overnight. Ochako sat beside Izuku and asked if he had enjoyed the day. He confirmed he had, and she expressed that she always had fun with him, flashing a smile that could warm anyone's heart. He reciprocated her sentiment, unaware that they were flirting. Once everyone was settled, the bus departed, but unfortunately Ito was already snoring beneath a bucket. The scene shifted to a new setting, where Ochako approached Izuku, who was reading a book. She wrapped her arms around him and shared her idea of trying something exciting together, gardening. She jumped onto the couch beside him, explaining the various vegetables and fruits they could grow. Izuku, initially surprised by the suggestion, reminded her that they could buy food whenever they wanted since they were pro-heroes. However, Ochako insisted it would be fun for them as a couple, playfully poking his cheek. After some playful banter, Izuku finally agreed to give gardening a try. They went to the store and purchased flower pots, seeds, a watering can, and other necessary items. Once home, they began planting. Ochako read the instructions for the strawberry seeds, while Izuku carefully dug the soil to the required depth before planting the seeds and covering them back up. He remarked on how easy it seemed and asked how long it would take for them to grow. Ochako informed him it would take about 3 months in total. Ochako read the instructions on the back of the seed packet, noting the need for daily watering. She passed the packet to Izuku, who frowned as he realized they were already nearing summer. Oh no, well we can still plant something. How about our cherry tomatoes? Ochako suggested, taking her turn to dig and plant the seeds into the soil, carefully watering them afterward. Izuku held a handful of zucchini, onions, corn, and cucumber seeds, and they worked together, planting the seeds in their designated spots and ensuring they received enough water. I think we did a good job, Ochako said, wiping her hands on her apron. We should probably wait for the plants to grow before we celebrate, but I think so too, Izuku replied, glancing over their hard work. Want to grab some McDonald's? Ochako proposed. Sure, he agreed, and they cleaned up before heading to the restaurant for a meal. Over the next few weeks, they diligently watered their crops, aided by rain on some days. One time, heavy rain threatened to flood their garden, but Izuku took charge, using a hoe to dig channels to redirect the water and protect their plants. A few weeks later, Ochako called out to Izuku from outside. Come here, she exclaimed. He rushed outside, his quirk activated, ready for anything. Nothing is wrong. In fact, something great is happening. Look at the plants, she pointed excitedly at their garden. As Izuku approached, he noticed small leaves emerging from the ground, and the plants had grown significantly. Our plants are growing. We're actually gardening together. Ochako beamed with joy. That's pretty neat. But we need to be careful, bugs might come and eat them, he cautioned. I found several ways online to keep the plants clean and prevent pests from laying eggs, she explained. All right, let's keep going then, Izuku said, grabbing the watering can. They continued caring for their plants, watering and cleaning them regularly. About a month and a half later, they stood outside their garden, both smiling widely. Their plants had grown to full size and were now producing crops. We finally did it. Ochako exclaimed, grabbing Izuku's hand in excitement. Let's start picking them, he said, retrieving a basket for their harvest. They spent several minutes gathering the crops and placing them in the basket. Once finished, they brought the basket inside and washed the food thoroughly. What should we try first? Izuku asked, surveying their bounty. Let's go for the tomatoes. Ochako said, picking 2 cherry tomatoes, giving one to Izuku and keeping one for herself. They both tasted the tomatoes, and Ochako remarked on how different they were from store-bought ones. It's not bad, just different from what we're used to. For our first time, I think they taste great. Let's try an onion, Izuku suggested, chopping one up. No thanks, I don't like eating onions on their own, Ochako declined. Suit yourself, he said, tasting the onion and finding it quite good. They sampled more of their harvest, careful not to eat everything at once. Once satisfied, they stored the remaining crops in the fridge. Hey Ochako. I think this could be something we do regularly when it's time to grow food. It was actually pretty fun, Izuku said, leaning against the kitchen table. And we can save money. It's a win-win. Ochako replied cheerfully. Izuku leaned in, but she playfully pushed him away, holding her nose. No way. You have onion breath. And so ended this week's episode of the Izuocha life. In a different scene, 2 figures dashed across the street toward a pharmacy, armed with guns and knives. See anything yet, Ochako? One figure asked as they reached the store. Nothing yet, Dek. Let's get this over with, she replied, scanning the area. The door was locked, but a large window was broken, allowing them to enter easily. Inside, they searched for medicine, food, and anything useful. There's not much left, Deku. Most of this medicine is expired, Ochako noted, checking the expiration dates. Just grab anything you can fit in your bag. We can sort it out later, Izuku instructed, retrieving bottles from under a cabinet. They cleared out the store, taking everything they could carry. I think that's everything, Ochako said, hoisting her filled bag over her shoulder. Let's head out the back before any of them show up, Izuku said, leading the way with Ochako close behind. Do we have to go back right away? Bakugo will be upset about the expired stuff, she complained. It's not safe out here, Ochako. This will show him we need to move on, Izuku explained. As he opened the back door, a zombie lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. Deku! Ochako shouted, drawing her gun. Stop. You'll attract more, he warned, struggling with the zombie. Instead, she pulled out a knife and swiftly dispatched the zombie. Izuku rolled the creature off him, and Ochako helped him to his feet. Are you all right? She asked, concern in her voice. I'm fine, he reassured her. Izuku walked through the door, with Ochako following closely behind him. The journey back was mostly quiet. They spotted a couple of zombies but managed to avoid them without drawing attention or needing to confront them. Soon, they reached the clearing at the gate of the community where they lived. A guard on a watchtower called down to them, announcing their arrival. Within moments, the gate was lifted, allowing Izuku and Ochako to enter before it closed behind them. One of the gate guardians instructed them to report to Bakugo, who was nearby in his own building. Izuku announced their presence as they entered Bakugo's space. Bakugo, however, was preoccupied with another person, a man with black hair and glasses. Once the man finished his conversation with Bakugo, he was dismissed and left without acknowledging Izuku and Ochako. Bakugo turned to them, his voice sharp as he ordered them to move. They set down their bags and began to empty the contents. Bakugo's frustration grew as he examined the supplies, exclaiming about the expired items. Izuku tried to explain their situation, but Bakugo interrupted, insisting they were safe within the walls and that moving on would change nothing. He ordered them to leave, and they complied in silence. Once outside, Ochako whispered her frustration, but Izuku reassured her that Bakugo cared in his own way. They decided to head home, where Eri was waiting for them. Upon entering their house, Izuku called out for Eri. They heard a squeak from the closet, where Eri peeked out, holding a small pistol. After a quick hug, she expressed her worry and mentioned she had hidden as instructed. Izuku asked for her help, and she nodded, heading to the kitchen. Izuku revealed a bite mark on his hand, and Ochako immediately ordered him to sit down. Eri returned with a tray of supplies, and Izuku took a pill to ease the pain. Ochako instructed Eri to go upstairs to play, wanting to shield her from the situation. As Izuku leaned back on the couch, he expressed his gratitude that it was him and not Ochako who had been bitten. Ochako prepared to treat his wound, and he braced himself for the pain. She applied disinfectant, causing him to flinch, but he urged her to continue. Ochako asked him to hold the cloth in place while she prepared to stitch the wound. She apologized in advance, and Izuku closed his eyes, ready to endure the procedure. As she worked, he focused on getting through the pain. Once she finished, she examined the wound and noted that it was healing well, though it would leave a scar. Izuku attempted to lighten the mood with a joke about his missing arm, but Ochako felt guilty, recalling the moment he had been bitten. He comforted her, reminding her that she had acted out of necessity. They shared a moment of closeness, with Izuku reassuring her that they would get through this together. He called for Eri to come downstairs, and she rushed in, asking if her dad was all right. Izuku, wearing a glove to hide the damage, assured her that he was just fine. He offered for her to lie down with them. Eri climbed onto the couch and settled on top of Izuku and Ochako, resting her head in Izuku's lap. She gave her parents a warm smile, expressing her happiness. Ochako told them how much she loved them, and Eri echoed the sentiment. Izuku chimed in, saying he loved them even more. They shared a laugh together, feeling united despite the challenges they faced. A man with green hair stepped off the plane after receiving the all-clear. One of the ground staff greeted him with a salute, welcoming him back. Izuku thanked the man and continued on his way. As he navigated through the bustling airport, he searched for the one person he had been looking forward to seeing, but the crowd made it difficult. He checked his phone and saw a message from Ochako, apologizing for not being able to pick him up due to work obligations. She promised to make it up to him and expressed her love. Izuku sighed, realizing they both knew their lives as heroes would be challenging. Stepping outside, he scanned the area for his taxi. A driver waved at him, calling out his name. Izuku placed his luggage in the car and climbed in, relieved to finally be on his way. The driver informed him that Ochako had already sent the destination, and Izuku settled into his seat, hoping for a response from her soon. He missed her dearly. Meanwhile, Ochako rested her head on her desk, overwhelmed with paperwork. She perked up when Nijire set a cup of coffee beside her. Nijire asked if she had a long night, and Ochako explained her disappointment about not being able to pick up Deku. She felt guilty for not being there for him. Nijire reassured her that Izuku would understand and expressed sympathy for her over time. Ochako acknowledged that she just wanted to see him. Nijire, having finished her work, decided to bring Ochako coffee, thinking she looked tired. Ochako thanked her and encouraged her to go home. Nijire left with a playful wink, suggesting that when Ochako saw Izuku again, she should show him how much she loved him, causing Ochako to blush. Taking advantage of the moment, Ochako checked her messages and found one from Izuku saying he had arrived home. She felt relieved and quickly typed a response, suggesting they spend the next day together since she had the day off. She added a kiss emoji before sending it. Moments later, Izuku replied, explaining that he had work the next day, but they could plan something when they both had a day off. Izuku sat at the kitchen table, eating instant noodles alone, feeling a pang of sadness at her absence. He didn't blame her, he understood the demands of their hero lives. After some contemplation, he picked up his phone and called his agency, requesting a vacation day for the following day. He explained his situation and was grateful when they agreed. After a couple of hours, Ochako arrived at the home she shared with Izuku. She unlocked the door and stepped inside, surprised to find a single light on in their bedroom. Peeking in, she saw Izuku sitting on the bed, waiting for her. He greeted her softly, and she noted the late hour, surprised he was still awake. Izuku admitted he had missed her and couldn't sleep without her. They moved toward each other, embracing tightly, feeling the warmth and comfort of each other's presence after months apart. After a few moments, they pulled back slightly, gazing into each other's eyes, and their lips drew closer until they met in a gentle kiss, rekindling the connection they had longed for. Ochako placed both of her hands on the sides of Izuku's face, deepening their kiss. Izuku then gently lifted her off the floor and carried her to their bed, maintaining the kiss without interruption. Ochako unbuttoned her jacket and tossed it aside, moving her hands from his face to the back of his neck, giving him a tender rub. They eventually broke the kiss to catch their breath, pressing their foreheads together as they inhaled deeply. Izuku admired her beauty, which made Ochako blush and smile. She returned the compliment, calling him handsome. They resumed kissing, and Izuku gently pushed her back onto the bed, climbing on top of her and showering her with more kisses. After a few moments, they paused again to breathe. Ochako noted how much he seemed to have missed her, and Izuku expressed just how much he had longed for her presence. He placed a hand on her cheek and conveyed that he only wanted to hold her. She agreed, and they exchanged sweet kisses before cuddling close together and drifting off to sleep. The next morning, they woke up almost simultaneously. Izuku was the first to greet her, and Ochako, still sleepy, sat up abruptly, suddenly worried about his work. Izuku reassured her that he had taken the day off so they could spend it together, which made her smile happily. Izuku's eyes slowly opened, revealing a hospital room. He felt weak and confused, unsure of how he had ended up there. He noticed his arm was connected to several devices but felt no pain, just fatigue. A table nearby held a mix of dead and fresh flowers, along with cards, balloons, and candy. He realized he must have been there for more than just a few days. Searching for answers, he found a remote connected to his bed and pressed the button to call for a nurse. She arrived quickly, expressing relief that he was awake and assuring him that everything would be all right before leaving to fetch a doctor. Izuku felt anxious, questioning why he was there and where his mother was. He attempted to lift himself from the bed but found he lacked the strength. Moments later, the nurse returned with a doctor, who greeted him and began asking questions to assess his condition. Izuku provided his name and confirmed he was in a hospital. When asked about the events leading to his blackout, he struggled to remember, feeling a sharp pain in his head as he tried to recall. The doctor instructed the nurse to give him some medicine to help ease the discomfort. As they continued with the questions, Izuku mentioned being with his friend at school, identifying Bakugo as his friend and revealing they attended Aldera Junior High. The doctor's expression shifted to concern when he inquired about UA. Izuku admitted he had always wanted to attend but couldn't recall anything about it. The doctor explained that memory loss might be a concern and that further tests would be necessary. Izuku, feeling anxious, insisted on seeing his mother, but the doctor assured him they would call her while they conducted the tests. After some time, the doctor informed him that it would take a few hours for the results to come back, and until then, he would need to remain in the hospital. Since there was no danger, the doctor informed Izuku that they were allowing visitors, specifically his mother and girlfriend. Izuku was taken aback, blushing at the mention of a girlfriend, as he couldn't recall ever talking to a girl. The doctor explained that this might be something else he had forgotten, but seeing her could help jog his memory. Normally, only family was allowed, but his girlfriend had been quite persistent, refusing to give up until they permitted her entry. As the doctor discarded his gloves, the door to the room opened. Inko rushed in, her voice filled with emotion as she exclaimed her relief at seeing her son in the hospital bed. She embraced him carefully, overwhelmed with happiness after worrying for 3 long months. Izuku was shocked to learn that he had been in a coma due to a fight with a villain, a situation that had left his mother terrified he might never wake up. As he processed this information, he noticed a brown-haired girl standing a few feet away, tears streaming down her face, her expression a mix of regret and joy. Despite the circumstances, he found her cute. Inko turned to the girl, introducing her as Ochako, who stepped closer to Izuku's bedside. Her voice was soft and filled with regret as she greeted him. Izuku nervously acknowledged her, realizing she was likely his girlfriend, yet he had no memory of her and wanted to know more. He politely asked who she was, and her expression shifted from hope to sorrow. She insisted that she was Ochako, his best friend and girlfriend, but Izuku felt a pang of confusion as he admitted he didn't recognize her at all. Inko's worried expression mirrored his own uncertainty. The doctor explained to Inko and Ochako that Izuku was suffering from memory loss, having lost everything after junior high. Inko gasped, covering her mouth as tears fell. Ochako, determined to help him remember, desperately recounted their shared experiences, from the UA exam to their first date, but Izuku could not recall any of it. As Ochako's frustration grew, the doctor gently intervened, reminding her that they needed to wait for the results before taking further action. Feeling defeated, she stepped outside, leaning against the wall as she cried. Izuku felt a deep sense of sorrow watching her, sensing a connection he couldn't fully grasp. Inko wiped her tears, trying to comfort her son. The doctor reassured her that she could stay with Izuku until they received the results and mentioned that others were there to see him. Izuku agreed to meet them, curious about the new faces. He was surprised by the number of visitors, many of whom he barely recognized, although he was impressed by their quirks. His heart raced when heroes like All Might and Eraserhead came to see him. However, the person he recognized the most was Bakugo. Izuku expressed his surprise at Bakugo's presence, hoping he had changed since their last encounter. Bakugo shrugged, admitting that since everyone else was there, he figured he might as well show up. Izuku noted that Bakugo hadn't changed too much. He tentatively asked if they could be friends again, to which Bakugo replied that he wouldn't call them friends but acknowledged he had matured a bit. Izuku offered a weak smile, recalling the times Bakugo had bullied him, including the incident where he had destroyed Izuku's hero notebook. Bakugo, visibly upset, abruptly left the room, allowing a tear to fall once he was out of sight. A few minutes later, the doctor returned with a clipboard and Inko by his side. He presented both good and bad news, asking Izuku which he preferred to hear first. Izuku chose the good news, learning that he would still be able to make new memories moving forward. However, the bad news was that it was unlikely he would regain the memories he had lost. The doctor apologized for this. Izuku tried to remain positive, focusing on the fact that he could create new memories. The doctor informed him that he was cleared to go home but would need to avoid physical activity and take medication, with the understanding that he should seek help if anything went wrong. The nurse would return shortly to prepare Izuku for his departure. With that, he left Inko and Izuku alone in the room. Inko expressed her joy, her eyes glistening with happy tears as she told Izuku he was finally coming home. Izuku felt a mix of emotions, expressing his concern to his mother. He questioned whether Ochako was truly his girlfriend, and Inko nodded affirmatively. She reminisced about how cute they were together, emphasizing how inseparable they had been. Inko noted that no one was as upset as Ochako when they learned about Izuku's coma. She asked how he felt about her. Izuku admitted that he didn't remember her well, which left him feeling confused. He sensed something he couldn't quite explain, a connection to her despite his memory loss. He also felt sadness for having made her cry. Inko reassured him that he hadn't caused her tears. It was a difficult time for everyone. She suggested that with a few days of rest, things might improve. Leaning over, she kissed his forehead just as the nurse entered with a wheelchair. The nurse informed him it was time to leave, and she, along with Inko, helped him change into more comfortable clothing before settling him into the wheelchair. As they wheeled him out, Izuku spotted Ochako sitting across from his room, unaware of his presence. He hesitated before asking the nurse if he could stand for a moment. Though it wasn't recommended, she agreed to let him use crutches. With their assistance, he managed to rise and take a step toward Ochako, feeling strange but determined. He greeted her, and she looked up in surprise to see him standing. Concerned, she asked why he wasn't resting. Izuku explained that he was going home but wanted to apologize. He bowed his head, expressing regret for making her cry and for not remembering her. Ochako chuckled softly, recognizing his selflessness and kindness, traits that had drawn her to him. Flushed with embarrassment, Izuku thanked her, unsure how to respond to her compliment. She stood and gave him a quick peck on the lips, which left him even more flustered. She quickly apologized for the sudden kiss, saying she had missed him. Izuku stammered that it was all right and that it felt familiar. He then asked if she would accompany him and his mother home, still feeling shy about the kiss. Ochako enthusiastically agreed, asking if she could still call him Deku. He confirmed that it was fine, and they all left the hospital together. Later, Izuku relaxed on his green sofa, quietly reading a comic with a cup of tea on the table. His peaceful moment was interrupted by a phone call. He loved being a hero, but the stress could be overwhelming. Upon answering, he learned that a gang of villains was causing trouble at the downtown bank, and they needed his help. Despite his initial hesitation, he agreed to assist after hearing that other heroes were occupied. He quickly disposed of his tea and changed into his hero suit. Minutes later, he arrived at the scene, where a standoff was occurring between the police and the villains inside the bank. He approached a nearby police officer, crouched for cover, and inquired about the situation. The officer informed him that a gang of 4 villains, possibly more, were inside with unknown quirks and armed with weapons. They had made demands for a getaway car but had not yet harmed any hostages. Izuku listened carefully and then stood to survey the bank, contemplating his plan of action. He noticed a window near the top, which sparked an idea. Inside the bank, tension was rising among the villains. One of them suggested they should demonstrate their seriousness by harming a hostage. However, another goon reminded him that their leader had forbidden killing, handing the gun back to him. As the goons communicated about their progress, Izuku remained focused on his plan, ready to intervene and protect the hostages. Izuku thought to himself that he could take one of the goons out quickly, but he knew they would realize what was happening. He had to act fast. He sprang into action, jumping on top of one villain and knocking him out. The head goon shouted for everyone to open fire, declaring they had permission to eliminate him. As 2 goons raised their guns, Izuku used his quirk, One for All, to duck and dodge their bullets. The shots collided with each other, causing them to fall to the ground, injured but not seriously harmed. The head goon removed his gloves and raised his fists, ready for a fight. Izuku turned off his quirk and raised his fists in response. The head goon smirked, revealing that he had no intention of keeping it a fair fight. Suddenly his hands ignited with flames, and he launched a fireball at Izuku. Izuku barely managed to duck, but another fireball followed, forcing him to evade again. Just then, a loud sound echoed through the bank as a metal pipe struck the back of the head goon, knocking him out cold. Standing behind him was someone Izuku was not pleased to see. Ochako Uraraka. She casually tossed down the metal pipe and stepped over the unconscious goon. Izuku expressed his disappointment, reminding her that he had asked her to stop being a villain the last time they met. Ochako replied that she had thought about it but realized she couldn't survive without money, and being a villain had its rewards. Izuku looked down, feeling a mix of sadness and frustration. He wished he could have helped her, believing they could have been happy together. Ochako acknowledged that it was too late to turn back, admitting that while she hadn't committed murder, her actions would still lead to serious consequences. As she reached into a small satchel on her belt, Izuku noticed her intentions and jumped in front of her to block her escape. She sighed, suggesting they skip the fight since they both knew how it would end. She moved closer, trying to pull him in with her charm, reminding him of their past connection. Izuku struggled against her pull, urging her to stop. But Ochako insisted that he loved her, and she loved him too. She proposed that if he let her go, they could enjoy their usual time together. In a moment of frustration, Izuku struck her, sending her crashing into the wall. He approached her and cuffed one of her hands, then reached into her satchel, retrieving a rare diamond. Ochako pleaded with him, her eyes filled with desperation, hoping he wouldn't turn her in. Izuku, filled with regret, explained that he had given her too many chances and had to do what was right as a hero. He secured her cuffs to a nearby pole and began to walk away, tears streaming down his face. Ochako sat against the wall, her mind clouded with thoughts. She felt she deserved this fate, watching as Izuku left and the police arrived to take her away. Her court date was set for October 23rd. In her cell, wearing an orange prison uniform, she clutched a handcrafted Izuku doll made from materials she had found. She was torn with emotions, loving Izuku deeply and regretting how things had turned out. She felt guilty for using him to escape her crimes and believed she deserved a harsh punishment. As she pondered her regrets, the cell door opened, and a guard informed her she had a visitor. Ochako followed the guard, still in HNDCFFS, leaving the Izuku doll behind. To her surprise, the visitor was Izuku himself. He greeted her at the table, and she asked why he was there. He explained that he had spoken to the judge and arranged a plea deal. She would be released into his care, under house arrest for a year, followed by 3 months of community service. He would take care of her during that time. Ochako blinked in disbelief, questioning why the court would agree to such terms. Izuku explained that being the #1 hero had its advantages. She leaned back in her chair, sadness etched on her face, and asked if he hated her. He reassured her that he didn't, but she reminded him of how she had used him. Izuku acknowledged her actions but expressed his forgiveness, looking deeply into her eyes. Ochako felt her heart sink further, believing she didn't deserve his forgiveness. Ochako couldn't bear to look him in the eye any longer, so she turned away. She acknowledged her own role in the situation, admitting that she should have never let him go from the start. He had only chosen the path of a villain because he felt he had no other options. But now, he had a choice. He stood up from his chair and asked if she would take that chance. She turned back to face him, reminding him that the moment they let her go, she could easily run away. He expressed his trust in her, questioning why she would want to run from him. She found his point valid and decided to accept the terms he laid out, realizing that being together at his place would be better than hiding in a random alleyway. He informed her that it would take a few days to get everything arranged, so she would need to stay where she was for now. She thought about how she had expected to be there for years, so a few days felt manageable. As she stood up from her seat, a guard returned to escort her back to her cell. She glanced back to see Izuku leaving and, breaking free from the guard's hold, ran to him, gently pushing herself against him. A tear fell from her eye as she thanked him. He smiled and patted her on the head before the guard took her back. Izuku grabbed his bag from the trunk of the car and placed it on the ground, carrying it as the wheels spun beneath. Inko, his mother, wiped her tears as she sat in the car, expressing how proud she was of him and how much she would miss him. He reassured her that he was only half an hour away and could visit any time. Still, she felt sad to see him on his own and urged him to be safe. With a teasing smile, she encouraged him to find a girl while he was away. He blushed at her words, insisting he was there for his degree, not romance. She leaned out of the window, asking for a goodbye kiss. He sighed, feeling embarrassed, but leaned in to give her a quick peck on the cheek. After promising to text her later, he took his bag and walked up the steps of his new college dorm, waving goodbye as she waved back. Inside the dorm, he noticed how much larger it felt compared to the outside. He admired the banners and school decorations as he walked down the hallway, passing mostly closed doors since he had arrived late. The dorm housed both boys and girls, with the girls on one side and the boys on the other, each room shared between 2 students. To his surprise, his room was located at the beginning of the girls' side. Unsure of what to do, he decided to approach the room anyway. After knocking, he waited patiently until a girl with brown hair, a chubby face, and pink pajamas opened the door, toothbrush in hand. She asked if she could help him, and he thought she was cute. Apologizing for the interruption, he explained that he believed this was his room, showing her his schedule. She looked puzzled but informed him that this was the girl's side, suggesting he might be in the wrong place. However, she mentioned that she had been waiting for her roommate all day, who had not shown up. After confirming that this was indeed room 201, she decided to let him in for the night, assuring him it was only temporary. Feeling uncertain, he hesitated but eventually followed her inside. She went to finish brushing her teeth while he settled onto the vacant bed opposite hers. The room was decorated with pink blankets and pillows, along with posters of the moon and an astronaut. He concluded that she must be studying space. When she returned, she stretched and yawned before lying down on her bed. He thanked her for letting him stay, and she asked for his name. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, and she responded with her name, Ochako Uraraka. They should get to sleep, it was already past curfew. She glanced at the clock on the wall. He pulled a blanket from his bag and placed it over himself. She commented on his bag, doubting he had much in it. He explained that he had been late and hadn't had the chance to bring everything he needed. He would likely spend the second half of the day gathering more supplies. She asked how he had ended up late, and he replied that his mom had a hard time letting go, recalling moments of her holding on to him for hours. She apologized for keeping him up when they were supposed to be sleeping. He assured her it was perfectly fine, enjoying their conversation, especially since they had only just met. She smiled brightly at him and suggested they go to sleep, reaching over to turn off the lamp on the table near her bed. He wished her good night, unsure of how he would manage sleeping in the same room as a girl, but after a few minutes, he drifted off. The next day, after they both woke up and got ready, they took turns in the bathroom to change. They headed to the principal's office to sort out their situation. Principal Nizu welcomed them, offering tea before they got to the matter at hand. She declined, and he did too, explaining that they were there to resolve a misunderstanding. He presented his schedule, indicating that he had been assigned to Uraraka's room by mistake and requested a correction. The principal surprised them by revealing that their pairing was intentional. They had never considered that they were placed together on purpose. She expressed her confusion about sharing a room with a boy, and he reassured her that he took no offense. The principal explained that there were fewer rooms available for girls, as there were typically more boys at the school. He showed them the roster, indicating that all other rooms were filled, and they would have to share while attending the school. Izuku asked if it was even permissible for a boy and a girl to share a room. The principal assured them it was fine, confident in their ability to be responsible. His light-hearted comment made them both blush. After thanking Nizu, they left his office and returned to their room. Izuku scratched the back of his head nervously, acknowledging the awkwardness of the situation. He suggested that perhaps they could find another solution, but she insisted it was fine, even if she felt a bit uncomfortable. They both recognized that they would need to adjust to this new arrangement. He proposed establishing some rules, and she agreed it was a good idea. She retrieved paper and a pencil to jot down their rules. The first rule was to always knock before entering. He added that they shouldn't touch each other's belongings without permission, and she recorded it. After a few more moments of brainstorming, they decided that common sense would guide them for anything else. Izuku then asked what they should do next. She mentioned she had plans to hang out with some friends and stood up, grabbing her purse. He encouraged her to go and have fun, watching her wave goodbye as she left. He fell back onto his bed, covering his eyes and reflecting on how challenging college was compared to high school. His college journey had begun with a girl. She arrived early, sitting in the front of the main building hours before the service was set to begin. Dressed in black with her cane by her side, she observed the church filling with people. It felt like a public funeral, so many had come to pay their respects to the former #1 hero. The church was adorned with flowers and pictures, a testament to the many lives he had touched. She held a picture of them from their graduation day at UA, her favorite memory, as it was also the day they had become a couple. Now, he was gone, and the weight of that loss settled heavily on her heart. Never to come back. Ochako sat there, staring at the pictures of Izuku, wishing for just one more day with him. He had only been 59 years old, but his life as a hero had taken a toll on his health, leading to problems that even healing quirks couldn't mend. He reminded her so much of All Might, who had passed away decades earlier. She heard the sound of doors opening as people began to enter the church. She must have been there for hours. A man, a woman, and their child sat down to the right of her on the bench. The man placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, asking if she was all right. Ochako replied honestly, admitting that she wasn't, but that was life. It happened to everyone, and she had to keep her head held high for as long as she could. She sighed, leaning back in her seat and gazing at the ceiling of the church. Her son, Toshinori, assured her that his father would want her to stay strong. Soon, the ceremony began, with many sharing their memories of Izuku. As it neared its conclusion, the priest announced that they would head outside to lay Izuku Midoriya, the former pro-hero, to rest. Before doing so, he invited Ochako to say a few words. With Toshinori's help, she stood up and faced the crowd, all eyes on her. She felt overwhelmed, realizing there wasn't much she could say that she hadn't already told him. She expressed her deep love for Deku and how she still couldn't understand why he had loved her. Despite not being the strongest or the smartest, his love had only made her love him more. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Looking toward the back, she noticed some of her friends with their children and grandchildren, all visibly upset. Ida was crying the hardest, and even Bakugo had his head down, seemingly shedding a few tears. She continued, saying that he would be missed and that she already felt his absence, knowing many others did as well. She paused to wipe her tears before asking everyone to remember him in a positive light and to never forget all the good he had done. After finishing her speech, she returned to her seat with Toshinori's assistance. After a bit more talking, everyone moved outside for the burial. They gathered around as the coffin was carefully lowered into the ground, a special shrine prepared to be placed on top once the ceremony concluded. Ochako watched, her heart heavy, as peaceful music played in the background. Whispering a goodbye to Deku as the coffin disappeared from her view, she felt the coldness of the bed they had shared for the next 2 years. Eventually she too passed away. Toshinori stood by as his mother's coffin was lowered into the ground. His wife stood beside him, holding their child's hand. Tears fell as he realized both of his parents were gone. He wondered if their lives as heroes had taken a toll on them, but he found solace in knowing they had done what they loved and hoped they were together now. As Ochako ascended the stairs, she noticed the gates of heaven were open. Upon reaching the top, she saw someone standing there, holding the door for her, someone with green hair. Deku welcomed her, noting that she had kept him waiting. She ran up to him, embracing him tightly, overwhelmed with joy. She expressed how much she had missed him, discovering that even in heaven, one could shed tears. He suggested they head inside, where their parents and others had a feast ready. She asked if there would be mochi and he chuckled, assuring her there would be. Together, they walked through the gates of heaven, ready to be together for all eternity. Ochako thought to herself about how cute Izuku looked in an old picture of him as a child wearing an All Might onesie. It was absolutely adorable. She decided to take a selfie with the picture, eager to see his reaction. As she approached his bedroom door, she noticed a slight crack. Curiosity got the better of her, and she peeked through, but the room was dark, with the blinds drawn. She called out to him, but there was no response. Quietly, she opened the door for a better view and found her crush fast asleep in his bed. She felt a rush of warmth at the sight of his peaceful sleeping form. If she listened closely, she could hear his soft snores. The thought of taking him home and holding him forever crossed her mind. She gently nudged him, trying to wake him up, but he didn't stir. Determined, she encouraged him to rise and shine, grabbing his blanket and pulling it away. To her surprise, she realized he had been sleeping without any clothes on beneath the blanket. Flustered, she quickly threw the blanket aside and dashed out of the room, slamming the door behind her, which startled Izuku awake. Confused, he wondered what had just happened and if Ochako had arrived. He quickly dressed in a green shirt and soft shorts before leaving his room, noticing lights coming from the bathroom nearby. He knocked on the door, asking if his mom was in there. Inside, Ochako was splashing cold water on her face, trying to cool down from the embarrassment of the moment. When she heard Izuku's voice, she called back that she would be out shortly. After he left, she took a moment to collect herself, drying her face with a towel. She thought about how unexpected the situation had been and reminded herself to keep a straight face. Emerging from the bathroom, she found Inko setting dinner on the table, with Izuku already seated. Inko noticed Ochako's flushed face and asked if she was feeling all right. Ochako assured her that she was fine, claiming it had just been a long day. Inko presented the dinner spread, which consisted of breakfast foods like eggs, pancakes, and hash browns. Ochako was puzzled by the choice for dinner, but Izuku explained that it was a fun twist. Inko gave him a knowing look, prompting him to pull out a chair for Ochako. She joked about his gentlemanly behavior as she sat down beside him. Inko soon returned with a plate of food, but Ochako's smile faded when she saw a plate of sausage placed in front of her. Concerned, Izuku asked if she was all right, noticing her discomfort. Ochako quickly explained that she wasn't a fan of sausage, hoping to avoid any rudeness. Inko reassured her that there was plenty of other food available and passed her a plate of pancakes. Ochako felt relieved as the two Midoriyas enjoyed the sausage, allowing her to focus on the rest of the meal. Despite the earlier awkwardness, she was having a good time with her crush and his mother. During dinner, Inko asked when they had started dating, causing both Izuku and Ochako to choke on their drinks. Izuku protested, insisting they hadn't started dating, while Ochako blushed deeply, sinking into her chair. Inko playfully pointed out that it was obvious they liked each other, noting how often Izuku talked about her and how cute they looked together. Ochako couldn't help but feel flattered, her heart racing at the thought that he spoke about her often. Izuku, equally embarrassed, repeated his mother's name in disbelief. They both fell silent, avoiding each other's gaze, feeling the weight of the moment. After a few minutes, Ochako felt her phone vibrate and realized it was getting late. She stood up, apologizing as she grabbed her purse, explaining that the last train was leaving soon. Inko expressed disappointment at her early departure and urged Izuku to walk her to the train station. Ochako hesitated, feeling uncertain about being alone with him after everything that had happened. Inko reassured her that it was no trouble, giving Izuku a gentle nudge to accompany her. He grabbed his jacket, and they stepped out into the cold. As they walked, Ochako playfully shoved Izuku into the snow, laughing at his surprised expression. He turned to face her, bewildered by her antics. She offered to help him up, and as he took her hand, he playfully tugged her down beside him in the snow, intending for her to land next to him, but instead, they ended up close together. Despite the cold, they felt warmth in each other's presence, their faces mere inches apart, sharing breaths in the chilly air. Neither one dared to move, unsure of how to react to the situation they found themselves in. Ochako spoke first, calling out to Izuku. He responded, and at the same time, they both slowly began to move their faces closer together. Just as they were about to bridge the gap, Inko called to them from the top of the stairs, interrupting the moment. From her angle, it looked as if they were about to kiss. Izuku felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at being caught in such a moment, and he was also frustrated that the interruption had come just before they could share that kiss. Inko, oblivious to the tension below, asked what was wrong. Ochako quickly scrambled away from Izuku, who stood up and brushed the snow off his clothes. He dismissed the situation, suggesting they move on, and they walked away from Inko, feeling even more embarrassed. As they made their way toward the train station, silence enveloped them. Both were unsure of what to say after their near kiss, each thinking the other felt uncomfortable. Ochako decided to break the ice, hoping to steer the conversation in a more comfortable direction. She pretended to shiver, commenting on the cold night. Izuku agreed, and they continued walking. She hinted that she wished she had brought her jacket, but Izuku remained oblivious to her suggestion. Frustrated yet amused, Ochako contemplated whether to be annoyed or find his cluelessness endearing. Ultimately, she chose a mix of both. When Izuku noticed her expression, he asked if something was wrong. She replied that aside from being extremely cold, everything was fine, deciding that if he didn't catch on this time, she would have to take more direct action. In that moment, Izuku heard his mother's voice in his head, urging him to be more considerate and to lend his jacket to Ochako. Realizing what he needed to do, he quickly took off his jacket and offered it to her. She gratefully accepted, her heart warming at the gesture, and a blush crept onto both their faces. After a bit more walking, they arrived at the train station. Ochako thanked Izuku for his kindness and suggested they hang out at his place next time, unaware of how that sounded. Izuku agreed, equally unaware of the implications. As she faced the train, a brave idea struck Ochako. She turned around and walked close enough that they could feel each other's breath again. She asked Izuku if she could try something, her gaze locked onto his. With his heart racing, Izuku asked what she meant. Ochako leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, just near his lips. Both of them turned red and stood there, momentarily frozen in surprise. As she boarded the train, she smiled at him and said goodbye. Izuku waved slowly as the train departed, then headed home after picking up some milk. He realized that his mother had been right all along, and he noted that Ochako still had his jacket. Meanwhile, she snuggled happily into her seat, feeling warm and content in her new jacket. Izuku and his young adopted daughter Eri walked hand in hand down the hallway of her school. Eri had been through a lot, and when Izuku found her alone, he took her in. Today was her first day of kindergarten. Eri expressed her nervousness as they arrived outside her classroom. Izuku reassured her that it would be fun and encouraged her to be brave. Eri worried about being alone and reminded him of his promise to protect her. Izuku knelt down to her level, wiping away her tears and assuring her that he would always keep her safe. He encouraged her to be a big girl for him, and she agreed, smiling brightly. Just then, a woman approached them, asking if they were there for kindergarten. When Izuku turned to respond, he was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Eri noticed his reaction and asked why his face was red. Flustered, he fanned himself, trying to regain composure. The woman introduced herself as Ms. Uraraka, Eri's teacher for the year. Izuku introduced Eri, who waved shyly. As he prepared to leave, he reminded Eri to behave for Ms. Uraraka and promised to return soon. Eri gave him a quick peck on the cheek before running into the classroom. Ms. Uraraka complimented Izuku on being a great dad, noting that he was lucky to have such a sweet daughter. He explained that Eri was adopted, but he loved her as if she were his own. She reassured him that he had nothing to worry about, sharing her confidence in her teaching abilities based on positive feedback from parents. Eri was in safe hands, and she clasped her hands together in relief. Izuku felt a sense of comfort knowing that this would be the longest they had been apart. He used to always bring her with him, but now he had to head to work. He pointed toward the entrance, signaling his departure. After exchanging goodbyes, Izuku left the school and made his way to the office where he worked. Sitting at his desk, he smiled at the framed photo he kept there, a cherished memory from the day he adopted Eri. His coworker, Kaminari, peeked over the wall that separated their desks, noticing Izuku's good mood. Kaminari remarked on how different he seemed compared to the previous day when he had been overwhelmed with emotion about Eri starting kindergarten. Curious, he asked what had changed. Izuku, feeling a bit embarrassed, insisted that nothing had happened. His face turned red as Kaminari teased him about possibly having a crush. Another coworker chimed in, joking about Izuku's shyness and lack of experience with girls. Izuku defended himself, asserting that he could get a girl if he wanted to, but Kaminari pointed out how surprising it was that he had a daughter at all. Kaminari then suggested that Izuku should focus on work, reminding him that his performance was slipping. With a wink, he returned to his desk, leaving Izuku to ponder his work responsibilities. After an 8-hour shift, Izuku parked outside the school and went inside to pick up Eri. He found her in the classroom, chatting with Ochako. Eri proudly displayed a necklace she had received for her birthday, and Ochako complimented her on it. When she noticed Izuku standing in the doorway, she informed Eri that her father had arrived, smiling warmly at him, which made him blush. Eri rushed to her father, hugging his leg tightly. Izuku asked her about her first day of school, and she excitedly shared that her teacher had helped her draw. She handed him a picture she had created, depicting the two of them, which melted his heart. He thanked her and embraced her, enjoying the sweet moment. Ochako remarked on how adorable they were together, and Izuku expressed his gratitude for her help with Eri, apologizing for being late. Ochako assured him it was no trouble and mentioned that she had enjoyed her time with Eri, looking forward to seeing her again the next day. Eri, feeling a sense of trust, asked Ochako if she would be her new mommy. Both Izuku and Ochako were taken aback by the unexpected question, their faces turning red. Izuku quickly urged Eri to wait outside so he could speak with Ochako privately. Eri, still innocent to the situation, asked if that meant Izuku was going to ask Ochako to be her mom. Izuku hurried her out, feeling flustered. Once alone with Ochako, he apologized for Eri's comment, feeling embarrassed. Ochako awkwardly agreed, and a moment of silence followed. Izuku took the opportunity to excuse himself, feeling relieved to have an out. However, Ochako hesitated and suggested they go out for coffee sometime, wanting to get to know each other better. Izuku appreciated her friendliness but explained that he was focused on taking care of Eri and not looking to date. Ochako clarified that she meant it as a friendly outing, not a date, and he understood her intentions. He felt guilty for turning her down but explained that his responsibilities made it difficult to find time. Ochako reassured him that she understood the challenges of being a single parent and wished him a good day. As Izuku turned to leave, he reconsidered his initial reaction. It was just a friendly outing, and he could ask his parents to look after Eri for a bit. After a moment of thought, he approached Ochako again. He expressed that he would like to take her up on her offer after all. She brightened at his response and suggested they meet the next day after school, as she wouldn't have to stay long. Izuku agreed, feeling a sense of excitement about the new connection. He walked backward out of the room, accidentally bumping into the wall before finally finding the right way out, while she laughed softly and waved goodbye. Eri sat in a chair in the hallway, waiting for her dad. She wondered if the girl they had just seen was her mom now. Her dad, eager to distract her, promised her some McDonald's if she stopped asking questions. Hearing this, Eri's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed that she wanted nuggets. They went to get McDonald's, and Eri remained quiet about it, at least until she saw the girl again. Izuku was aware that he was a total nerd, a complete otaku with low confidence. He never imagined he would be picked on. It felt like something out of a manga he had read, but with far less fan service. As he packed his things to leave class, someone kept poking the back of his head, trying to get his attention. He ignored the first few pokes, knowing it was just a ploy to annoy him. But after several more, he finally turned around, realizing this wasn't going to stop anytime soon. He expressed his annoyance at Uraraka, who simply replied that she wanted nothing. This only fueled his irritation further. Turning back to his packing, she poked him again, and when he turned around, she was casually whistling and looking away. He decided to give her one last chance to stop, remaining still for a full minute, but when she didn't move, he resumed packing. Ochako then reached into her mouth, pulled out a piece of gum she had been chewing, and stuck it in the back of his green hair, giggling at her mischief. Izuku stood up in shock, trying to pull the gum out, but it was too sticky and painful to remove. Ochako noticed a book poking out from his bag and pulled it out to read the cover. He demanded that she leave his stuff alone, but she laughed, teasing him about reading a comic. She found it ridiculous that he would read something so childish, especially when it depicted a world with superheroes and a school teaching young kids how to fight. In a fit of laughter, she crumpled the comic and tossed it into a nearby trash can. He rushed over to salvage his comic, feeling defeated. Ochako shook her head in disapproval and quietly left while he attempted to uncrumple the ruined comic. After flattening it as best as he could, he slid it back into his backpack. As he started to leave, he noticed a small metal pipe left behind in her seat. Unsure of what to do with it, he decided to keep it, thinking it might help him deal with her teasing. After leaving school, he began his walk home, usually alone since he didn't have many friends, unless Ochako was still in the mood to bother him. He kicked a rock on the ground in frustration, sending it rolling forward. He kicked it again and again until it landed in an alleyway. He hesitated at the entrance, remembering his mom's warnings to stay away from creepy places. Just as he turned to leave, he heard a scream echoing from the alley. A voice cried out in distress, making his heart race. He looked around for help but found no one. He thought about calling for assistance but hesitated, knowing that help might not arrive in time. Instead, he pulled out the pipe, feeling a surge of determination. He couldn't just stand by if someone was in trouble. As he ventured further into the alley, he saw Ochako pinned against the wall by a man he didn't recognize. The man was trying to force her clothes off. Izuku felt a mix of disbelief and anger. A small part of him suggested he walk away, reminding him that she often bullied him, but he quickly dismissed that thought. Taking a deep breath, he ran up behind the man and swung the pipe, hitting him on the head. The man yelled in pain and fell to his knees, while Ochako took the opportunity to kick him across the face, adding to his distress. Izuku felt a rush of adrenaline, knowing he had to stand up for her, despite their previous encounters. "Looks like you have a tiny brain," Ochako remarked, delivering a sharp insult. Izuku felt his frustration rising. He banged his head against the wall, this time losing consciousness. When he came to, he took deep breaths, trying to calm himself now that the situation had passed. He discarded the bloody pipe and turned to Ochako. He asked her if she was all right. She refused to meet his gaze, stating that she hadn't asked for his help. Izuku insisted that he couldn't just stand by and watch someone hurt her. He took out his phone and called the police. Ochako remained silent, observing him as he spoke to the operator. After a moment, he tucked his phone away and picked the pipe back up. He offered it to her, but she rejected it, throwing it back down. She expressed her distaste for keeping something that had been tainted with someone else's blood. As she turned to leave, she added a quiet thanks without looking back. Izuku was taken aback by her gratitude. He stammered a response, surprised that she would thank him. But she quickly clarified that it didn't mean she liked him or anything, demanding he understand that before rushing out of the alleyway. He almost thought he saw a hint of color in her cheeks. He waited for the police to arrive, preparing himself for the difficult conversation he would have with his mother about the incident. The next day at school, Izuku was surprised to find a comic on his desk. It was the one Ochako had ruined, along with the next issue, accompanied by a sticky note. It read that it was her apology, but she would never say it in person. He chuckled softly, thinking that maybe she wasn't so bad after all, as he noticed her leaning against the wall outside the classroom. When she entered, she discreetly disposed of any gum she had. Most of the girls had arrived early that day for a casual chat. Toru asked if they had seen the movie she had suggested. Jairu admitted she didn't like it, finding it too romantic. Momo chimed in, noting that while she didn't mind the romance, the drama felt unrealistic. Toru argued that drama was essential to romance, just as anger issues were to Bakugo, punctuating her point with enthusiasm. Ochako mentioned a contest in the movie about who was the cutest boy, thinking of the cutest boy in her class, which was an obvious choice for her. Azui, ever the quirky one, caught a fly with her tongue and swallowed it, remarking that she didn't care much about looks. Mina suggested they hold a contest to see who the cutest boy was, clapping her hands in excitement. Jairu protested, calling the idea cheesy, but Toru was eager to participate, suggesting it was a perfect time since the boys hadn't arrived yet. Momo hesitantly agreed, unsure if she could pick a favorite. Ochako also thought it would be fun, already having someone in mind. Azui supported Ochako's decision, and Jairu reluctantly agreed, insisting her vote be anonymous. Mina quickly organized the contest, writing down the names of all the boys in their class and distributing paper for everyone to cast their votes. The girls voted swiftly, each already knowing who they thought was the cutest. However, Ochako noticed an extra slip of paper on the table. Momo sheepishly admitted she had voted twice, proud of her decision. Mina began to tally the votes, announcing the first name, Todoroki, who received 1 vote. Momo maintained her poker face, ensuring no one knew it was her vote. The next name was Ojiro, earning another vote, which made Toru giggle, unashamed of her crush. Mina continued, noting a negative vote for Mineta, which puzzled everyone. Momo raised her hand again, proudly claiming responsibility for that vote. The others agreed it was fine, and Mina marked it down. The next name was Kaminari, prompting Jiraiya to turn up her music and look away. Mina giggled as she announced Kirishima's name, commenting that while he was more manly than cute, manliness had its own charm. She added a tally for him, enjoying the light-hearted atmosphere of the contest. He never spoke much, so it was surprising that he had a vote. Azui admitted to her choice, saying that she thought he was always cute and that his quietness added to his charm. Mina shrugged and marked a tally next to his name, though she wished for a more enthusiastic response. There was only one slip left on the table. Mina picked it up, read it, and announced the name with excitement. It was Midori. As soon as she said that, all the other girls turned to Ochako, catching her off guard. She feigned ignorance, but it was clear to everyone. Jiraiya, who had paused her music, chimed in, pointing out that it was obvious. Mina added that if this were a manga, even the readers would know they belonged together since their first meeting. Ochako dismissed their comments, trying to brush it off, but it didn't work. Azui encouraged her, saying that while she thought he was plain, someone who liked him could see him differently. Ochako hesitated, admitting that he was plain but also cute, with freckles she wanted to poke and smooth green hair she wanted to run her fingers through. She couldn't help but admire his muscular build, her thoughts getting the best of her. Momo handed her a tissue made with her quirk, prompting Mina to suggest that Ochako should confess her feelings. The other girls quickly agreed, but Ochako felt embarrassed and resisted the idea, insisting that they were focused on becoming heroes. Mina and Toru playfully booed her, but Momo defended her friend, stating that it was Ochako's choice. Ochako felt grateful for Momo's support, even as Momo teased her about her admiration for Izuku's physique. Mina then proposed a contest, but Azui reminded everyone that class was about to start, and they should return to their seats. The girls agreed and headed back, while Izuku stood outside, feeling overwhelmed by what he had just heard. Ochako was in a panic, tearing parts of her hero outfit to stop the bleeding from Izuku's chest. She tried to reassure herself as much as him, but the situation looked dire. Earlier, she had evacuated everyone from the building and was in communication with Izuku. He warned her that a bomb was about to go off, and she urged him to hurry. Just as she turned to help others escape, the explosion occurred, and the building began to collapse. She was unable to escape in time and lost consciousness. When she regained awareness, she found herself surrounded by darkness and rubble. Feeling around for a flare, she lit it and saw the destruction around her. Weak and in shock, she called out for Izuku, pressing a button on her helmet to send a distress signal. Izuku's voice reached her, and she followed it, carefully moving rubble despite the risk. She found him lying on the ground, bloodied and in pain. She rushed to his side, using her first aid supplies to try to help him. He kept calling her name, and she squeezed his hand, assuring him that she was there. Tears fell onto his face as she worked to clean his wounds, realizing the severity of his injuries. She fashioned a makeshift bandage from her outfit, applying pressure to stop the bleeding. Izuku winced in pain, but she explained that she needed to do this. After a few tense moments, she finally managed to stem the flow of blood, feeling a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. She tore off a bit more of her uniform to make another bandage and wrapped it around his wound. Seeing the blood stop made her relax just slightly. All she could do now was wait for help. With all the debris around them, who knew how long it would take to arrive? She heard him say her name again. Looking down, she found his eyes were open. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. He slowly reached up to her forehead and wiped away some blood, his words weak but filled with concern for her. She reassured him, telling him not to worry about her and to just rest, insisting that help was on the way. He expressed his worry, saying he didn't like seeing her hurt, and managed a weak but genuine smile. As his eyes began to close, she urged him to keep talking, desperate to keep him awake. In a moment of desperation, she asked if he remembered the first day they met. He recalled it as one of the best days of his life, when she saved him from falling. He smiled, and tears streamed down her face, landing on his. She told him he had done more than enough for her, that he had saved her countless times, and that she loved him. She meant every word. But then, his eyes fully shut without another word, his smile still on his face. She called out to him, panic rising as he fell silent. Grabbing his hand, she felt his pulse weaken, his body growing cold from blood loss. He was slipping away. Just then she saw light above her as rescuers moved the rubble. A voice called out, announcing they had found 2 people. A pro-hero cleared more debris, allowing them to reach Izuku and Ochako. She begged them to help him, her heart racing as they loaded him onto a stretcher. The paramedics noted his dangerously low pulse and heart rate, stating he needed a blood transfusion immediately if he was going to survive. Ochako pleaded with them to save him, insisting that they do anything they could. When they suggested she receive help as well, she firmly stated she was coming with them. Despite their concerns, she climbed into the ambulance, taking Izuku's hand in hers as they sped away. The skies were dark and cloudy, rain pouring down and creating a soothing sound as it hit the ground. Most of the school had cleared out, leaving only a few behind due to the weather. Ochako stood outside under some cover, enjoying the feel of the rain on her skin. Izuku walked out of the school and saw her standing at the entrance with her hand out. He greeted her calmly as he approached. She asked if he was heading home, and he explained that he had stayed behind to help fix some equipment that had been broken. She was confused as to why he would stay to fix something that someone else had broken. He explained that he had tried to correct Kaken on a formula, which had led to a small explosion when Kaken got mad and tipped over some chemicals. He then asked why she was standing outside. She admitted she hadn't known it was going to rain and was waiting for it to clear up before heading home. Concerned for her, he suggested she call her parents to pick her up, but she explained they were at work and she was stuck there for now. He couldn't leave her there alone and offered to walk her home under his umbrella, which was big enough for both of them. She gratefully accepted, picking up her school bag. As they walked together, they listened to the calming sound of the rain. Ochako wanted to make small talk and mentioned how she actually liked the rain, finding it beautiful. She reflected on how if it weren't such a long walk, she would have ventured out without an umbrella. Izuku shared that he understood, recalling times when he studied or read, and the sound of rain against the window helped him concentrate better. It just sets up a wonderful mood. Izuku was enjoying the conversation with her. It was nice to have peaceful moments like this, she remarked, reaching her hand out from under the umbrella to feel the rain land on her skin, giggling a bit, which Izuku found adorable. He thought about how beautiful and cute Uraraka was, and the rain only enhanced that beauty. He glanced at her for a moment before turning away, not wanting to seem like he was staring. He turned back to her when she commented on the umbrella, expressing her surprise that it was just a regular one. Izuku asked why she was surprised if it was normal. She explained that she had expected it to be an all-might umbrella or something related to heroes, which would be typical of him. He felt a bit embarrassed and asked if that was a bad thing, to which she replied that it was simply part of who he was. Her smile radiated warmth, making Izuku's heart flutter. He thanked her, looking away shyly. As they walked, Uraraka noticed that Izuku's shoulder was getting wet. He reassured her that it was fine and that he didn't mind, not wanting to invade her space. But she insisted that he should scoot closer under the umbrella to avoid getting sick. Hesitantly, he complied, moving closer until their shoulders brushed against each other, causing them both to blush and fall silent for the remainder of the short walk to her house. Once they arrived, she thanked him again for escorting her home. Izuku suggested that they could walk home from school together again, even if it didn't rain. She smiled sweetly and agreed, saying she would love to, before running inside her house. As he watched her go, he felt a newfound confidence. Later, Izuku was helped up from his wheelchair and carefully seated on the couch in his mother's home. They had just left the hospital and arrived at Inko's house. She asked if he was all right, and he admitted he was a bit thirsty. Inko went to the kitchen to get him some water and a snack, leaving him alone with Ochako. Ochako tried to spark his memories by asking if the house brought anything back for him. He shared that he could remember everything up to his junior high days and recalled living there with his mom, though he preferred she didn't go into his room, fearing embarrassment over his all-might collection. Ochako giggled, understanding his concern. She reassured him that most of his things were already at UA in the dorms. Izuku felt a bit embarrassed but relieved. Inko returned with a cup of water and a small bag of potato chips, apologizing for not having shopped for groceries lately. She mentioned her stress had caused her to lose weight, pointing out her thinner figure. Izuku urged her not to worry and insisted she should take care of herself, happily munching on the chips and drinking the water. Inko, overwhelmed with emotion, hugged her son gently, tears streaming down her face. Izuku embraced her back, not minding the wetness of her tears. After a heartfelt moment, Inko stood up to leave for work, explaining that everything was fine with his dad and that she just wanted to earn some money and distract herself. Izuku felt concerned but accepted her explanation. He turned to Ochako, who reminded him that they were on a first-name basis, though she still called him Deku. He found it felt more familiar. To use her first name, Ochako, which made her smile happily. Curious, he asked if she knew why his mom was working. She hesitated, saying it wasn't her place to say, but he urged her to tell him. Izuku looked at Ochako with pleading eyes, expressing his concern for his father and questioning why his mother was working. Ochako took a moment before explaining the situation. She told him that being in a hospital was expensive, and since his father was working overseas, his mother had taken a job to help pay the bills. Some people had offered to help, but his mother insisted on taking care of him herself. Izuku felt a wave of guilt wash over him as he reflected on the struggles his mother faced. He clenched his hands together, a tear escaping his eye and landing on the carpet. Ochako quickly reassured him, emphasizing that anyone would be grateful for a mother like his and that it wasn't his fault. She reminded him that his bravery in protecting her during a recent encounter with a villain was heroic. Izuku was surprised to hear this, as he had always thought of himself as weak. Ochako continued, gently asking if he felt any lingering affection for her, even though he didn't remember her well. He hesitated, admitting that he had mixed feelings. He felt a sense of safety and trust when he looked at her, but it was complicated due to his memory loss. Ochako listened intently, her disappointment evident when he expressed uncertainty about his feelings. In a moment of panic, Izuocha blurted out that perhaps he could regain his memories one day, which made Ochako laugh, reminding her of how he used to mutter when he was nervous. He asked if he still did that often, to which she replied that he used to do it more frequently. Izuocha apologized for not remembering her, expressing his genuine effort to try. Ochako reassured him that he had saved her and they would get through this together. She then grabbed a scrapbook from a shelf, hoping it might help jog his memory. As they flipped through the scrapbook, Izuocha recognized family pictures but was puzzled by some more recent ones with his mother. Ochako recalled that the doctor had mentioned his last memory was of being with Bakugo. Izuocha clarified that he remembered an encounter with a monster but couldn't recall anything after that. Ochako reassured him that he had shared that story before, long before he lost his memory. She pulled out her phone to show him pictures of them together, including one from a date shortly before the incident. Izuocha felt a blush creep onto his cheeks, surprised at how close he had been to her. She continued to show him more pictures, including moments of them hugging and having fun together, but he still struggled to feel a strong connection to them. When he asked about a particular file on her phone, Ochako quickly closed it, explaining that those pictures were more personal. She opened her phone again, determined to find more images that might help. Izuocha then had an idea that could potentially help him recover his memories. He suggested that recreating a scenario they had shared might jog his memory. Ochako was eager to try anything, curious about what he had in mind. He hesitantly asked if they had kissed, and when she agreed, excitement filled the air. Ochako leaned in closer, and Izuocha, unsure of what to do, remained still. As she approached, they shared a gentle kiss. Izuocha found it warm and comforting, a feeling that felt both new and familiar. He felt a twinge of disappointment when the kiss ended after just a few seconds, as Ochako pulled back. While enjoying the moment, she wanted to know if it had any effect on him. He admitted that it felt warm, good, and familiar, but it hadn't triggered any memories. His cheeks were flushed, and he felt a warmth spreading across his face. Ochako sighed, a tear slipping down her cheek. Doubts began to creep in, making her wonder if all of this was in vain. Izuocha noticed her sadness and instinctively wrapped her in a comforting hug. Although surprised, she appreciated the gesture. He explained that he wanted to do something because she looked upset. Ochako chuckled softly and returned the embrace, feeling a sense of warmth from his presence. Even without his memories, she thought he was an amazing guy, and her feelings for him were genuine. He thanked her, and after a moment, he had an idea. He suggested that perhaps something at school could help jog his memory, partly motivated by his own curiosity about the school. Ochako agreed, thinking it was worth a try. With excitement, Izuocha jumped up from the couch, but Ochako quickly called out to him. He was still weak and unsteady on his feet, and as he began to stumble, she instinctively used her quirk to make him float before he could fall. She urged him to be careful and asked if he was all right, but he seemed lost in thought. After a few moments, he suddenly called her name, startling her. When she asked what was wrong, he exclaimed that he remembered. His eyes sparkled with realization as he recalled key moments from his life, including their first kiss at the school's front gate. Ochako was taken aback, her heart racing with joy. She quickly deactivated her quirk and let him down gently onto the couch. Confused yet hopeful, she asked why his memories had returned so suddenly. Izuocha theorized that their earlier encounter, when she had saved him from falling, had triggered his memories. Though unsure if his reasoning was correct, Ochako didn't care, her boyfriend was back. Overwhelmed with emotion, she embraced him tightly, showering his cheek with affectionate kisses, repeating how happy she was that he had returned. Izuocha accepted her affection with a smile, apologizing for the pain he had caused her. Ochako, with tears of joy in her eyes, insisted that all she wanted was for him to be back in her life. As they held each other, Izuocha promised that if anything like this ever happened again, he would fall in love with her all over again. He felt lucky to have her by his side. Ochako playfully declared that she wouldn't let him do anything foolish again and commanded him to keep hugging her. He happily obliged, feeling content in her presence. As Halloween approached, Ochako reflected on how she had outgrown trick-or-treating but still enjoyed decorating and watching movies while indulging in candy. The last thing Ochako expected to see that day was someone standing on the edge of a building, seemingly ready to jump. She shouted for him to stop, but it was too late. He stepped off the ledge, plummeting toward the front. In a panic, she dropped her bag and sprinted toward him, reaching out just in time to use her quirk to make him float gently above the ground. As she lowered him down, she noticed his green hair and black uniform, realizing he couldn't be much older than her. She wondered what could drive him to such a desperate act. The boy looked up at her in disbelief, shocked that someone had cared enough to save him. Though he sensed her anger, he was still too stunned to respond. Ochako, fueled by concern, expressed her frustration at his actions, questioning how he could consider such a selfish choice. She urged him to think about his family and friends, emphasizing the value of his life. When he finally spoke, he asked why she had saved him. Her surprise was evident as she tried to process his question. He explained that he felt useless, bullied, and friendless, believing his life had no meaning. Tears streamed down his face as the gravity of his actions sank in. Ochako, taking a moment to breathe, responded with a calmer voice. She told him that she didn't know him or his struggles, but she couldn't stand by and let someone die when she had the power to save them. She reminded him that even a stranger cared enough to help, which spoke volumes about his worth. Reaching out her hand, she helped him to his feet, offering him a chance at a new beginning. He thanked her, still processing the whirlwind of emotions he felt. Nobody had ever said anything so nice to him before, aside from his mother. He felt he shouldn't keep her waiting, so he tried to leave, but Ochako grabbed his arm, only to let go immediately after their brief contact. She insisted that she wouldn't let him go off on his own, worried that he might harm himself again. Determined, she declared that she would ensure he got home safely. After running to grab her bag, she returned to his side, standing firm in her decision. Izuku realized it was pointless to argue with her. He agreed, still surprised by the turn of events from his earlier jump to someone caring enough to save his life. He wasn't sure which surprised him more. Ochako prompted him to lead the way home, asking if his mother would be there. He explained that she was likely home since she didn't have a job and he usually walked home alone. With a nod, she instructed him to lead on. As they walked in silence, Ochako occasionally checked if they were on the right track until they finally reached his home. Izuku opened the door, using a spare key from his pocket, with Ochako right behind him. He hesitated, asking if they could keep his earlier attempt a secret, fearing his mother wouldn't handle the news well. Ochako considered his request, acknowledging the seriousness of his actions and the need for help. He pleaded with her, emphasizing that his mother had enough problems already. After a moment, she agreed but warned him that if she ever caught him thinking about it again, she would tell. Grateful, he stepped inside and called out for his mother, but received no response. In the kitchen, he found a note stating that she had gone to a friend's house. He returned to Ochako, showing her the note. She noted that she would stay with him until his mother returned and asked if he had any idea when that might be. He replied that it could be a while since she left a note. Ochako suggested they talk to understand why he had jumped. He felt he owed her that much and mentioned a nearby coffee shop where they could go. Once there, he ordered a medium coffee with cream and sugar, also paying for Ochako's vanilla latte. She thanked him but insisted he didn't have to pay for hers. He replied that she had saved his life, so he owed her more than just a cup of coffee. As they sat down, Ochako expressed her desire to understand his reasons for jumping, noting that he had only briefly touched on the topic before. Izuku admitted that it was more complicated than he had initially revealed and that he deeply regretted even considering it. He hesitated before revealing that he was quirkless, feeling fear at the thought of how others might react. However, he sensed that Ochako would not judge him. Her surprise was evident, as being quirkless was rare in their society. She offered her condolences, and he thanked her, noting that she was one of the few who hadn't mocked him for it. This revelation sparked anger within Ochako, knowing he had faced ridicule. She pressed him for details about how often he was made fun of, feeling the pressure of her coffee cup in her hand. He admitted that it happened almost every day, with verbal abuse and some destruction of his belongings. Ochako was shocked and demanded to know if he had been physically hurt. Izuku fell silent, confirming her fears. She felt a surge of anger, wanting to confront those who had bullied him. He explained that one of the bullies had once been his friend, while others mostly resorted to verbal taunts. He pulled out his hero notebook, which was mostly damaged, to illustrate his struggles. Ochako was overwhelmed by the realization that he had nearly taken his life because of such cruelty. He continued, sharing that his father worked overseas, which made their time together rare. The absence of a quirk weighed heavily on him, but he hesitated to reveal the deeper issue that troubled him. Ochako urged him to share, expressing her genuine desire to help. He doubted she would believe him, still grappling with the events of the day. She insisted that she would believe him, pleading for him to open up. Izuku shared that he had encountered the number one hero, All Might, that day. Ochako was taken aback but sensed there was more to the story since he seemed reluctant to discuss it. He revealed that he had asked All Might if someone without a quirk could become a hero, and the hero had told him it was not possible. Tears filled his eyes as he expressed his feelings of inadequacy, which shocked Ochako. She handed him some napkins to dry his tears. She couldn't believe All Might would say such a thing and felt a surge of frustration toward him. Izuku acknowledged the truth in All Might's words but felt a sense of defeat. Ochako, however, was determined to uplift him. She slammed her hands on the table, drawing the attention of other customers, and insisted that many pro-heroes had quirks that weren't necessarily useful in combat. She recalled seeing a hero with a clown quirk, which almost made her laugh despite her sympathy for Izuku. Izuku, still feeling down, pointed out that he didn't have a quirk at all. Ochako reassured him that with hard work, he could still be a strong hero, perhaps even a rescuer. She emphasized that there were many types of heroes, and his desire to help others was what truly mattered. Her encouraging words warmed his heart and lifted his spirits. He expressed his gratitude for her support, and she suggested they shift the conversation to something more positive. Realizing they hadn't exchanged names yet, she introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka, radiating warmth. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, finding her name endearing. They both laughed at how they had spent so much time together without knowing each other's names. Curious about her earlier activities, Izuku asked what she had been doing before they met. Ochako explained that she had recently moved to the area and was exploring since she planned to stay for a while. When she mentioned her goal of attending UA High School, Izuku's eyes lit up with excitement, revealing that he had the same ambition. They discussed their dreams of becoming heroes for over an hour before deciding to wrap up their conversation. As they walked home together, Izuku felt a mix of gratitude and sadness that their time together was ending. He thanked her for saving him and for the enjoyable day, admitting he hadn't had that much fun in years. Ochako smiled, saying she was happy to make a new friend and would never let him down. She handed him a slip of paper, which he accepted with curiosity. When he asked what it was, she revealed it was her number, inviting him to text her so they could hang out or train together. Izuku blushed, overwhelmed, and admitted he had never received a girl's number before. Ochako realized it was her first time giving her number to someone, and she felt her cheeks warm as well. An awkward silence lingered between them for a moment before Izuku nervously said goodbye, and Ochako responded with a cheerful farewell. As she walked home, Ochako reflected on the day, feeling a mix of excitement and embarrassment. She hoped Izuku would text her back, feeling grateful for her new friendship and the life she had saved. In the following chapter, Aizawa announced a break from hero work, stating they would head to the gym for some sports activities. Momo questioned the decision, noting that sports were less common due to quirks. Aizawa explained that while sports weren't official events anymore, they were still enjoyed as pastimes among friends. He instructed the students to change into their PE outfits and meet in the gym in 10 minutes. The students eagerly made their way to the locker room, excited for the change of pace, except for Mineta, who had been knocked out for peeping. When they arrived at the gym, they noticed several nets set up, ready for a fun day of sports. The tape displayed the rules of the game. The instructor explained that each participant would team up with one partner to face another duo. At the start, they would have one chance to hit the shuttlecock over the net. After that, both teams would have 3 attempts to return it. If a team hit the net or sent the shuttlecock out of bounds, the opposing team would score a point. Conversely, if they managed to keep it in play, they would earn a point for themselves. Quirks and body parts were off limits. The first team to reach 21 points would win. If a team lost a match, they would be eliminated from the competition. He then asked if there were any questions, prompting Mina to raise her hand. She inquired whether the winners would receive a reward. The instructor replied that he would typically treat them to ice cream, but since the nearest McDonald's ice cream machine was broken, the winners would instead enjoy a day free of school, with any assignments that day automatically receiving a perfect score. He then retreated to a corner, rummaging through his bag as the participants began pairing up. Kirishima eagerly approached Bakugo, suggesting they team up to create the most formidable duo. Bakugo reluctantly agreed, but warned Kirishima not to get in his way. Izuku pondered who to choose as his partner. He noticed Ida already had someone, and his gaze shifted to Mei, who had set up the nets in Mineta's absence. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found Ochako standing close, which made him slightly nervous. She proposed they team up, reminiscing about their previous collaboration during the sports festival. Izuku eagerly accepted, though he questioned whether it was wise to rely on her so much. Mina, observing from the sidelines, whispered to Ochako, complimenting her smooth approach to teaming up with her crush, causing Ochako to blush and deny it, flailing her arms in embarrassment while Izuku remained oblivious to the exchange. Once everyone had paired up, they randomly selected teams to compete against one another. Izuku and Ochako found themselves facing Kaminari and Gyro. Kaminari declared he wouldn't go easy on them, especially on Izuku, while Gyro urged him to serve the shuttlecock already. Kaminari's immature antics led to their disqualification when Gyro accidentally broke her racket over his head. Ochako's sweat dropped at the unexpected turn of events, while Izuku wondered who their next opponents would be. They soon found themselves up against Mina and Toru. Mina playfully teased Izuku about treating Ochako well, but he remained clueless about her implication. Ochako found his innocence endearing. Toru, ready to play, swung her racket, which appeared to float in midair. Mina served the shuttlecock high into the air, prompting Izuku to focus on the game. He reminded himself to hit it hard enough to clear the net without sending it out of bounds. However, he became distracted and missed the shuttlecock when it landed at his feet. Ochako encouraged him to relax and enjoy the game, reminding him it wasn't hero work. With her support, Izuku felt more at ease and prepared to try again. After scoring a point, Mina served again, and this time Izuku hit it hard over the net, scoring another point. Ochako cheered for him, and Izuku returned the compliment, acknowledging her excellent teamwork. They exchanged a quick fist bump, which made Mina smile as she watched their chemistry. Toru shared in the joy, even if her expression remained hidden. As the game progressed, Ochako took her turn to spike the shuttlecock toward Mina, who had a clever idea. Mina returned it high into the air, teasing Ochako about impressing her crush. Flustered, Ochako dropped her racket in embarrassment, but the shuttlecock still sailed over the net, landing near Mina. Izuku, standing beside her, assured Ochako that he would always have her back. Grateful, she picked up her racket, determined to win with Izuku by her side, while he pondered who Ochako's crush might be. The match continued, culminating in a 21-12 victory for Izuku and Ochako, securing their place in the finals. Afterward, Ochako confronted Mina, still flustered from the earlier teasing. She demanded to know why Mina had said what she did, unable to shake off her embarrassment. Mina simply laughed, insisting she thought Ochako was doing great. Mina had never heard Izuocha say that was against the rules, but she figured it might have been a bit mean. She decided to offer to buy her friend some McDonald's ice cream after school, pulling out a bit of her yen. Her friend was always up for free food, so she agreed enthusiastically. Mina suggested they meet at the lockers after school and then took Toru with her to watch the remaining games. As the games continued, Kirishima interrupted Ochako, who was watching with Bakugo at his side. He announced that it was time for them to put their skills to the test against Izuku and Ochako. Izuku thought it would either be them or Ida and Mei in the finals, as they seemed to work well together. Kirishima confidently declared that he had beaten all the other competitors and was ready to take on Izuku and Ochako, insisting that they get on the court. The atmosphere was charged as everyone took their positions, with Izuku and Ochako set to serve. The crowd was fully invested in the match, cheering for their favorites. Izuku served the birdie toward Kirishima, but Bakugo intercepted it, hitting it back with impressive force. Unfortunately, he hit it too hard, sending it out of bounds and giving the first point to Izuku and Ochako. Ochako noted that Bakugo didn't seem to understand teamwork, which made her think they might have an easy win. Izuku, accustomed to Bakugo's behavior, agreed silently. However, the game turned out to be more challenging than Ochako anticipated. Despite Bakugo's brashness, he showcased considerable skill, and soon the score was tied at Ida, acting as the referee, reminded everyone that the rules stated they must win by 2 points when tied. Bakugo struck the birdie with great force, and as Izuku and Ochako moved to hit it, they accidentally bumped shoulders, causing them both to blush. They managed to hit the birdie over the net, but their embarrassment lingered as they moved to opposite sides of the court. Ida tossed the birdie to Kirishima, who was eager to take advantage of their distraction. However, he missed completely, and the birdie fell to the ground. Ida announced that the final point went to Izuku and Ochako, declaring them the winners. The rest of the students cheered for the champions, while Bakugo expressed his frustration at Kirishima's mistake. Kirishima shrugged it off, admitting he hadn't practiced much, but he still enjoyed the game. Bakugo, in a fit of anger, broke his racket and some birdies in frustration. Eventually, the embarrassment faded, and Izuku and Ochako celebrated their victory. They decided to spend their day off watching Bakugo mow the lawn to pay off the damages he had caused, while enjoying a picnic together. Later, Ochako stepped out of the shower, water dripping from her body as she dried herself and wrapped a towel around her. After her training session, the shower had felt refreshing. Once she was dressed, she noticed it was past 3 o'clock, likely meaning her classmates were already back at the dorms. A knock on her door interrupted her thoughts. When she opened it, she was surprised to find all her friends, along with Ida and Kirishima, standing there. Mina, looking apologetic, asked if they could come in. Ochako allowed them in, sensing that the conversation might not be pleasant. Mina began by apologizing for pushing Ochako too hard earlier in class. She expressed her regret, bowing her head in sorrow. Ochako reassured her that it was okay, admitting she had snapped due to stress. Ida chimed in, expressing concern for Ochako and noting that they had all noticed her struggles lately. Azui added that if something was troubling her, they wanted to help as friends. Ochako insisted that nothing was wrong and that she preferred to be left alone. However, Mina interrupted, stating that they had decided she needed a night out. She revealed that they had invited the entire class to join them for a fun evening. Realizing there was no way to escape, Ochako sighed but agreed to go, hoping it would help her feel better. Excitedly, the girls revealed that they had also planned a makeover for her, pulling out makeup, clothes, hairbrushes, and various other items to prepare her for the night ahead. Ochako wasn't particularly fond of makeup. She didn't mind it, but she sensed that this would be excessive. Kirishima grabbed Ida's arm, urging him to tell the others while the girls got to work on her. Meanwhile, Izuku examined himself in the mirror, applying a bandage to a cut on his cheek that seemed to be getting worse. Toga peeked through the door, entering the room with a knife in one hand, fresh blood staining the blade. Izuku remained silent as he tended to another cut near his eye. Toga pouted, expressing her disappointment that he was ignoring her. As she turned to leave, a knife whizzed past her, embedding itself in the wall beside her. Curious, Izuku turned to her, his hair obscuring his eyes. Toga teased him, hinting at something he might want to know. She playfully liked a bit of blood off her knife, a mischievous smile on her face. In a sudden burst of frustration, Izuku smashed his fist into the mirror, shattering it. He picked up a shard of glass and pressed it against her neck, drawing a small amount of blood while his own hand bled from the glass. Toga remained unfazed, smiling at him as he held the glass threateningly. She reminisced about the day they first met, noting how the roles had reversed. Izuku demanded to know what she meant about missing someone, his eyes reflecting his seriousness despite his trembling hands. Toga feigned forgetfulness until she recalled that a source had informed them that their mutual friend was spotted boarding a train with many others, heading to a restaurant they had visited after their second-year graduation. Her smile widened as she relished the secret. Izuku's grip tightened, concern flooding his mind as he asked about Tamura's intentions. Toga reassured him that Tamura was unaware of the situation, making it a secret between them and the source. Frustrated, Izuku released her and discarded the glass, leaving the room with a newfound determination. Toga followed him, intrigued by his sudden urgency. He mentioned he had something to take care of and that as long as she granted him permission, he would be fine. He entered another room, grabbing a piece of paper and a pen, prompting Toga to giggle at his words. She reminded him that he would still be tracked and advised him to return before Tamura, who was in a foul mood that day. With a swift motion, she placed a tracker inside his skin, ensuring he couldn't remove it. Izuku quickly dressed and left the room. Meanwhile, Ochako gazed out of the train window, watching the rain pour from the clouds, mirroring her emotions perfectly. She hardly spoke, only engaging in conversations that led nowhere. Upon arrival, she remained quiet, even as her classmates celebrated, which only deepened her gloom. She reflected on her feelings, recognizing that while others were also suffering, she was the one who loved him. Yet she resolved to at least attempt to enjoy herself. Mina slid a drink toward her, claiming it was a Shirley Temple, completely alcohol-free. Hesitant but determined to have fun, Ochako took a sip and was pleasantly surprised by the taste. Laughter erupted when Mina jokingly questioned whether it was truly a Shirley Temple or something else. Ochako's reaction drew more laughter from her classmates, and for the first time in months, she felt a flicker of happiness, grateful for her friends. 2 hours later, as they exited the restaurant, Kirishima exclaimed about the fun they had, prompting Bakugo to yell at him to be quieter. Kaminari complained about the noise, while Ida leaned against a wall, feeling unwell. Ochako offered him a comforting pat, suggesting he might have overindulged in the drinks. Mina expressed her desire to have more outings like this, and Toru agreed, giving her a friendly hug. As they continued chatting, Ochako suddenly remembered she had left her purse at the restaurant. She quickly decided to retrieve it, assuring her friends she would catch up. Racing back, she found her purse sitting on the table where they had been. However, as she stepped outside again, the rain began to pour once more. Wishing she had brought an umbrella, she continued forward, only to find the rain ceased right where she stood at the crosswalk. Above her was an umbrella. She silently prayed to God that it wasn't the one thing she wanted to avoid as she turned around. It was Izuku. He approached her, but before he could finish his greeting, she reacted instinctively, delivering a quick punch to his stomach. He doubled over in pain and she turned to run, but he swiftly grabbed her arm and pulled her down to the ground. "Uraraka, please just listen to me," he pleaded. She responded by attempting to sweep his leg, but he jumped over it. It seemed he would have to fight a bit to get her to listen. This was not how he had envisioned their reunion. "I told you before, Midoriya. If I ever saw you again, I wouldn't hold back." She quickly got to her feet and threw a lunge at him, which he blocked with his arm. She then tried to move her knee against him, but he countered with his other arm. In a moment of frustration, she headbutted him in the nose, causing him to stagger back slightly. Izuku rubbed his nose, feeling the sting, but Ochako charged at him again, throwing another punch. He knew he had to act quickly. Ducking her punch, he grabbed her neck and guided her down an alleyway, pressing her against the wall. He applied just enough force to hold her there without causing her any pain. "Are you ready to listen?" he asked, maintaining his grip. She shook her head and attempted to kick at him, but it was futile. "I told you, Midoriya. You're a villain now, any past relationship we had doesn't matter anymore. And I also told you I wouldn't hold back." She continued to punch and kick at him, desperate to escape his hold. "You don't mean any of that." "Not for a second," he said, looking deeply into her eyes. "And what makes you think that?" she shouted, her emotions boiling over. "The fact that you haven't used your quirk. If you really didn't care about our past, or if you truly weren't holding back, you would have used it by now. His words made her pause and she stopped kicking. Did I hate you? She said, unable to meet his gaze, anger and pain swirling within her. I'm sorry, but I don't believe that either. Let me guess, you haven't even told anyone, not even Bakugo or a hero, that you saw me. Have you? He asked and she remained silent. Regardless, I just want you to listen to me. 5 minutes. If you still feel the same way afterward, I promise I won't ever come to you again. Just 5 minutes. He knew he had less time than that, but he needed this conversation. Ochako considered his words for a moment before responding. You get 3. If you stay even a second longer, I will scream for help. She reluctantly agreed to his terms. Izuku released her and stepped back. Thank you. Now I need to ask you something. He moved closer to her. What? She replied, still annoyed by his presence. He suddenly took her hands in his. Do you still love me? He asked seriously, searching her eyes for an answer. Ochako was taken aback by his question. She had expected him to ask her to join him as a villain again. Do you love me, Uraraka? I want an honest answer. It's driven me crazy to think that you might truly hate me. I'm sorry for everything I've put you through. But deep down, can you really hate me? He pressed, waiting for her response. Tears began to flow down her cheeks as she struggled with her feelings. You're a villain. You're my enemy. I've seen the reports and news about you stealing, taking hostages, and breaking other criminals out of jail. You betrayed your friends, your mother, your school, the heroes, All Might. And me. Every part of me should be filled with hate and disgust for you. And yet, not a single part does. As she spoke, more tears fell. Izuku's own eyes glistened with tears. Deku, I love you. I love you so much, and no matter what you do, I can't change that. It doesn't matter to me if you're a villain, or if you've committed crimes. It doesn't even matter that you broke my trust. I don't believe that's who you are. You're my sweet, kind, nerdy Deku. That's who I fell in love with, and that's who I believe is still inside you. Deku, please come back to you. Come back to Bakugo, Ida. Your mom and me. Please. Her heart felt heavy as she poured out her feelings. Izuku couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed her shoulders and pulled her into a warm embrace, which she immediately returned, crying into his chest. She missed him so much. After a moment, Ochako pulled back slightly but kept her hold on him. She looked into his eyes, which were filled with guilt and love. Without thinking, she leaned in and kissed him, and he kissed her back as the rain poured heavily around them. Izuku gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and deepened the kiss. He had missed her so much and never thought he would have the chance to kiss her again after their last moment together. As they kissed, they lost themselves in the moment, but eventually, they broke apart, both breathing heavily yet still holding each other close. Just then, Izuku's phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out to see a message from Toga indicating that time was running out. Reluctantly, he let go of Ochako but kept her hand in his. I'm sorry, but I have to go. I love you, Uraraka. He placed something in her hand before releasing it. Deku, what is this? She began to ask, but before she could finish, she felt a sudden impact to her stomach, knocking the breath out of her. Izuku caught her before she could fall. I'm sorry, Ochako. I couldn't let you say anything about the note, or else they would have heard you. Despite having a good reason to knock her out, it didn't make him feel any better. He leaned her against the wall, took her phone, and dialed. He gave her a gentle kiss on the cheek before heading back to the villain's lair. He was already late and knew he would need more bandages later. Ochako woke up, realizing she wasn't in the alleyway anymore. She was in a hospital bed, the note still clutched in her hands. The door to the room opened, and a doctor entered with a clipboard. The doctor greeted her, asking how she felt as she took a seat next to the bed. Ochako replied that her stomach felt a bit sore but otherwise fine, wondering what had happened. She struggled to remember anything past seeing the note Izuku had placed in her hand. The doctor explained that she had been attacked, but strangely, the heroes reported that she wasn't hurt much. Nothing seemed to have been stolen, indicating that whoever attacked her didn't want to harm or rob her. They brought her to the hospital as a precaution and handed her a clipboard to fill out before she could leave. The doctor then left to check on other patients while Ochako focused on the note. Quickly unfolding it, she read, Ochako, it's me. Hopefully I got this to you in time. One of the people watching me didn't put a camera on, so they didn't see anything, only heard. If you tried to say anything about this note when I hopefully gave it to you, I likely knocked you out. Sorry if so, but I couldn't let them hear. I want you to know I'm not doing this because I want to. In fact, I hate it where I am. I'm being forced to do this. I miss you. I miss my mom, All Might, Kaken, everyone. Tears filled Ochako's eyes as she read, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. The note continued, they have several hostages, one of whom was already killed because I said I wouldn't cooperate. If I don't do what they want, they may kill more. I haven't killed anyone yet, hardly harmed anyone physically, but I still fear I may have to one day. I don't want that. but I'm going to find a way out. Please don't tell anyone, just give this to All Might. I've got to go, on my way to see you. I love you, even if you don't. With that, the note ended. The door opened again, and the doctor rushed in, noticing that Ochako was crying yet smiling happily. After signing the necessary paperwork, she placed the note in her pocket and began walking back to school, filled with determination to save him. As she walked, she thought to herself that she would do everything in her power to rescue Deku. Since the class of 1A technically lived together, they had to take care of their dorm collectively. This included buying food, fixing broken objects caused by anger issues, and, most importantly, chores. Ida announced the list of tasks everyone would be responsible for, as he was the class president. Mineta voiced his complaint about being assigned bathroom duty, holding up his list. Ida explained that it was due to several complaints from the girls about missing items after he had done laundry. Once everyone received their assignments, they got to work. Izuku found himself on laundry duty, perhaps because he was considered the most innocent person in the school. When he arrived at the laundry room, he saw Ochako already getting started. She turned to him with a welcoming smile. She asked if he was also on laundry duty, and he nervously replied that he thought only one person did this chore. Ochako explained that after Mineta's incident, the girls had talked to Ida and agreed that one boy and one girl would handle the chore together to prevent any issues. Izuku was relieved to hear that. He asked if she had already started, and she explained that she was just finishing up the girls' laundry since there were fewer girls than boys. She reached down to grab the last of the clothes and put them in the washer. Izuku mentioned that he would have to wait a bit before starting the boys' laundry, which didn't bother him. Ochako then informed him that they had run out of soap and asked if he could grab some from the kitchen, not wanting anyone to sneak in and get the clothes. He agreed and headed to the kitchen, where he found Mina and Toru working on the dishes. Mina waved at him as he entered, and he asked if they knew where the laundry soap was. Toru pointed to the closet, and Izuku walked over to grab it, thanking them before heading back to Ochako. Meanwhile, Mina and Toru resumed their conversation, speculating about whether Midoriya liked Ochako back. Mina picked up Izuku's phone, which he had accidentally dropped, and began to check it, finding the password surprisingly easy to guess. Mina eagerly explored the apps on Toru's phone, swiping through the screens. Toru giggled as she watched her friend. There was a lot of hero-related content, and when Mina stumbled upon his YouTube recommendations, she couldn't contain her excitement. Ugh, just more hero stuff. Seriously? Wait, what's this? Mina pointed at a video that promised to stir up some drama. Oh Mina, you mischievous girl. I can tell you're thinking what I'm thinking. Toru laughed, sharing in Mina's enthusiasm. You know it. Copy and paste. Scroll to Uraraka's contact. Delete it from this end. And now we experience the magic. Mina set the phone down, and she and Toru snuck off to enjoy the unfolding fun. Meanwhile, Izuku returned with the soap. He handed it to Uraraka, who thanked him and added it to the washing machine before pressing the button to start it. I'm always glad to help, he replied sincerely. I'm expecting a message from my parents, so I'm going to grab my phone. It won't take long for the clothes to finish, and I'll be back so we can chat a bit, she suggested. I would like that, he said, always eager for a nice conversation with her. She headed to her room to retrieve her phone, which had been charging for the last few hours. Upon checking it, she noticed a message from Izuku. Weird. It was sent just minutes ago. Did he forget something? Oh, it's a link, she thought, clicking on it. The video contained several funny shorts, and a few made her chuckle. Azui walked down the hallway, holding a trash bag, and noticed Uraraka laughing. What are you laughing at? She asked. Deku sent me a funny video. Here, look, Uraraka said, handing Azui her phone after setting the bag down. Azui laughed a bit but then noticed something unusual. You said Midoriya sent you this, right? Azui asked, surprised by what she saw. Well, I never thought he had much comedy in him, though he does have a few funny moments, like that silly face he makes. I'm not talking about the video itself. I'm talking about the title, Azui clarified, handing the phone back so Uraraka could see what she meant. Title? What's wrong with the OH.my.glob? Uraraka nearly dropped her phone in shock. The title read, Send to your crush. Izuku leaned against the wall, feeling a bit anxious. She had been gone for nearly 10 minutes, and he began to worry. Oh no, what if she's uncomfortable doing laundry in front of a guy? I mean, it's understandable, a lot of people would feel that way. His thoughts raced, but his nerves eased when he saw Uraraka approaching with her hands over her heart. Uraraka, are you alright? You took a while to get your phone, he said, concerned. How long? She whispered so quietly that Izuku didn't catch it. What was that? He asked, straining to hear her. How long have you liked me? She asked, unable to meet his gaze. Her question took Izuku by surprise. He stammered, his face turning red. How did she figure that out? Panic surged within him. She stepped closer, still avoiding eye contact with the now flustered green boy. What do? I didn't expect her to find out, and I hadn't planned on telling her either. I guess now's as good a time as any, he thought, taking a deep breath. I guess for a while now, he admitted, his blush deepening. This was an awkward conversation, and it had only just begun. So it's true. Well, I like you too, Deku, Uraraka said, feeling a huge weight lift off her shoulders now that she had confirmed his feelings and expressed her own. Oh really? You like me as well? Part of him wanted to shout with joy, but he held back. I do indeed. And look, I'm not good at confessions or this kind of thing, and I've never had a boyfriend before, but do you want to go out? She asked, looking at her crush with hopeful eyes. Why, I would love that, he replied, thrilled. Good, that's a relief. But you know, Deku, I have to say it's a strange way to confess your feelings the way you did. Kind of cheesy, she added, hoping it didn't sound greedy. She felt lucky that he liked her. Izuku raised his eyebrows, confused. Confess my feelings? What do you mean? He asked, lost in thought. Uraraka took her phone out and swiped to her messages. See? I got a message with a link from you that led to a video titled, Send to Your Crush, she explained, but this only added to Izuku's confusion. I didn't send that, he exclaimed, immediately suspecting Bakugo was behind the prank. What? You mean I came down here and said all that without you actually confessing? She realized, relieved that he liked her. Actually, come to think of it, he said, checking his pockets but finding his phone missing. I don't even know where my phone is. He double-checked, but it was nowhere to be found. It's all right, let's just think. When did you have it last? Retrace your steps, she suggested calmly. I had it when we got the list and came straight here. The only time I left was to get the soap. He recalled, the realization dawning on him. Ochako then understood as well. Mina, they both exclaimed, rushing to the kitchen where they found Mina and Toru laughing like schoolgirls. Mina, what the heck? Ochako yelled at her friend. Come on you two. It was just a harmless joke, and honestly, it seems pretty helpful, Mina said, unable to contain her laughter. You should thank her. Now you both know how you feel about one another, Toru chimed in, defending Mina. I guess she does have a point, Izuku said, rubbing his head. Yeah, I guess. But I still say we get her back, Ochako declared, fired up for some payback. Izuku smiled at Mina, feeling a mix of gratitude and determination. Izuku cracked his knuckles, feeling ready for whatever came next. Mina dashed out of the kitchen, with Izuku and Ochako in hot pursuit. Izuku and Ochako had been dating for months after she finally found the courage to confess her feelings. After discussing it for several days, they felt prepared to share their news with their friends. Once class was over, they gathered all their classmates to break the news. Izuku stood before them, his heart racing. He thanked everyone for coming and explained that he had something very important to share. Just as he began, Bakugo interrupted, accusing Izuku of being a furry, referencing his hero outfit from the start of their UA journey, which he humorously compared to a character from a video game. Ignoring Bakugo's comment, Izuku took a deep breath. With Ochako's hand gently squeezing his, he announced that he and Ochako were officially dating. The room fell silent for a moment before erupting with excitement. Mina and Toru squealed in delight, while Bakugo's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Jiru rolled her eyes, noting how obvious it had been. Momo asked how long they had been together, and Ochako shared that it had been a few months, some of the best times of her life. Azui and Siro chimed in, agreeing that it was quite adorable, while Kirishima added that it was both cute and manly. Mina, feeling left out, complained about not being informed sooner. Ochako explained that they wanted some time together without the pressure of teasing. Mina, with a mischievous grin, vowed to double the teasing now that she knew. Ida expressed his support, hoping their relationship wouldn't interfere with their studies or hero work. Izuku reassured him that they had figured out a way to balance everything. Grateful for Ida's understanding, both Izuku and Ochako thanked him. Mina then suggested they celebrate by going to a teen-friendly club, clarifying it was not a bar. Ida reluctantly agreed, still planning to keep an eye on the situation. Ochako took Izuku's hand, leading him to his room to help him choose something nice to wear. They felt satisfied with their friend's reactions, though they braced themselves for Mina's antics. Later, Ochako sat on the couch, engrossed in a book, appearing innocent and defenseless. Izuku saw this as the perfect opportunity to surprise her. He approached quietly and wrapped his arms around her neck, catching her off guard. Startled, she pouted and playfully scolded him for scaring her. Izuku apologized and leaned closer, suggesting he could make it up to her. He playfully nibbled on her earlobe, eliciting a giggle from her as she tried to focus on her reading. He continued to tease her, gently tickling her belly, which made her laugh even more. As he let go of her neck, he asked if he had her attention now or if he needed to do more to persuade her. Ochako playfully grabbed his arm, agreeing but insisting they should move to the bedroom to avoid any mess on the couch. She jumped into his arms and he carried her to the bedroom, kissing her along the way. Once inside, he expressed his love for her, and she returned the sentiment. They shared a tender moment, enjoying each other's company. Just as things were heating up, a buzzing noise interrupted them. Startled, Izuku jumped at the sound, while Ochako reached for her phone, realizing it was her dad calling. She answered the call, explaining to her father how to connect the TV, trying to keep her composure despite the interruption. After a lengthy conversation, she hung up, and Izuku chuckled at the situation, knowing her dad always seemed to have trouble with technology. She climbed on top of Izuku, sitting on his lap and placing her hands on his bare chest. She smiled down at him and he smiled back, leaning in for a kiss. Just then, they felt something jump onto their bed. They both turned to see their black cat. Ochako ordered Mittens to get down, but the cat just stared at them. She grabbed Mittens and set him on the floor, but he jumped back up anyway. The cat walked up to Izuku, rubbing his head against him. Izuku remained still, and Mittens then moved to Ochako, nuzzling against her. Ochako sighed, feeling annoyed at the interruption. She climbed off Izuku, picked up Mittens, and carried him to the kitchen, leaving some cat food before returning to him. She pouted, expressing her frustration at being interrupted again as she sat back down on the bed. Izuku, equally annoyed, suggested they try again. They leaned in for another kiss, but just as they were about to deepen their connection, the doorbell rang. Izuku expressed his frustration at the interruption, throwing on some soft shorts and stomping angrily to the door. He opened it to find Bakugo standing there, looking slightly happier than usual. Bakugo exclaimed that it was about time, and Izuku, irritated, asked what could be so important that Bakugo had to come over now. Bakugo revealed that he had just secured first place in the latest hero rankings, which only further annoyed Izuku, who just wanted to spend time with Ochako. Izuku snapped, grabbing Bakugo by the collar and shaking him, expressing his frustration at being interrupted multiple times. Bakugo made a comment about the month being November and the implications of Izuku's outburst, but he was met with a slammed door. Izuku stomped back to Ochako, who had been waiting for him. She asked if that was Bakugo, concerned by the volume of his voice and the words he had used. Izuku confirmed it and insisted that nothing would interrupt them again. He gently pushed Ochako down the bed, unaware of the remote underneath her. The television announced a special news report about someone yelling about a nut, but Izuku quickly grabbed the remote and flung it at the TV, breaking it and silencing the noise, releasing some of his anger. Ochako suggested they calm down, noticing how upset he was. Izuku took a moment to breathe deeply, trying to mellow out. Ochako sat behind him, wrapping her arms around his neck, helping to ease his nerves. They held each other for a few minutes, and surprisingly, nothing interrupted them. No phone calls, no doorbells, and no television. Feeling determined, Izuku turned to Ochako, placing his hands on her shoulders. He suggested they go for it, but she expressed concern about being interrupted again. Izuku proposed turning off their phones, and they both did so. Ochako locked the door to keep Mittens out, and Izuku disabled the doorbell. With everything set, Izuku leaned in and kissed her again. This time, they were uninterrupted, and they enjoyed their moment together, completely absorbed in each other. Unfortunately, they missed several phone calls asking for their hero assistance. Izuku laid out a blanket, 2 cups, a cheesy love movie that Ochako wanted to see, and freshly made popcorn. Just then he heard a knock at the door. He opened it to find Ochako looking stunning, making his heart race. He hoped they could share a kiss, as they didn't do it often. Ochako thanked him for inviting her over, and he assured her that she didn't need an invitation. She giggled, and he felt relieved. She playfully mentioned she might take him up on that and slipped past him, taking off her shoes. Izuku closed the door and joined her on the couch. He asked how she had been, and she replied that she was great, asking about him in return. Izuku felt a bit awkward and realized he hadn't put the movie in yet. He quickly scrambled off the couch, took the DVD out of the case, and set it up before returning to sit beside her. Ochako could tell he was nervous. "Are you all right, Deku?" she asked, hoping to calm him down. He had never really outgrown his shyness, which she found endearing. "Why, of course," he replied, though it was a lie. "HM. If you say so," she said, not entirely convinced but choosing to let it go. The movie began with an intense drama. Scene that Izuku found uninteresting. If not for Ochako, he would have turned it off. Ochako grabbed a blanket and draped it over both of them, leaning her head gently on his shoulder, a place where she always felt safe. Izuku tensed slightly at her closeness. He was still getting used to having a girlfriend. They sat in silence for a while, the only sounds being the crunch of popcorn and the slurping of tea. Izuku felt a bit bored with the movie and wished he could do more with Ochako, but he didn't know how to approach it. Ochako let out a small yawn and turned to look at Izuku, who happened to be looking at her at the same moment. Izuku's heart raced at the thought that this might be his chance. But Ochako smiled and turned back to the movie, leaving him feeling disappointed. Soon, a romantic scene appeared on the screen. "Hey, Deku," Ochako said, tapping him on the shoulder to get his attention. "Yes." Izuku thought eagerly. "Sorry, I got a message from my mom. I have to go, she said, throwing the blanket off and standing up. Oh, he replied, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. But before I go, is something bothering you? You've been acting a bit strange since I arrived. What's up? She asked as they walked to the door together. And no, he lied, feeling guilty. Izuka Midoriya, don't you lie to me. Now tell me what's going on, she insisted, seeing right through his facade. Well, I kind of wanted to, he stammered, his cheeks turning red. Ochako blinked in surprise and blushed as well before letting out a sigh. Deku, you know you could always just ask, she said shyly, her heart racing. Izuku's ears perked up at her words. Then can we? I mean, I know you have to go, and I don't want to keep you any longer. Ochako silenced him by leaning in and pressing her lips against his. Izuku stepped back in surprise, breaking the kiss. What's wrong? She asked, confused by his reaction. Sorry. I didn't expect that, he admitted, feeling flustered. I'll be more gentle then, she said, placing her warm hands on his cheeks and pulling him in for a softer kiss. This approach felt more comfortable for Izuku, and he leaned in to kiss her back. To Izuku, Ochako's lips felt soft and sweet, just as he had imagined. For Ochako, Izuku's lips were a little rough but mostly soft. They both cherished the moment, feeling their love for each other grow. Izuku wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her closer. Ochako placed her hands around his neck, adjusting their position for a better kiss. They kissed for nearly a minute before pulling away to catch their breath, only to lean back in again. Feeling bold, Ochako playfully brushed her tongue against his lips, seeking permission to deepen the kiss. Izuku jolted but managed to keep his composure, opening up to her. Their tongues danced together, a new and exciting experience for both of them. Just as they were getting lost in the moment, Ochako's phone buzzed. They pulled apart, and she checked her phone, though neither of them let go of each other completely. Dang, my mom is wondering where I am. Sorry, Deku, she said apologetically. Oh, it's fine. Just take care, he replied calmly. They finally released each other, and Ochako gathered her things. Thanks for the fun time. I promise next time we'll have more time. Bye, she said, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek before heading out the door. Izuku watched her leave, feeling a mix of satisfaction and longing. He turned around, hand on his lips, looking at the couch scattered with cans, popcorn and blankets. Despite the interruption, he felt content and began to clean up, wondering if a Christmas story might be on the horizon. Eri had faced many challenges in her young life, and her understanding of relationships was limited. Currently, she was in the 1A dorms watching TV with some of her classmates. I don't think this movie is appropriate for her, Ida remarked, concerned about the content of Romeo and Juliet. Alright, let's see what else is on. 21 Jump Street. Beverly Hills Cop. Kaminari said, flipping through the channels. Eri, is there anything specific you like to watch? Momo asked the little girl sitting beside her. I never really saw much TV before, Eri admitted, her innocence touching everyone. You poor thing. Here, I got something, Mina said, taking the remote from Kaminari and switching to a cheerful sitcom featuring a family. As Eri watched, questions began to form in her mind. What's a mom and dad? She asked, shocking everyone in the room. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea, Mina said quickly, turning off the TV, but Eri still wanted an answer. Well, you see, Eri, Momo began, feeling it was her responsibility to explain this to the curious child. Momo tried to explain the concept of family to Eri, saying that a mom and dad are like a girl and boy who take care of a child and give them lots of love, protecting them. Eri began to understand, recalling how Mr. Deku had saved her. Kaminari jokingly suggested that Eri should consider him her dad, unaware of how much that idea would stick in her mind. Ida quickly intervened, cautioning Kaminari not to joke about such things, fearing Eri might misunderstand. Kaminari defended himself, insisting it was just a joke, but the mood shifted when Mina pointed out that Eri was no longer on the couch. Eri had wandered off towards Izuku's room, familiar with the layout of the house. As she approached his door, she peeked inside and noticed Ochako sitting with Izuku. Her innocent mind began to form a misunderstanding. Inside the room, Ochako was struggling with a math problem, asking Izuku for help. He patiently explained the problem while writing it down, and Eri watched, confused by their interaction. When Ochako finally understood, she apologized for overthinking it, and Izuku assured her he would always be there for her. Their faces turned red, and they looked away, which only added to Eri's confusion. Eri stood in the hallway, trying to process what she had just witnessed when Kirishima approached her, asking what she was doing. She innocently inquired about why people turn red, prompting Kirishima to explain that it could mean various things, including a sign of love. Eri, curious, asked if love happens between a mom and dad, to which Kirishima confirmed, adding that she was too young to worry about such things. He encouraged her to head back downstairs, mentioning that everyone was looking for her. The next day, Ochako was responsible for Eri and wanted to consult Mei about upgrades. to her hero outfit. Out of the blue, Eri asked where her daddy was, leaving Ochako puzzled. When Eri clarified that she meant Mr. Deku, Ochako couldn't help but laugh at the adorable misunderstanding. Eri explained that she believed a dad was someone who looks after and saves you, as Momo had told her. Ochako decided to playfully tease Izuku a bit, leading Eri to Mei's workshop where Izuku was. She felt a twinge of jealousy at the thought of Mei being too close to Izuku, which made her uneasy. As she approached, she overheard Izuku expressing discomfort with Mei's proximity while she took measurements for his hero suit. Ochako's irritation grew, and Eri noticed her distress. Concerned, Eri rushed into the room, and in a moment of protective instinct, she pushed Mei away, causing her to stumble back in surprise. Izuku and Ochako stood in shock, their mouths agape as they processed what had just happened. A few onlookers, including Kirishima, stopped to see Mei against the wall, bewildered by the scene. Eri complained about Mei touching her daddy, prompting laughter from the crowd. Momo, another bystander, asked who Eri was referring to, and Eri pointed at Izuku, leading to more laughter from the group. Izuku turned red with embarrassment, and Ochako felt flustered as Eri's innocent words implied a connection between them. Amid the laughter, Mei quietly requested help, but no one seemed to hear her. Later, Ochako floated away, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. As they awaited the next chapter, the excitement for what was to come lingered in the air. Izuku expressed his feelings with a slight blush, telling Ochako that he loved her. However, she quickly interrupted him, sitting up in his bed, surprised by his admission. Confusion washed over Izuku as he tried to process her reaction. Ochako explained that in a relationship, love should be expressed naturally, without needing someone to prompt it. She wanted him to understand that if he truly loved her, he would say it freely. Izuku, who had never been very familiar with love until Ochako came into his life, struggled to grasp her point. He agreed that he understood, even though he didn't think he needed to say it often. He was willing to do anything to make her happy. The following day, Ochako lay on Izuku's bed, hoping he would say those 3 special words. She had been waiting all day, and her anxiety grew as she considered the possible reasons for his silence. Perhaps he had simply forgotten, or maybe she had been too pushy, causing him to hesitate. The worst possibility lingered in her mind. What if he no longer loved her? Though unlikely, the thought made her heart race. As she watched Izuku read, her worries intensified. She thought to herself that he was not the type to lead her on. He would tell her if something was wrong. Yet, his kindness made her doubt. Just then, Izuku interrupted her thoughts, mentioning that she had been muttering. Surprised, she quickly sat up, realizing she had picked up one of his habits. Concerned for her, Izuku asked if she was all right. She assured him she was fine, but she couldn't shake the embarrassment of having mimicked him. He then casually told her he loved her before returning to his book. Ochako's heart soared at his words, and she fell back onto the bed with a smile, feeling satisfied. Later, Ochako entered Izuku's room wearing her old school uniform, which had become quite snug due to her growth. Izuku's face turned bright red as he struggled to speak, asking why she wore it. She explained that she had found it while looking through old things and wanted to try it on. He managed to give her a shaky thumbs up, admiring how it fit her. As she spun around to show him, Izuku felt overwhelmed by her appearance. He hesitated to express his thoughts, but eventually asked if she was embarrassed. Ochako, realizing how tight the uniform was, blushed but defended herself by saying she was used to wearing fitted clothes like her hero outfit. Izuku asked if anyone else had seen her in the uniform, relieved when she said no. They shared a moment of silence, both feeling the tension in the air. Ochako decided to change back, but Izuku, caught off guard, asked her to stay a little longer in the uniform. Surprised by his request, she playfully closed the door behind her, teasingly suggesting that perhaps they would be better off without clothes at all. As the story progressed, Ochako hopped out of the car and onto the driveway of her new home, taking in the 2-story house with 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a living room. Her father instructed her to grab her bag and head inside while he and her mother handled the rest. With a cheerful "Okay, Daddy," she complied, excited to start this new chapter in her life. As she looked around the empty house, she found the stairs and headed up to her room. It was the only place in the house that had anything in it. It contained her bed, a dresser, and a nightstand next to her bed. Not much, but she would one day fill it up. Her window faced the house next door, allowing her to glimpse into the neighbor's room, which was filled with hero merchandise. She looked out the window to see a green-haired woman talking with her parents. For now, she ignored it and placed her bag on her bed, taking her clothes out and hanging them on some coat hangers in her closet. Her mother opened the door as she was hanging the last piece. She called out to Ochako, asking her to come outside and meet a boy next door who was about her age. Ochako followed her mother outside to meet the neighbor's family. Her mother introduced her to the neighbor's mom, who smiled warmly at Ochako, who returned the smile. She noticed more green hair peeking out from behind the woman's legs. The mother gently encouraged her shy child to come out and meet Ochako. The boy, Izuku, poked his head out but quickly retreated back behind his mother. His mother reassured them that he was just shy and asked what was wrong. Izuku whispered something into his mother's ear, causing her to chuckle softly. The conversation turned to whether it would be a good idea for Ochako to make a friend, as she was new to the area. Despite some hesitation from Izuku's father, the mothers agreed that it would be a great opportunity for the children. Inko encouraged Izuku to show Ochako his room while she chatted with her parents. Izuku nodded and led the way to his house, where Ochako had previously seen his room from her window. It was filled with hero merchandise, mostly featuring All Might. Ochako expressed her admiration for his collection, surprising Izuku, who had faced ridicule for his aspirations to become a hero. She asked who his favorite hero was, and he felt relieved when she mentioned All Might. Their conversation flowed easily, with Ochako sharing her favorite hero, who was a unique astronaut-like figure. Encouraged by her enthusiasm, Izuku decided to show her more of his hero collection. He retrieved several boxes of figurines, and as Ochako reached for one, Izuku panicked and snatched it away, explaining that he preferred to keep some items in their boxes as collectibles. He then offered to open a figure of her favorite hero, which they quickly assembled together. Once they finished, Ochako celebrated their accomplishment, and Izuku shyly pushed the figure toward her as a gift. Although hesitant, she accepted it as a token of their new friendship, which brought a smile to her face. Izuku hesitated, recalling his past experiences with friendship and feeling uncertain about being friends with someone who had a quirk. Ochako, however, demonstrated her ability by making the figure float, only to quickly deactivate her quirk, feeling unwell afterward. She reassured him that she was fine, explaining that using her quirk made her feel sick, but she didn't want to damage the figure. Their bond began to form, with both children navigating their feelings and aspirations, ready to explore the possibilities of friendship in their new neighborhood. But the odds of that happening were slim. Izuku began to tear up, expressing his feelings of despair. It didn't matter what the odds were, it had still happened. He continued, his voice trembling, sharing how he had always wanted to be a hero, only to discover he wouldn't receive a quirk. His friends, even his best friend, had turned against him, and it felt so unfair. Overwhelmed with emotion, he fell to his knees and sobbed heavily on the floor. After a while, he managed to stand up, wiping his eyes. He understood if Ochako didn't want to be friends anymore, even as tears continued to flow. Suddenly, Ochako surprised him by throwing her arms around him in a hug. She reassured him that it didn't matter if he was quirkless. He was still her friend, and that would never change. Izuku had never heard such words before. Everyone else had cared about him, but not in a positive way. He hesitated, questioning if she truly meant it. Ochako insisted that she wouldn't hate him for something beyond his control. They were friends now, and nothing would change that. Her words brought him comfort. He thanked her, feeling her kindness touch his heart. Just then, Inko poked her head into the room after knocking. She greeted them and mentioned that Ochako's mother wanted her to return home to finish packing. Inko expressed her gratitude for Ochako's time with her son before closing the door. Ochako picked up her figure and turned to Izuku, inviting him to visit her home anytime. She mentioned that her family didn't have much money, so they might not have many activities to do, but they could still enjoy each other's company. Izuku replied that anything they could do together was fine with him. Ochako promised to see him later and left the room. Izuku looked at the empty box beside him and smiled, thinking about their budding friendship. He wondered if they could go swimming during the summer, although he decided he probably wouldn't wear his all-might swimming trunks. 2 months passed, and Izuku and Ochako frequently visited each other's homes. They enjoyed watching hero news, playing hero-themed games, and chatting about their favorite heroes. After those 2 months, Izuku returned to school, while Ochako would start the following day due to her late registration. She found herself staring out the window, waiting for Izuku to return from his first day. With her family's limited resources, she had little to do, especially when Izuku wasn't around. After a few minutes, she spotted the bus pulling up and Izuku stepped off. However, her excitement turned to concern when she saw trash being thrown from the bus, hitting him before it drove away. She rushed to check on him, worried he might be hurt. When he looked up, she was shocked to see his left eye swollen, as if he had been in a fight. He hurried into the house before she could ask what happened. Ignoring her parents' questions, she dashed to his house, only to find the door locked. The doorbell wasn't working, so she knocked urgently until Inko opened it. Without answering, she rushed past Inko and up the stairs, catching Izuku just as he was closing his door. She pushed it open and found him setting his bag down, startling him. Concerned, she demanded to know what had happened to him. He tried to downplay it, but she wouldn't accept that. She pointed out the swelling around his eye and expressed her frustration, trying to keep her emotions in check. Eventually, he admitted it was nothing serious, but her worried expression made him confess the truth. Seeing his injury made her eyes well up with tears. Inko, hearing the commotion, opened the door slightly and gasped at the sight of her son's injury, leaning against the wall for support. Ochako asked Inko to get some ice, and she quickly complied before returning with an ice pack. Ochako took the ice pack and gently placed it against Izuku's eye, instructing him to hold it carefully. Inko, filled with anger at seeing her son hurt, asked how it had happened. Izuku finally revealed that it was Kaken who had caused the trouble. Inko rushed downstairs to make an angry phone call. Ochako, curious, asked about Kaken, and Izuku explained that he was an old friend who had turned against him when others discovered he was quirkless. Hearing this made Ochako shake her head in disgust at how he had been treated. She removed a tissue that had fallen on his shoulder from the kids who had thrown trash at him. Determined, Ochako felt more ready than ever for school the next day. They decided not to take the bus, believing it would be better that way. Once they arrived at school, Ochako introduced herself to her new class, confident and ready to make a fresh start. Having recently moved to the area, Ochako was excited for her first day at school. She enjoyed walks and had a fondness for cute things, dreaming of one day becoming a pro hero. She introduced herself with a smile, hoping to make friends. The teacher instructed her to take a seat, and Ochako chose the only available desk next to Izuku, feeling a connection to him. Izuku was pleased to have her in his class. As they settled in, a crumpled piece of paper landed in front of Ochako. She unfolded it, her expression shifting to disappointment as she read a warning about Izuku, advising her to stay away from him. More notes followed, each echoing the same sentiment, some containing unkind words typical of their age. Undeterred, she gathered the notes and disposed of them, causing whispers to ripple through the classroom as her classmates reacted to her boldness. Curious about the rumors, Ochako asked Izuku if any of the kids were Bakugo, the one she had heard about. Izuku explained that Bakugo, with his blonde hair and fiery temper, was not in their class. He shared that Bakugo was a nickname he had used when they were friends, which only served to irritate Bakugo further. As class resumed, Izuku and Ochako found themselves sitting together during lunch, as no one else wanted to join them. Ochako, determined to support Izuku, asked about his lunch. He pulled out some onigiri and a can of juice, while she revealed her sushi and lemon tea. Suddenly, an explosion from behind sent Izuku sprawling to the ground. Ochako gasped in shock and rushed to his side, noticing the damage to his clothes. Izuku reassured her that he was okay, despite the pain. Turning her gaze, Ochako saw a boy with blonde hair, flanked by two others, standing menacingly. The boy, Bakugo, shouted angrily at Izuku, blaming him for his recent troubles. Izuku, still in pain, confirmed that Bakugo was indeed the one causing the trouble. Ochako stepped in front of Izuku, arms outstretched, demanding Bakugo leave him alone. Bakugo and his friends laughed at her, mocking Izuku's lack of a quirk and the fact that she was defending him. Their laughter only fueled Ochako's anger. She retorted that at least Izuku didn't need to gang up on someone to feel powerful, pointing out Bakugo's cowardice for attacking from behind. This caught Bakugo's attention, and he approached her, his quirk flaring ominously. Izuku, struggling to rise, urged Bakugo to stop. Bakugo insulted Izuku, taunting him about being quirkless and suggesting that Ochako would be better off without him. Just then Ochako, fueled by her protective instincts, swung a lunch tray and struck Bakugo, knocking him down. With Bakugo on the ground, the other kids fled in fear. Ochako took a moment to catch her breath, feeling a mix of adrenaline and satisfaction. Izuku, astonished, couldn't believe what she had done, even if Bakugo had deserved it. Ochako firmly stated that no one should speak to her friends that way, feeling proud of her actions despite knowing there would be consequences. After some time, Izuku waited outside the principal's office, anxious about Ochako's fate. When she emerged with her parents, he felt a wave of relief. Ochako's mother kindly invited him to join them as they left. In the car, the atmosphere was mostly quiet until Izuku quietly asked Ochako if she was in trouble. She reassured him that her parents were not upset, but the school had suspended her for a week. Learning that Bakugo would likely escape punishment only added to her frustration. Izuku felt guilty for the trouble she had faced and asked about the nickname Bakugo had called him. Ochako listened intently as he explained that Bakugo had called him Deku for years, a name that carried a history of its own. He meant it as a way of saying that he was someone who couldn't achieve anything, which he didn't appreciate. He explained this to her. Ochako looked up at the ceiling, pondering. She hoped he wouldn't start calling him that. When she heard that name, it gave her a feeling of encouragement, as if to say, "You can do it." She genuinely wanted to cheer him up. Seeing her smile, Izuku felt a warmth inside. Most people might think she was just joking, but the sincerity in her expression told him otherwise. If he hadn't known her for so long, he might have blushed. "Deku is fine then," he said suddenly. "But that kid has been bullying you with that name for years." "That doesn't seem right," she said, furrowing her brow. "Well, you seem to like it and gave it a better meaning. Plus, if Kaken heard you say it, he'd get mad." That reason was enough for Ochako to agree. "Okay then, Deku it is. But only if you say my first name as well," she said, feeling they were close enough. "Deal." They shook hands to seal the agreement. After a few more minutes of driving, they arrived at Ochako's home. Izuku and his mom ate quietly at the table, not saying much since he had arrived. "Mom, am I in trouble?" Izuku asked after finishing his bell peppers. "Is that why you ate your bell peppers?" Inko chuckled lightly. "Yeah," he admitted, looking down. "No, you're not in trouble, dear. I'm actually happy about how well you and Uraraka have gotten along, and how she stood up for you. Do you have a crush on her?" Inko asked with a grin. Izuku grimaced at the thought. "Mom, that's gross. I'm too young for stuff like that. She's my best friend anyway." He got up and placed his plate in the sink. "You never know, sweetie. I met your dad when I was about your age. We didn't want a relationship then, but your father stood up for me. Then about 5 years later, we started dating, hugging, and—" Izuku quickly covered his ears and ran to his room, while his mom chuckled to herself. When he got there, he saw Ochako was already in her room. They usually waved at each other and went to sleep, but this time her window was open. Izuku unlocked his window and slid it down. "Is something wrong, Ochako?" he called out to her. "Deku, catch," she said, sending a can over to him on a string using her quirk. Izuku quickly grabbed it, and Ochako deactivated her quirk, feeling a bit drained. "Ochako, are you alright?" he asked, concerned for his friend. "Yeah, I'm fine. Luckily that can was light, so I'm just feeling a little tired." "Anyway, speak through the can," she yelled back. Izuku looked at the can in his hand and spoke into it. "Hello." He placed his ear to it. "Deku, can you hear me?" "I can hear you," she replied. "I can hear you. This is pretty cool," he said with a smile. "Now we can talk even at night," Ochako said, smiling as she settled onto her bed. "So, did you see the news about All Might last night?" Izuku asked as he got comfortable in his own space. "Oh, come on, Deku. We always talk about All Might. How about we talk about someone different like 13? Ochako suggested. "Okay, sure," Izuku agreed. He loved heroes in general, so he was happy to discuss another. They talked happily, learning more about each other throughout the night. Bakugo didn't bother Izuku again, as he had to take a week off to recover from a hit he received from his mom after she found out what he did. When Ochako returned, she happily defended Izuku, and he even returned the favor by hitting a kid with one of his hero notebooks when that kid tried to steal some yen from her. They always had each other's backs. A year and a half later, Izuku threw his bag against the door and ran over to his window, waiting for Ochako for their usual talk after school. Things had been going well between them, and they managed to talk every day after school. But this time, something felt off. Ochako hadn't shown up yet. Izuku glanced at the clock. She was already 5 minutes late, then another 5, and soon she was almost half an hour late. She has never been this late, he thought, looking into her room. Just then her door opened, and she appeared, tears streaming down her face. Izuku quickly picked up his can. "Ochako? Why are you crying?" he asked, worried for his friend. Ochako walked over, opened her glass door, and picked up her can while wiping her tears. "Sorry I was late, Deku," she apologized. "It's fine, but what happened? Did someone hurt you?" Izuku was ready to confront whoever made her cry. "No. Nobody physically hurt me. It's my parents," she said, wiping her eyes as the tears continued to fall. "Your parents? What do you mean?" Izuku asked, confused. They haven't been getting much work lately, and Daddy says we have to move." Ochako couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze as she spoke, sliding down against her bed. The can fell from Izuku's hand, clanking against the ground. "Moving?" he echoed, his hand twitching slightly as he felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Tears began to fall from his eyes. "We are moving to the other side of Japan. My mom and dad think they can find more work there," she explained. "Ochako, hang on 1 second, Izuku said, putting the can down and grabbing some things. Ochako waited a few moments, wondering what he was doing. "Deku?" she called out, looking over to see him with a clothes hanger ready. He secured part of his string from the can into the wall. Izuku called out to Ochako from across the room, urging her to do the same. She went downstairs to fetch a hammer and a nail, mirroring his actions on her side. Using a hanger, he managed to swing himself over to her, grateful for his young age and light weight, which allowed him to make it across. Izuku landed in her room, and Ochako immediately asked if he was okay. He looked up at her, tears filling his eyes, and pulled her into a hug. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ochako began to cry even harder as she held onto him, expressing her desire to stay with him. Izuku echoed her sentiments, and after a moment of shared tears and embraces, they settled down on her bed. The room fell into a comforting silence, broken only by the gentle rustling of trees outside in the breeze. Ochako glanced up at Izuku, noticing his red eyes, and she suspected her own were similar, though she didn't care about appearances at that moment. Izuku broke the stillness by asking if she would forget him. Surprised by the question, Ochako assured him that she could never forget him, as he had brought her so much happiness since they met. He recalled a hurtful comment made by Kaken, suggesting that because she was around him, no one else wanted to be friends with her. Those words had left a mark on him, and it felt true, neither of them had many friends. Ochako dismissed the notion, stating she didn't want to be friends with anyone who treated him poorly. Her focus was solely on Izuku. Izuku lamented that he couldn't become a hero and now felt he couldn't even have friends. He buried his face in his knees. Ochako challenged his thoughts, reminding him of his kindness, dedication, and observant nature. She pointed out that many heroes had seemingly useless quirks but still became heroes, encouraging him to work harder than others. Izuku asked if she truly believed he could be a hero, and she responded with a thumbs up, filled with determination. She proposed a promise. The next time they met, they would both be on their way to becoming amazing heroes and could form a hero duo. Izuku smiled and shook her hand, sealing their promise. The following day, Ochako pushed her last bag into the car. Izuku watched as she closed the door, realizing this was truly goodbye. She reassured him it was just for now and promised to write to him every day. He vowed to respond as soon as he could. Her mother called for her to leave, and as she said goodbye, she nearly knocked Izuku over with one last hug. He returned her embrace, both of them feeling the weight of their parting. As Ochako got into the car, Izuku waved goodbye, watching as they drove away. Inko placed a comforting hand on his shoulder as he began to cry, feeling a deep sense of loss. Ochako gazed out the window, watching the buildings pass by as they drove. She reached into her bag and pulled out the hero figure they had crafted together nearly 2 years ago, her tears falling silently onto it. Years passed, and they wrote to each other for as long as they could, but eventually, time and distance caused their correspondence to dwindle until it stopped altogether. One day, Izuku hurriedly put on his red shoes, announcing to his mother that he was leaving. She urged him to be careful and reminded him that she would always be proud of him, regardless of the outcome. He thanked her and rushed out the door, heading toward the testing site, determined not to fail. As he ran, he thought about All Might and hoped Ochako still thought of him. Meanwhile, Ochako grabbed her phone and headed out, smiling at the old hero figure on her way. She made her way to the testing site, reflecting on how long it had been since she last saw Izuku and how she barely remembered what he looked like. Approaching the entrance, she noticed a blonde boy looking angry as he walked past a boy with green hair. The sight reminded her of Bakugo, and she smiled at the thought, though the green-haired boy seemed oddly familiar. As she got closer, she realized it was Izuku. Just then, he took a step forward and began to stumble. In a rush, she reached out to catch him. Something almost like it was destiny urged her to go right. And so she did. Fortunately, the guards behind her were unable to determine which way she had gone, thanks to the distance she had gained and the rain and darkness obscuring their vision. The result, half of the guards took a different path, but 2 still pursued her. She glanced back to gauge how far she was from them, but that proved to be a grave mistake. Her foot struck a loose cobblestone, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Panic surged through her as she felt a jolt of pain, realizing the guards were closing in. She thought to herself that she couldn't be caught, and tears threatened to spill. The guards shouted as they came into view, but before they could take another step, they slipped on marbles that seemed to appear out of nowhere. Suddenly, someone grabbed the back of her head, lifting her up and pulling her into a nearby alleyway. The guards got back on their feet and rushed past her, oblivious to the alley where she now hid. "Seems like they're gone," a soft voice said from behind her. She turned to see a figure standing there, obscured by a large hoodie. Although she couldn't see his face, she could tell from his voice that he was male. "Before I take you somewhere safe, I want you to promise me something," he said, his tone serious. "What?" she asked, feeling she had little choice in the matter. "Promise me that you did nothing wrong. That the people chasing you are not good people. They don't look like police. And also promise me that I'm not helping a criminal," he continued, his expression unwavering. "I promise," she replied quickly. The male fell silent, leaning slightly out of the alleyway to look around. "Keep your head low and follow me," he instructed, stepping out into the street with her close behind, keeping her head down. They walked for about half an hour before reaching a building. The male unlocked the door and ushered her inside before quickly shutting and locking it. "Is this some kind of hideout?" she asked, trying to peer around in the dim light. "No," he replied, turning on the lights to reveal that he had led her to a bakery. "Huh," she said, confusion washing over her as she took in the sight of tables, chairs, and displays filled with baked goods. "Sorry if you were expecting a special agent or something," he said, standing behind the counter and removing his hood to reveal green hair and freckles. "But I'm just an ordinary guy." He offered a warm smile that she found oddly comforting. But she had a pressing question. "What is a bakery?" she asked, causing his smile to fade. "Please sit," he said, pointing to a nearby chair. She removed her hood, revealing her bubbly face and nice brown hair before sitting down. He blinked twice, maintaining a straight face, before turning away so she couldn't see him. Inside, he was flustered, thinking to himself how cute she was and what he had gotten himself into. Excuse me, she said, prompting him to turn around quickly, still slightly flushed. Weiss, he stammered, avoiding her gaze. Thank you for saving me, she said, standing up and bowing her head in gratitude. And no problem. No trouble at all, he exclaimed, his hands moving animatedly as he felt embarrassed by her praise. May I ask what I should call you? She inquired after sitting back down. I am Izuku. What is your name? He asked, surprised at how long he had been able to converse with her. X13-79, she replied. What? Izuku said, confusion evident on his face. Oh, I guess I do look pretty real, she said, beginning to stand up and slipping off her jacket. What do you my gosh? Izuku nearly stumbled at the sight before him. Her entire right hand was metallic, complete with circuits. My name is X13, I am a robot. Or android, if you prefer, she explained, quickly covering her hand again, feeling uncomfortable about revealing it. I see. And nice to meet you, X13-79, he said, taking deep breaths to process this new information. I am an escaped robot from a lab. Those men chasing me had orders to capture me and bring me back, she explained. If you don't mind me asking, why did you run away in the first place? He queried. She looked down, sadness creeping into her expression. Sorry, forget it. You must be hungry. Here, he said, fetching a piece of bread with butter and placing it on a plate in front of her. She stared at it, unsure of what to do. I'm a robot, so Oh, sorry. I should have realized you can't eat food, he interrupted. Oh no, it's not that. I am actually programmed to eat and process food. I just don't know what that is. I have been isolated most of my life, she explained. Oh geez, I'm sorry. This is called bread. It is made of wheat and some other ingredients. It's nothing great, I unfortunately don't have much made since it's nighttime. What kind of food did you have at the lab? Izuku asked after explaining. Hard drives and computer chips, she replied calmly. And you think it's okay I'll eat bread? He exclaimed, completely shocked. I will be fine. No need to worry, she said, picking up the bread and taking a small bite. A tear rolled down her cheek. Is it bad? He asked, noticing her tears. No, it's amazing, she said, offering him a weak but genuine smile. She finished the rest in a matter of minutes. He took the plate and quickly washed it before putting it away. Well, what's your plan now? He asked upon returning. I'm not sure. It's not like I can just be out in the open, and I do not have any connections to any sources for help, she said, tilting her head in a cute manner. Well, you are more than welcome to stay here. I have a spare bedroom available, although I don't know if you really need to sleep, he said, unsure of what to do in that case. No need. Her hand reached into her pocket and pulled out a simple plug-in block that looked like it would be for a phone. She walked over and plugged it into the wall, stating that as long as she could plug this in, she would be fine. Izuku watched her and commented on its convenience. She then asked him for help, holding the other end of the cord. He took it in his hand and asked where to plug it in. She turned around, revealing a small hole in her back, and indicated where it should go. Izuku slowly rose and plugged it in. She thanked him and mentioned that she would power down in a minute, curious about why he was so red. He stammered that he could see her bra, which left her puzzled. She noted that she would ask him about it tomorrow and then powered down, her eyes closing as her head tilted slightly. Izuku turned off the lights, his face still flushed as he went upstairs and climbed into bed. He reflected that even though she was a robot, that was the closest he had ever seen to a human. He turned off his light and soon fell asleep. On a hot day, Ochako suggested to her boyfriend of 6 months that they go get a frozen treat together. Izuku suggested snow cones, which she agreed to. Holding a yellow snow cone, she exclaimed how refreshing it was, while Izuku settled for a blue one, wishing they had green. Ochako teased him, saying blue wasn't bad and that he was green enough. An idea suddenly struck Izuku. He declared he knew how to get green, surprising her by planting a kiss on her lips. She was taken aback, feeling his tongue brush against hers as he made the most of the moment. When he finally pulled away, his tongue was now green from mixing the blue and yellow. Both of them blushed at the unexpected turn of events, and Ochako felt her snow cone melt entirely from the heat of the moment. Years had passed since Izuku and Shigaraki had faced off, and since Izuku lost one for all. Villains and heroes alike had fallen, yet it had only been a single night since Izuku and Ochako decided to officially become a couple. After their talk the night before, the fresh couple now lay in bed together. An alarm rang, and a hand reached over to shut it off. The figure slowly rose, rubbed their eyes, and yawned. Izuku called out to Ochako, who was rustling under the blanket. She groaned, asking for 5 more minutes, but he gently poked her side, reminding her they couldn't afford to waste time. After several pokes, she finally emerged from the blankets, still wrapped in them, and complained that he wasn't being fair. Izuku hopped out of bed, rubbing his hair and searching for his shirt. Ochako threw off the blankets, proudly revealing she was wearing his green shirt. Izuku smiled at how cute and beautiful Ochako had grown over the years. He opened the closet and began to dress for his teaching duties. Ochako got up and started putting her shirt back on, hoping for just a few more minutes with her new boyfriend. She suggested they make some coffee, wanting to savor the moment a little longer. Izuku agreed and walked into the kitchen after putting on his shoes. He filled the coffee pot with water and pressed a few buttons, listening to it hum as it began to brew. As he stood there, memories flooded his mind, his early days of not having a quirk, meeting All Might, receiving his quirk, and finally meeting Ochako. Even though he had lost his quirk, he felt content with how things had turned out. His thoughts were interrupted when he felt warm arms wrap around his waist. Ochako pressed her face gently against his back and asked if he had some free time that evening. Izuku confirmed he did, curious about her plans. She suggested they go out to eat, and he agreed, feeling a sense of excitement. Once the coffee was ready, he poured them both a cup and sat down at the table facing her, holding his All Might mug. Ochako reflected on their night together, enjoying the time they spent cuddling and holding each other as they slept. Izuku recalled how it was his first time holding a woman, remembering the moment she had saved him from falling. Ochako smiled and mentioned how she was glad to have shared her first kiss with him. Izuku felt a blush creep onto his cheeks, still the same innocent person he had always been despite his growth in social interactions. She complimented him on how much he had grown, recalling how he had struggled to speak to her when they first met. Now, he was an amazing hero in her eyes. Izuku hesitated to accept her praise, but Ochako quickly reassured him that he would always be a hero to many, powers or no powers. She blushed slightly as she said this, and he thanked her, acknowledging her own growth in strength and character. He admitted that it was a major reason why he had fallen for her. They both reflected on how much they had all grown, including their friends, but Ochako believed Izuku had grown the most. He brushed his hair back with his hand, feeling a mix of humility and gratitude. After finishing their coffee, they cleaned up their mugs and prepared to leave the house together. As they stepped outside, Ochako noticed something off about Izuku and asked him to wait. She stepped closer, undid his tie, and redid it, explaining it was loose. Izuku felt a blush rise again, thinking that was something a wife would do. She smiled at him and he thanked her, feeling a warmth in his heart. With a quick peck on the cheek, Ochako encouraged him, and they set off for their jobs, ready to embrace their roles as heroes.